Chapter 271. After the dust settled, Luo sat on the broken door, and finally saw Rob on the opposite street. When their eyes met, the girl widened her eyes in surprise. "You? Why are you here? Is it strange that I appear outside my own bakery?" Rob's expression was as calm as ever, as if the door that had just been broken was not his. The great magician raised the package in his hand, and asked the girl, "Have you had dinner?" You're just in time. I've made pigeon soup tonight. Let's talk while we eat." Rob lowered his head, and crouched under the half-open door. His calm expression made Lolo blush again. I go find someone to fix the door." "Where can you find someone so late at night?" "There are some leftover wood in the storage room. Take 2 pieces to fill the hole." The great magician had treated the attic on the top floor, and the storage room in the basement, accordingly to ensure that the magic materials would not be accidentally seen by the girl. Rob walked into the kitchen, put down the bag of ingredients in his hand, tied an apron and began to fry fish very skillfully. The future super magician has been recovering from his injuries these days, and his cooking skills have improved by leaps and bounds. Half an hour later, Luo repaired the door that he had broken. Although it looked ugly, it was no longer leaky. Chef Rob also prepared dinner, fried golden cod with rich pigeon soup, mashed potatoes, and side dishes, which made the girl's appetite grow. In order to find out the origin of the stone as soon as possible, Luo didn't eat well at noon. He just ate a few mouthfuls and hurried out. Now he felt extremely happy biting the crispy cod. "Wait. Something seems wrong. I just showed the black stone to that guy and discussed the matter of the golem master with him. How come it suddenly became such a warm and daily routine? This feeling. It's like the two of us have lived together for a long time." Luo swallowed the codfish in her mouth, and secretly glanced at the little scholar opposite her. She found that the latter was also looking at her, so the girl's heart couldn't help but start beating again. After a while, Rob spoke, leisurely, "I remember giving you a bunch of keys here before." The rookie warrior looked embarrassed. Someone did leave her a bunch of bakery keys when he carried her back to the dormitory last time, but she had left that bunch of keys in the corner of the drawer. Luo never thought that she would use that bunch of keys one day. Oh my god, if it wasn't for the matter of the golem master, she would never take the initiative to return to the bakery. However, when the golem master was mentioned, the girl finally remembered the purpose of her coming here. She quickly put down the knife and fork in her hand, took out the small box containing the black stone from her body, and told the little scholar opposite what happened last night, including the note left by the other party and the freshman competition mentioned. In addition, Luo also confessed the reasons why she had run to the temple base alone without telling Rob. After that, the girl felt much more relaxed. Secrets are something that actually affect the person who has been keeping them in his heart the most. In the past, Luo was used to carrying everything alone, but now she seems to be gradually getting used to the feeling of having another person around. Rob listened quietly to the girl's story, and did not rush to express any opinions. Instead, he opened the box that contained the black stone. "Oh, it really is this thing. It seems that guy is really sincere this time. What is this? Is it valuable?" Lolo asked curiously. "Valuable? No, you can't buy this thing even if you have money." However, despite saying so, the future super magician just picked up the black stone, took a look at it, and casually threw it back into the box. But then Rob's expression became a little more serious, and he asked the girl, "Have you shown this thing to anyone else?" Lolo shook his head. "No, I have been an adventurer for so long, and I still have this common sense. I won't show it to others easily before I know the value of an item, but what on earth is this?" The girl's curiosity has been aroused by someone. It's the first time she has seen something that makes a young scholar so cautious. "Well, don't be so nervous. Most magicians don't know this stone now." The boy paused, then continued, "But everyone is familiar with its name. This thing is the legendary Philosopher's Stone." "Philosopher's Stone?" Lolo took a breath. Although she had made enough mental preparations, she was still shocked when she heard the name. The girl's face was full of doubts. "Wait, is there really such a thing in this world?" "Yes, the Philosopher's Stone does exist." Rob's tone was very certain, because he had seen another Philosopher's Stone with his own eyes. It was in the underground treasure house of the Magicians Association headquarters, protected by more than 100 magic circles. It was one of the only 3 S-level collections in the entire Magicians Association, and was hailed as the most incredible creation in the history of magic. In fact, that Philosopher's Stone was also the only Philosopher's Stone that could be traced in the Dawn continent in the past 400 years. There were originally 2 Philosopher's Stones in the underground treasury of the Magician Association. About 400 years ago, the association convened the 6 most famous 9th-level super magicians at the time to try to unlock the secret of the Philosopher's Stone, but the research had not made any progress, so a super magician proposed to cut the Philosopher's Stone in half. And then what happened? The young scholar shook his head. There was nothing else. After the Philosopher's Stone was cut, it turned into dust in a very short time. The remaining super magicians looked at each other in bewilderment. The association locked the remaining Philosopher's Stone in the underground treasury, and no one heard of other Philosopher's Stones appearing since then. The reason why this thing is precious is that its maker was a person from the Roland era, and with the development of modern magic, no one has been able to replicate this thing. It has always been an unsolved mystery in the magic world. Rob pointed to the small box on the table. So what's in front of you now is probably the only second Philosopher's Stone in the world. Hey, are you kidding? Lolo stuttered. She had thought that the origin of this black stone was not simple, but she never thought it would be so complicated. The Philosopher's Stone, which only appeared in legends, actually appeared in front of her. What on earth was the owner of the golem thinking? Would anyone be willing to give away something of this level? Rob raised his eyebrows. You have been worried about your strength before. Now your chance has come. The Philosopher's Stone is a treasure that every magician desires, and its greatest function is to enhance the magic power of the magician and improve the magician's rank. If you use this Philosopher's Stone well, you can be promoted to a 3rd-level magician directly. Chapter 272. You must be lying, Lolo said blankly. Jumping directly from level 0 to level 3, even in those night novels that are popular among noble ladies, there would not be such a crazy plot. You have to know that Mr. Harvey, who teaches the history of magic, is 42 years old this year, and he is only a level 3 magician. And with the girl's qualifications, even if she works hard without any help, she may not be able to become a level 3 magician in her lifetime. So this kind of thing is like a dream to Lolo. Wait, don't you think this is a bit too strange? If this is really the Philosopher's Stone, how could anyone be willing to give such a precious thing away casually? Not bad, you haven't been overwhelmed by joy at this moment, and you can calm down and think about the problem. Rob first praised Luo, and then continued, but there is really nothing wrong with this Philosopher's Stone itself. Of course, I will check it again to be safe. How about this? Give me a week, and I will give you a result in a week. Well, I always feel like you know something. The girl looked at the boy opposite with a suspicious look. The future super magician smiled, but didn't say much. Luo thought that Rob was hiding in the bakery these days, but in fact, the future super magician was not idle. He was seriously injured after the battle in the courtyard. Especially before the wound on his back was completely healed, he couldn't do too much intense exercise. Therefore, Rob could only continue to apply to the school to extend his vacation, but he didn't stay at home to recover during this period. In fact, he had already started to act when Luo was still in a coma. The first place Rob went to was a small church called St. Anchin. This church is located in the southeast of the university town. It does not cover a large area, but it is quite famous in Gudries, because it is one of the 10 oldest churches in the south. It has a history of more than 1,400 years. Today, like the Marian Lighthouse, it is also a very famous attraction in the university town. On weekdays, in addition to believers, there are many tourists who come here to visit. There are 2 most famous things in St. Anchin Church. One is the divine scripture copied by the 23rd Pope Irovich himself. It is said that preaching with this divine scripture can make the most ignorant people receive the grace of God. However, the original copy of the divine scripture was taken away by the church 400 years ago. Now only a copy is left in the church for tourists and believers to admire. Another thing that St. Anchin Church is famous for is the famous Dark Knight Armed Forces in history, which is also the predecessor of the current 3rd Paladin Order of the Temple. The Dark Knight Armed Forces were originally composed of a group of priests and pastors. At that time, magicians had not yet been born, and the human race was in the darkest period. Almost all armed forces were used to guard against and resist the invasion of surrounding forces, just like a newborn puppy waving its claws and teeth desperately in front of jackals and tigers, trying to look fierce, because only in this way can it be removed from their diet and survive in the wild beasts. However, in this way, the human race had no extra power to deal with the monsters roaming around. Large towns like the capital were fine, because they were guarded by the royal guards, but other places were not so lucky. Because of the serious lack of military force, even some medium-sized towns were harassed by monsters from time to time more than 1,000 years ago. At that time, Gudries was not as prosperous as it is now. At best, it was just a small seaport, and it was not taken seriously. So naturally, it could not escape the fate of being visited by monsters. The simple city wall might be able to deal with some ordinary monsters with low IQ, but it seemed powerless against some of the more cunning guys. After those monsters sneaked into the city, they were like weasels running into a chicken coop. They specifically attacked lone people and livestock. Ordinary people had almost no power to resist them, especially during the war. There were very few young and middle-aged men in the city, so those monsters became even more unscrupulous. The Dark Knight Armed Forces were born in this era. This organization was not even founded by the church at the beginning, but the personal behavior of several priests. When they were spreading the gospel, they often found that some family members or friends were eaten by monsters. These sad people came to the church to seek guidance from the gods, so the clergy of the church also comforted them and tried to soothe the grief in those people's hearts. However, as time went by, the priests themselves gradually began to doubt that words were ultimately powerless. The disaster had already come, and no matter how merciful the gods were, they could not change the facts that had already happened, nor could they save the souls that had long since passed away. As the only remaining young men in the city, who did not need to serve in the military, these priests and fathers began to be dissatisfied with using doctrine to guide believers. They hoped to do more to protect these poor people, so they took up arms, spontaneously gathered together, and raised money to hire a disabled veteran to teach them martial arts. During the day, they were priests who saved the dying and the wounded, and at night, they put down the scriptures in their hands, picked up swords and shields, and became the last barrier of the city. If this long night is without light, then I will be your light. This sentence is engraved on the long sword of each paladin in the third paladin order of the temple. People only know that this sentence comes from the Dark Knight Armed Forces, but they don't know who said it. The 9 priests who founded the Dark Knight Armed Forces are only the lowest level clergy. The names of some of them are still unknown to this day. They fight vicious and cunning monsters with the most rudimentary weapons in the alleys late at night, protecting the city behind them in silence and dying in silence. Except for one seriously injured person, the other 8 founders all died in the battle with monsters. However, the Dark Knight Armed Forces did not die out. The deeds of the 9 priests moved more and more people, and the Dark Knight Armed Forces became stronger and stronger. With the increase of people joining, their activities were no longer limited to the city of Gudries. They killed more and more monsters, and became more and more famous. The military was moved by their behavior, and gave them the excess military supplies, and let them change into sophisticated armor. The church allocated real paladins to train and command them, and even lent them a holy weapon for them to use against evil. The Dark Knight Armed Forces later became the third paladin order of the temple. The future super mage came this time for this reason. Chapter 273. Oh, you said you are a novelist who is collecting inspiration, and want to know more about the deeds of the Dark Knight Armed Forces. Welcome, welcome. We welcome any form of spreading the blessings of the gods. Father Wilder said with a smile. The old man is 85 years old this year. In fact, he retired 10 years ago, but he is still very energetic. He usually comes to the church to help when he is free. He is mainly responsible for explaining the history of the Church of St. Anshin and the Dark Knight Armed Forces to tourists on a voluntary basis, but he no longer accepts confessions and other work that can only be done by genuine priests. Father Wilder was very talkative. In fact, the world has a misunderstanding about the Dark Knight Armed Forces. The Dark Knight Armed Forces is not a violent organization that purely hunts monsters. The 9 founders just hope to help everyone in this way. Otherwise, the Dark Knight Armed Forces would be no different from the bounty hunters active in various places at that time. Hunting monsters or preaching are just means rather than ends. Their original intention has never changed. It is to let more people feel the benevolence of the gods. I hope this can be reflected in your future novels. After the old man finished speaking, he seemed to remember something and scratched his head. Sorry, I shouldn't interfere with the writer's creative freedom. In fact, it's not bad to write a night novel about justice defeating evil, haha. Anyway, if possible, please send me a copy after the book is completed. Okay, let's get back to the topic. There are many stories about the Dark Knight Armed Forces. I wonder which one you want to hear specifically. Oh, I'm currently thinking about a story about humans defeating the devil. I wonder if you can provide me with some information. Devil. Father Hilda thought for a moment. This name first appeared in Norton's 16-page poem Heaven and Hell, but there is actually no such monster in the world. The closest one is probably the little devil in the abyss. Norton also used this as the prototype to shape the image of the devil. Therefore, the devil is actually a very abstract concept. usually referring to some evil beings that are extremely vicious and have always been against the gods. As far as you know, did the Dark Knight Armed Forces hunt some humanoid monsters that were called devils by people at that time? Rob paused, and then finally asked the key point, are there any special creatures among these monsters that can use divine power and magic at the same time? The great magician asked this for a reason. That night in the courtyard when he used the mimicry magic, Isabel's expression was extremely horrified, and she blurted out that he was the devil. Unfortunately, the female magician's heart was taken away by Erinia, and Rob was unable to learn the name of the devil from her. But this clue was not completely broken. The great magician treated his wounds, and came to the church of St. Anchin the next day after the battle. Rob had also read some stories about the Dark Knight Armed Forces in books. He knew that they were monster hunters active in the South in the early years. He wanted to find out from them if there were any records about demons. Are there really such things in the world as monsters that can use divine power and magic? Father Hilda frowned. The Dark Knight Armed Forces were active in the southern cities for quite a long time until the First Magic War. Because of the appearance of magicians, the defense power of various towns increased greatly, the activity frequency of nearby monsters dropped sharply, and gradually moved away from towns and densely populated areas. The Dark Knight Armed Forces also completed their mission and gradually faded out of the historical stage until they were officially incorporated into the Third Paladin Order by the Temple. Because the time span in between was too long, and most of the priests who joined the Dark Knight Armed Forces had no interest in fame, there is no accurate statistics on how many monsters they hunted, but the battles with powerful monsters were basically recorded, mainly to pass on experience to later generations. There are 13 most famous monsters, and the scenes of the Dark Knight Armed Forces fighting them are all painted on the ceiling of the church. Some of them were indeed called devils by local residents, and there were also cunning beings who were proficient in magic, but none of them could use holy power. The old priest shook his head. The sacred power comes from God's gift. Gods are the most merciful. How could they give their power to those monsters? While the two were talking, an old couple walked towards Father Wilde. They were old friends of Father Wilde. Their 3 daughters and 2 sons had all been baptized by the old priest after they were born. Now the eldest son is married, and the daughter-in-law is about to give birth after 10 months of pregnancy. The old couple really hoped to invite Father Wilde to baptize the little life that is about to be born. However, the old priest said that he is retired now, and is no longer a clergyman. According to the rules of the temple, he can no longer baptize others. The old couple did not insist, but just hoped that Father Wilde could recommend another person for them. Father Wilde shrugged at Rob, who was standing beside him. Sorry, I asked them which priest is free these days. You can take a look at the murals above your head. If you want to learn more about the Dark Knight Armed Forces, I recommend you buy a copy of The Origin of the Third Paladin Order at the door. The great magician nodded and thanked the old priest. After that, Rob walked around the church. He had already seen all the 36 murals above his head shortly after entering the door. The strength of the 13 monsters on them was very good. Erinia was not even ranked in the top 3. These monsters could indeed be called demons in the eyes of ordinary people, but they were not enough to make a 5th-level magician so pale. What's more, Isabel came from the Inquisition. Her mental quality was definitely stronger than that of ordinary magicians. And as Father Wilde said, none of these 13 monsters could use divine power. Rob was not too surprised by this. After all, he had too few clues. Coming to St. Anchin Church was just a chance. The great magician himself was more inclined to believe that the devil mentioned by Isabel was a human rather than a monster. But he still spent a silver coin to buy the book The Origin of the Third Paladin Order. Rob found a bench by the window and sat down. He finished reading the book in his hand under the warm sunshine. He was not looking for clues, but more to admire the great achievements of the predecessors. His and the temple's current position would not affect his respect for the group of priests who formed the Dark Knight Armed Forces 1,000 years ago. Those people were well-deserved heroes in that dark age. 10 minutes later, Rob closed the book The Origin of the Third Holy Knights and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he ran into Father Wilder again. Father Wilder had arranged the baptism for the old couple. When he saw the great magician, he came over again and said, I just thought about the question you asked before, and I remembered something else, but it has nothing to do with the Dark Knight Armed Forces. Are you interested in listening? Chapter 274. There were still few people in Claire's bakery this afternoon, but the old lady was still making jam for tomorrow. The ingredients were fresh strawberries with dew on them that she bought at the morning market in the morning, and the lemon and sugar were produced in the Kore Peninsula, 200 miles away from Gudry's. In addition, there was a bottle of old Philly honey. Making jam may seem simple, but it actually requires a lot of effort. The proportion of ingredients, the heat of cooking, and every tiny step will affect the final taste, so making a good jar of jam requires enough patience. The fox-masked man couldn't understand why Claire liked such troublesome things. He lay on the table, playing with 2 marbles out of boredom. The secret base of the temple in Gudry's had been removed, and Lois hadn't come to the store these 2 days because of the student union's affairs. In short, there was nothing to do recently. So the fox-masked man suggested, "Claire, let's go to the hot spring this weekend. I have an appointment with a friend for tea this weekend." The old man was full of apology. "Why don't you ask Lois if he is free?" "Hey." The fox-masked man stretched out his voice and ignored the 2 marbles, letting them roll off the table. "Claire, you've been acting strange lately. You were the mastermind behind the last incident, right? No matter what, secretly adding condiments to my drink is a bit too much." "You think too much. It's just a kind of tea that can calm the nerves and relieve fatigue. I drink it every night." Claire was leisurely pouring lemon juice on the pickled strawberries. "Is that so?" The fox-masked man's voice came from Claire's ear, startling the latter. Claire then realized that the guy had left his position at some point and came quietly behind her. The old man's hand holding the spoon trembled slightly. The next moment, the fox-masked man bent down and picked up a marble at her feet. "Ha, it's here as expected." Claire breathed a sigh of relief. But the fox-masked man did not leave in a hurry after picking up the marble. "Be careful, Claire, you are playing a very dangerous game." The man opposite looked into her eyes and warned. The old man remained silent. "I know you see your own shadow in Lois, but you should also know that I don't want her to follow your old path. I may not be able to make up for the tragedy of the past, but at least I can prevent similar tragedies from happening in the future." The fox-masked man blew the dust off the marble and put it in his pocket. "It's a pity that you are not me. You don't understand what I'm thinking. I have indeed regretted many things in my life, but I have never regretted that morning for a second." Claire finally spoke, but her tone was unexpectedly calm. "Really? Where have you been in the meantime?" The fox-masked man sneered. "What attracts you to the Dagmar Desert, the cactus or those stupid lizard men?" "Haha, do you know what's the most interesting thing about this matter? Just half a year before you planned to leave without saying goodbye, you deliberately told me that you liked those uninhabited islands in the storm sea and said you wanted to build a small house on them, away from the world, and live a life without being disturbed by anyone." The fox-masked man pointed at his nose and said, "And the idiot in front of you believed it. I rowed a small boat in the storm sea for 20 years, and searched every island and every inch of land on that damn place, even the rabbit holes. But you are drinking beer and eating skewers with your lizard friends in the earthen kiln in the Dagmar Desert." Claire's expression showed deep guilt. "I'm sorry, I can't bear all this. I thought I was strong enough, but in fact I can't do it. I can't stand myself getting older day by day in front of you. You don't understand how cruel this is for a woman. You don't know how cruel it is for a man to dig rabbit holes in the storm sea for 20 years. The fox-masked man laughed. "Forget it, Claire. No one in this world knows you better than me. After 40 years, you suddenly returned to Gudry's. The moment you brought the child to me, I already knew what you were planning. I didn't intend to hide it from you, because there is nothing in this world that can be hidden from your eyes, teacher." The old man's eyes were full of tenderness. "From the first time I saw the child, I realized that the question I had been pursuing had finally been answered. The child is very similar to me. Whether it is personality or temper, it is exactly the same as me when I was young, except that she is younger than me and has more time. Hee, Claire, I have always said that you are getting more confused as you get older, but you still refuse to admit it. So this is your answer? You threw a small account in front of me from nowhere, pretending that you have been with me for another 20 years, and then I guessed that this small account probably has the same skills as you. I don't know, one day, when you think you are old and ugly, you sneak away, find a corner of the world and hide for decades, and don't intend to let me go before you die, and bring a small account back to find me. So what do you think of me, the village chief of the novice village, who guarantees to give away artifacts?" The fox-masked man sneered. "Of course, I guess you still feel good about yourself now, thinking that you are great, a noble woman who is willing to sacrifice and free from jealousy. But you didn't refuse, did you?" Claire smiled. "I knew that you would never have the heart to refuse my request. Don't be ridiculous. I didn't refuse you because I really like the child, but please don't misunderstand. This kind of love is just the love between master and apprentice." The fox-masked man sneered. "But that child has also begun to like you," Claire said softly. if you are willing to take off the mask in front of her. The fox-masked man interrupted her without hesitation. Isn't it normal for a little girl to like this today and that tomorrow, Claire? The man sighed. On the first day of our reunion, I warned you not to be smart. I hate other people making decisions for me, no matter what the purpose of that person is. Don't think that you can understand me after living together for 20 years. You don't know what the real me is like. When the fox-masked man said the last sentence, his expression suddenly changed. There was no warmth in his tone. The look he gave Claire made the latter feel extremely strange. It was not like the look of a human at all. Instead, it was a kind of indifference that was above everything, as if he didn't care about anything in the world. However, this look was only fleeting, and the fox-masked man returned to his usual heartless look. By the way, when I was looking for you on the sea before, I accidentally discovered a small island, and I also met a group of naked savages on the island. TSK, the savage girls on the island are more beautiful than each other, and they seem to have half-elf blood. After you die, Claire, I will stay on that island for 7 or 8 years. Chapter 275. In addition to continuing to pursue the clue of the devil, Rob also took the time to upgrade number 2 in an all-round way. In fact, more than half a month ago, the great magician had a vague premonition that the part of the magic source he lost to save Bernadette had been almost made up after more than half a year, so he finally touched the threshold again recently. Unlike the previous world-renowned promotion, Rob was very low-key this time. On the night when the battle in the courtyard ended, the great magician performed a daily meditation as usual. When he opened his eyes again, he had re-entered the ranks of the 6th level quasi-magician. The future super mage felt the familiar magic fluctuations around him, and realized that he had finally returned to his peak state, and couldn't help but sigh. The 6th level is considered a watershed for all professions. The power of 5th level magic and 6th level magic is not just a level difference. Just like the gap between the 8th level small forbidden spell, and the real forbidden spell is greater than most people imagine. The punishment knight can only be immune to most magic below the 5th level, but dare not take on high-level magic. If he was still in the 6th level, the battle last night would not be so difficult. Whether it was George or the adult Arinia, it would be difficult to hurt him, let alone force him to use the fairy coin. But now that Bernadette has awakened, his previous efforts have finally paid off. With this bird by his side, he no longer has to worry about the problem of mana endurance. Compared with Rob before entering the dungeon, he is undoubtedly stronger now, but after returning to the 6th level, the number 2 in his hand is a bit insufficient. Rob now has 2 choices. One is to use Isabel's staff directly, or to upgrade number 2. In fact, in his current situation, the walnut staff is quite suitable for him. Compared with the oak staff, the walnut staff can withstand higher intensity output, and the power of the spell can be increased by 20% to 30%. The disadvantage of mana consumption is not a problem for Rob, who is Bernadette. However, the quasi-magician finally chose the latter. The reason was simple. Compared with Isabel's walnut staff, Rob's number 2 was lighter. The future super magician decided to upgrade number 2 based on the principle of carrying less weight. However, he did not waste Isabel's equipment. He dismantled everything that could be dismantled. Rob first replaced number 2 with a magic crystal. The original magic crystal was a street stall he bought on the street for 20 gold coins. It could not withstand magic output above level 5. In comparison, the magic crystal on the top of the female magician's staff was much more high-end. If the fist-sized blue magic crystal was sold on the market, it would be worth at least 5,000 to 6,000 gold coins. In addition, there are 23 magic circles on the staff, but these things are not very useful to the quasi-magician. Rob spent an afternoon in the attic laboratory to complete the upgrade of the staff. After the upgrade, the upper limit of magic that number 2 can release was increased from 5th level to 8th level, and the performance has also made a great leap compared with before. Rob added a few more magic circles to the staff, so that the current magic circles on number 2 have reached 14, which has surpassed most of the standard staffs on the market. The future super magician will have a weapon that will at least not hold him back. This enhanced version of the number 2 is enough for him to use until the day when he collects all the materials for the next new staff. What do I need to do? Lolo, who was sitting across the table, said nervously. She still couldn't believe that she could become a 3rd-level magician. The girl's understanding of the Philosopher's Stone was limited. Luo had only been a magician for a short time, so she didn't have as much knowledge as some old magicians, not to mention a monster like Rob, who had a library in his head. The girl only had a vague concept of this legendary magic item. In fact, most magicians have never seen the Philosopher's Stone in person. Most of their knowledge of the Philosopher's Stone comes from hearsay. Luo once heard a saying that the reason why the Philosopher's Stone is so rare and difficult to refine is that the raw materials for refining the Philosopher's Stone contain an extremely rare thing, the soul of a 9th-level super magician. This also made Luo feel inexplicably wary of the black stone in front of her. She didn't know if she would have to pay any extra price if she used the Philosopher's Stone to become stronger. Ha, that's pure nonsense. The Philosopher's Stone is a product of Roland's era. In that era, there was no 9th-level super magician in the human race. The most powerful Roland was only a 4th-level magician according to today's power system. Rob shrugged. As for preparation, it's probably just to find a free time in the morning and afternoon, eat a full breakfast, and then relax. In fact, there are no special conditions for using the Philosopher's Stone, but you need to learn to control your own elements first. The Philosopher's Stone can only give you the power of a 3rd-level magician, but it can't make you a true 3rd-level magician. Well, to be precise, you only have the mana of a 3rd-level magician, but you can't cast a single spell. You still need to learn how to chant and cast spells. But don't worry about it. You can slowly make up for it later. Your top priority now is to make sure you can control this sudden extra mana, so that you don't lose control of the elements or even run away with the mana. What should I do? The girl opened her eyes wide. The fingers of thieves are very flexible because they have received training in this area. Similarly, elemental control can also be improved through training, but this training is done through meditation. Unfortunately, I'm not a magician, so I can't tell you the specific training method. Coincidentally, I happen to know a method to train elemental control. Luo's face showed a hint of pride when he heard this. I didn't expect that there are things in this world that I know, but you don't. Do you remember the set of notes I talked about before? There is a set of Richard meditation methods in it that is specifically used to train elemental control. Oh, really? Congratulations. The future super magician was not surprised. The notebook was written by him. The reason he said this was just to make himself look less suspicious. You start using the Richard training method from now on. You can use this Philosopher's Stone in about 3 months. Luo nodded, hesitated for a moment and whispered, "Thank you." The quasi-magician raised his eyebrows, seemingly not understanding where the girl's thanks came from. You are right. I was wrong before. I shouldn't have kept this operation secret from you. Since we are companions, we should trust each other. If I told you in advance, you would have seen that the courtyard was a trap with your insight. No, you kept it secret from me because you knew deep down that I would definitely stop you. Rob's eyes seemed to be able to easily see all the secrets hidden in her heart. Luo's heart trembled, and she lowered her head. The girl thought she would be severely scolded, but the guy opposite just stretched out a hand, put it on her head, and said gently, "Don't worry, do whatever you want, I will protect you." Chapter 276. Really, he is obviously weaker than me, but he is still talking nonsense. So that guy is deliberately pretending to be cool in front of me. It must be like that. But even though I know he is bragging, Luo couldn't help but feel a little sweet when he heard that. However, the girl did not relax her vigilance. Seeing that the sky outside the window had darkened, Luo quickly got up and said goodbye to Rob. "It's getting late, I have to leave too." "Are you going back to school?" The future magician looked out the window, and found that the magic lights on the street outside had also lit up. "Yes, there are classes tomorrow." Lolo cleaned up the table. "Then wait for me, I also need to go back to the dormitory to get something. Let's go together," the future super magician said as he went back into the kitchen. When he came out of the kitchen, he had a bowl of chestnut paste in his hand, and a bag of elf cookies. Luo was a little confused. "Didn't you eat enough before?" This is not for me." The quasi-magician carried the bowl of chestnut paste and elf cookies upstairs. When he passed Luo, he turned his head and said to the girl, "Since you are here, come up and say hello." "Hello? What hello? Is there anyone else upstairs?" Lolo was a little confused when she heard it. She thought that this was not another trick of that guy, trying to trick her upstairs alone and continue what she had not finished last time. But then she thought that every time someone bullied her, it seemed that he was just doing it by force, without any tricks at all, and the girl couldn't help but burst into tears. Lolo hesitated for a moment, but followed Rob to the study room. Then she heard a familiar cry from behind the door. Lolo was surprised and said, "Wait, is this Bernadette? Has she awakened?" "Yes, but there is still a small problem." Rob tucked the elf biscuits under his arm, and freed up one hand to open the door. The study room was also decorated by him. In addition to the 2 bookcases he had ordered before, the most conspicuous one was the small wooden nest in the middle. The prospective magician spread clean quilts and sheets in it as Bevenadette's temporary nest. In addition, he bought a set of toys for it in case it was bored. However, this proud and beautiful bird obviously didn't buy it. When it saw Rob come in, it chirped twice again, with dissatisfaction in its eyes. Yes, yes, I know you are unhappy now, but who made you look so cool? Goodries is full of magicians, and there is also a 9th level super magician Albus. If I let you go, you will be caught in a short time. The boy sighed and put down the biscuits and chestnut porridge in his hand, but Bevenadette didn't even look at them. Luo was surprised. No way, you bought a crossword board for it to play with. Well, how would I know what it wants to play with? Rob is having a headache now. The awakening of this beautiful bird will undoubtedly be a great improvement to his strength, but how to hide it has become a very tricky problem. Now that this guy has regained consciousness, he is definitely unwilling to go back to the box to make sandwiches. Judging from its current attitude, it probably doesn't want to continue lying in the study. The reason why Warcraft is called Warcraft is because there is still wildness in their blood. Even Bevenadette, who is elegant, has not gotten rid of this wildness. They will not be willing to be kept in captivity like the orange kitten. Although Rob can force it to stay here because of the existence of the soul contract, this beautiful bird is obviously not happy. The future super magician is not the kind of magician who relies on soul contracts to enslave and exploit magical pets. He will not ignore the wishes of magical pets and force orders on them. Other magicians with pets have also faced similar problems, so there are some pet foster homes opened by magicians in the suburbs of Goodries. They usually negotiate with the local city council to allocate a lake or forest near the city for pets to live. These foster homes are generally membership-based. As long as nearby magicians pay the membership fee on time every month, they can foster their pets there and go to the foster home to get their pets back when needed. But this method is obviously not suitable for Rob now. Every pet sent to the foster home must undergo a comprehensive inspection to determine their type and subject, mainly to avoid the occurrence of carnivorous pets and herbivorous pets being sent to the same area. However, Bevenadette's reputation is too big. As a legendary creature that has been extinct for more than 1,000 years, once its existence is discovered, countless forces will definitely target its owner, and Rob's background will be completely exposed. So the future super magician could only appease the beautiful bird first. Give me some more time. I think of a way. I won't let you stay here too long. Although Bevenadette's eyes were full of suspicion, she finally lowered her head to eat. The future magician gestured to the girl, and the two quietly left the study. Rob went downstairs and picked up the number 2 on the table, locked the door of the bakery, and then walked towards the school with the girl. What are you going to do? Or send it to the Magician Association? The people there should be able to take good care of it. Lolo hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. She had always liked the beautiful bird and wanted to keep it by her side, if possible, but now she felt sorry for it because of its listless appearance. The quasi-magician shook his head. Send it to the Magician Association, where it will indeed be treated well, but it will also lose its freedom forever. The Magician Association will definitely want to study it, which is not what it wants. Don't worry, I will find a solution. Luo nodded and stopped talking. She didn't know why she trusted the young scholar more and more. This trust was even unreasonable. Then the two saw a fully armed guard team coming towards them. The leader was a big man with a serious look, but he was still very polite to the two of them. He introduced himself first. Hello, I am Thomas, the captain of the 2nd Guard Team of Goodries. Are you residents nearby? Oh, we are students of Siamus Academy. Luo handed over his school badge. Thomas took it and checked it, and returned it to the girl after confirming that there was no problem. Then he looked at the two of them, and said in a deep voice, Can you tell me why you are here? The future super magician pointed to the bakery on the corner. That's my shop. We just had dinner there, and are planning to go back to school now. Thomas looked at a subordinate next to him. The other party was more familiar with this area. The latter nodded to indicate that Rob's words were correct. Sorry, there are a lot of things going on in the city recently. You should be careful on your way back, Thomas said. Hey, is there anything going on in the city recently? The rookie warrior asked curiously. You kids shouldn't care about these things. Thomas obviously didn't intend to explain in detail to the two, but Rob still keenly caught the anxiety hidden under his serious face. The captain of the guard should have received some information in advance. He waved to the two and said, Okay, you can go. Remember to keep a distance from strangers. Forget it, I sent 2 people to take you back to school. No, I'm a magician, and he's a swordsman. We can protect ourselves. Luo raised the staff in his hand, but if you need it, Captain, We can help you. Thank you, but it's our responsibility to protect Gudrys, not yours. If you can return to school as soon as possible, it will be the greatest help to me. Chapter 277. Thomas is very upset now. It has been more than 4 hours since he received the anonymous letter, but there is still no clue here. He applied for a curfew to the city council 3 hours ago, but there has been no response so far. Thomas has no hope. The captain of the guard is upset for a reason. If the person who wrote the letter is not lying, then he has little time left. He needs to find the cultists before midnight, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. The bastard who wrote the letter did not leave any clues. Thomas cannot convince the council, so he cannot ask the Navy in Port Ackroyd, 30 miles away, to help with the investigation. Gudrys is one of the largest cities in the south, with more than 200,000 natives and 300,000 migrant workers living in the city. Without enough clues, a blanket search can only be carried out. However, even if the guards are fully mobilized, it is almost impossible to find a group of people who are hiding in less than half a day. Moreover, except for his second guard team, the other 3 guard teams are basically skeptical about the warning in the anonymous letter. Although they joined the search for Thomas's sake, it is hard to say how dedicated they are. All Thomas can do now is to do his best, and leave the rest to fate. In fact, even his own subordinates don't understand why he attaches so much importance to the anonymous letter, which is a secret known only to him. When he was a rookie who had just entered the police station, it was such an unsigned letter that changed his fate and helped him solve a major case that the city council attached great importance to. He was favored by the old captain at that time. The old captain saw those very valuable qualities in him, including persistence, calmness, selflessness, and a keen sense of danger, so he took him with him and cultivated him carefully. More than 10 years later, the old captain retired and the second guard had to elect a new captain. Thomas and another deputy captain named OG were the 2 most promising people at the time. Thomas had a good resume and the support of the direct team left by the old captain, while OG had the advantage in seniority. He had led the team longer and was quite capable. He also had the support of many old people. In short, judging from the situation at the time, both of them had the hope of taking over as captain. Even from the feedback of the initial survey, OG was slightly ahead of Thomas by a few decimal points in support rate. As a result, on the day before the election, Thomas solved another major unsolved case and brought to justice the murderer who had escaped the law for decades. This incident made his popularity rise to the highest point. After all, the guard is a place where strength speaks, and everyone is willing to follow a capable captain. Therefore, some centrists who were originally wavering also cast their votes for Thomas. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Ogre calmly chose to abstain. In the end, Thomas naturally became the new captain of the second guard. All this was also because of an anonymous letter. Like the previous one, this letter appeared at the right time. Sometimes Thomas would wonder if he was the illegitimate child of the goddess of fate. There seemed to be an invisible hand pushing him at the critical moment. However, while feeling fortunate, Thomas was also alert. There is not always a free lunch in this world. So even though the person who sent the anonymous letter repeatedly called himself a caring citizen in the letter, he might have other thoughts. Thomas was also worried about this, but the captain of the guard felt that as long as he enforced the law impartially, he would not leave any opportunity for the other party to take advantage of him. He only pursued the clues given in the anonymous letter, and would not act according to the other party's request, nor would he make any transactions with the other party. The subsequent interrogation and arrest were strictly in accordance with the procedures, and no good person was wrongly accused, and no bad person was let go. Judging from the previous 2 incidents, the effect of the anonymous letter was indeed positive. So Thomas gradually put his mind at ease. This was the 3rd anonymous letter he received after 8 years, but it was more serious than the previous 2. The letter said that a group of cultists were plotting something in the Gudrys University City, and they would start to act before midnight tonight. After the 2 previous incidents, the captain of the guard naturally did not dare to take this anonymous letter lightly, especially since the cultists mentioned in the letter coincided with his previous speculation. Thomas's most worried thing happened. Gagarin may have repaired the evil magic device, but he didn't know whether the cultists had killed him. The captain of the guard didn't really care about the old magician's life or death. Gagarin had not done many things that made people feel relieved in the past few years in Gudrys. Thomas always felt that this guy's greed would eventually kill him, and what he wanted to ensure was that no other innocent people in the city would be buried with the old magician's greed. The captain of the guard had just finished searching the area nearby, but still found nothing. Apart from a few suspected smugglers, he did not find any suspicious people. The spirits of the other members of the guard team were obviously beginning to relax. Although no one said it, they had begun to question the authenticity of the anonymous letter. Thomas did not have a good solution for this. Fortunately, he had established enough prestige over the years. Even if his subordinates had other ideas in their minds, they still silently carried out his orders. However, Vice Captain Damon had a worried look on his face. After the pair of students left, he walked to Thomas and said, "We can't go on like this. Our progress is too slow. We can't even search 1/3 of the city by midnight." "Well, what's your suggestion?" "I suggest that we replan the search route and give priority to searching areas with higher possibilities." Damon took out a map of Gudries and pointed to the red areas on it. "These are the places with relatively poor security in Gudries, which are basically concentrated in civilian areas. The other 3 teams can search these areas one by one." Damon took out a pen and marked the small restaurant where the accident happened. He also marked Gagarin's residence and studio, and finally connected them into a triangle. After thinking about it, he marked the small building that was burned down a few days ago, but put a question mark behind it. "I think this area is the most suspicious place. We should start from here." Thomas nodded. "Yes, your idea is similar to mine, but we need to wait a little longer." Damon was a little surprised when he heard it. "Why?" Thomas was very satisfied with his deputy. This was a young talent that he had promoted. Just like the old captain had discovered him, Thomas also saw many shining points in Raymond. The latter was even better than he was back then. The only thing he lacked was experience, which was what the captain of the guard wanted to teach him. Thomas patted his subordinate on the shoulder. "We are now searching the city in a big way, and those who are interested will definitely notice it. Imagine if you were that group of cultists, you might have started to pay attention to our actions. But the good news is that people's vigilance will decrease over time. It's like a hunt. We need to wait until the prey is completely relaxed. Be patient, it will be a long night." Chapter 278. For Gagarin, this was an exciting night. After realizing that the forces behind the young noble had the intention to kill and silence him, the old magician not only did not retreat, but became even more crazy. Gagarin knew that what the other party wanted to do with the magic device must be very complicated, which could be seen from the firm attitude of the group of people who were willing to kill all those who knew about it. However, this has never been the focus of the old magician. As long as there is money to be made, he doesn't care even if the other party wants to destroy Gudries. Soon after Gagarin escaped, he spread the word through the underground forces that if he wanted to repair the magic device, he had to show enough sincerity. The old magician raised the price of the repair from 30,000 gold coins to 200,000 gold coins in one go, and would not accept any form of credit. Not long after that, someone found the underground force, and the other party agreed to Gagarin's almost unreasonable offer. The two sides agreed to the transaction time, but the old magician was very cunning, and did not reveal the most important transaction location until the morning of the transaction. He notified the other party again through the underground force. This was naturally done to prevent the other party from setting up an ambush. Although Gagarin was greedy, he was not stupid. In fact, knowing that he was in an extremely dangerous situation, the old magician took almost all the safety measures he could. The young noble arrived at the transaction location on time as agreed, but found that there was a golem waiting there. The noble magician looked unhappy. The other party sent a golem to trade with him, which was undoubtedly disrespectful to him. However, thinking of the family's order, he suppressed his anger and said, "I have brought what you want. Where is the thing I want?" After saying that, he threw the bag in his hand to the ground, and shiny magic crystals rolled out of it. The golem on the opposite side immediately rushed over when he saw the magic crystals, quickly counted them, confirmed that there were 20 pieces, and then stuffed all the magic crystals into the storage area on his chest. The young noble stood aside and watched coldly. He was not worried that the golem would run away, because he was a mid-level magician, and was confident in dealing with a mere golem. The young noble was now very curious about what Gagarin had to do to complete this transaction, and ensure that the golem could get away safely with such a large sum of money. So the old magician gave the young noble a good lesson. After Gagarin's golem got the magic crystals, it sat on the ground. Then, the golem fell apart in front of the young noble. It really fell apart. The golem was like being dismembered with a sharp knife. From arms and thighs to head and neck, everything fell to the ground with a clang. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a pile of parts. The young noble was stunned. What does this mean? A disintegration show. The surprise on his face had not completely disappeared when he saw the scattered parts start to move again. For wheels extended from their bottoms, and then the parts scattered and ran in all directions. The young noble's face changed drastically. It was not until this moment then he realized that each of these small parts actually had its own power source. They were basically miniature golems. Especially after disintegration, these golems ran very fast, and because they were smaller in size, they could choose more routes. Gagarin was indeed an old fox. He deliberately chose a place with a complicated environment as the trading location. The wooden fences, the almost sticky walls, and the boxes scattered everywhere made it easy for these small parts to pass through, but the people chasing them could only stop there. However, the young magician of the Matthews family reacted quickly. He locked the position of the golem's chest among so many parts at a glance. This was also the place where the magic crystal was stored before. The young magician completed a binding spell in a very short time and stopped the part. However, when he opened it, there was no trace of a single dragon crystal inside. The young noble realized that he had been fooled. The other party deliberately put the dragon crystal in front of him, but in fact, the dragon crystal had already been transferred inside its body, and when the noble magician raised his head again, the parts had disappeared. The young noble's face was gloomy. It was the first time he was fooled like this. The dragon crystal worth 200,000 disappeared right before his eyes. This was undoubtedly a humiliation for him. He took a deep breath and said coldly, "Master Gagarin, this is not how business is done, right?" However, no one responded to him. Just when the noble magician thought he was tricked by the old magician, he saw a small part running back and finally stopped at his feet. The young noble opened the part and found a piece of paper with a sulfur smell inside. There were 7 words written crookedly on the paper. "The thing is in the gutter." Gutter? The noble magician frowned and threw away the paper in his hand. Sure enough, he found a gutter on the right side. He walked 2 steps along the gutter and found a bulge in the shadow. The noble magician didn't care about the sewage flowing in it. He reached out and fished out a waterproof iron box. The young noble opened the iron box and found the compass that he had taken to Gagarin for repair not long ago. But now the compass is intact. The noble magician snorted coldly. Now he had figured out all the tricks of the other side. Gagarin was worried that the young noble would search the golem first, so he didn't dare to put the compass directly on the golem. He played such a clever trick. Once someone forcibly searched the golem, the paper emitting sulfur smell would self-destruct. In this dim situation, if no one reminded the young magician, it would be difficult to find the inconspicuous protrusion in the drainage ditch. So far, the transaction between the 2 parties has ended, but the young noble has no intention of leaving. A strong murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He turned his head and asked the darkness behind him, "How is it? Have you tracked the location?" An adventure team walked out of the darkness, led by a mid-level magician who shook his head and said, "The magic mark can no longer be sensed 2 blocks away. The enemy is very cunning and has prepared for our trick in advance. They should have used a magic-breaking material similar to mithril to build a sealed container and stored the dragon crystals in it, so the magic mark will become ineffective. Humph, he is well prepared, but unfortunately, he will not survive tonight anyway," the young noble said grimly. Chapter 279. Gagarin was restless in his hiding place. He calculated the time and thought that the transaction should have started by now. However, the old magician did not go to the scene because he knew that with the brutality of the group, once he showed up, it would basically be equivalent to confessing. So he wisely chose to use the golem to complete the transaction. Gagarin considered almost all possibilities and made corresponding arrangements. However, the golems were just golems after all. They would strictly execute every order of their masters, but they would not be able to adapt to changes. This was also what the old magician was most worried about. There was no perfect plan in this world, and an excellent executor should be able to change the plan in time according to the changes in the environment. Gagarin could also choose to hire someone to complete the transaction, but it was difficult for him to find someone who was loyal enough and could be sacrificed in a hurry. 20 dragon crystals was not a small amount. In the face of huge wealth, the old magician was more willing to trust the emotionless golem. And his trust was soon rewarded. After being nervous in the room for an unknown period of time, the old magician finally heard that beautiful voice again. One of his little golems ran all the way in through the defensive magic circle outside the house and knocked the door with its head, which meant that the transaction had been successfully completed. Gagarin almost jumped up from his chair and opened the door impatiently. The old magician saw the package drag behind the little golem at a glance. Gagarin rushed over and cut the package with the knife in his hand, revealing the metal barrel inside. That's right, this metal barrel is the container he used to shield the magic mark. A touch of greed flashed in the old magician's eyes. He forcibly suppressed the urge to open the metal cylinder on the spot, put it next to his ear and shook it. Hearing the graceful sound of the magic crystals colliding inside, Gagarin's heart finally fell back into his stomach, hugging the metal barrel and laughing non-stop. Unfortunately, his smile didn't last long, because the next moment he heard a sigh from behind him. Just be happy for a while, you don't have much time left. Gagarin's body froze, and he turned around and found that a masked man had appeared on the chair he had just sat on. The old magician widened his eyes, feeling horrified. How could this be possible? He only opened the door, and his eyes never left the door. How did this person get into his room? And why didn't the magic circles he set up outside react at all? It's impossible that they all failed at this moment, right? I know you have a lot of doubts in your heart now. I can sit here and explain it to you slowly, but you probably don't have time, because there are about 2 minutes left before this place will be surrounded by people. The masked man said slowly. Gagarin was stunned when he heard it. Are you scaring me? The masked man shrugged. You can choose not to believe it, but in 2 minutes, you will definitely regret not listening to me now. It's impossible. There is no one else who knows about this place except me. The old magician said firmly that after the initial panic, he quickly calmed down, hugged the metal barrel in his arms, and looked at the uninvited guest with vigilant eyes. Who are you, sir? I wonder how you found this place. The masked man smiled and did not answer the old magician's question. Instead, he said leisurely, there is still 1 minute. Why don't we make a deal? If you are willing to give me half of the money you earn, I will take you away. How about it? Your Excellency is also thinking about these dragon crystals. Gagarin's face darkened. The old magician couldn't see through the opponent's skills. Gagarin couldn't even tell what the other party's profession was, but the fact that he could come to his room quietly showed that he was definitely not an ordinary person. The old magician was not sure that he could deal with the masked man who came out of nowhere, but Gagarin thought that the other party was also not sure that he could kill him. Otherwise, this guy would not have to talk nonsense with him, and would just rob him directly. There are still 20 seconds. The masked man raised 2 fingers, kindly reminding the old magician on the other side. Gagarin snorted coldly, and was about to persuade the other party not to play such a psychological oppression trick, but the next moment his expression changed, and the old magician found that the magic circle he set up at the outermost edge for guarding was triggered by someone. It seems that you have no time, the masked man said with regret. Is it your accomplice outside? Gagarin's face darkened. The masked man shook his head. You don't really think you can make the Matthews family go around in circles by yourself, do you? Although the old magician had been prepared, he couldn't help but be shocked when he heard the name of the Matthews family. As a person who had lived in the north for most of his life, Gagarin knew better than anyone in Gudries how powerful this noble family was. But then Gagarin comforted himself. This is in the south, it is his territory. No matter how powerful the Matthews family is in the north, they may be defeated by him when they are isolated and helpless. Not to mention whether the group outside is from the Matthews family or not, and all this is just a trick of the guy opposite. The purpose is to cheat him of the dragon crystal. You underestimated nobles of this level. The masked man said. You also overestimated your control over the situation. You thought that the method of passing the message through a third party was reliable, but you didn't know that the underground forces that helped you pass the message had already sold you out. They tampered with your golem, otherwise how could the people of the Matthews family find this place? Gagarin's face changed when he heard this, but he still had some luck in his heart, thinking that the other party was trying to scare him. Unfortunately, this luck only lasted for less than half a minute. The group outside had already started to break the formation. The other party did not hide their intentions, nor did they shout into the house. They were silent from beginning to end. Obviously, they came here tonight for only one purpose, which was to kill the old magician. However, Gagarin is indeed an old fox. Even though the situation has become so bad, he still did not panic, nor did he immediately bow to the masked man. The old magician quietly put his left hand into his pocket. The masked man opposite noticed Gagarin's little action and raised his eyebrows. Is this why you chose to hide here? It is only half a street away from the guard post. Once the situation gets out of control, you can still ask the guard for help. However, I have to tell you a sad news. I don't know what means the Matthews family used. The guards have all been dispatched and scattered throughout the city. It seems that they are searching for someone. Now there are only a few civilian staff left in the guard post. Even if they receive your alarm, I am afraid they can't help. Chapter 280. Gagarin finally showed a panic expression on his face. The masked man guessed correctly. It was not a coincidence that he chose to hide here. The old magician knew how dangerous what he was doing was, so he made the worst plan. Once the situation was out of his control, and he was surrounded like now, Gagarin would not hesitate to ask for help from the guards half a street away. Gagarin made a good calculation. Although the guards had always disliked him because of his greed, what the old magician was doing now did not strictly violate the laws of Gudries. Repairing a magic device at the price of 20 dragon crystals was a robbery. But since both parties had agreed to this transaction, there was no loophole in Gagarin's actions at the legal level. On the contrary, the intention of the group of people on the opposite side to kill and silence was obvious. Therefore, once the guards intervened, they would only arrest that group of people, but the old magician would be helpless. However, the guy on the other side told Gagarin that his last amulet was useless. The old magician was really panicking. The speed of the group outside breaking the formation was faster than he thought, and they were completely reckless. They had no intention of concealing the huge noise caused by forcibly breaking the formation. This seemed to confirm what the masked man said before from a certain aspect. The old magician found that he could no longer use the thing in his pocket. Such a big noise would definitely be seen by the guards, if they were not blind. Seeing that the magic circle he had arranged was beginning to crumble, Gagarin finally began to be afraid. However, at this time, he had used all his means and had run out of tricks. He could only look at the masked man on the other side with pleading eyes. However, the old magician was still reluctant to give up the dragon crystals that he had not had time to warm up not long after he got them, but he was slow to speak. At this critical moment, the masked man was still in the mood to tease him. Yo, your first magic circle is about to be broken, and the remaining magic circles will probably not last more than 2 minutes, but there is a hidden small magic circle in this room, which should be able to buy another half a minute. Would you consider leaving a last word during this time? Gagarin looked very struggling, and the old magician was full of reluctance. He spent so much effort, made such sufficient preparations, and risked his life to earn this money, but in the blink of an eye, he was going to give half of it to the masked man opposite. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel sorry, but Gagarin also understood that no matter how much money he made, he had to live to spend it, so he could only grit his teeth and say, "Okay, if you lead me to break through, I will give you half of this money." But the masked man shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, I refuse." The old magician was stunned. Why? Why? 10 dragon crystals were the price before we were surrounded. Now? The masked man stroked his chin and said slowly. Gagarin was dumbfounded. This scene made him feel like he had seen it before. However, he was the only one who took advantage of others' misfortunes before. The old magician never thought that one day the roles would be reversed, and he would become the one being threatened. At the moment when he was in a trance, the third magic circle outside the door had been broken, and there was still no movement from the guard post. The old magician had really given up this time. Gagarin had realized that no one would come to rescue him tonight. If he could not escape from here, this day next year would probably be his death anniversary. However, Gagarin still found it hard to accept that he had been busy for so long, hiding everywhere in fear, but in the end, he got nothing, not even a gold coin, and all the profits were taken away by others. This was the first time in his life that the old magician felt so aggrieved. The masked man on the other side was not in a hurry at all. He sat there leisurely with his arms and legs tilted and did not urge him. However, the guy's appearance made Gagarin believe that the other party was indeed capable of leading him out. At this moment, the old magician was in a complicated mood. Unfortunately, he had no time to think about it. The last magic circle outside the small building was also destroyed, which also announced that the group of uninvited guests had officially set foot on Gagarin's territory. Now the only thing blocking the two sides was the hidden magic circle in the house. In the face of the threat of death, the old magician finally gave in. Between money and his own life, he chose the latter. He hurriedly threw the metal cylinder in his hand to the masked man on the other side, shouting, "Take me away, quickly, take me away quickly, as long as you can take me away, I will agree to anything you ask of me." If you had chosen this earlier, nothing would have happened. The masked man stood up from the chair, walked to the old magician in the expectant eyes, and patted his shoulder. "By the way, can you do me a favor? Please turn around, just for a moment." Huh? Gagarin was a little puzzled, but now he placed all his hopes of escaping on the other party. Although he didn't understand what the masked man meant, he still did it honestly. The next moment, the old magician felt a pain in the back of his neck, his eyes rolled back, and he fell straight to the ground. Rob took off the mask on his head, shook his right hand that had just exerted force, and walked back to the table, poured himself some juice, and took advantage of the last bit of time to replenish his body with vitamins and water. After sending Luo back to the dormitory, he rushed over from the school without stopping. The future super magician still had a score to settle with the Matthews family. That night in the restaurant, Although Rob recognized Gagarin and the compass magic device, he had no intention of getting entangled with him. Unexpectedly, the Matthews family targeted him first and sent assassins to kill him not long after he left the restaurant. The other party had already done so much, and the future super magician naturally felt embarrassed to not show any expression. Rob planned to send a big gift package to Viscount Major's son and wipe out the Matthews family in Goodry's city. However, the quasi-magician didn't know how many people from the Matthews family came this time. Because of Luo's matter, he didn't have time to search for the whereabouts of this group of people in the city. Anyway, they would definitely come to Gagarin after he repaired the magic device. Rob simply took this opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. After dealing with the team of killers that night, the quasi-magician went back to the restaurant again and did something to the old magician, so that he could find Gagarin before everyone else tonight. However, Rob and the old magician had no friendship. He saved Gagarin purely because he admired the latter's skills in repairing magic devices. He felt that it was a pity for him to be killed like this. Although the old magician usually had an ugly appearance, he was not guilty of death, so the prospective magician saved him before taking action. However, Rob was determined to teach this guy a lesson. This time, he robbed him in the way that the latter was best at, hoping that Gagarin would be able to restrain his greed in the future. Otherwise, if he continued like this, even if he escaped by luck this time, he would fall again sooner or later. Rob drank the last sip of juice and grasped the staff in his hand again. In order to kill the old magician, the Matthews family did not hesitate to evacuate the guard post. However, they were not the only ones waiting for the massacre tonight. After half a year, he returned to the 6th level, and number 2 was upgraded. The future super magician also wanted to take this opportunity to test how his current strength has recovered. Chapter 281. Thomas successfully caught the cultists before midnight. There were 3 of them from the north, claiming to be followers of the god of chaos, Matarak. Their doctrine was to bring chaos to the world. When the guards broke into the city, they were discussing poisoning the wells in the city, but they were caught red-handed. The guards were very excited because it proved that what their captain had insisted on was correct. They finally solved the case successfully despite being looked down upon by others, and caught them before the other party could make a move. The guards couldn't wait to see the wonderful expressions on the faces of the city council officials tomorrow morning. However, Thomas could not be happy the whole time. His brows had been furrowed since the moment they caught the cultists. He did not even hear the congratulations from Deputy Captain Damon. His intuition told the captain of the guard that something was wrong. Everything seemed to be going too smoothly tonight. After the vicious incident in the restaurant, Thomas had speculated that there was a group of cultists lurking in the city. He had been looking for this group of people for a long time, and finally found them now. Logically, he should be relieved, but the captain of the guard looked at the 3 young men in front of him with madness written all over their faces, and finally realized where the sense of disobedience in his heart came from. This group of cultists was so typical. They wore the black cloaks that cultists love the most, painted strange patterns on their bodies, and muttered the names of the evil gods that they made up from nowhere. Like all cultists, they planned those crazy and evil things. The only difference was that they had written "I am a cultist" on their faces. No, this was definitely not the group of people that he had been tracking down in the city before. Although he had never seen them, after such a long investigation, Thomas had also made a profile of that group of people. Their behavior outside the restaurant that night was undoubtedly extremely crazy, but behind the madness was caution and restraint, just like a precise loss of control. When that incident happened, the captain of the guard team searched the whole city immediately, but he didn't find any clues. Thomas could accept that Gagarin was missing. After all, the old magician was half a native of Goodry's, and the other group of cultists, who came from afar, would never disappear so cleanly without the help of local forces. Thinking of this, the captain of the guard team was sure that the 3 young men in front of him were not the group he had been looking for. Thomas felt uneasy. If these 3 guys were just bait thrown by the other party, what was the purpose of that group? The other party would not give the guard a big gift for no reason. After catching the 3 cultists in front of him, the captain of the guard felt more and more uneasy. The cruelty and cunning of this group of people had exceeded Thomas's expectations. The captain of the guard seemed to have thought of something, and his face suddenly changed. "Leave 2 people to escort, and the rest of you follow me back to the station, immediately." Immediately. The members of the 2nd guard team were still immersed in the joy of successfully completing the arrest, and they didn't understand why the captain's face was so gloomy. Only Damon, who was closest to Thomas, vaguely sensed a hint of uneasiness in the former's words. Then he heard Thomas say, "No, it's too slow to rush back like this. Morel, you are responsible for leading the team. Damon, you and I go first." The deputy captain nodded, without asking the reason, but followed Thomas silently. He could feel the anxiety in the captain's heart at the moment. The latter was a 5th-level swordsman. Once Damon ran at full speed, it was still a bit difficult for him to keep up. Fortunately, they soon came to a main road. Thomas stopped a carriage, and the two got on the carriage and rushed towards the guard post. I may have just made the worst mistake of my life. Thomas in the carriage was silent for an unknown period of time before finally speaking. If something unexpected happens in the station, I will resign as captain. At the same time, I hope you can remain objective and fair and report everything that happened today to the Parliament truthfully. Okay. Although he was surprised, Damon agreed. But he couldn't help asking what happened. Remember the cultists I told you about before? Their target tonight is likely to be the guard post, Thomas said solemnly. Damon frowned, but I don't understand. Didn't we just catch that group of people? The captain of the guard shook his head. No, they are just insignificant shrimps. It is impossible for those 3 little brats to force Gagarin to this point, and it is impossible for them to do what happened at night. We have analyzed that group of people before. At that time, you also thought that they had considerable resources in Gudry's city. We even suspected that nobles were involved, so what happened tonight was actually a trap. Thomas paused, then continued, that group of people is really bold. The purpose of that letter is to evacuate our armed forces from the garrison. If their target is the garrison, everything will make sense. So what happened tonight is entirely because of me. You obeyed my orders and followed me, and the other 3 teams also believed in me, so they participated in this citywide search. This is my fault. Damon fell silent after hearing this. After a moment, he raised his head and said with some difficulty, You didn't have to tell me these things, nor did you have to tell others. We can completely regard this incident as an accident. The captain of the guard interrupted him calmly, Wrong is wrong. I shouldn't have been so optimistic when I received the first letter 26 years ago. In fact, I know better than anyone that there is no free lunch in this world. However, after so many years, I think that since no one was injured, the sender must have no ill intentions. What's more ridiculous is that I have been deceiving myself to comfort myself, and I swear that if I find any problems in the letter, I will never follow the above advice again. But sometimes bad things don't always appear in a bad way. Just like tonight, I thought I was doing the right thing, but in fact, I made a big mistake and became an accomplice of the bad guys. Damon subconsciously wanted to refute, but at this moment, he heard someone shouting on the side of the road, Oh no, it's on fire, it's on fire. Thomas's face suddenly changed, and he stuck his head out of the carriage. Sure enough, he saw that there seemed to be a fire burning in the direction of the guard post. Chapter 282. The atmosphere in the carriage was a bit solemn. The captain and deputy captain of the second guard team did not speak after that. When they saw the fire, combined with Thomas's previous words, they both had a bad premonition in their hearts. However, as the carriage approached, Damon couldn't help but let out a light exclamation. From this position, he could see that the place where the fire was seemed to be some distance away from the guard post, and it should be a residential building. Thomas naturally noticed this, but the captain of the guard team did not look relaxed. He knocked on the door and said to the driver, Let's go put out the fire first. 15 minutes later, the carriage stopped in front of the fire scene. Damon not only saw nearby residents, but also many civilian personnel of the garrison. This made the deputy captain feel relieved. An archivist named Thatch ran over to them and briefly reported what happened here. About a quarter of an hour ago, the roar of magic came from here. However, there was no armed force left in the garrison at that time. Thatch summoned several brave male civilian personnel. They ran to the armory and hurriedly took up weapons. As a result, when they arrived here, the battle was over. After that, everyone started to put out the fire together with the nearby residents. Damon and Thomas looked at each other. The captain of the guard's previous guess was correct, but there was a slight deviation. The target of that group of people tonight was not the guard post, but the house near the guard post. However, this also explained the other party's action of evacuating the guard post. This group of people did not want them to interfere in this matter, nor did they want to conflict with the official armed forces in the city of Gudrys. This also confirmed from a certain perspective that although this group of people acted crazy, they were very rational in their madness. Thomas said to Thatch, Go check who owns this house, and who are the people who are in contact with him. In fact, the captain of the guard had already made a conclusion in his mind. According to the description of nearby residents, the previous magic explosion lasted for a while. If it was an ordinary house, it would have collapsed long ago, but this small building still maintained its structural integrity. Thomas couldn't believe that there was no protection from the magic circle. When it comes to the magic circle, the captain of the guard thought of Gagarin, who had been missing for 2 weeks. If this was the hiding place of the old magician, Thomas would not be surprised at all. It was obviously not a coincidence that this old fox deliberately chose his fox hole only half a street away from the guard post. Once something unexpected happened, he could ask the guard for help as soon as possible. But he didn't expect that the person he offended this time was so powerful that he mobilized the armed forces in the guard post with an anonymous letter, making the old magician's wishful thinking come to nothing. Thomas also noticed that this fire was almost the same as the one a few days ago. The fire was fierce, but there was a transparent barrier around the small building, which prevented the raging fire from spreading and affecting nearby residents. Damon, who was not far away, waved at him, interrupting his thoughts. "Captain, you'd better come over and take a look." Thomas walked over there, and saw a strange guy on the ground. This guy was wrapped tightly in a quilt, with his head and limbs tucked in. He looked a little funny, like a big dumpling, lying on the ground motionless. "We just found this man in the garden of a neighbor's house. You will never guess who he is." Damon walked over and pulled back a corner of the quilt, revealing the face of the old magician. Thomas frowned. "Killing and abandoning the body?" "No, actually he just fell asleep. Judging from the scars on his body, he must have been hit in the back of the neck, but the man had no ill intentions. This was probably to make him unconscious." Damon paused and said, "But this doesn't make sense at all. If the person who sent the letter evacuated the guard post tonight for him, why did he spare his life in the end? It's impossible that the other party made such a big noise just for a prank. Besides, since Gagarin is not dead, why did the other party set the fire? We can only know this question after he wakes up." The young noble also saw the smoke in the distance, and a hint of joy flashed across his face. It seems that they should have succeeded. The intermediate magician behind him nodded and said, "I can feel the magic mark planted before." However, his face changed after a moment. "Wait, they don't seem to retreat according to the established route." The young noble was very calm. "Don't be nervous, Chris. This is Gudrys, the city of magicians. It's normal to encounter accidents on the road. When I made the plan, I told them that they could adapt to the situation at the time. As long as their identities are not exposed, it doesn't matter which way they choose. Let's go. We will meet them now. The boat is ready. We can set off to go home tonight." Although there were some waves in the middle of this matter, it finally ended perfectly. "You will all be rewarded when you return to the family." "Thank you, Master Murray." Although the face of the intermediate magician named Chris did not change, his heart was burning. Although what they did in Gudrys was dangerous, the family would never treat them unfairly. The rewards after the success were unimaginable for ordinary people. This is why more and more people are willing to join the nobles. Chris was responsible for leading the way, and the rest of the team followed behind him. The magic mark finally stopped in a small park in the north of the city, and did not move. About half a magic hour later, the team led by the young noble and the mid-level magician also arrived there. The small park seemed very quiet in the middle of the night, and no one could be seen. There was an open metal cylinder on the bench in the park. Chris signaled the thieves in the team to go forward and pick up the metal cylinder. They found that it was the dragon crystals that he had marked before. "Where are the people?" The young noble also noticed something wrong at this time. The scene here was not the same as he imagined. He had sent 15 people to deal with the old magician before. In addition to a team responsible for taking action, there were 2 teams waiting in secret to deal with possible emergencies. Now there was no one left in this group. The team led by the intermediate magician moved faster, and had already drawn their weapons. Then, they saw the pupils of the thief, who had gone to get the metal cylinder, suddenly dilated, and he fell to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut, losing all his life. Chris seemed to have thought of something, and his face changed drastically. "Be careful, the opponent is a high-level magician. This is a 6th-level wind magic time crack. From now on everyone should stop moving. Your surroundings are actually full of..." However, before he finished speaking, a fireball flew towards the swordsman in the team. The swordsman had clearly heard Chris's warning, but he had to lower his head to avoid the fireball. The next moment, his throat was cut by an invisible dagger, and blood stained his clothes. The swordsman widened his eyes, and stretched out his hand to cover his wound. But the wound was too deep, and the bleeding could not be stopped. After a while, he fell down. The priest in the team had cold sweat on his forehead. Just now, he wanted to turn over the divine book to cast the healing spell for the thief, but when he saw the miserable condition of the swordsman, his action stopped in midair. Chapter 283. This is the horror of high-level magic. In just a few moments, Chris's team lost 2 good players. They were both very powerful, but they died without even seeing the enemy. At this moment, Chris's back was soaked. Only magicians know magicians best. He knew that he had encountered a master tonight. Strictly speaking, time cracks are actually defensive magic. High-level magicians often use this magic to protect themselves. By creating a large number of small wind blades around them, it is like splitting time and space to prevent melee professions from approaching them. However, the opponent's casting speed was so fast, and the action was so concealed that he turned the time crack into a restrictive magic. At this moment, Chris and his companions were within the range of the time crack, but unlike the caster, they did not know the location of each crack, which meant they were trapped here. The young noble's face was also very ugly. He was also a magician, so he naturally knew the power of this 6th level magic. What made him even more uneasy was that the opponent obviously deliberately led them here. Why did those marked dragon crystals appear in this place? Where were the teams he sent out to kill Dagarin? The answer was the second fireball. This time the target was the priest in the team. The priest's eyes were wide open, and he looked at the fireball with horror as it hit his lower abdomen. However, because of the swordsman's previous experience, he didn't know whether he should dodge it. Fortunately, Captain Chris finally took action at this moment. The temperature around suddenly began to drop sharply, and everyone present shivered uncontrollably. Rapid cooling, a very common 3rd level magic, but at this moment in the hands of a mid-level magician, it played a magical role in turning decay into magic. This small park is located on the coast. The air is very humid. The sudden drop in temperature causes water vapor to condense and form tiny ice crystals. Once the ice crystals get close to the wind blades that are invisible to the naked eye, they will be cut mercilessly, which is equivalent to exposing the location of the wind blades. Looking at the dense cracks around them, everyone's scalp tingled. The priest almost rolled and crawled to avoid the fireball. Well, your level is not bad. A dark figure slowly walked out from the grove behind the bench. Rob ate an apple he had taken from the old magician's house, and looked at the 2 people who were already silent on the ground. That night outside the small restaurant, he found that the Matthews family was as cruel and cold-blooded as the Inquisition, so the face of the quasi-magician did not show any apology for the corpse he had created with his own hands. "Who are you, sir? Why did you attack us for no reason?" Chris looked a little doubtful, but he still took on the responsibility of a captain and asked. "It's not for no reason. 2 weeks ago, your people wanted to kill me first outside the small restaurant in the south of the city." The crisp sound of apples was particularly harsh in the silent park. Murray's face changed when he heard this. Before that, the young noble had been speculating and investigating who killed the people he arranged to clear the scene outside the small restaurant that night. However, just like the guards, he couldn't find any clues. Until he met the other party again tonight, the young noble finally had some impression and pointed at Rob and said in surprise, "It's you, the guy who flirted with the waitress at the door that night?" The quasi-magician raised his eyebrows. "Well, it's rare that you still remember me, that's great, and it also saves you from crying and shouting for me to explain what the feud between us is when I take action later." The young nobleman was sweating. "Wait, I now know the reason for the matter. I admit that we are indeed wrong in this matter, but fortunately, you have no loss, so now I have a suggestion." He pointed to the metal cylinder on the ground. "Since the 20 dragon crystals in it were snatched by you, they naturally belong to you. We have no objection to this. In addition, I can also give you another 20 dragon crystals as an apology. 200,000 gold coins for the remaining 4 lives of yours?" The future super magician touched his chin, as if he was calculating whether this deal was worth it. "No, not 4, just my life. You can do whatever you want with the remaining 3. The young noble's words directly changed the expressions of his 3 companions. "Oh, I didn't realize your life is so valuable." Seeing that Fong seemed to be shaken, the young noble's heart suddenly rose with hope. What he was most worried about was actually running into a young man with a strong sense of justice. Seeing that there was room for easing, he quickly struck while the iron was hot and said, "Don't worry, although I don't have that much money on me now, I can notify the family to raise money for me. At the latest in 3 days, oh no, before tomorrow night, I can deliver the money to you. Don't bother, don't you have a valuable item on you?" The quasi-magician said leisurely, "Tisk, I have to admit that the Matthews family spent so much effort and spared no expense to repair something that is still quite curious." Murray was shocked. "How do you know our origins?" "Not only do I know your origins, I also know who destroyed this magic device." The future super magician smiled. The young nobleman's expression changed several times, and finally smiled bitterly. "This thing is really not as valuable as you think. It is just a functional magic device. Except for our urgent need, it is not worth much in the hands of others." "Oh, what does this thing do?" The young nobleman was obviously a little hesitant about this question, but his life was now in the hands of the other party. After weighing it over and over again, he finally chose to reveal everything he knew, but he deliberately concealed the name of the target. This was also his bottom line. The young nobleman knew that there were some things in this world worse than death. The family wants to hunt down someone, but they don't know where this person is. The function of this magic device is to locate. As long as a person's name is engraved on the back of the dial, the pointer will point to his position. Once the distance between the holder and him is no more than 10 miles, the pointer will vibrate, and the closer the target is, the more violent the pointer will vibrate. However, this function can only be used once every 10 years, and I have just used this quota, so now this magic device is useless to you. As if he was worried that the guy on the other side would not believe his explanation, the young noble took out the compass from his arms. If you don't believe me, look at it. For example, its direction now. The young noble was halfway through his words, as if someone suddenly grabbed his throat, and his voice stopped abruptly. Because the compass in his hand was swinging at an almost crazy frequency, and the object it pointed to was the guy on the other side, who was leisurely eating an apple. Chapter 284. You are. At this moment, the expression on the young noble's face was as if he had seen a ghost. His teeth were trembling, and he couldn't say the name completely even with all his strength. The target that the family had been looking for unexpectedly appeared in front of him, but Murray didn't feel the joy of seeing the prey at all. There was only endless fear in his eyes. He remembered every word of the top-secret meeting held by the family 7 months ago. That's why he felt even more desperate. Rob was recognized as a supernova in the magic world, the future guardian of the human race, and a super genius who entered the 6th level at the age of less than 20. However, few people knew his true strength. Apart from Steins and Demand, who taught him, outsiders could only rely on some groundless rumors to guess. In contrast, the Matthews family, as the absolute top of the Lionheart Empire, had more information in this regard than others. Therefore, the family also deduced the strength of the future super magician, and finally came to the conclusion that if you want to defeat this person head-on, you must dispatch at least 4 tactical teams composed of 6th-level professionals, with a complete lineup and reasonable matching, and it is best to have a magician of the 7th level or above to support the battle. In other words, more than 20 well-trained 6th-level masters must attack at the same time. Such a luxurious lineup is just to deal with one person. And this was only the level before Rob left the tower. In fact, with his terrifying growth rate, the longer the time dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for the Matthews family's plan. No one knew how terrifying Rob would evolve in a year or two, so the family was racing against time. In order to repair the magic device as soon as possible, no matter how outrageous Gagarin's conditions were, they agreed without hesitation. Such a monster was definitely not something they could deal with. The young noble smiled bitterly. He had already foreseen his fate tonight. The remaining 3 people were still a little confused. Although they participated in this operation, they did not know the most important thing, that is, the name that the young noble named Murray had just engraved on the magic device. It was not until he saw the horrified expression on the former's face, combined with the terrifying strength and age of the man in front of him, that Chris thought of an answer that made his blood coagulate. His Majesty Ethelred Richard Hallstein. The voice of the intermediate magician had never been so bitter. Even if he realized that the other party was a high-level magician, even if his team lost 2 people in a single encounter, even if he was ruthlessly abandoned by the young noble, he never lost the courage to resist. However, when he learned the identity of the man in front of him, he lost all his strength in an instant. This name is like a spell, depriving everyone of hope. Rob Ethelred Richard Hallstein Rex has long been a legend in the entire Dawn continent, especially in the magic world. There are too many legends about him. Even if only one of them is true, they can't escape from the other party's palm tonight. Rob on the opposite side was also quite surprised. He knew that many forces were trying to find him now. He was not surprised that the Matthews family was also involved. The future super magician just didn't expect that the other party's purpose of looking for him was to take this opportunity to kill him. No wonder this matter was suspicious from the beginning. The guy suspected to be the illegitimate son of Viscount Major Sun was exploring the endless forest, but he was trapped in the dungeon and couldn't get out. From the reaction of the Matthews family afterwards, it can be seen that the status of this illegitimate son was also very ordinary. He was dead, and no one cared about him for more than half a year. They thought of collecting his body, or something, and just let the team grow mushrooms in the dungeon. However, half a year later, the Matthews family suddenly posted a commission in the adventurer camp to collect the relics and bones of the missing exploration team. At that time, Rob speculated that something must have happened to cause the Matthews family's attitude to change suddenly. However, the future super magician adhered to the idea that less trouble is worse than more trouble, and did not intend to investigate the matter further after killing Raoul. Until that night when he accidentally saw the magic device he destroyed in a small restaurant, Rob was surprised at the Matthews family's persistence in repairing it. However, he recalled the major events that happened in the Dawn continent during that period, but still could not find any clues. The future super magician once thought that he had found the wrong direction, but now it seems that it was because he ignored the biggest event in the Dawn continent during that period. He escaped from the Royal Magic Academy of Teast, walked down the tower, and escaped from the protection of Steins and Deman. Although this matter was only limited to the heads and high-level people of major forces, the impact and shock it brought were unprecedented. If the Matthews family's target was him, then everything could be explained. The reason why the other party was so cautious from beginning to end, and even went so far as to kill everyone in the small restaurant, was because the Matthews family knew how dangerous what they were doing was. Assassinating the ace of the Royal Magic Academy of Teast, the direct disciple of the 9th-level super magician Steins, the recognized super genius in the magic world, and the future guardian of the human race. Once this matter was exposed, even the old and wealthy family, with 1,000 years of heritage like the Matthews family, would not be able to bear the anger of the entire human race. And the only end would be annihilation. From the moment they decided to attack Rob, they staked the future of the entire family, just like walking on the edge of a knife. If they were not careful, they would die without a burial place. No matter how cautious they were, it was not enough. However, the future super magician did not quite understand why the Matthews family took such a big risk to kill him. As for him, he had no personal grudges with this ancient nobleman before. When he was promoted to a 6th-level magician, the Matthews family also sent him a gift of 40 dragon crystals and a small island in the North Sea. It was a very beautiful island with fresh water and lush forests on the island. The Matthews family specially asked the top craftsman in the capital to build a small castle in the middle of the forest. The coastline can be seen at the highest point of the castle. In addition, there is a small gem vein on the south side of the island. Unfortunately, Rob has been kept in the Royal Magic Academy of Teast by Steins, and has not been able to go to his own island to take a look. However, judging from this gift, at least the Matthews family still respects him. There has been no unpleasant incident between the two sides. Why did the Matthews family suddenly want to attack him? If he is really killed, the elves and dwarves will probably be very happy for a while, and they may even set off fireworks to celebrate, but the human race will undoubtedly suffer a heavy blow. The nature of this matter is very serious. What the Matthews family is doing now is equivalent to betraying the entire human race. With such a huge risk, what benefits can they get? This is also what the future super magician feels most strange about. The most likely explanation for this matter is that the Matthews family has been bribed by foreign races, so they took the risk. However, if you think about it carefully, you will know that this statement does not stand up to scrutiny. In the two magic wars before and after, plus the most recent Rose War, the major races did everything they could to win, including bribery and inducement. As the bottom of society, civilians are relatively easy to be bribed as long as the benefits they provide are large enough, but the value they can contribute is also the lowest. The nobles are the focus of the strategy. However, the most influential nobles that other races have been able to recruit over the years with great effort have only reached the level of Viscount, and there is only one of them. What's even more disappointing is that this Viscount changed his mind 2 months after verbally agreeing. The reason is simple. What other races can give them is not proportional to the price they have to pay. You must know that this is not as simple as serving a king or a powerful lord, but betraying the entire race, which is equivalent to giving up everything they have in the human world. This is unimaginable for nobles who value history. Especially when it comes to the Matthews family, their own interests have actually overlapped with the interests of the entire human race. As one of the oldest nobles in the human race, although they have experienced a period of lows before, now they have gained the trust of Leyheart VII and returned to the center of power. They are the most sought-after dignitaries in the Lionheart Empire besides the royal family. They have almost obtained everything they can get. The future super magician can't think of what conditions other races can offer to incite them to revolt. Chapter 285. This was probably the busiest night Thomas had spent since joining the guard. The captain of the guard hadn't slept all night. The guard had just caught a group of pagans in the city, and a house near the guard post had been set on fire. After 2 magic hours of fighting, the fire was finally put out. As the captain of the guard had expected, bodies were found inside, and this time there were as many as 15 bodies. All of the bodies were burned beyond recognition, and difficult to identify. This number made Thomas shudder. There hadn't been a murder of more than 15 people in Gudries for nearly 10 years. And that wasn't the end. Before the sun rose, the captain of the guard received another emergency report that 6 unidentified bodies were found in a small coastal park. Like the bodies in the fire, these bodies were all burned to charcoal. The city council held a special meeting early in the morning and ordered the second guard to investigate the 2 murders. The captain of the guard was under great pressure, and the guard also issued an emergency notice. However, 2 days later, no residents came to report the case, as if no one in the city had disappeared. Damon put a copy of the investigation results on Thomas's desk. There is still no progress on Gagarin's side. The old fox is still unwilling to cooperate with us. He insists that he knows nothing and just keeps complaining about the poor food in the institute. According to the regulations, if we can't find the relationship between him and these 2 things, we can only let him go by tonight at the latest. The captain of the guard was not surprised by this result. In fact, he suspected that the old magician didn't know much more than the guards. After all, he was knocked unconscious and thrown into the backyard of a nearby house, which means that the person who did it didn't want him to know what happened afterwards. In addition, just like last time, the small building that caught fire was severely damaged. There were almost no useful clues at the scene. It is suspected that the arsonist was the same person. Oh, by the way, the owner of the house was an alcoholic and owed money to Gagarin, but there is no direct relationship to prove that the small building was related to Gagarin. On the other hand, from the remaining cloth on one of the bodies in the park, it seems to be the workmanship of the Lionheart Empire. This group of people is likely to have come from the north. The deputy captain paused, and the style of the clothes looks like the style of the nobility. Thomas was not surprised. He had previously analyzed that since this group of people could evade the search of the guards in the city, it would definitely be impossible without the help of local forces. The nobles, especially some of the great nobles, often have inextricable connections, and in some important places, they would also support some local small nobles as puppets. However, this made things more complicated. This group of people came to Gudries from afar and deliberately concealed their identities. There was obviously some secret behind this, and they died near Gagarin's house. The captain of the guard felt the pressure again. At this moment, the door of his office was suddenly pushed open by someone. A man who looked like a butler ignored the people around him and walked straight in. He nodded to the 2 people in the room, then looked up at the captain of the guard and said lightly, "Captain Thomas, Earl Nathan invites you." The other party's tone was quite polite, but the words were said in an unquestionable tone. Obviously, the butler did not give the captain of the guard a chance to refuse. In fact, he also knew that the other party would not refuse. Because in this city, there are not many people who dare to refuse Earl Nathan. 2 magic hours later, Thomas returned to the guard post with a gloomy face. Damon came up to him. "Captain, I found another clue." Gagarin had recently spread the word through a group of underground forces to contact another group of people. However, he didn't expect Thomas to wave his hand and interrupt him directly. "This case is over. Don't investigate it anymore in the future." "Why?" Damon was startled when he heard this, and suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. "Captain, you have said before that the nature of this case is very bad, and the murderer has not been caught after several crimes. In this case, how can we give an explanation to the people of Gudries?" "The explanation? Naturally, the people above will give it. What we need to do is to stop all future investigations and focus on other cases." Thomas looked more tired than ever. Damon was still a little indignant. Is this the intention of the Parliament or Earl Nathan himself? Thomas frowned. "Forget it this time. Don't say such things again in the future. Whether it is the will of the Parliament or the will of Earl Nathan, we cannot go against it. I know what you are thinking, but justice will not always prevail. Moreover, this time it is clearly a matter between nobles, which is not something we can interfere with. At least no residents in Gudries were injured, so I can accept this result. Let's end this matter here." Damon was silent for a while, and suddenly asked, "Is it because of the anonymous letter?" Thomas was about to leave, but stopped when he heard this. "According to your request, I reported the anonymous letter to the city council. The city council has recently started to investigate this matter, but this morning I heard that the council disbanded the investigation team again. So what do you want to say? Do you suspect that I have made some private deal with Earl Nathan?" Thomas turned around and said calmly, "No, I believe you, Captain. I'm just worried that you are being coerced by those shameless dignitaries." Damon's tone was a little excited. "The team was disbanded because the investigation into me has ended. The city council believes that I am no longer suitable to serve as the captain." However, considering my contributions over the years, the city council decided to grant me the title of honorary noble and transfer me to the port to assist Baron Ismail in tax management. However, since there is no suitable candidate to take over my position, the transfer order can only be postponed. It seems that I will have to stay in the guardhouse for a while. Well, I have told you all the truth you want to know. If there is nothing else, go back to work. Damon looked a little embarrassed. Captain, I didn't mean to doubt you. Thomas finally waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to say anything more, but after thinking about it, he added, Do you know why I found you in the first place? It's because I admire some of your qualities, especially your insistence on justice and truth. This quality is becoming increasingly rare in this city nowadays, but now I don't know whether my choice is right or wrong. If you continue like this, your sense of justice will kill you sooner or later. If you want to sit in this position, it's not enough to have a sense of justice. You also need to learn to compromise and sacrifice first. Chapter 286. Hey, the student union's welcome party? Tonight? It had been 2 days since the Matthews family was annihilated in Goudry's, but this time, due to the intervention of the upper-level forces, the incident was deliberately downplayed. Most people only knew that there was a fire near the guard post that night. Lolo didn't know that Rob had done so many things after sending her back to school that night, and the latter went back to school and attended 2 classes the next morning as if nothing had happened. Lolo was busy investigating the chef, with a spider tattoo on his arm. She inquired about 20 restaurants in the afternoon. She had just come back from outside, and was obviously surprised when she received the invitation. Lois sat on the steps outside Lolo's dormitory, chewing some soft candy she got from somewhere. Yes, this is a tradition of West Hammers College. The venue is in the college auditorium, and the time is 9 o'clock tonight. However, the welcome dance in previous years was in March, but this year it was held earlier. Is there a reason? The female archer shrugged. I'm just an errand boy. I don't know what those bosses think. By the way, let me remind you that all newcomers have to attend the welcome party. Luo frowned, but I've already submitted my resignation. Well, that's true, but the boss of your department has been on vacation recently, and she hasn't signed your resignation, so strictly speaking you are still a member of our student union. Lois handed the box of candies to Lolo. Please be kind. Just consider it as cooperating with my work, even if you just stay there for a few minutes. Anyway, my job is to inform everyone. If you leave in the middle of the party, it has nothing to do with me. To be honest, Lolo had no interest in this kind of dance party. She finally found a way to become stronger quickly, and she basically spent her evening time training her elemental control power. She didn't want to be distracted by other things, but she couldn't resist Lois's pleading, so she nodded and agreed. Okay, I go in the evening. You are so kind, junior sister. This box of candies is for you. The female archer was overjoyed. She patted her, but and stood up. She was in a good mood after completing the task. She hummed a little tune and took 2 steps, but turned her head again. By the way, just to be safe, I still remind you that... Have you prepared the clothes for the ball? Huh? Luo was planning to practice lighting magic in the remaining time, but was stunned when she heard it. Clothes? What clothes? Lois sighed and pointed at her uniform, magic apprentice uniform. You don't want to wear this to the ball, do you? Even if you go to the party, you should at least be a little perfunctory. Let's put it this way. Your body shape is similar to mine, and I happen to have an extra dress, so I lend it to you. Lolo shook her head. No, I don't plan to dance anyway, so it doesn't matter what I wear. Unless you want to be the focus of everyone's attention at the beginning of the night, you'd better try to keep up with the others. The female archer snapped her fingers and made the decision for Lolo. It's settled. I also notify the others, and I send you the dress before the ball starts. Lois kept her word, and came to Luo's dormitory with a dress half an hour before the ball started. She also changed into a very handsome blue long skirt and a wide-brimmed lady's hat with a small bow made of silk on it, which looked majestic. Hurry up and change your clothes, the ball is about to start, Lois urged, and had already helped Luo draw the curtains. However, Luo opened the box and was stunned. The dress in the box was priceless at first glance. It was pure black velvet, with complicated dark gold patterns on the collar and 12 diamonds as buttons. There was no other extra embellishment. However, it was this minimalist design and the strong visual impact brought by the contrast between black and white that made this dress have an indescribable noble temperament. Wait, is this dress really yours? Lolo's intuition told her that something was wrong. The dress in her hand looked much more expensive than the one on the female archer. No, The two sets of clothes were not of the same weight. Although the one on Lois was also very beautiful, the fabric and workmanship were very ordinary. The one in Lolo's hand was obviously made by a famous designer, and the design and style were top-notch. The female archer blinked. Does it matter who owns this dress? Luo shook her head and closed the box. Sorry, I won't accept things from strangers. Hey, don't be so stingy. It's just for one night. You can't borrow other clothes at this time. Lois's smile revealed a cunning. Is this what you were thinking? You came half an hour before the dance to leave me no other choice. Lois mercilessly exposed the archer's trick. Lois said, this dress actually belongs to the student union. It was left by a senior. This is also an unwritten rule at the welcome dance. Only the most beautiful girl among the freshmen can wear this dress on the night of the dance. In the past, this kind of thing would cause a lot of disputes among girls, but this time, because you are here, there are fewer troubles. So please help me, junior sister, just cooperate. Everyone wants to see how you look in this dress, and this is also my most important task tonight. Lolo was unmoved when he heard this, and just when Lois was disappointed, the rookie warrior suddenly spoke. If I remember correctly, every task of the student union has an extra reward. How much reward can you get for completing this task? The archer hesitated and held out a hand. 50 silver coins? The rookie warrior raised his eyebrows. 5 gold coins. Lois said honestly, the student union has done a special assessment on this, and believes that it is quite difficult for you to wear this dress given your personality. The archer didn't know why the other party asked this question, but she saw Lolo tilt her head and think for a while, and said, give me half. You are really. The archer's face suddenly showed a hint of joy when she heard it. It's really unusual, but I like your personality. Very good, you will wear this dress to the dance later, and then we will come back to divide the money, he. Although she was mentally prepared, when Lolo really put on the black dress, Lois couldn't help but utter a heartfelt exclamation, oh my god, this dress is just like it was tailor-made for you. I've seen other people wear this dress before, but only you really wear it with your soul. You will definitely be the focus of the ball tonight. The female archer's words were not compliments, but true feelings from the heart. In fact, everyone who saw Lolo tonight was indescribably amazed. The girl had an invisible majesty, and with this black dress, she was like a bright moon in the night sky, which made people admire her, but dared not have the slightest blasphemy. Lois thought to herself, she really deserves to be the head of the Breton family. Perhaps she is the only one in the entire academy who can wear this dress with such temperament. Chapter 287. The auditorium where the dance was held was located by the artificial lake on the east side of the campus, where the Fox Masked Man and Rob played games not long ago. The student union was indeed the most powerful student organization in Siamus. In order to hold this party, they reserved the place early. After 8 o'clock, it was blocked along with the artificial lake opposite. The red carpet extended from the path into the auditorium. Those who participated in the dance could choose to take a boat from the other side of the lake to the entrance of the auditorium. The person in charge of the ferry was a round and fat little golem, who would also give out party candies to the passengers on the boat. The student union set up a magic circle called Mirror at the bottom of the lake in advance. This magic circle can project the scene under the water into the air, just like a mirror. This is the origin of the name Mirror. When you are on a boat, you can see water plants swaying overhead, fish swimming slowly around you, and the stars are modeled, making people feel like they are in a dream. This also shows that the organizers of the dance have indeed spent a lot of effort. However, Luo's appearance eclipsed all of this. She is the most beautiful scenery tonight. The figure in black dress has attracted everyone's attention since she appeared. If it were an ordinary girl, she might have felt nervous and at a loss in the face of such a scene, but Luo's demeanor was still calm and composed, as if she was walking on the path in her own garden. Her posture was elegant, and her manners were generous. Even the most stringent court etiquette master could not find any fault with her. Caesar, who was talking to Leo in the distance, suddenly shut up and looked at the girl with a strange look. The young master of the Andre family had participated in countless balls, and knew more than half of the nobles in Gudry's city. However, he was sure that even the young ladies and princesses from the noble families could not compare to the moving figure not far away. Caesar was not stupid. He had doubted Luo's identity. The young master of the Andre family did not believe that such a girl could be cultivated in an ordinary civilian family. A person's appearance is innate, but temperament is cultivated after birth, which is closely related to the environment in which the other person lives. After the ball, check which nobles in the north have fallen in the past 10 years. Caesar instructed Leo, who was standing beside him, and then took 2 glasses of champagne from the waiter, and walked straight towards the beautiful figure. As the gold medal contact person of the student union, Lois was naturally familiar with everyone in the union, so she separated from Lolo temporarily as soon as she entered the door, busy greeting everyone. Lolo found a corner and stayed there quietly. The boys did not dare to approach her rashly because of her temperament, and the girls were worried that they would become a foil if they stood together with the other party. So except for Jessica, the head of the discipline department, who came over and talked to her briefly for a few words, no one approached her during this period of time. Jessica has been a little absent-minded recently. She came here mainly to keep Luo. This retention is mostly just out of politeness. Seeing that the girl has made up her mind, she did not persuade her anymore. She only promised to sign her resignation as soon as possible and left. Caesar came over and handed one of the glasses of champagne to the girl, saying in WeChat, "Try it." It is said that this was brewed by the old principal himself when the school was first established. Now there are less than 100 barrels left, so we can only let everyone taste it at the welcome party. Thank you. Lolo took the champagne, took a sip as a courtesy, and then put the glass aside. You look so beautiful tonight. Caesar praised. Perhaps only you can wear this dress left by your great-grandmother with such temperament. Did you ask Senior Lois to send this dress? Lolo frowned when he heard it. No, don't get me wrong, this dress no longer belongs to our Andre family. I'm sure you've heard the story. My great-grandmother Helen and my great-grandfather Hobson met at a welcome dance in Siamos. Later, my great-grandfather asked a top master to design a dress according to the long dress that my great-grandmother wore that night. However, my great-grandmother only wore this dress once and donated it to the student union on the 10th anniversary of her acquaintance with my great-grandfather. The young master of the Andre family shrugged. Ha, so this dress has nothing to do with me. Lois should have told you that this is just an unwritten rule at the welcome party. The most beautiful girl tonight should have the most beautiful dress. There is nothing wrong with Caesar's words, but the young master of the Andre family still concealed something. For example, when Helen donated this dress to the student union, she said that she hoped that the girl wearing this dress could find her own happiness like her. For example, not everyone can reach a consensus on aesthetics. The girl who will be given this dress is still decided by the student union, and the student union of Siamus has always been firmly controlled by the Andre family. So in other words, the dress's ownership tonight is actually decided by Caesar. Luo wanted to say something, but at this time the giant magic lamp hanging on the ceiling of the auditorium suddenly went out, and the surroundings fell into darkness. Then the voice of Jefferson, the president of the student union, sounded at the right time. I am very happy that everyone has come to participate in the welcome dance tonight. On behalf of all the senior students, I would like to welcome all the new students this year. I hope you can have a good time in West Ham and build a better student union together. Jefferson paused for a moment. Okay, that's enough of the small talk. I won't disturb everyone's interest. The dance is about to begin. According to the convention, the student union will randomly select 2 freshmen for the first dance tonight. So who will be the first couple of the dance tonight? Let's wait and see. After the student union president finished speaking, a beam of light fell on a round table. There were 2 cardboard boxes on the round table. One box contained marbles with the names of first-year boys engraved on them, and the other box contained paper cranes with the names of first-year girls written on them. Jefferson walked to the box and reached into the box with the paper crane. Let's see who the lucky girl is tonight. The president of the student union unfolded the paper crane in his hand while speaking, and deliberately paused for a few seconds before reading the name on the paper crane. Lolo Carmeta. As soon as he finished speaking, another beam of light fell, and under this light was the figure that made countless boys dream. Lolo, wearing a black dress, was like a queen standing on an ancient castle. At this moment, everyone was obsessed with the noble temperament of the girl, but few people noticed that Lolo's brows were slightly frowned at this moment. Lolo Carmeta is the name she has been using since she escaped from home, and Carmeta is the surname of her mother Illyria. When she heard this name, the girl had a bad feeling in her heart. Was it really just a coincidence that her name was called? It was originally agreed that she could get 2.5 gold coins just by wearing this dress and turning around at the ball, but Lolo now found that things were not as simple as she imagined. At this time, the female archer had disappeared. The cunning senior must have known the so-called opening dance, but she didn't say a word. Lolo seemed to have thought of something, turned her head, and looked at the young master of the Andre family, and found that the latter was also looking at her. Caesar stood in the dark, with a faint smile on his lips. Chapter 288. To be honest, I'm a little jealous of the next junior. President Jefferson made a few jokes before drawing lots, and then reached into another cardboard box. When he took out the marbles, he could clearly feel the heartbeats of all the boys at the scene quicken. Even those who brought their girlfriends to the dance had a hint of anticipation on their faces. To dance with the most beautiful girl at the dance under the jealous eyes of other boys is simply the dream of every teenager. Only the young master of the Andre family remained calm, because he already knew the result. There were hundreds of people attending the dance tonight, but there were only two real protagonists from beginning to end. Caesar straightened his clothes. Tonight, he would blow the horn of attack, sweep away the previous decline, use the well-planned powerful offensive to knock on the other party's heart, and leave a mark of his own in the girl's heart. At this moment, everyone held their breath involuntarily, waiting for President Jefferson to announce the final answer, and the latter did not let everyone wait too long. He looked at the marbles in his hand, and a hint of surprise appeared on the corner of his mouth, but he still read out the name according to the above, Rob Ricks. Caesar's steps froze in midair, and the smile on his face was frozen in that second. In fact, most people present were very unfamiliar with this name. When this name was announced, everyone was whispering to each other, asking each other who this lucky guy was. In the end, they were surprised to find that no department seemed to have seen this person. Until a very familiar voice came from near the door of the auditorium. "Well, I'm here." The third beam of light fell, following the boy named Rob all the way to the beautiful figure. The quasi-magician put his left hand on his chest, took off his hat with his right hand, bowed slightly, and blinked at the girl in front of him. "Hi, this lovely lady, I wonder if I can be your dance partner tonight?" Luo's face was full of surprise. She never expected to see someone again at this moment. She had a lot of questions, but now everyone's eyes were focused on the two of them. The girl lifted the sides of her skirt according to etiquette, bit her legs slightly, nodded, and accepted the other party's invitation. Unfortunately, except for the three beams of light, the rest of the ballroom was dark, so no one could see Caesar's ferocious look on the other side. The young master of the Andre family carefully planned the ball for half a month, and even moved up the time and chose the girl's birthday night, just to leave a strong enough impact in Luo's heart. As expected, things were developing smoothly according to his previous arrangements, and everything seemed so perfect until the name was read out. However, the next second, Caesar fell from heaven to hell. The heart of the young master of the Andre family was bleeding, and anger twisted his handsome face. But how could this be possible? He had clearly arranged everything, and all the marbles in the carton were written with his name. He had personally checked them an hour before the ball started, but in the end, the name that came out of President Jefferson's mouth was that bastard's name. The angry Caesar realized that he had been calculated. That scumbag from a commoner background, the child of a grocery store owner, who had no ambition and relied on a bakery to make a living, actually dared to compete with him for a woman? He is not even a member of the student union. Caesar was stunned when he thought of this. Yes, that guy is not a member of the student union at all. How can he be here tonight? This draw should be invalidated. The young master of the Andre family felt that he had grasped the key point. He was delighted, and was about to expose the other party's identity. However, the next moment, the band was already in place, and then the light shining on Jefferson also dimmed. The president of the student union waved his hand, and left the entire stage to the couple tonight. The two beams of light on Rob and Lolo merged into one. The future super magician stretched out his hand, and the girl blushed and placed her little hand in the palm of the man opposite her. As a result, she couldn't help but scream the next moment, because the bold guy opposite her actually pulled her into his arms. At this moment, the distance between the two people was very close, and they could already feel each other's breath. Lolo couldn't help but think of the embarrassing scene in the bakery again, but the current situation was 10,000 times worse than that day, because tonight, they were under the attention of hundreds of people. Fortunately, the prelude finally sounded at this time, and the first dance that belonged only to the two of them officially began. From the melody at the beginning, Luo recognized that this dance was Celine Diamond's 7th Serenade, and her face couldn't help but burn even more. This song also has a name, called Aria of Love, which was written by Celine Diamond for a girl named Fema, in order to express his love to the latter. Celine Diamond is a world-renowned musician. Every song he composed is popular. Even the elves, who are always proud, praise him. However, compared with his talent, the private life of this great musician is a little bit uncomplimentary. Celine Diamond has changed 7 wives and countless lovers in his life. This guy relied on his reputation as a music master to fool around and attract women. He also claimed that it was because he had a pure heart. When he wrote the 7th Serenade, he was almost 80 years old, and the girl he liked, Fema, was just 18. However, this old pervert was really good at picking up girls. In the end, he captured the heart of the beauty with this song. Fema was also his last wife. The Seventh Serenade had a gentle tune, which was different from Celine Diamond's previous unrestrained and passionate style. It was like the most gentle lover whispering in your ear, which made Luo blush again. She didn't expect that the dance party would choose this song as the opening dance. The girl kept her head down while dancing, and didn't dare to look up at the boy's eyes. On the other side, the young master of Andre's family was furious when he saw the scene. This song was of course written by him. Not only was the Seventh Serenade arranged by him, but he also hired the band that was playing the song at a high price. With such an atmosphere and a song like this, unless the person on the other side was really heartless, this dance would definitely leave an indelible impression in her heart. However, now everything he did became an assist for others. Caesar really wanted to rush up and yell at someone, "Stop it! Stop it! This song is not for you, you despicable thief." However, he was not completely mad after all. If he really did that, it would not only destroy the good image he had been working hard to create, but also might damage the family's honor. For the nobles, nothing is more important than honor. The young master of the Andre family sadly found that he seemed to be unable to do anything now, and could only watch the two people dancing under the beam of light under the attention of the public. Chapter 289. How did you get in? Lolo tried to control her heartbeat, not letting the guy see her nervousness. She lifted her skirt and spun around to the beat, but was pulled back into his arms. Although she knew that this was a routine move in this dance, she suspected that the guy was taking advantage of her and asked questions to distract him. Fortunately, no one could disturb them after the music started, and no one could hear their conversation at this moment, so Lolo could finally ask the question that had been hidden in her stomach before. "What are you doing? Why is your name on that marble? I remember you weren't even a member of the student union." The guy opposite her seemed to have seen through her plan and looked at her with a half smile. "You can't blame me this time. Someone broke the rules first. The box had been tampered with. The marbles inside were all written with the same person's name. I couldn't just watch you dance with someone else. So you tampered with the box that someone else had tampered with. How did you do it?" The girl was not surprised by the answer to this question. Just by the way Caesar looked at her when her name was drawn, the girl knew that the guy was definitely involved in everything tonight. Then Luo seemed to have thought of something and blurted out, "Wait, could it be that senior sister Lois is actually yours?" "No, she has never been anyone's, just a very fair person. Since someone can pay her to lure you to the dance, I can naturally pay her to change the marbles in the cardboard box," the future super magician said calmly. Tonight, someone opened Luo's eyes again. Balls are generally popular among nobles, and are a popular way of socializing. Commoners naturally have their own dances, but they are more for expressing inner emotions. The dance steps are more casual, which is fundamentally different from the balls held by the upper class. In particular, although the Seventh Serenade is more popular among young men and women of the nobility, not many people in the folk can dance this song because the rhythm is not lively enough. However, from the moment Rob walked through the door, his behavior and movements couldn't be more standard, including the etiquette when inviting her to dance. He was impeccable, and when the music started, he didn't panic at all, and followed her steps accurately. If there were any shortcomings, it would probably be that his movements and steps were too precise, like a machine, lacking the charm of a top dancer, but most people couldn't tell the difference. The future super magician is indeed strong in many aspects, but he is not omnipotent. As a dead otaku, who has been imprisoned in a high tower for nearly 10 years, he will definitely not have the chance to attend a dance party. So this love aria is also the first dance he dances in his life. In order to prepare for this dance party, Rob specially found a monograph on dance steps from the library, and spent half an hour memorizing all the more than 100 sets of dance steps in it. This method is only available to him. Relying on his terrifying memory and almost perverted observation ability, the dance steps of the quasi-magician are just like copy from a book, which also made Caesar, who was originally waiting to see him laugh, look even gloomier. Looking at the two people who were almost sticking together not far away, the young master of the Andre family felt jealous, and his face was extremely gloomy. In the eyes of outsiders, Rob's dancing posture was also perfect. What was even more rare was that although Luo did not mean it, her aura was always very strong. Most boys would feel a little ashamed when they saw her tonight, and they would be suppressed by her involuntarily, becoming less and less sense of existence. There was no way that girl was the most dazzling pearl in the dance tonight, but this guy who came out of nowhere stood beside her, and did not lose the upper hand from beginning to end. His temperament was obviously not conspicuous, and he would not stand out in the crowd, but no matter how dazzling his partner was, he could not cover up his existence. Looking at the two people dancing to the music in perfect harmony under the beam of light, The words match made in heaven appeared in everyone's mind. Caesar sneered. It's a pity that Cinderella is Cinderella after all. No matter how beautiful she is after putting on the crystal shoes, she is still a poor girl with nothing after 12 o'clock. The same is true for the grocery store owner's son. No, it should be said that he is more pitiful than Cinderella. The former has a whole night, but this poor guy only has time for one dance. When the music stops, he has to return to the real world, and the young master of the Andre family will tell him how cruel this world is. Luo forgot how long it had been since he had danced so attentively, especially in the second half when neither of them spoke, immersing themselves in the melodious music, bringing their joys, sorrows, anger and happiness into every step. Gradually, the stiffness of Rob's movements as a novice disappeared, and he and the girl in his arms merged into the melody, and the cooperation between the two became more and more seamless. When the last note fell, Luo felt as if he had experienced a long and sweet confession. The distance between the two hearts at this moment was unprecedentedly close, and the eyes looking at the person opposite were full of shyness and sweetness. When the song ended, the auditorium was still silent. Everyone seemed to be still immersed in the almost perfect dance of the two people before. An inexplicable feeling surged in their hearts. In fact, at this time, the jealousy in most people's hearts had dissipated. Anyone who was not blind could see that the two people in front of them had a good impression of each other. However, at this moment, a discordant voice appeared. Classmate, I don't think I have seen you in the meeting. Can you tell me which department you are from? Rob happened to know the person who spoke. He was the unlucky guy who was struck by lightning when he played the bean hunting game with him by the lake that night. He has been a partner with Jessica in the discipline department. Although Caesar's heart was bleeding, he still did not completely lose his mind. The young master of the Andre family knew that the relationship between the two people opposite was not ordinary. Once he started to humiliate Rob, it would be very likely that his impression in the girl's heart would plummet. Well, Leo couldn't come forward in this matter, because everyone knew that Leo was his man. So Caesar finally chose the discipline department. The discipline department was originally the department of the student union to maintain discipline. It was undoubtedly the most reasonable for them to question Rob's eligibility to attend the dance. However, Jessica, the head of the discipline department, was not under his control. Fortunately, this guy named Grant was ambitious and willing to obey. This matter could be handed over to him. The dance was over, but the future super magician did not let go of the girl's hand. Hearing this, he did not seem to have any intention of quibbling. He admitted very straightforwardly, I am not a member of the student union. There was an uproar in the auditorium. Did this guy sneak in? But how did his name appear on the marbles? Wait, so didn't he rob others of the opportunity to dance with the goddess tonight? When the boys thought of this, they immediately began to dislike this guy again. Chapter 290. Since you are not a member of our student union, why are you here tonight? Grant's face became serious. He wisely skipped the question of marbles, because both parties were not clean in this matter. Caesar was not bothered to study who replaced the marbles in the carton for the time being. He just wanted to embarrass someone, and let the other person taste the feeling of falling from heaven to hell. Grant obviously understood his spirit, and was faithfully carrying out his will. The way other people at the ball looked at someone had obviously changed, and hostility gradually increased. In particular, someone recognized Rob's identity, and said that he was a freshman in the swordsman department with no background, and had a scandal with Luo some time ago, so more people began to feel angry. Most people are like this. If something they can't get is obtained by someone who is worse than them in all aspects, everyone may still feel sour in their hearts, but at least they won't be so jealous. On the contrary, if this thing is obtained by a guy who is not as good as themselves, it will easily arouse hostility among the people. The student union is an organization that claims to be elite. Those who can join the student union are either powerful or have a good family background. They also serve as some managers in the school. There are many who think highly of themselves and look down on people outside the student union. At this moment, the future super magician has undoubtedly become the target of public criticism as an outsider. Luo was a little nervous. In the face of visible danger, she could stand up to protect the boy without hesitation, but in the face of such silent malice, she didn't know what to do, and could only hold Rob's hand tightly. Perhaps the only thing that could make her feel a little relieved was the expression on the young scholar's face at the moment. The boy looked as calm as ever, as if he had no idea that he was in the biggest whirlpool. It was not until those malicious whispers gradually quieted down that the future super magician spoke again. Don't get me wrong, I have no interest in your kind of hormone-filled dance party. The reason I came here was just to bring back my clerk. She was tricked here by some guys with ulterior motives. She wore shabby dance shoes and a dress that didn't belong to her. She had to keep smiling in front of a group of guys she didn't know at all. I don't think she would want to have such a boring birthday night on her 17th birthday. Caesar finally couldn't help it and sneered. Who do you think you are? Even if she is really your clerk, you can't control her private life after work. Not to mention that your small bakery is closed at 9 o'clock in the evening. No matter what Lolo wants to do, it has nothing to do with you. The future super magician raised his eyebrows. Oh, but unfortunately, she and I signed a 24-hour work agreement at the beginning. The girl's cheeks flushed when she heard this. Oh my god, what nonsense is this guy talking about? He actually made up such a ridiculous agreement in front of so many people. Who would work for someone else 24 hours a day? Doesn't that mean that every minute and every second of my life belongs to him? Is there anything more unreasonable and overbearing than this? However, the girl did not refute it for the first time, and her reaction was seen by others as tacitly agreeing with this statement. The young master of the Andre family was so angry that he trembled all over. Rob's words were hateful, but what made him more desperate was the girl's attitude afterwards. At that moment, Caesar's head seemed to explode. He no longer cared about the cultivation of the nobility. He completely tore off all disguises and said angrily, "Okay, very good, but what do you think of the student union as a place where you can come and go as you please?" Before Caesar finished speaking, Leo had already stood up from behind him, and Grant also took action at almost the same time. This guy knew who was the real person in control of the student union, so he would not give up the opportunity to curry favor with the Andre family. In addition, some people who disliked Rob had already been ready to fight, but when they saw a second-level magician and a third-level magician had already come out, they stopped and stood aside waiting to watch the show. Rob was not polite at all just now. He ridiculed everyone who came to the dance with one sentence, and then ignored everyone's jealous and bitter mood and sent out a wave of dog food. So seeing him fall to this end, most people just clapped their hands. This guy is not even a professional, and he will definitely lose to two master magicians in the student union. Caesar winked at Leo. As the school administrator, the student union naturally couldn't kill anyone, but it could make this guy in front of him suffer. Grant and Leo blocked the two people's way out of the auditorium. However, no one expected that the first person to take action was Lolo, who had been silent before. The girl didn't hesitate at all, and jumped up like a little leopard. The black skirt drew a beautiful arc in the air, and the slender legs under the skirt kicked Leo, who was closest to her, mercilessly. The only thing Lulu regretted was that she didn't bring any weapons with her. Because tonight was a dance, she left her elven sword and dagger in the dormitory. Now she could only rush forward with bare hands. However, the girl was not afraid when facing the punishment night. How could such a small scene in front of her scare the head of the Breton family? Unfortunately, Lulu failed this time because her little hand was still held by someone. She had just started to move when the guy pulled her into his arms with an extremely skilled posture. Tonight is your birthday night. You should be more ladylike since you are wearing a skirt. Besides, you don't need to take action against such a small character. You should at least give me, the guardian knight, some room to play. Lolo was stunned when he heard this and whispered, "But they are magicians." What a coincidence. I am best at dealing with magicians. Rob gestured to the girl to rest assured, then turned to the two people opposite and said, "Since both of you are carrying weapons, for fairness, shouldn't you allow me to take my weapon as well?" Grant sneered, "You want to take this opportunity to escape? That's a bad excuse. You are too suspicious. I will not leave the door of the hall until I beat you all down," the quasi-mage said calmly, while walking towards Ginny, who was not far away. The latter didn't know why Rob suddenly came to her, and was a little nervous. As a result, she heard him say to her the next moment, "Excuse me, can you make way?" Ginny jumped to the side, like a frightened little rabbit, leaving the table full of fruits behind her. The quasi-mage lifted the tablecloth and touched a package from under the table. "Ha, it's here." Rob opened the package very skillfully, and took out the gauntlet inside. Lolo felt that the silver gauntlet looked familiar. She exclaimed softly, and found that this gauntlet was the gift she gave to someone on New Year's Eve. Chapter 291. Caesar was certain that this guy had an insider in the student union. The young master of the Andre family vowed to find this borer after the ball. On the other side, just as Rob took out the gauntlet slowly, Leo and Grant looked at each other. They both read a hint of disbelief in each other's eyes. Is this thing the weapon the guy called? But isn't this thing just a protective gear? Is this guy crazy? He plans to use this piece of scrap metal to deal with two magicians? There was laughter and sarcasm all around, but the quasi-magician turned a blind eye to the sarcasm, and put the silver glove on his right hand, moved his fingers a little, and then nodded to the two people opposite him. "Okay, I'm ready, you can make a move." "Is this guy here to make fun of me?" Grant found that he seemed to appreciate this guy's sense of humor. Melee professions are naturally at a disadvantage when fighting against magicians. The most correct way to fight is to fight without saying a word like Luo just did, and do everything possible to seize the initiative. But now this guy is out of character, and puts on an attitude of "I just stand here and wait for you to make the first move," and I don't know where his confidence comes from. This guy is not even a professional, and as long as I release a magic shield first, I will be invincible forever. With the pitiful attack power of a non-professional swordsman, I can't break the defense of the magic shield at all, and the next battle is no suspense. TSK, are the new swordsmen so ignorant these days? Grant sneered. "Why don't I lend you another sword, so that you don't have to make excuses when you lose later?" "No need, I haven't learned sword for long. It would be bad if I accidentally kill someone." The future super magician spoke the truth. However, Grant thought the other party was provoking him, and his face became completely gloomy. "Haha, you asked for it, so don't blame me for being rude." This second-level magician not only had to win, but also had to win beautifully. It would be embarrassing for him, a genuine magician, to take too long to deal with such a small character, so Grant didn't even follow the steps in the battle manual to cast a defensive magic on himself, and raised his hand to cast a fierce spell. The second-level magician chose this magic with no good intentions. Although the fierce spell did not have the destructive power of the wind blade, fireball, and other magic, the mental damage in this case was more vicious. Compared with causing physical damage to the opponent, letting everyone see Rob crying and kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, making him completely become a clown was undoubtedly a more thorough win, and it would also please the young master of the Andre family. Unfortunately, the reality was not always as beautiful as he imagined. Rob was too lazy to hide from the fierce spell. With the mental power of a quasi-magician, this low-level mental magic could not even tickle him. Rob smiled at the stunned second-level magician, and the next moment he also moved. However, he was still a long way from becoming a first-level swordsman, so his starting speed was only slightly faster than that of ordinary people. At this moment, the two were still some distance apart. According to Rob's current speed, the time it took to rush to the other party was enough for Grant to release another magic. The second-level magician was stunned, and seemed to have not figured out why his first attack fell into the sea, but seeing the opponent rushing towards him, he had no time to dwell on this problem, and quickly prepared for the next magic. The second spell Grant was obviously more cautious and chose paralysis. He still had a certain level of strength, especially in actual combat. As the deputy director of the discipline department, he had more experience than most of the students in Siamus. Although he didn't know what the problem was with the first attack, he decisively gave up the spiritual magic for the second attack. The spell of paralysis was very simple, and the second-level magician finished the chanting quickly, but then, he was shocked to find that he couldn't lock the target. Paralysis, a single target attack magic, must be cast on a clear target before it can be used. The locking process is very simple, and does not take long, so it is actually quite rare for the lock to fail. Especially the guy in front of him, whose speed was not that fast. How could he escape his lock? Was it because of luck? There seemed to be no other explanation. Fortunately, Grant's chanting speed was not slow. Even if the first lock failed, there was still enough time for him, so the second-level magician quickly locked the target for the second time. This time, Grant was extra careful, took a deep breath, and aimed for a long time before starting to lock. The whole process took only 1 second. However, just when the lock was about to be completed, an accident happened again. The opponent's figure unexpectedly deviated, and like a swimming fish, he escaped from his lock again. What the hell? The second-level magician widened his eyes. He was a veteran, but he had never encountered such a strange situation before. The spell was clearly completed, but he couldn't lock on the person no matter what. Seeing that the other party was getting closer and closer to him, Grant really started to panic this time. The magician's weak body was most afraid of being approached by others, and there was not much time left for him at this moment. The second-level magician started a new round of locking in a hurry, but this time he was too flustered and failed to lock. Grant wanted to try again, but unfortunately there was no chance. He was too arrogant to release any defensive magic before, and he completely lost all his resistance when Rob pushed him in front of him. This guy just had so much fun talking nonsense, and mocking more vigorously than anyone else. The quasi-magician naturally would not be polite to him. This punch hit the opponent's face firmly, and the recoil force made his knuckles ache. Grant, who was hit by him, was even more miserable. The magician's small body was notoriously fragile. The latter didn't even have time to scream. He flew out like a dead fish, slid 6 or 7 meters on the ground, knocked down 4 or 5 tables, rolled his eyes, and fainted. There was silence all around, and the onlookers were all stunned. In fact, except for the two parties involved, no one knew what had happened in such a short moment. In the eyes of most people, Rob just rushed straight towards Grant, and Grant was waving his staff around for a long time, but in the end, he didn't cast a single spell, and was punched in the face, showing what a human sandbag is. Chapter 292. The future super magician said before that he was best at dealing with magicians. When the people in the auditorium heard this, their first reaction was that this little swordsman was probably crazy. However, in fact, Rob was not bragging. There was indeed no one in the world who was better at dealing with magicians than him. As a recognized super genius in the magic world, Rob was promoted to the 6th level quasi-magician at the age of less than 20. His most terrifying talent lies in his deep understanding of magic. Even without a staff in hand, he was still the one who knew magicians best in the entire Dawn continent. From a glance, a finger or a twitch of lips, the future super mage could quickly react to the opponent's next move. No swordsman in history had ever been able to do this. Rob knew the meaning of Grant's every move better than Grant himself, which was why the 2nd level magician failed to lock onto his opponent several times in a row, because his intentions had long been seen through. But Grant obviously didn't believe it. The probability of locking failure is only a few in 10,000 under normal circumstances, and it usually happens to high-level professionals. In terms of strength, Rob is indeed just a little swordsman who is not even at the 1st level. Although he has trained a very cool body movement on the sea, he is basically at a disadvantage against any professional. However, the only thing Rob is not inferior to is the magician. Of course, due to his own melee strength, the quasi-magician can only bully magicians below the 3rd level. If he encounters a mid to high level magician, he can't do anything to the opponent even if he can see through the opponent's movements, because his body reaction can't keep up. In addition, the means of mid to high level magicians are more abundant. But this is shocking enough. You know, except for hidden professions like the punishment knight, almost all melee professions are at an absolute disadvantage when encountering magicians. Considering that Rob is not even a 1st level swordsman now, he can ignore the difference in strength and beat a magician who is 3 levels higher than him. This has completely overturned everyone's common sense. At this moment, most people at the ball don't believe that such a thing will happen. They prefer to believe that the scene just now was Grant's own performance. He was struggling for a long time without casting a spell, and finally got slapped in the face and took a blood. Caesar even suspected that this guy was in the same group as the other side. He had just let him off on purpose. Because of the marble incident, the young master of the Andre family suspected that there was a traitor in the student union. As a result, he witnessed the poor performance of the 2nd level magician. At that time, he was muttering in his heart that this guy might be playing some kind of self-torture. But it didn't seem like it. Seeing his teeth flying so far, if he was really acting, it would be too dedicated. This time, without Caesar's order, Leo was ready to take action. Unlike Grant, the vice president of the student union was actually a little afraid of the guy across from him. He couldn't forget what happened to him and Caesar in that bakery not long ago. This bakery owner, who seemed insignificant in all aspects, was not at all inferior to the young master of the Andre family. No, to be more precise, the attitude shown by the other party that night was that he didn't take the two of them seriously at all. Leo had also seen many guys who were born in the common people, but were very strong-willed. Many of them also showed disdain for the so-called power and temptations from the upper class. However, this disdain was more like a cover-up for the inferiority deep in their hearts. This guy named Rob was different from those he had met before. Leo could feel that his indifferent attitude was not a fake, but he really didn't take the young master of the Andre family seriously, just like he said that he suddenly appeared here tonight not to participate in this boring and hypocritical dance, but just to take his girl away. Then he made a handsome appearance under the attention of everyone, and hugged the most beautiful girl in the dance tonight in his arms in the envious eyes of other boys. But why? Why did he have such confidence to act as he wanted without caring about what happened in the outside world? This is also the reason why Leo disliked Rob the first time he saw him. We are all children of common people. In order to climb up, shouldn't we also throw away dignity, happiness, love and other burdensome things like him and bow to reality honestly? This is the correct way for this world to operate. But the existence of this guy in front of him is so annoying. Leo's heart was already full of anger, but there was still no expression on his face. He just silently took off his dress. Everyone present was shocked because they found that Leo was wearing a set of wizard robes under the dress. It would undoubtedly be very uncomfortable to wear it like this, but it would make it convenient for him to enter the combat state at the first time. The vice president of the student union is different from Grant, a fool. He will not underestimate any opponent. Perhaps the tie dress will not affect the magician's combat as much as it does the melee profession, but it will also cause the deformation of the action, which may lead to the failure of successful casting. Although the possibility of this happening is very small, Leo, who has always been rigorous, is unwilling to gamble on such deviation. However, the vice president of the student union obviously could not predict that such a thing would happen at the dance tonight. The reason why he dressed like this was actually that he planned to continue training after the dance. It has long been rumored in the student union that the vice president is an absolute training fanatic, which is why most people are surprised. Leo was very careful. With Grant's experience as a lesson, he released a magic shield for himself before the battle began. On the other hand, Rob on the opposite side was still nonchalant, standing there and watching his opponent complete the first spell. Fortunately, everyone was almost numb at this time. People who didn't know would think that the two of them had exchanged strengths, and the guy with bare hands was the one with a higher rank. Everyone could only hope that someone would pay the price for their arrogance soon. As the person in the student union who is second only to President Jefferson in strength, Leo is undoubtedly much more famous than Grant. Once he decides to take action, most people think that the outcome is no longer suspenseful. However, the guy on the opposite side doesn't seem to think so. Rob's method of dealing with Leo is no different from that of dealing with Grant before. He still rushed forward carelessly. However, the vice president of the student union soon did not feel the pain of his previous companion. He found that his single magic could not lock the opponent. Leo's heart was suddenly filled with a storm of fear. Was this the reason why Grant acted like a clown before? This guy could actually evade being locked? However, Leo's reaction was still much better than Grant's. Since the single attack had no effect, Leo decisively changed the next magic to a range attack. Chapter 293. Explosion Rain is a third-level fire magic that summons burning fireballs to carry out continuous indiscriminate bombing of the designated area. The bombing time is determined by the caster's elemental control and magic proficiency, usually between 5 and 10 seconds, and the number of fireballs exceeds 100. When Leo used this magic, everyone changed color. What's going on? Is there some unknown deep hatred between these two people? The third-level magician used this big move right at the beginning. You have to know that this is a dance party. If he uses this magic, the student union can directly prepare the money to repair the auditorium floor. What's more deadly is Rob, who is covered by this magic. The latter is obviously in great danger under this level of attack. Normally, the damage of range attack magic is slightly worse than that of single attack magic, but that is only for magic of the same level. The explosive rain released by Leo now is a genuine third-level magic with amazing power, and the area covered is also very large. With Rob's skills, it is obvious that he cannot escape this area before the magic is completed. President Jefferson has remained silent since announcing the list of the opening dance. Until this moment, he finally frowned. The little swordsman who came out of nowhere has been speaking in a bad tone tonight, which has long caused dissatisfaction among countless people. Therefore, when Leo and Grant decided to teach him a lesson, Jefferson did not mean to stop them. As a result, first, Grant's inexplicable defeat surprised Jefferson, and then Leo used the third-level magic explosion rain without saying a word. This was obviously beyond the scope of a lesson. Things began to develop in the direction that Jefferson least wanted to see. This magic was undoubtedly fatal to an ordinary person, who was not even a professional. However, no matter how hateful the opponent was, he would not pay the price of his life. Based on Jefferson's understanding of Leo, the latter was not a person who did not know the seriousness of the matter. There was no reason for him to suddenly make such an extreme move. Once a life was lost, the school and the guards would definitely intervene in the investigation. With so many people present tonight, the truth of the matter obviously could not be concealed. At that time, Leo might even be accused of murder. He would not be unaware of the consequences of doing so unless... Jefferson glanced at the figure in the dark, but found that the young master of the Andre family was also frowning. Caesar didn't know what Leo was doing now. He felt that he had made his meaning very clear before, that is, he wanted the latter to do everything he could to embarrass the guy in front of him and teach him a lesson. The young master of the Andre family hated someone to the bone now, and indeed considered killing him, but there would be too many troubles in the future. The Andre family was indeed very powerful in the southern cities, but it was not so powerful that it could cover the sky with one hand, and he was just a young man with potential in the family. It would be difficult to end it if someone died in public. In addition, after killing Rob, Lolo would definitely hate him, and his dream would be shattered. However, Leo was one of the top masters in the student union. President Jefferson and Caesar were both third-level magicians, and they did not have an overwhelming advantage in strength. Therefore, when the former's intention was discovered, no one could stop him. So the next moment, everyone saw with their own eyes that figure was engulfed by the rain of fire that fell from the sky. Leo obviously spent a lot of effort on this third-level magic. The explosive rain he released lasted for 9 seconds, and it was very powerful. However, in just a short moment, the area had completely turned into a sea of fire. The fireballs fell to the ground with a loud rumbling sound, and the whole auditorium was shaking. Many girls were frightened and pale. The aftermath alone made people who were close to them feel the heat wave. Everyone couldn't imagine what it would feel like to be in the center of magic. At this moment, everyone had given up hope for Rob's survival. Jefferson's face was very ugly. He was ready to ask people to find the priest and inform the school, but this was just the best he could do. It was almost impossible for an ordinary person to be rescued after being hit by a third-level magic. The president of the student union sighed. The dance was forced to be interrupted just after it started. The development of things to this point was beyond everyone's expectations. On the other side, Caesar looked at the sea of fire expressionlessly, and no one knew what he was thinking. The only person in the entire auditorium whose expression did not change was Leo. His eyes still showed deep vigilance as he looked at the center of the explosion. Everyone thought that he released this explosive rain of fire because he had some grudge against the ignorant little swordsman and wanted to take this opportunity to kill him, but that was not the case. He chose this third-level magic just because he felt threatened. Leo knew that no one would believe this if he told others that a mediocre little swordsman could make a third-level magician feel dangerous. However, this was indeed the case. Leo had been alert since Grant was inexplicably defeated, and when the first lock failed, the warning signs in the heart of the vice president reached their peak. Leo used the most powerful area magic he could without hesitation, and the flames completely engulfed the figure, but the sense of crisis in the heart of the third-level magician did not disappear. No, something is wrong. Leo's ominous premonition was soon verified. Almost at the moment when the rain of fire stopped, a figure also rushed out of the smoke. It was the little swordsman named Rob. This guy still looked lively and energetic. There was no trace of being burned by the fire on his body. Even his clothes were neat and tidy, as if the person at the center of the explosion just now was not him at all. But how is this possible? Everyone was stunned. Under such intensive and continuous bombardment, even a mid-level swordsman could not remain unscathed. Judging from the speed and strength of this guy before, he was indeed not even at the first level. How did he survive such a severe magic attack just now? Perhaps only Rob knew the answer. The fire rain summoned by the magic of explosion rain seemed dense, but in fact there were still gaps between the falling fireballs. But these gaps were too small, and the fireballs formed too quickly, so people in the magic range had no time to react when they fell. But Rob is different. With his powerful elemental perception, the future super magician can sense the time and direction of each fireball before it is formed, so he has enough time to dodge. The violent rain of fire that is irresistible in the eyes of others is full of flaws in Rob's eyes. Chapter 294. Leo looked at the figure that kept approaching him, and his pupil shrank suddenly. Seeing that Rob was safe and sound, many people breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he had shown mercy at the critical moment and left him a way out in the seemingly terrifying rain of fire, because no one except the caster could do such a thing, but only Leo himself knew how fierce his attack just now was. He had already given it his all without reservation, but in the end, the other party still seemed to be unscathed. Leo felt a growing sense of crisis. The guy in front of him was only a few steps away from him. He could even see the feathers on the hat on his head. The third-level magician widened his eyes. Damn it, this guy really bought a hat like the one Caesar wore that night. However, Leo didn't bother to study how provocative the other party's move was. He didn't have much time left. At the speed the other party showed, he would be in front of him in less than 4 seconds. Fortunately, unlike Grant, he had never taken it lightly from the beginning and had released a magic shield in advance. At this moment, the magic shield was moving in a circle around his body, which also made the third-level magician feel a little relieved. Once attacked, the shield will automatically move to the attack position. Don't underestimate this second-level magic. There is a reason why the magic shield is the most popular defensive magic among low-level magicians. The spell chanting time is short, the perception of danger is keen, and the movement speed is fast. It is almost impossible for low-level melee professionals to bypass this shield and directly attack the magician behind. In addition, as a defensive magic, the defense effect that the magic shield can provide is also outstanding. The attack of the first-level professional cannot break this magic shield. It takes a certain amount of effort for the second-level and third-level professionals to break the defense, and this time is enough for the magician to release another spell. However, Leo didn't dare to be careless at this moment. Before he figured out how the other party escaped the attack of the explosive rain of fire, he chose the safest method and continued to chant defensive magic. Although it was impossible for Rob to break his magic shield with his skills, if everything was reasonable, the guy on the opposite side should have been lying in a sea of fire. According to Leo's estimation, this magic shield should be able to delay the opponent for at least half a minute, plus the previous 3 to 4 seconds. It was enough for him to complete the next chant of this magic. Lightning armor. This third-level magic has a long lead time, but the defensive effect is also amazing. At the same time, it also has a certain degree of offensiveness. It is an extremely rare defensive magic that combines both offense and defense. Those lightnings would not only protect him, but also automatically counterattack when he was attacked, with the effect equivalent to the first-level paralysis spell, and this counterattack was triggered without locking, so Leo was confident that as long as he completed this magic, he would be invincible. The third-level magician had a good plan, but unfortunately his spell came to an abrupt end just after chanting the beginning part. Because in the next moment, he saw with his own eyes that the magic shield in front of him only lasted less than half a second under the opponent's ordinary punch before it disappeared. Moreover, this disappearance was very complete. Unlike the shattering caused by not being able to withstand the opponent's attack, Leo could clearly feel that the magic shield was directly decomposed into the purest magic elements under the opponent's punch. There were many magicians present tonight, and he was not the only one who noticed this strange phenomenon. Soon someone cried out in surprise, blurting out, "Demon-breaking equipment?" Others were still in the stage of suspicion, but Leo's face changed suddenly when he heard it. He was closest to it, and felt it more strongly. He could almost conclude that the thing Rob took out of the package was the mithril equipment. But the other party was just a civilian. Why did he have such a precious thing on him? Mithril is a first-class strategic material of the dwarves. The amount flowing into the human world is very rare. Even in the dwarf kingdom, mithril is an absolutely rare material. There are only 2 known mithril veins, and without exception, they are located very deep underground. The difficulty of mining is extremely high. In recent years, the price of mithril has been steadily rising. With the rise of magicians, owning a magic-breaking equipment has become the dream of all melee professions. However, the high price makes even many nobles hesitate. Therefore, when Rob took out the package from under the table, no one expected that the inconspicuous silver gauntlet inside would be made of the legendary top-level magic-breaking material, mithril. Leo roared in his heart, "This is not fair. This is not fair." If he had known that this guy was carrying magic-breaking equipment, he would definitely choose a different battle strategy. How could he be defeated so easily and thoroughly? The power of a magician is reflected in many aspects, and he will not be restrained by a mere magic-breaking equipment without any ability to fight back. In the final analysis, he lost so miserably because he did not know the opponent's details. Well, you're not convinced? The fist stopped less than half an inch away from his eyes, and the guy opposite raised his eyebrows, as if he could see what he was thinking. Leo was stunned, not understanding why the other party suddenly stopped at the last moment, but this did not prevent a glimmer of hope from arising in his already desperate heart. He hurriedly said, as if he had grabbed the last straw, "Of course, if you throw away that magic-breaking equipment, you will definitely not be my opponent." Unfortunately, before he finished speaking, the fist that had stopped moving once again enlarged in front of his eyes. A trace of confusion flashed across the eyes of the third-level magician. What the hell? The next moment, he heard a crisp sound coming from the bridge of his nose. Leo was in so much pain that tears came out. The vice president of the student union let go of the staff in his hand and fell to the ground, covering his nose with one hand. Blood kept pouring out from his fingers, but even so, his eyes did not leave the guy opposite him. His face, which was twitching with pain, was full of astonishment and shock. Rob knew what he wanted to ask. "You had clearly stopped before, and you still asked me if I was convinced?" I said I was not convinced. According to the plot in those night novels, you should take off your gauntlets and fight me again, and beat me fair and square. Why did you suddenly attack again without any warning? The future super magician shook his head and told the truth. "Sorry, I don't care whether you are convinced or not. I just heard that being hit with the same force will hurt more when you are not prepared." As a result, Leo rolled his eyes and fainted from anger at this sentence. The auditorium was silent. In just a short moment, a second-level magician and a third-level magician were defeated one by a rookie freshman who was not even a professional, and their endings were more miserable than each other. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. In fact, most people present in the past 5 minutes felt a surreal feeling. Until the boy named Rob shook off the blood on his hands, raised his head and scanned the surroundings, and asked, "Is there anyone else?" Everyone just woke up from the shock and looked at each other. Obviously, the other party's tone still made them very uncomfortable, but this time they all saw hesitation in each other's eyes. The elites of the student union looked around, but no one came out. What a joke! They saw the fate of the 2 righteous men before, and one of them was the top 2 masters of the student union. Wouldn't it be a waste if they went up? The eyes of the people looking at Rob were still full of hostility, but this time, in addition to hostility, there were also some other things, such as helplessness, fear, and uneasiness. Although they were very unwilling, they found that tonight they seemed to have no choice but to watch the other party kidnap the most beautiful girl at the ball. However, the future super magician did not seem to plan to leave immediately, and Rob walked in a certain direction. The crowd automatically parted in front of him, revealing the young master of the Andre family behind him. Chapter 295. What do you want to do? Caesar's face was livid as he looked at the figure approaching him step by step. Although he tried to appear calm, everyone could hear the cowardice behind his words. At this moment, the young master of the Andre family felt the long-lost fear again, although Caesar didn't want to admit it in his heart, because the guy in front of him was just a little swordsman who hadn't even reached the first level, the child of a grocery store owner, a humble civilian. Under normal circumstances, he would not pay attention to such an insignificant little character, but such an inconspicuous guy became the well-deserved focus of the ball tonight. This guy who not many people know not only snatched his girl away, but also cleanly and neatly eliminated his 2 men with overwhelming advantage. Caesar suddenly found that he could not see through the guy opposite. Caesar did not have much contact with Grant on weekdays, but he knew Leo's strength very well. Although the latter was also from a civilian background, he was talented and hardworking and self-disciplined. Caesar had seen Leo's daily training, and the intensity of that training could even be called self-abuse, so he performed so well among his peers. If the 2 sides let go and fought, Caesar was not sure that he could beat him. But tonight, not only did he lose to the guy on the other side, but he lost so easily. The whole battle took less than half a minute. Of course, this was due to the magic-breaking equipment, but it was undeniable that this guy named Rob did have the strength to defeat the magician. No one hated this guy more than the young master of the Andre family, but Caesar had to admit that he did not have the confidence to defeat the opponent, so when Rob looked around and shouted, "Who else?" he kept silent with everyone else. This was actually a disguised sign of weakness. Caesar clenched his fists and felt ashamed of his choice. However, what he didn't expect was that even though he had retreated to this point, the other party still didn't seem to want to let him go. Is this guy crazy? He has already won everything he can tonight. What else does he want? Does he have to attack him in public? Doesn't he know his identity and the consequences of provoking the Andre family in Gudries? Beating up Grant and Leo was one thing, but attacking the young master of the Andre family was another. Even if he could bear it, the family would not let it go, because in this situation, he was not just representing himself. The Andre family would never allow him, one of the candidates for the head of the family, to be beaten up for no reason. This would make the entire family a laughing stock in the southern noble circle. But revenge was a matter for the future. The most important thing now was how to survive the crisis. Caesar's face was uncertain. His usually smart and alert mind was a mess at the moment. He wanted to teach the other party a lesson, but he was worried that he would end up like Leo and lose face in front of the student union. He didn't wake up until Rob walked in front of him, but he had already lost the last chance to fight. The 2 were now less than half a distance apart, and he had no time to cast any magic. Caesar finally panicked because the next moment he saw the guy raise his hand again. It was this hand that had just knocked Grant to the ground, and it was this hand that broke Leo's nose. Now this hand finally reached out to him. The young master of the Andre family's face changed several times, and he opened his mouth to say a few tough words to cover up the panic in his heart, so that even if he really got beaten later, at least he could show his backbone and not be too embarrassed in the scene. But then Caesar glanced at the miserable state of Grant and Leo on the ground, and the harsh words that were about to slip out of his mouth were swallowed back by him. He didn't know when the back of the young master of the Andre family was soaked with cold sweat. Others may not know the grudge between him and the guy opposite, and don't understand why Rob came to him after dealing with Grant and Leo, but Caesar knew very well that the other party must be able to see the relationship between all this tonight and him. The young master of the Andre family put himself in the other's shoes. If the 2 of them switched places tonight, he would definitely not let the other party go. That's why Caesar was so panicked. At this point, he could only hope that someone would stand up and protect him for the sake of the Andre family. However, Grant and Leo lying on the ground obviously dispelled the idea of others. Rob's speed was not fast, but no one stopped him until he came in front of him. President Jefferson just stood aside silently. Until the hand completely covered his vision, the young master of the Andre family felt like a shivering mouse in the corner. This was an extremely humiliating feeling. For the first time in his life, Caesar tasted the taste of despair and helplessness. However, the violent attack that he imagined did not come as expected. The hand stayed in front of his face for a moment, then stretched directly to his head and took off his hat. Then the future super magician said leisurely, "You are right." Caesar looked confused, not knowing what the other party meant by the sudden words. That hat shop really only accepts orders from nobles. I asked someone to make a copy, but I don't know if it's a psychological effect. I always feel that it is not as good looking as the original, so... The future super magician paused, took off the knockoff hat on his head, and handed it to the young master of the Andre family. "Let's change." Caesar was stunned at first, and then he felt a surge of anger from his spine. The young master of the Andre family was shaking with anger. He had never suffered such grievances since he was a child. He was the only one who liked other people's things. This was the first time he was robbed so blatantly. Someone's behavior now was tantamount to an insult to the arrogant Caesar, and it was more painful for him than beating him up. Caesar didn't care about a hat, but the meaning behind it was unbearable for him. He never thought that one day he would be threatened by a civilian. The young master of the Andre family almost bit his teeth, but he couldn't say no after all. Caesar finally took the knockoff hat silently in front of everyone, and his nails almost sank into his flesh. The young master of the Andre family lowered his head, so that no one could see the resentment in his eyes. Caesar was even waiting for the ridicule from his opponent later, but Rob seemed to have lost all interest in him after getting the hat, and didn't mean to pay attention to him anymore. He turned to Luo on the other side and said, "Let's go, I take you back to the dormitory to change clothes first." "Oh, okay. The scene that just happened also completely shocked Luo. The girl even secretly pinched her arm to confirm whether she was dreaming. She had never seen such a lively little scholar before. She didn't come back to her senses until the boy came to her side. Looking at someone's hand stretched out again, Luo blushed and whispered, "There are so many people." "I know, but my superpower is about to fail, so if we don't want to be blocked by others, we better leave here quickly." Rob whispered in the girl's ear and took Luo's hand again. "Are you ready, my princess? Escape from this world with me next," the boy said gently under the moonlight. Chapter 296. Lolo probably never thought that she would welcome her 17th birthday in such a way. Not long ago, she was taken to a dance party that she didn't want to attend. She wore a borrowed dress and stood in a crowd of strangers. Compared with the people around her, she looked so out of place. Everyone was secretly looking at her. That feeling made her recall the days after her father left. During those dark years, the castle of the Breton family was full of strange faces from the temple. No matter where she went, she could feel the cold eyes from behind. The ubiquitous prying and whispering filled every corner of the castle. This was obviously not a pleasant memory. All she could do was to hold her head high and make herself indestructible, so as not to be easily knocked down by those malicious eyes. However, when the lights went out, she stood alone in the endless darkness for a brief moment, and she inevitably felt a little tired. Then the next moment the beam fell, and the man suddenly appeared in front of her in an unexpected way, just like those heroes who only appeared in night novels, trekking through mountains and rivers and going through thousands of dangers, and finally arrived in front of the castle where the dragon was entrenched. He beat away the 2 guards left by the dragon with just a few punches and kicks, then climbed into her room along the vines hanging from the balcony, and gently invited her to join an escape that belonged only to the 2 of them. Then everything suddenly made sense. It turned out that tonight, she was dressed in her best clothes, sitting alone in the empty tower, spending the long night with the crows, just to wait for this destined escape. The next moment, the man took her hand and winked at her. "It's about to begin." Luo naturally didn't believe the guy's nonsense that his superpowers would soon fail, but he couldn't refuse what was going to happen next. Perhaps every girl has a little devil in her heart. They have been fighting with this little devil since the moment they were born, defeating it again and again, and in return, the girls obediently put on long skirts, combed their hair, learned to smile gently, and carefully played the various roles given to them by life. Then the voice of the little devil became smaller and smaller, as if it had disappeared. However, it did not really leave, but lurked somewhere in your heart, and when the sky fell and the earth broke, it would jump out again. It bewitched you, made you forget the so-called sophistication and maturity, and left behind the elegance and reserve accumulated for more than 10 years, and yelled I can't stand it anymore. Then turned around and went into a shocking escape with the one you loved. The next moment, the girl took off her high heels and rushed to the door with the boy in the stunned eyes of the student union. Her flying skirt was like a black lightning, tearing through the silent night. The two ran out of the auditorium hand in hand, leaving the messy crowd dumbfounded. All this happened so fast that most people didn't even react, but in the blink of an eye, the two figures disappeared. They passed through the door, jumped over the red carpet, and ran as hard as they could on the moonlit path. At first, it was just to prevent someone from chasing them out, but gradually, Luo had forgotten the original purpose and simply enjoyed the pleasure of running at lightning speed, faster, faster, leaving the whole world behind. If a person can run fast enough, perhaps all the sorrow can be left behind. The surrounding trees and walls were rapidly retreating in sight. At this moment, Lolo even forgot the huge shadow that had been weighing on her heart for a long time, and the responsibility she had to bear. She could only hear the whistling wind and each other's breathing, as if they had really outrun the whole world. Lolo's heart was beating wildly, and the air was squeezed desperately by her chest. The girl had never felt her existence as clearly as at this moment. This existence was not as the daughter of the Scarlet Sword in Illyria, nor the head of the Breton family, or an Avenger. At least tonight, at this moment, she did not need to play any other role in this escape. She only needed to be herself, the little girl named Heartfilia in her heart. They ran all the way to the door of Luo's dormitory before slowing down. Rob had not yet become a first-class swordsman, and there was still a gap between his physique and the girl's. Especially after such a long-distance run, the difference between the two became more obvious. Luo's breathing was just uneven, with a little sweat on the tip of his nose, while he was already holding his knees and panting. The boy leaned against the door to adjust his breathing. When the girl changed her clothes in the room and came out, the future super magician seemed to have recovered some strength. He took out a bracelet from his pocket and handed it over. I almost forgot. Your birthday present. What is this? Lolo took the bracelet. Although it looked a bit rough, the girl's eyes were attracted to it at the first time, especially the lavender amber in the middle. Lolo even felt a faint magical fluctuation on it. The material of the braided bracelet was also unique. She had never seen it before. It felt soft and elastic, and it felt cool against the skin. I got this little thing from a friend before. It is said that wearing it can improve the efficiency of meditation. Unfortunately, I am not a magician, so it is useless to me, the future super magician said lightly. The girl was skeptical. After becoming a magician, she was no longer a layman who knew nothing about magic. The props that could enhance the effect of meditation were always rare and expensive. This bracelet was not as simple as someone said. In addition, he showed his strong strength tonight. Obviously, from the perspective of skills, the little scholar still could not reach the level of a first-level professional, but he was able to defeat two powerful magicians in succession with an ordinary person's body, one of whom was even the vice president of the student union. Luo had never seen such an incredible thing, and Rob looked at ease from beginning to end, without feeling any effort. In the end, this guy arrogantly took away Caesar's hat, so how did he do all this? Well, maybe it's because I'm more talented in swordsmanship, someone explained. The girl couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard that, but Luo had long known that this guy had some secrets hidden in him. In fact, the longer Luo was in contact with someone, the more suspicious points he found in this guardian knight. Someone was obviously not just a little scholar studying abroad as he claimed. There was always a mysterious aura about this guy. Luo also doubted Rob, why this guy happened to appear by his side every time he needed help. But often the next moment this guy would overturn her guess with his own hands. Just like just now, the girl almost thought he was a master who was hiding very well, but the boy was exposed again when he ran. His current panting appearance against the wall was obviously not a disguise. God knows how this guy defeated a second-level magician, and a third-level magician with such a weak body. However, one of Luo's advantages is that she will not keep entangled in the problem that she can't figure out. Anyway, it is enough for her to know that Rob will never hurt her, so she turned around and asked the boy, "Where are we going next?" Rob snapped his fingers. "I know there is a good barbecue near the pier, and it is open all night. It is a good place to celebrate birthdays. How about it? Are you interested in having a drink together?" Chapter 297. What happened at the welcome party that night embarrassed the entire student union, especially Caesar and the other two. Afterwards, President Jefferson tried to keep the Andre family in good stead, but there were too many people present that night, and it was impossible to keep any secrets, so the news eventually spread. The original version just said that a freshman from the swordsman department suddenly appeared at the welcome party of the student union, and then fought 1 against 2, defeating a second-level magician and a third-level magician in succession, and finally left with his beloved girl. This kind of thing would only appear in novels, and who could have imagined that it would be successfully staged in reality? In just a few days, the news of what happened that night spread like wildfire in Siamus. The initial news did not reveal the names of the hero and heroine, but nothing could stop the gossiping spirit of the crowd, and within 2 days, more and richer details were dug out. As the main party involved, Rob naturally could not escape. Not only was his background completely exposed, but even his recent scandal with Lolo was also uncovered. And the more explosive news is yet to come. According to an insider, the young master of the Andre family has been pursuing Lolo, and the reason why this year's welcome ball was held in advance was his arrangement, with the purpose of celebrating the girl's birthday. The girls were all excited when they heard the news. Who is Caesar? He is the recognized perfect boyfriend by all the girls in the school. He is handsome, gentle, and has a good family background. It is hard to imagine that such an outstanding man would be so obsessed with a girl. In order to pursue Lolo, he would set up such a big battle, and even mobilize the entire student union to cooperate with him, just to give his beloved girl a surprise and touch her. If he were an ordinary girl, she would have fallen for this romance long ago. Compared to him, the guy named Rob who appeared out of nowhere was much more bleak. Most people had never even heard of his name before. However, soon after that night, some people with good intentions found Rob's class on weekdays. As a result, they learned from the students of the same class that this freshman was just an ordinary guy. After so long since the start of school, except for a roommate who was extremely fat, he had almost no other friends around him. He was just nodding acquaintances with most of the people in the class. His performance in the usual training classes was also neither good nor bad. He was inconspicuous in the crowd. He seems to have some special skills, and occasionally participates in group activities, but he is basically the type who has no desire to show off. Previously, the boys from the swordsman department had a social gathering with the girls from the thief department. He and Gage also went there, but basically they took advantage of this rare opportunity to drink free drinks and eat snacks. Perhaps the only thing that is slightly different from the rumors is his civilian background. The gossipers did find out that this guy seems to own a bakery outside, but even so, putting him together with Caesar, who is from a wealthy family like the Andre family, and is expected to compete for the position of the next head of the family, anyone would think that there is no comparison between the two. Therefore, many similar conspiracy theories emerged afterwards. For example, some people suspected that Luo was coerced and had a spiritual magic that night, so she abandoned the young master of the Andre family and chose such an insignificant little character. But in fact, everyone who attended the ball that night knew that this statement was completely untenable. The girl's final decision was entirely out of her own will. As long as they were not blind, everyone present could see clearly the feelings revealed by the two when they danced the opening dance. On the contrary, Caesar on the side looked embarrassed no matter how he looked at it, more like a third party who interfered. Of course, due to the influence of the Andre family in the South, no one dared to mention this matter openly, but there were many embarrassing statements in private, so the young master of the Andre family had been gloomy recently, and Leo, who followed behind him, no longer had the intimidating momentum of the past. Although the eyes of the vice president of the student union were still sharp, his nose wrapped in bandages looked funny no matter how he looked at it. But the worst was Grant. He had already made a fool of himself once, when he had a turtle painted on his face, because of investigating the game by the lake. This time he was punched and flew away in public. The physical injury was secondary, and the mental blow was the most fatal. This guy simply asked for a week off, and locked himself in the dormitory, and didn't see anyone. Rob has also encountered some troubles these days. Recently, wherever he goes on campus, it seems that there are eyes following him. Even during training classes, there are people pointing at him nearby. There are also many sneaky guys near the bakery. Fortunately, the future super magician himself is quite calm. Since he appeared at the student union dance, he naturally anticipated what might happen later. Moreover, he was very measured that night. He did not use any magic from beginning to end. He relied on only his body to defeat Grant and Leo. This is also what makes most people feel incredible. In addition, the other two parties involved, Grant and Leo, have been keeping the fight that night a secret, so until now no one knows how Rob defeated two student council masters with the strength of less than a first-level swordsman, And the most crucial part is that his understanding of magic and strong perception cannot be seen from his appearance. This matter eventually became a mystery. In fact, it is not surprising that everyone can't guess it, because in human history, there has never been a high-level magician who changed his career to become a swordsman, so naturally no swordsman can play like Rob. Therefore, the future super magician was not worried about his true identity being exposed, but after this incident, he also found that the identity of the little scholar he had been using before was becoming more and more unsustainable. When he arrived in Gudries, he not only had to complete his studies and run a bakery, but also had to protect Lolo from the threat from the temple. In addition, he had to fight wits and courage with the owner of the Black Golem, crack the secrets hidden in the St. Laurent Brothers Academy, and find the truth of what happened to the Breton family that year. If he continues like this, he will get into trouble one day. Whether it is the temple, the Andre family, or the mysterious secret guardian behind Siamus, compared with the above-mentioned people, the biggest problem for the future super magician is that he cannot get help from local forces. Whether it is Luo or him, they are absolute outsiders to the city of Gudries. Rob now even has to be sneaky to build a temporary laboratory, and if there is a force to support him, there will naturally be no such trouble. For example, the young master of the Andre family, according to the general development trajectory of the story, that guy will definitely find ways to retaliate after suffering such a big loss at the ball this time. He will most likely ask the family for help, and then the Andre family will send out masters. If he is forced to use magic, he can only kill this group of people to silence them. Then the entire Andre family will be shocked and send out more heavyweight masters again. So the future super magician can only be forced to harvest another wave of heads. If it goes on like this, it will fall into a vicious circle. The grudges between the two sides will become bigger and bigger. In the end, he may have to find time to wipe out the Andre family. So why bother? If it were nobles or forces of equal status, there wouldn't be so much trouble in communicating. If you could reveal your identity, you could directly find the current head of the Andre family, have a calm chat with the old man, and bring friendly condolences like please take care of your naughty kid. If he dares to mess with me again, I chop him up and feed him to the dogs. After that, the Andre family would probably find a bitter and cold place thousands of miles away on the map and send the latter there overnight. This is the importance of communication. In fact, nobles rarely fight to the point of life and death, but the premise is that you must have an identity that is equal to the other party, or at least not too different, so that the other party will sit down and talk with you honestly. Chapter 298. Recently, Rob has experienced the feeling of becoming a campus celebrity again, but the heat of this incident only lasted less than a week, and then everyone's attention shifted from him to other places, because the annual freshman competition is coming. According to the schedule of previous years, the registration will be in the next 1 or 2 weeks, so now the campus is full of freshmen who are busy forming teams. Because of his magical performance at the welcome dance not long ago, the future super magician has unexpectedly received many invitations from teams, but Rob has already formed a team with Luo and Gage, so he politely declined the invitations from other teams. In addition, there are some people who are optimistic about their team and ask if they can join. However, because the final bonus and prizes are distributed according to the team, that is, the fewer people, the richer the rewards, so Luo has no plan to recruit new people for the time being. The girl's previous goal was to get into the top 10 and try to get 3 years of tuition waived, but after seeing Rob's skills at the dance that night, she had a new idea. She wanted to try to get into the top 3 in one go, because compared with the top 10, the rewards for the top 3 would undoubtedly be more generous. As for the first place, Luo didn't dare to think about it, mainly because she didn't know what level someone was. This guy was so energetic when he beat Grant and Leo that night, and scared the young master of the Andre family so much that he didn't even have the courage to attack him. But the three of them also did some joint training in private for the upcoming freshman competition. In these joint trainings, someone became mediocre again, making people have to doubt whether he can be relied on at the critical moment. Gage has made great progress after this period of special training. Although he has not lost much weight, at least he looks much stronger and has some muscles. Now he can complete the training load in each class even without Rob's help. However, he has suffered the most. Since accepting Lolo's devilish training, there has been no day when he did not want to give up. The reason why he has persisted until now is not because of his strong willpower. In fact, he would kneel down and beg for mercy almost every day, pleading with tears to quit the special training, but it was a pity that Lolo was unmoved. Before the special training began, both parties had agreed on 3 rules. The training would not be terminated unless there were serious physiological problems. So after a while, The fat man stopped crying and turned into a walking corpse, with empty and dull eyes, as if he had been played to pieces. When Rob brought the cake he had just learned to make to visit him, he swallowed the paper cup under the cake. This poor child was obviously confused by the torture of life. Luo was also making final preparations for the upcoming competition. This freshman competition was very important to her. In addition to the generous rewards for the top 10, the owner of the Black Golem had previously reminded her that he would put the thing she wanted most in this competition. What does Luo want most now? It is undoubtedly the whereabouts of Mother Teresa, but the girl is a little confused about the other party's intentions. It stands to reason that the owner of the Black Golem set a trap to lead her into the temple's base in Gudry City, and used despicable means to force the mysterious teacher behind her to take action. After doing this, the relationship between the two parties is obviously enemies rather than friends. However, after that, he casually gave her the legendary magic prop, the Philosopher's Stone, but the way the guy used was also full of bad taste, hiding the Philosopher's Stone in a mean rabbit doll. If Luo had not accidentally discovered the abnormality in the rabbit's chest, she would probably have treated this thing as garbage. The girl was getting more and more confused about what the guy was doing. Will he keep his promise for the freshman competition this time, or is it another trap for her? Don't worry, the competition venue is completely closed on the day of the freshman competition. No outsiders can enter, and there are teachers from the school present, so there shouldn't be too much danger. Rob seemed to see what Luo was worried about, and comforted her. The future super magician and the owner of the Black Golem had fought twice before. One time, in the middle of the night, he participated in the game organized by the other party by the lake, but unfortunately the game was terminated halfway through due to an accident. Another time, Rob took the initiative and caught the Black Golem with self-awareness, but the latter was very cunning and eventually slipped away from under his nose. Strictly speaking, neither side gained much advantage in these two encounters, and the owner of the Black Golem was even more cunning than his golem, and never showed up from beginning to end. However, the future super magician was still able to understand the other party's character a little from the previous bits and pieces. That guy didn't seem to have any clear purpose at all. Most of the time, he did things just to have some fun for himself. He just watched the fun and didn't mind making trouble. This kind of thing might be unbelievable the first time you hear it, but if you think about it carefully, you will find that this may be the most reasonable explanation. No, it should be said that it is the only explanation. The things that guy spent a lot of effort on were actually meaningless. Whether it was the game by the lake that night or luring Luo to the temple base and giving her the Philosopher's Stone as compensation, his actions seemed to lack the most basic logical coherence. In short, this guy seemed to be a person without any position. But he was indeed following certain rules, but these rules were made by himself. Rob was not worried that this guy would do anything else in the freshman competition, because only when a person takes action can he reveal more flaws. If the owner of the Black Golem suddenly stops now, the future super magician will have no way to deal with him. Just when the three were about to submit the list to the student union, Luo suddenly proposed to add another person to the team. Gage naturally had no objection. Among the three, the reward was the least tempting to him. He participated in this freshman competition mainly to train himself. He was very clear about his position in the team, and tried not to drag everyone down. He basically did not participate in other matters. You are? Jenny? When Rob saw the new teammate recommended by Lolo, he was a little surprised and greeted the timid girl. We seem to have met before. Jenny thought the other party was talking about the welcome party not long ago. When someone went to get the gauntlet, he said to her, "Excuse me, please make way." Then she ran away in panic. If this can be considered an encounter, then the two have indeed met. But in fact, the boy was talking about an earlier time. The two had a brief contact in the second round of the game by the lake that night. Of course, Rob would not explain such things. He nodded to the latter and welcomed her to join. Chapter 299. Jenny's joining was a complete accident. This girl's situation was similar to Lolo's. When she first entered school, she didn't know the tradition of freshman competition, so her first magic practice class also chose the lighting spell that had no attack power. Speaking of which, it was somewhat related to the rookie hero. At that time, Jenny was worried about the dazzling first-level magic, so she went to ask Lolo, who made a choice quickly. With the recommendation of the rookie hero, she resolutely embarked on the road of travel magic. This also caused her to become extremely passive in the subsequent team formation, and she encountered setbacks one after another. In addition, her personality was rather timid and not good at speaking, which made it increasingly difficult for her to find a team that would accept her. When Lolo went to submit the name list, she ran into Ginny at the door of the student union. The latter stood there at a loss with her staff in her arms, stammering to promote herself to the passing teams. As a result, no team was willing to take in a magician who could only use illumination magic for the entire afternoon. The girl looked like she was about to cry. In the end, it was because of meeting Luo that the rookie warrior pulled her into his team, not knowing whether it was out of pity or guilt. Rob didn't care about it. He didn't care if there was one more or one less person. However, the team now had 2 magicians who only knew how to use lighting magic, plus a useless gauge. When this configuration was announced, many people who were optimistic about them were shocked. Luo was as motivated as ever. After the personnel were determined, as the captain, she began to actively arrange the 4-person training. There was still some time before the competition. This kind of group competition was very different from the individual competition. It was not that the individual strength was strong enough to kill the opponent. The cooperation between the team was also very important, and it could even turn the shortcomings of a team into a secret weapon for a surprise victory. The girl even specially arranged for the other 2 teams to compete with each other after the joint training to test the results of the joint training. As a result, the first competition ended with a hearty defeat. The 4 were wiped out by an ordinary 4-man team on the opposite side, and the process was far more miserable than the results showed. At the beginning of the battle, Gage was stabbed out of the game by the thief on the opposite side. Luo was very brave. He fought with a bowman and a thief with a sword in hand, and he was not at a disadvantage in a 1-on-2 battle. Rob played hide-and-seek with the first-level swordsman on the opposite side. You cut me with a knife, and I cut you with a sword. The first-level swordsman could never catch the quasi-magician who relied on his body movements. And Rob was completely unable to beat the genuine professional on the opposite side because of the stable strength gap. Ginny was left alone, and she chanted a lighting spell tremblingly. At this time, the thief who had dealt with Gage came back slowly and stabbed Ginny. Then he and the first-level swordsman dealt with a jumping and happy quasi-mage. The remaining 4 people surrounded Luo together. No matter how fierce the girl was, she couldn't withstand the battle. In the end, the opponent won the easy victory without any loss. After the competition, Luo called everyone to a meeting, and his expression was serious. This is not going to work. There are 2 mascots in the same team, and there is also a guy who seems to be slacking off. She can fight, but not to this extent. There is no way she can fight against them head-on, with this group of people. Rob didn't care. He had received a lot of information about the freshman competition from Lois. Of course, he spent a lot of money in the process. However, with the current wealth of the prospective magician, the cost of buying information is nothing to him. What's more, the information he bought is worth it. The 2 competition venues in Bandem Town basically maintain the original geographical features, and some low-level magic beasts, traps and props are added to them, which upgrades the already complex environment of the dungeon. In other words, this freshman competition tests not only the strength of the team members, but also the strong strategy, which happens to be what the future super magician is best at. At that time, just adapt to the situation. The strength gap between the teams is not that serious. However, the rookie warrior was obviously not so optimistic. The girl did not sleep all night after returning home. She pondered all night, but could not figure out how to improve the team's strength in a short time. What was even more terrible was that there was another competition the next day. Luo originally thought that they would be defeated again, but the result was beyond her expectations again. With the same lineup, they won a small victory against a stronger team this time. The battle started almost the same as the previous one. Gage and Ginny were eliminated again before they could hold on for long. They turned into cheerleaders to cheer for them off the court, but Rob broke out without any warning this time. He used this time to get rid of the 2 magicians on the opposite side in one go, leaving a swordsman and a thief. Rob entangled one of them, and the other was quickly defeated by Luo. Then the 2 teamed up to get rid of the last one. The entire battle lasted less than 10 minutes. Luo was still a little dazed until the last player of the other team was eliminated. Wait, did we win just like that? But the configuration of the other team was obviously stronger than the last one, so why was the result so different? Then she saw the captain of the second team walked over quickly, stretched out his hand to someone, and did not hide the admiration in his tone. You are worthy of being the legendary strongest demon-breaking swordsman. I have learned a lot from you. See you in the freshman competition. Yeah, thank you for letting me win. You guys are pretty good too. I look forward to competing with you later, Rob said politely, shaking hands with the other party. Lolo, who was standing by, was surprised. After the team left, She asked someone hurriedly, "What the hell is the strongest demon-breaking swordsman? When did you get this title?" "Well, it's probably because of what happened at the dance that night. To be honest, this is the first time I've heard of this title," the future super magician said truthfully, and then added, "But it sounds pretty cool. So you could only perform above your level when dealing with magicians?" The rookie warrior finally understood the strength of the person, but she still felt a little unbelievable. The Breton family was also a family of swordsmen, and Lolo's father, the Scarlet Sword, was a world-famous swordsman, but the girl had never heard of such a wild way as a magic-breaking swordsman since she was a child. Chapter 300. The team completed the initial run-in with some bumps and bruises. They won 1 and lost 1 in 2 matches, which was barely acceptable. However, Lolo still hadn't found the correct way to use Gage and Ginny. The freshman competition is expected to last for about a month. We can't let these 2 people be cut out as soon as they enter, and achieve the bizarre achievement of a one-day tour. Gage took the lead in self-examination. He actually performed poorly in the previous 2 battles. After all, he should not have performed so badly after a month and a half of special training. Even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't have no power to fight back. The fat man was purely because of his lack of practical experience. His special training during this period was mainly to strengthen his physical fitness and learn basic movements. Lolo's fights with him were basically of a guiding nature. This was also his first time facing a real battle. It was understandable that he was nervous and couldn't perform at the level he should have. Take the first battle where he was killed instantly by a single blow. At that time, Gage saw the opponent's thief running towards him, and he was still thinking in his heart whether the battle had begun, and whether he should shake hands with the opponent to show friendship before the fight. The next moment, the opponent's thief's dagger was already on his neck. His problem is both troublesome and simple. The bad news is that he can only slowly accumulate experience through actual combat. The good news is that his performance will get better and better as he participates in more battles. However, the most embarrassed person in the team is Ginny. The little girl only knows a lighting spell that has no offensive power, and her physical fitness belongs to the standard mage type. If you don't let her cast the lighting spell, she will have nothing to do. Ginny feels that she can't help at all during the battle, which makes her feel guilty. So after the first match, she found Luo and took the initiative to apply for withdrawal from the team, hoping to vacate a place for a more capable teammate. However, her request was rejected by Luo without hesitation. The rookie warrior patiently said, "Now the registration is almost over. If you withdraw now, you won't find another team to take you in, and we can't find a suitable person to replace you, so instead of hesitating and retreating, you might as well think carefully about how to play your role." Are you talking about illumination?" Ginny blushed and whispered. I mean, besides illumination, you don't have anything else to be good at?" Luo was speechless. The first magic chosen by the rookie warrior was also illumination, but after putting down the staff, she could still pick up the sword to fight. However, for a pure magician like Ginny, if she leaves magic, there is not much she can do. Rob suddenly interrupted at this time. "I heard that you performed very well in the potion class. The teacher who teaches this course has been praising you, and said that you are the most talented student she has ever taught." "Oh, actually it's not that exaggerated." Ginny waved her hands and said, "I'm just following what's in the book." The prospective magician smiled at her. "Don't be nervous. As far as I know, there are many rare plants growing in the dungeon, many of which can be used as magic materials. If you can mix them into potions, it will be of great help to us. Is this okay?" Lolo was stunned. She has also been taking potion courses, but her grades are average, which is different from what ordinary people think. Magic potions are just mixing magic materials together. Different from the perception of others, potion science is actually a very complex subject with a high threshold. To successfully refine a potion, a series of harsh conditions must be met at the same time. For example, the powerful sleeping potion that Luo had refined before not only required all the materials to be collected according to the formula, but also had extremely strict requirements on the amount of each material and the order of addition. In this process, precise measurements and auxiliary tools were required, and this was only the most basic potion. The difficulty of refining more advanced potions will also increase exponentially. The more advanced the materials are mixed together, the more complex the reactions will be. Often, there will be several reactions in one process at the same time. At this time, the magician needs to use his perception to find the reaction required for the preparation of the potion. This process is usually very short. Once missed, the refining will fail, and the rare materials invested before will be wasted. In addition, There are magicians who have proposed that the temperature and humidity during the preparation of the potion, and even the strength of the magnetic field nearby, may affect the final effect of the potion. Unfortunately, this statement has not been confirmed by the academic community. It sounds more like a kind of metaphysics. Some potion masters attribute the uncontrollable part of the process of making potions to some illusory external factors. In addition, and the most critical point, most of the materials used to make potions have been processed twice. For example, the raw materials used by Luo to make the bottle of powerful sleeping potion were the finished products purchased directly from the potion store. In the wild, although there are also animals and plants that can be used to make potions, they are completely different from those used in the usual potion courses. In the competition, there is no condition and no time for Annie to process and handle these materials in detail. As early as more than 200 years ago, few magicians used the original products to make potions directly. This is also the most important reason why Luo doubted someone's proposal. However, Ginny's biggest advantage is that she is obedient. Since Rob gave her advice, she immediately nodded and said, Okay, I will try my best to make a potion that can help everyone. The rookie warrior saw that the girl had cheered up again, and didn't have the heart to pour cold water on her. Anyway, she didn't have anything else to do now. Making a potion in the wild, well, it can be regarded as a pursuit. After 2 days, everyone took a break. Rob went back to his bakery, prepared some food for Bernadette, who was staying there, and hung a sign outside his bakery saying that it would be closed for a month. After thinking about it, he also threw number 2 in the attic laboratory. Principal Foreman and many teachers would be present at the freshman competition. Although the existing technical means could not monitor the entire competition venue, the school had done a lot of homework to prevent accidents to the greatest extent. In particular, some powerful monsters were monitored by teachers. In addition, there were also students' union officers patrolling the competition venue to ensure the safety of the contestants. The future super magician did not intend to use magic in an insignificant competition at the risk of exposing his identity. Moreover, there were 2 magicians around him. Luo and Ginny both carried magic wands. If there was any accident, he could borrow one from them for emergency. Chapter 301. While Rob and Lolo were preparing for the upcoming freshman competition, Lilith came to a tavern called Green Cat's Eye Alone. This tavern is located in a slum in Gudry City. During the day, it looks no different from other slums. Thieves and women are actively looking for their next prey on the streets, and men who work as coolies are squatting at the foot of the wall waiting for the next cargo ship to dock. The streets are mixed with people and animals, the earthen buildings are dilapidated and crowded, and garbage can be seen everywhere. However, at night, this is another world. This area is a gray area that has only emerged in Gudry City in recent years. After nightfall, underground forces are very active in this area. Compared with the alleys, there are fewer rules and more freedom here, so it attracts more daring guys to come and take risks. As long as you have money, you can buy almost all the services you want here. Of course, places like this will not exist for too long in Gudry City. The lack of boundaries and rules has allowed this gray area to grow wildly, but it has also accelerated its demise. No ruler would like uncontrolled monsters, so this area will eventually fail, but at least it seems to be very lively here now. If someone saw the female magician in this tavern at this moment, they would definitely not recognize that this guy wrapped in a cloak with only his eyes exposed would be the famous vice president of the Gudry's branch of the Magicians Association. In order to cover up her tracks and minimize the risk of exposure, Lilith even used a piece of Savali wood to change her voice. Her voice is now low and hoarse, sounding like a worn-out bellows. I didn't come here to drink. The female magician looked at the glass of beer covered with foam on the table and said expressionlessly, I know. The bar owner, a half-elf named Golden, was wiping a goblet. He smiled slyly, but since the guests you are waiting for haven't arrived yet, why don't you try to relax yourself like everyone else here? I never relax myself, Lilith said expressionlessly. That's a pity. Your life will lack a lot of fun because of this. A drunk man at the bar raised his head. There was no sign of drunkenness in his sleepy eyes. He snapped his fingers, and a knife appeared in his hand like a magic trick. The knife fluttered like a butterfly at his fingertips, but it never hurt him at all. This series of actions clearly showed a strong sense of showing off. The bar owner couldn't help but whistled. The drunkard waved his hand again, and the knife disappeared again. Then he proudly picked up the half cup of beer in front of him and looked at the guy hiding under the cloak opposite him, but the other party did not react. The only eyes exposed were as calm as a lake. The man was a little embarrassed. He coughed twice and introduced himself. Hello, my name is Blitz, the person you are waiting for tonight. Since the transaction has been discussed almost the same several times before, I will not waste words this time. I only have one last question. Where is the person we want? Where is the money I want? Lilith finally spoke, but asked in return. You want too much money, and you don't accept dragon crystals as payment. We definitely can't carry so much money with us. The drunkard shook his head, and at the same time, a strange look flashed in his eyes. Speaking of which, I have always been curious why you insist on trading in gold coins. Haha, you don't have any other plans, do you? Blitz looked at the other party with a smile. Lilith was unmoved. My conditions are like this. If you think it is not suitable, you can choose to cancel this transaction. As for the person, once I get the money, I will naturally hand him over to you. Blitz shook his head. At this point, both of us should show some sincerity. The things you brought before were just his belongings. How can we be sure that he is still alive? Lilith frowned. Didn't I give you a handwritten letter from him? Letters can be forged, and dead people have no trading value for us. Blitz crossed his fingers and put on a negotiating posture. So I have a fairer proposal. Why don't you bring the person here first, and then I will take you to the place where the money is kept, and we can hand over the person and the money at the same time. Then you can take the money from me and kill me to silence me? The female magician refused without thinking. Sorry, I'm not that stupid. Blitz sighed. It seems that we are in a deadlock again. Trust is mutual. If you don't believe that we will keep our promise, how can we believe that you will honestly hand over the person after getting the money? Lilith was unmoved. There is no fairness in the position we are in. You have an absolute advantage in power. If I regret after getting the money, you can use force to keep me, but once I hand over the person, you can turn against me at any time. Not long ago, a group of people in this city thought the same thing. Guess what happened? They not only lost their money, but also their lives. Blitz said meaningfully, so it's always good to be careful. There are many times when you don't know who your opponent is. Lilith was silent for a long time, and finally compromised. I can take you to see the person first, but only you. If I find someone following you halfway, I will cancel the transaction. Blitz grinned. Fair enough. I take you to get the money as soon as I see a living person. After that, he took out a silver coin from his pocket and threw it to the tavern owner opposite. Golden, help us call a carriage, and the rest is your tip. Okay. The half-elf took the silver coin and smiled, and immediately ran to the street to call a carriage for the two of them. As a result, not long after he left, Lilith suddenly said, We're leaving from the back door now, not taking a carriage. Blitz raised his eyebrows. Hey, are you worried that our people outside will track the carriage? Lilith had stood up from her seat by now, and said, Someone just warned me not long ago that it's always a good idea to be careful. After a magic hour, the two came to a half-abandoned old warehouse. Blitz complained, Is it necessary to do this? If I had known it was so far, I could have taken a carriage halfway. The female magician did not speak, but opened the rusty door outside the warehouse and crouched inside. Blitz followed closely behind, and soon saw the lame old man tied to a stool. There was a local dog lying at his feet. The latter was tied to a stone pillar and looked a little listless. He did not look up when he heard the footsteps. The old man stretched his legs and leaned his body, looking like he was sleeping soundly in the chair. Of course, he could also be dead, but then Blitz noticed the rise and fall of his chest, ruling out the second possibility. He wanted to go forward to take a closer look, but was stopped by the female magician. You have already seen the person, and now it's time to talk about my money, Lilith said coldly. Okay. To the female magician's surprise, Blitz agreed very readily this time, and it seemed that he had no intention of playing any tricks, but then he rubbed his sore legs and smiled bitterly. I only have one condition. We must call a carriage when we go out. Chapter 302. The carriage was driving on the street. Blitz looked relaxed in the carriage. He put his hands on the back of his head, leaned back in the seat, and asked the guy wrapped in a cloak opposite him, Where are we going next? Lilith was a little surprised. You asked me? Shouldn't it be your turn to lead the way next? Ha, forget it. Let's save some energy for both of us. Your goal has never been the money, but me, right? Blitz said slowly, From the beginning, you never thought of going with me to get the money. The moment I stepped on this carriage, I was kidnapped by you, so where to go next is entirely up to you. I'm sorry, I didn't know you had paranoia, the female magician said expressionlessly. Blitz smiled, seemingly unconcerned, and paused before continuing. First of all, I have to admit that your plan is really good. You used Golden to spread the news about old Jim, luring us to you, and then confronted us. Then you disguised yourself as a money-grubbing person to cover up your real purpose of approaching us and lower our vigilance. To be honest, after these few contacts, you talked about money in every word, and we almost believed that you really came for the money. What is this, another test? I thought that after these few contacts, we have established a certain trust between the two sides and can enter the next stage. Lilith was unmoved. We are in the next stage now, aren't we? Blitz grinned and continued. Speaking of which, the most exciting part is your performance in the Green Cat's eyes just now. You repeatedly showed your concern for the power we have, which also increased my sense of security invisibly. If I didn't know what you wanted in advance, I probably would never have imagined that you had planned to attack me before that. Oh, and there is also the matter of the carriage. Blitz patted the door. You prepared this carriage a long time ago, right? You deliberately chose this place as the checkpoint. It's 1 magic hour away from the Green Cat's eye. If you walk here, most people will feel tired, so you will definitely insist on calling a carriage when you go to the place to withdraw money. So it's only natural that this carriage will appear at that time. You refused to take the carriage with me before, not only out of caution, but also out of consideration for subsequent plans. But I have to admit that your reason at that time was indeed impeccable. The man blinked his eyes. But it's strange, you are obviously a magician. Why do you choose to use a carriage to kidnap a little thief like me? After all, in such a narrow environment, it is more suitable for a melee profession like me to perform. So it makes me think of a possibility that there must be a magic circle somewhere in this carriage to restrict my freedom. While speaking, Blitz lifted the cushion under his buttocks, and indeed found the pattern of a magic circle underneath. So he happily snapped his fingers like a little ghost who finally found the Christmas stocking hidden by the adults on Christmas Eve. Bingo! The female magician felt uneasy. Although everything seemed to be going according to her previous plan, the guy opposite her didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. He just sat there, looking at her with a smile, not worrying about the magic circle under his buttocks. How did you find out? After a long silence, Lilith spoke again. Since the existence of the magic circle had been discovered, there was no need for her to cover it up. Because we have investigated you, President Lilith. Blitz's next words made the female magician's heart sink completely. Are you surprised, President Lilith? In fact, we have been keeping an eye on you for a long time. Such a big thing happened that night, and we must spend a lot of effort to investigate. In addition to the unknown mysterious master, you were the first person to enter the courtyard that night. We paid considerable attention to you. You have been careful enough during this period, but unfortunately you still underestimated our ability. Blitz smiled and placed his right hand on his chest. The glory of the gods is everywhere. But this is Gudries, the city of magicians. Lilith reminded the other party. That's why I came out to talk to you. The guy on the other side also restrained the smile on his face and said seriously, in fact, we have always respected you in our hearts and have heard a lot about your deeds. As far as I know, many people here have a high opinion of you and say that you are the actual person in charge of the Gudries branch. It's just because of some stupid political reasons that you have been inferior to others for these years. It's really a pity. Are you trying to bribe me? The female magician raised her eyebrows. Let's put it this way. We admire your potential and are optimistic about your future development. What you lack is just some connections. It just so happens that we know a lot of big shots in the South, including some high-level magicians, who hold important positions in the Magicians Association. If any of these people are willing to speak for you, I believe it won't be long before you can replace the guy you hate and become the real manager of the Gudries branch. So I suggest you regard this as an investment, and all we want in exchange is a little bit of your goodwill. I don't know how I can express this little bit of kindness. Blitz saw a hint of sarcasm in the eyes of the female magician, but he didn't care and continued to explain patiently. For now, you just need to do nothing. You are a member of the city council, and you should have received the news. The city council does not intend to investigate the incident that night. The body of the monster was secretly moved out of Gudries last week, and the previous files have been almost destroyed by us. So we really appreciate you. It seems that when you rushed to the fire scene that day, you had already expected that this might happen later, so you took the only person who knew about it away without telling anyone. It's a pity that you didn't get much useful information from him, but you soon had a new idea. Since this fish doesn't want to speak, can you use it to catch other fish that are willing to speak? Old Jim is an old man and has a disability. His daily life is monotonous and boring, so death is not as scary to him as he imagined, but it's different for young people. Blitz sighed. Young people like me are still enjoying the fun that life has given us and squandering our youth. Naturally, I don't want to die so early, so you set your sights on me. Blitzcrank shrugged. You sent a message through the green cat's eye to find us, and that's when we found out that old Jim was still alive. To be honest, he was the least important one among the group we lost. If he had died with the others that night, it would have made us less worried. But no matter what, he is still one of ours. Knowing that he is in someone else's hands, we have to find a way to get him back. So the best outcome tonight is that you promise us to let this matter go and not investigate further. No matter what happened that night, the dead are our people, and we will naturally deal with it later. What about the fire half a month ago? Is it related to you? Blitz shook his head. We didn't do it, but we are indeed investigating that incident, because the person who set the fire is likely the same person who killed our team before. The dead group should belong to a great noble in the north. Okay, I have basically said everything I can say. Now it's your turn to answer my questions, President Lilith. Lilith continued, I know you have a connection with the temple, but I don't know what the relationship between you is. I asked some priest friends, but they didn't seem to know you existed. Blitz grinned, showing 2 rows of white teeth. There are some things that President Lilith should not know. You should be glad that you don't know that much, otherwise our communication now might not be so pleasant. Chapter 303. What is this, a threat? Lilith frowned. You are the vice president of the Gudrie's branch of the Magicians Association and a member of the city council. We don't want to do anything to you unless we have to, because doing so will undoubtedly bring us a lot of trouble. However, all this ultimately depends on your choice tonight. To be honest, many of us here prefer to get rid of you, but I finally convinced them that at least we should give you a chance to choose, because I believe that President Lilith is a person who keeps his promises. You will never regret what you promised. Please forgive my colleagues for having doubts about this. Honesty is a character that is becoming increasingly rare in today's society. Blitz's expression was sincere. You should also know how dangerous what you are doing now is, because you don't know how many of us there are, and how much power we have in Gudries. Therefore, you don't even know who you can trust during this period of time. Otherwise, you wouldn't have secretly conducted an investigation without telling anyone. I'm curious, if you really have such magical powers, shouldn't there be more effective means to stop me? Why don't you directly use the top leaders of the Magicians Association to force me to give up the investigation? Because of Dandelion. Blitz thought about it, and finally decided to tell the truth, because he knew that lying to someone like Lilith would only have the opposite effect, not to mention that such a thing could not be concealed. If you use the high-level officials of your Magician Association to solve this matter by order, you will definitely not be able to bypass Dandelion, the nominal president of the Gudries branch, and we don't want him to notice this matter. Compared with you, he is a more unstable factor. Are you afraid? We are not afraid of anyone except the gods, but we must admit that the guy is too uncontrollable. My mission is to solve the problem, not to create new troubles, so I can only choose to talk to you in this way and solve this matter as peacefully and rationally as possible. What if I refuse? The female magician's expression was as calm as ever. Blitz smiled bitterly. I don't really understand why you insist on this matter. Obviously, the case that happened later was more serious, more people died, and the impact on the public was worse, but why do you keep holding us? Do you really not know, or are you playing dumb? Lilith said with a serious look, I cannot care about the purpose of your coming here, how many people died, or the fire, but bringing a monster recorded in the divine book to sneak into Gudries quietly, this kind of thing has undoubtedly crossed the line. If the monster was not killed at night, but escaped, how many people in the city would have died because of it? I understand. This matter is indeed our negligence. Gudries is a very beautiful city. Please believe that we have no intention of harming it, or the local residents. Blitz apologized. Originally, everything was under our control, but unfortunately a secret base in the city was attacked by someone. What happened afterwards was not our intention. I can guarantee that similar things will not happen again in the future. No, you don't understand. The problem is not that the monster got out of control for some reason, but that you shouldn't have brought it to Gudries from the beginning. Lilith shook her head and said, in the final analysis, you don't care about this city at all, and don't care about the lives of other people living in this city. In my contact with you these days, I can feel that although you are polite on the surface, you actually have no feelings deep in your heart, not only for your goals, but also for the people around you, and even your own companions. This is what I am most worried about. You are a group of people without bottom lines, which means that you may do anything in this city. Although I want to refute, what you said seems to be true. Blitz looked helpless, and his right index finger tapped the chair rhythmically. But what can you do, President Lilith? The city council has decided to stop the investigation. You are blatantly violating the orders of the city council. As the vice president of the Gudries branch of the Magicians Association, I am not only responsible to the city council, but I can also use my emergency authority to submit the collected information to President Didarian Hui and Ab Super Mage. They will evaluate the threat you pose to the city, and have the right to declare you the common enemy of all magicians in Gudries. Lily said without hesitation, "You have discussed so many conditions with me before. Now it's your turn to make a choice. Give me all the information related to your organization, evacuate all your personnel from the city within 12 hours, and promise not to come back. Of course, you can also try to challenge the magician in Gudries. Or we have a third choice." Blitz looked extremely regretful. "Although I personally don't want to go to this step, you are really an outstanding person. You have single-handedly pushed the investigation to this point, which has aroused our vigilance, but because of this, as long as we kill you tonight, naturally no one will know what you have done." "You can try," the female magician said calmly. As the vice president of the Gudries branch of the Magicians Association, Lilith often shows a shrewd and capable temperament in front of the public. In recent years, the branch has developed well under her leadership and gradually got on the right track. Therefore, everyone has a high evaluation of the actual controller of the branch, but these praises are more focused on her management ability. Lilith rarely takes action in front of others. In fact, there are many high-level magicians in Gudries City, and there are also 9th-level super magicians like Albus. When there is real danger, it is not her turn as a 5th-level great magician to go into battle, but this does not mean that she has no fighting power. In fact, it is quite the opposite. As a top student who graduated from many southern schools, her actual combat performance has always been among the best even in the St. Laurent School of Magic, which is full of geniuses. Lilith's fighting style is typical academic. She pays attention to her own defense and endurance, and has a calmness that is not suitable for her age. Even many guys who rank above her don't have a headache fighting with her. She is favored by many teachers. When she graduated, many professors valued her and hoped that she could stay in school. However, she finally declined all invitations and chose to join the Magicians Association. After that, she was promoted to vice president of the Gudries branch in just 3 years. Blitz was right about one thing. If it weren't for Dedalian's sudden arrival, Lilith should have been the most suitable candidate to take over the position of president. Chapter 304. The carriage driving in the dark seemed to be suddenly held down by an invisible giant hand. The horses pulling the carriage neighed in fear, but their raised front hooves could not move forward any further. The driver was thrown to the ground by the huge inertia and rolled far away. His head hit the curb and he fainted. After that, the carriage exploded with a bang, and wood chips flew everywhere. A wind wall appeared on Lilith's chest, surrounding her body and resisting most of the impact. In a flash, she cast another levitation spell on herself and finally landed lightly on the ground. On the other hand, Blitzcrank on the other side was in a much more embarrassing state. His clothes were full of wood chips, and the corner of his mouth was scratched by a decorative porcelain piece on the car door. The aftermath of the explosion directly knocked him to the ground, but his eyes were very excited. He rolled around twice and immediately got up from the ground with a smile on his face. He praised, as expected of President Lilith, "You realized in such a short time that the magic circle had no effect on me, and you immediately made an explosion and used the physical damage caused by the explosion to kill me. It's amazing. It seems that everyone underestimated you. Your fighting power is so much stronger." In the first round of the battle, Lilith had the upper hand, but the female magician's brows were getting more and more furrowed. "Who are you? Why are you immune to magic? Is it because you carry some special props or your own ability?" Blitz grinned. "Unfortunately, the questioning session has passed, but I am very curious. President Lilith, with your strength, the explosion just now could have been done better. If it had been released a few seconds earlier, it would have caused more damage to me. In order to protect the coachman, you insisted on stopping the carriage and throwing him out. However, this also gave me enough reaction time to defend myself, and the damage caused to me by this explosion was much less. So who is he? Is he your companion?" The female magician shook her head. "No, he is just an ordinary person. I spent a silver coin to hire him to drive this carriage when I need it, and of course I have to ensure his safety afterwards." As expected, President Lilith's character is really admirable. "Seeing you like this also makes me full of energy." Blitz moved his neck and limbs. The female magician didn't understand where the other party's confidence came from at this moment. Although this guy didn't know how to make himself immune to magic damage, which gave him a natural advantage in the battle with the magician, it didn't mean that he could easily win this battle. Moreover, as a 5th-level magician, Lilith had many life-saving methods. Even if the battle situation was really unfavorable to her, she could leave at any time. It was impossible for Blitz alone to stop her. As a result, the next moment, the usually calm vice president's face also changed a little, because she felt 7 other similar auras approaching her quickly. To be honest, if possible, I would really like to have a good fight with you, but unfortunately, as I said early in the morning, this is never a fair fight. Our goal tonight is to kill you, and the shorter the process is for us, the better. After all, this is Gudrie's. Blitzcrank took out a knife, with a cold glow from somewhere on his body. Just as he finished speaking, another 7 figures arrived at the battlefield, just a few seconds apart. Blitzcrank was not lying. They were obviously well prepared tonight. If Lilith refused to cooperate, they would kill her without hesitation. The 8 people surrounded the female magician, and cut off all her escape routes. Lilith looked very solemn at the moment. The newcomers were all level 5 like Blitzcrank. The female magician didn't know whether they also had the magical ability to be immune to magic like the latter. If the worst happened, she would have almost no chance of surviving this battle tonight. However, even at this moment, Lilith remained calm and started with a sand spell. The effect of this magic was only to block the line of sight. Both the enemy and the enemy would lose their vision in this sand spell, but then the female magician released an Eye of the High Ground, which reopened her own vision. The timing of releasing these 2 magics was just right, and the combination of spells was as wonderful as a textbook. If there was another magician present at this moment, he would definitely cheer for Lilith. The ranks of these 2 magics were not high, but their combination was undoubtedly the best choice in the current situation. With the opponent's obvious advantage in strength, these 2 magics also won back a glimmer of life for Lilith. However, the female magician's expression hardly changed, and she soon started to chant the 3rd magic. This time, Lilith chose very carefully, mainly to test, but when she was halfway through the chant, she suddenly felt a pain in her calf. Lilith looked down and saw a small black snake at her feet, and the snake happened to be looking up at her. The latter had just used her sand and dust magic to cover its body, and swam to her feet silently. In addition, her attention was always on the other 8 people, so she didn't notice the snake at all, and was bitten by it on her calf. The black snake loosened its teeth and showed her a cunning smile, then shook its tail, and quickly slid into the night. On Lilith's injured calf, a strange dark green thin line was spreading to her whole body at an alarming speed. Shadow evil? The female magician seemed to have thought of something, and a rare trace of anger appeared in her voice. This little snake looked inconspicuous, but its reputation was greater than that of the killer Erinia. It was not a creature from the Dawn continent, but from the deepest part of the abyss, a place called Irin Valley. It was rumored that the most terrifying monsters in the entire abyss lived there. Wherever an adult shadow evil passed, no grass would grow, and even birds in the sky would fall. It was the well-deserved king of poisons. The toxicity contained in its body could easily destroy a city, or even a small country, so it was also the natural enemy of all creatures on the Dawn continent. However, the shadow sin in front of us is still only a juvenile. It will have to undergo at least 8 or 9 more transformations before it can evolve into a monster that makes people shudder. Even so, its toxicity has already begun to show its ferocity. In just a short moment, Lilith lost all her mobility, and even the source of magic in her body was about to collapse. The toxicity spread too quickly. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, no one would believe that the female magician, who was so majestic half a minute ago, is now in such a bad condition that she even has to lean on her staff to prevent herself from falling. Hey, it seems that President Lilith has also heard of the name of this little thing. Then you must know that the poison of the shadow sin is incurable. Even the great recovery spell of the temple bishop is helpless. Unfortunately, from now on, even if we do nothing, you will only have less than half an hour of life left. Chapter 305. Blitz played with the knife in his hand. It stands to reason that we should leave the remaining time to you at this time. But unfortunately, we have been ordered from the beginning that we will do our best to kill you the moment you choose to become our enemy. Please forgive me for this. After all, for someone as outstanding as you, every minute and every second of your life will make us feel uneasy. So in order to make us feel at ease as soon as possible, please die earlier. Blitz walked towards the female magician while talking. His tone was very gentle, just like he was answering innocent questions for children, such as why the sky is blue, why the stars blink, and why the bees buzz. These were obviously extremely cruel things, but they came out of his mouth without a trace of evil. Perhaps only those who take evil for granted can have such peace of mind when killing. The picture in front of him looked a little weird. The yellow sand in the sky automatically parted in front of Blitz. Although his vision was still limited to half a step in front of him, He could judge the approximate location of Lilith based on the direction of the little black snake swimming back. The latter was too weak to move anymore. The female magician was unable to cast another spell until Blitz walked in front of her. So Blitz used the knife in his hand to pry open the cloak, revealing the face of the female magician underneath. However, to his surprise, even at this moment, Lilith's face still looked very calm. In the face of the impending death, the female magician's eyes did not show too much fear, but rather a bit of sarcasm. "You said so much because you were afraid that I would tell others about you bringing the evil of Shadow into Gudry's before I die." Blitz laughed. "Have you always been so honest? You really have an unpleasant personality." As he spoke, he pointed the knife at Lilith's chest and gently pushed it forward. The blade cut through Lilith's clothes. If it moved forward half a centimeter, it would pierce the female magician's heart. However, at this moment, Blitz suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. Don't doubt your instincts. Blitz released the dagger in his hand without hesitation, his muscles tensed, his calves slightly bent, and he suddenly stood up and stomped hard on the ground, while his body flew back quickly with the help of this powerful reaction force. All this happened in an instant. The next moment, a blue ball made of lightning flew out almost close to his cheek. The moment it passed by, the hair on his face stood up under the effect of the current. Blitzcrank's warning signs also reached the extreme. This inconspicuous blue ball actually brought him an incomparable terrifying pressure. In this short moment, he smelled the long-lost breath of death. 6th level magic? The ball flew at an amazing speed, leaving only a residual image on Blitzcrank's retina. Then he seemed to think of something and hurriedly turned back, but there was no one where Lilith had stood before. As expected, you can't relax for a moment when dealing with magicians. Blitz sighed. He didn't expect that the female magician would carry more than 2 magic devices tonight. Whether it was the terrifying lightning ball just now or the teleportation magic later, any of them were rare magic devices, especially the latter. Disappearing on the spot was simply a foul. However, this kind of micro-teleportation array generally cannot teleport too far. Lilith should be no more than 500 meters away from here. Given her physical condition, she is destined to be unable to escape tonight. Blitzcrank said to the others, "Search separately, finish the task as soon as possible, and avoid any more trouble." Lilith had never been so embarrassed since she was a child. At this moment, she leaned against the wall of the alley, and there was a chicken coop with a stench not far away. The staff fell less than 2 steps away from her, but she didn't even have the strength to walk over and pick it up. Blitzcrank's guess was right. The maximum distance of the teleportation magic device on Lilith was only 100 meters. She could even hear Blitzcrank's voice on the other side of the wall, but she could do nothing. Just now, she had played all her cards, so when the group found her again, she would have nowhere to escape. It's almost time to end, the magician thought. Opposite her was a residential building, but Lilith didn't plan to ask for help from the family living inside. Even if those ordinary people were willing to help her, they couldn't escape the search of the group later. Moreover, the group was so cruel that they would definitely kill the family. Lilith would not let innocent people be buried with her just to live a few more minutes, so she chose to sit here and quietly welcome death. Perhaps the venom injected into her body by the shadow sin began to take effect. The magician felt more and more tired, her consciousness began to blur, and she vaguely heard footsteps coming from the alley, so she used up the last strength in her body and made a silent gesture to the little girl who had been lying behind the window and curiously looking at her not long ago. Then, Lilith saw a pair of boots. This pair of boots was not good looking, no, or to be more precise, it was probably the sloppiest pair of boots in the world. It looked like its owner had never taken care of it. There were all kinds of scratches and colorful oil stains on the uppers. It was unknown how many days it had not been washed. In some places, the leather inside was even turned out. Fortunately, this pair of cowhide boots was made by a top shoemaker, and even though it was treated so inhumanely, it still held up and did not fall apart. When she saw the boots, the magician's tense nerves suddenly relaxed. The team chasing her was less than 50 meters away from her, but Lilith no longer felt the thread of life hanging by a thread. You really should change your shoes. It was rare for the magician to comment on someone's dress taste. Her eyelids became heavier and heavier. She knew that she didn't have much time left, so she quickly said, "There are 8 people on the other side. It is estimated that they are immune to magic attacks below the 5th level. They also carry a young shadow evil. Sorry, this is all I have investigated. The rest is up to you. Hey, so you should find a way to report my magical animal research fund, otherwise how can I get the money to buy shoes?" The man said angrily, but while complaining, He reached out from his pocket to take out a small bottle, pulled out the cork on it, and poured the golden liquid inside into Lilith's mouth without saying anything. Shortly after the bottle of golden liquid slid into the female magician's throat, the green poison in her body magically stopped spreading. Although it still could not be eliminated, at least the toxicity was temporarily controlled, and Lilith regained consciousness. Chapter 306. Advanced Healing Potion? The female magician looked surprised. This small bottle of potion is worth more than 500,000 gold coins on the market. How could you possibly have such a thing? The financial situation of this guy in front of him is no secret at all. It is basically known to everyone in the Gudri's branch of the Magicians Association. Every time he receives a salary, it will never stay in his hands for more than a day. After that, this guy will return to the poor life where he has to lick his face and buy on credit to eat fried noodles. This goes on and on. In a month of 30 days, he is in debt for 29 days. It is hard to imagine that this guy can secretly save 500,000. On Albus's 90th birthday, the Church of Gudri sent him 3 bottles of advanced healing potions through us. I thought he wouldn't need that many at his age, so I kept 1 bottle for myself. The man scratched his butt. Are you crazy? How dare you touch the things of a 9th-level super magician? Wait, these gift lists have been reported long ago. Didn't anyone notice that 1 bottle was missing? Lilith frowned. Because I poured 1/3 of the remaining 2 bottles back into the 3rd empty bottle, and then added 1/3 of clean water to each of the 3 small bottles. At least on the surface, there is not much difference. The man couldn't help but hold his head high and look proud when talking about his masterpiece. The female magician sighed. When will you be able to act like a president? Hey, since you know I'm unreliable, President Lilith, why don't you cheer us up? Without you, our Gudri's branch will be disbanded in a minute. The man said such shameless words with confidence, bent down to pick up the staff at his feet, and then made a face at the little girl on the 2nd floor, scaring the latter so much that she closed the window in a hurry. The state of wakefulness did not last long, and sleepiness came over her again. The poison of Shadow's wickedness had no cure. Lilith knew very well that even the advanced healing potion comparable to the Great Recovery spell could only delay the process, but could not really heal her. The female magician yawned. She originally thought that she was not afraid of death. Not long ago, Blitz's knife stabbed her heart, and she just felt a little regretful. However, when she saw the man and heard him standing there and nagging those irrelevant nonsense, she actually had a desire to live again. The next moment, Blitzcrank appeared outside the alley. Bingo, I found you, President Lilith. The latter grinned, looked around, and looked a little surprised. This is not like your style. You keep saying that you don't want to implicate others, but in the end, you can't help but ask strangers for help, and end up killing another innocent person. So are all the justice you claim to be false? The man tucked the staff under his elbow, reached into his pocket, and took out the flint and rolled tobacco, and asked curiously, are all you punishment knights so talkative? Hearing this, the smile on Blitz's face suddenly froze. Because of the weather, he didn't recognize the sloppy guy at first glance. He subconsciously thought he was just a homeless person who happened to pass by here. Until the other party spoke and revealed his identity in one sentence, Blitz finally saw the guy's face clearly. President Dandelion? The expression on the face of the punishment knight was like seeing a ghost. You seem very surprised. Oh, by the way, according to your plan, I should be in some underground tavern happily drinking beer, cracking sunflower seeds, and enjoying the special performances of the girls from the Garrel Peninsula, right? The man noticed some small movements of the punishment knight, but he did not intend to stop him. He just stood there and watched him greet his companions. Did you notice anything before this? No, I was kicked out for touching the waitress' thigh, but that's not the point. The man shrugged. I don't have much bad feelings towards you, Inquisition, and you helped me buy new books and gave me free invitation tickets during this period, which successfully improved my favorability. I even thought that you took advantage of my absence to do such a thing to my vice president. Blitz still had a smile on his face, but there was an unspeakable bitterness in that smile. He really didn't expect this man to appear here tonight. There was only one person in the entire Gudri's branch that really made the Inquisition feel terrified. This person was not the extremely powerful Vice President Lilith in the eyes of outsiders, but the man in front of him named Dandelion. Dandelion has done nothing as the president of the Gudri's branch in recent years. He just stayed in his luxurious office all day long, eating greasy takeout without nutrition, holding pornographic books that he didn't know where he got from and laughing, and living a decadent life like a livestock, so that many people have forgotten how strong he used to be. He started learning magic at the age of 6, and was proficient in all types of magic. His attainments in fire magic amazed even the super magicians. He was promoted to the 6th level at the age of 21, only half a step slower than those famous legends in history. He did this even though he had 3 girlfriends. In addition, this guy was an absolute battle maniac. During his school years, he set an astonishing record of 372 fights, without a single defeat. Of course, the most legendary story about Dandelion was that when he was 17 years old, he was so bored that he took a boat to the south alone. He spent 10 copper coins to buy a book ranking of the top 50 magic schools in the south. Then he started from the magic school ranked last on it, and went all the way up. When he beat the 23rd ranked Florence Forest Magic School, everyone finally realized what this guy was going to do, and then the entire Southern Magician Circle was in an uproar. Damn, this northerner is too arrogant. What he is doing now is provocation. He totally doesn't take the 30,000 magicians of the Free City seriously. This bastard actually dared to run to Roland's hometown to make trouble. However, until then, most people were still optimistic and believed that this arrogant little bastard would get his comeuppance soon. After all, the magic academies he had killed before were still ranked relatively low. Compared with the real famous schools, they were not as good as them in terms of foundation and strength. It was not until 2 months later that Dandelion defeated the 10th-ranked Silver Tower Magic Academy alone, and the way he accepted the challenge was a round-robin battle. He defeated the 7 best students of the Silver Tower by himself. After that, this guy did another thing that angered the public. He actually flirted with the school beauty of the Silver Tower Magic Academy in public, making the latter cry in front of all the teachers and students of the school. The Southern Wizard world finally exploded. Soon after, someone broke the news that long before Dandelion went to the Silver Tower, this magic academy ranked among the top 10 had already felt nervous, so it secretly asked for help from several magic academies ranked higher, and those magic academies did not want to sit back and watch the reputation of the top 10 being tarnished, so they privately sent their outstanding students to find the guy. No one witnessed the battles that took place afterwards, but seeing that Dandelion was still alive, and kicking and energetic bullying the Silver Tower Magic Academy, everyone could guess the results of those battles. Hey, this guy is too strong, isn't he? Is there really no one who can deal with him? Such voices finally began to increase. At this point, no one could be optimistic anymore. Then everyone realized a terrifying fact. All the schools in the south might be defeated by this guy named Dandelion alone, and the arrival of that day would definitely be a shame for all magic schools in the south. As Roland's hometown and the origin of magic, magicians in the south have always looked down on magicians in the north. Although magic in the north has developed rapidly in the past few hundred years, the mainstream voice in the magic world has always believed that the orthodoxy of magic is still in the south. However, this little bastard named Dandelion seemed to be using his staff to tell those old stubborn people in the south that you have lived in your own pitiful fantasy for too long, and it is time to come out and face the cruel reality. The entire Southern Wizard world was filled with an atmosphere of anxiety until the previously silent St. Laurent School of Magic finally opened its doors. The school's trump card, Oladian, who was known as the strongest magician below the 6th level, would personally face the trump card from the Royal School of Magic of Teast, Dandelion, known as the Eye of Flame, in a week. This battle will determine who will be the strongest. Oh my, every child has a rebellious period. A title like the Flaming Eyes is a lifetime black history. The strongest is meaningless now. Anyway, in 2 years, whether it's me or Oladian, we, the front wave, will be beaten to death on the beach by the back wave. If we had known that pervert would appear, why would we have fought that battle? Dardarian blew out a lonely smoke ring, and glanced at the 8 punishment knights in front of him. Okay, let's stop reminiscing here. I'm in a hurry. Now that everyone is here, let's get started. The man flicked the half-smoked cigarette into the air, and picked up the staff under his armpit. The fighting time should be limited to before the cigarette but hits the ground. Chapter 307. What, are you kidding me? Blitz was half kneeling on the ground, with corpses lying all around him. His eyes had lost focus, and the area within a 10-meter radius around him had completely turned into purgatory. Even his sight was burning, and the air was filled with a disgusting burnt odor, and this smell all came from his former companions. The guys who acted with him tonight were no less skilled than him, and they were all well known even in the Inquisition. However, when they attacked together, they could only hold out for a short 7 seconds. It was like hearing the funniest joke in the world. Blitzcrank just wanted to laugh out loud. What was the guy on the other side thinking? He wanted to confuse me with such a poor illusion. Even if he wanted to create oppression through mental magic, he had to abide by the most basic laws. The battle hadn't even started yet, So how could it roll to the settlement screen in the blink of an eye? No, there must be something wrong in the middle. All this must be a false illusion deliberately created by the opponent. The next step is the real battle. He is worthy of being the Eye of Flame. The punishment knight opened his mouth, but he couldn't make any sound. It was not until this moment that Blitzcrank noticed that his vocal cords were gone. No, to be more precise, there was only a charred skeleton left below his neck. The punishment knight's eyes were blank. The last picture left in his field of vision was the half-smoked cigarette, but falling from the sky, passing through his empty chest and falling to the ground. This scene has an indescribable sense of absurdity and irony. Senior, is that the trick you just used? Lilith seemed to have thought of something, and a faint smile appeared on her face that seemed to be expressionless forever. Huh? This was the first time that Dandelion saw the latter smile. Like most people in the branch, the man had also suspected that the female president might be just a golem in human skin, because most of the time Lilith's face had no expression, and she did things as meticulously as a machine. It was only until just now that Dandelion realized that she looked pretty when she smiled. However, Lilith's pupils were already glowing green, which was a dangerous signal, meaning that the poison had spread to her brain. The battle was held at the St. Laurent School of Magic, so most people except the teachers and students of the St. Laurent School of Magic did not witness the fight between Oladian and Dandelion. That year, Lilith happened to be in the 2nd grade, but she was lucky enough to witness the battle that was later widely spread. At that time, she was just a junior student, and she was not very noticeable among the crowd of spectators. Naturally, the Flame Eye, who had already become famous at that time, did not notice her. After the battle, Dandelion left Gudry's by boat overnight and returned to the north quietly. Soon afterwards, the entire southern magician community was in an uproar. Although the St. Laurent School of Magic did not announce the result of the battle, the outcome was obvious from Dandelian's reaction. No one was stupid enough to think that he had won the final victory. Seeing that the previously arrogant Eye of Flame was defeated in such a disgraceful way, almost all the magicians in the south were cheering and celebrating. The bar was packed with otaku magicians who usually stayed in the magic tower, and everyone, whether they knew each other or not, was drinking. The magic you used in the battle with Senior Sister Oladian before was the same one you just used. It seems to have a name, called Flame Dragon Flash. Senior Sister mentioned this magic later, saying it was the most powerful fire magic she had ever seen. In fact, the battle that day should be considered a draw, because Senior, you seem to have let me win at the last moment. Lilith hugged her knees and said, Huh? Dandelion was stunned and didn't react to what the female magician was saying. In fact, he was quite busy at the moment. As soon as the battle ended, he rushed towards Blitz's head like a vicious dog pouncing on its food, took out the magic carving knife he carried with him at the fastest speed, and carved something frantically on the ground. Dandelion was not having a bad taste in his heart, and wanted to keep the other person's last breath, so that she could appreciate his miserable state before death. The reason why he had the head left was also useful. What he was doing now was a race against death. He expected that the advanced healing potion would have little effect. As time went by, Lilith's body was deteriorating faster and faster. Dandelion did not dare to relax at all. His hands kept moving, and his clothes were soaked with sweat without him realizing it. On the contrary, the female magician on the other side looked relaxed. She didn't seem to care much about her own life or death. She continued to talk about the battle 10 years ago. I have reviewed that battle more than once in private. If the flame impact released by the senior at the end had been corrected by 0.2 degrees, perhaps all the results would have been different. Oh, you are talking about that. It's been many years. To be honest, I almost forgot about that battle. Besides, now is not the time to talk about such things. The man smiled bitterly, finally completing the last cut of the magic circle, wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned around and looked at the female magician sitting next to him, and then he was shocked because he found that the latter's eyes seemed empty. Can't you see? Lilith hummed lightly. The poison had completely destroyed her retina, but the female magician did not show much fear of the impending death. Dandelion had a sense of foreboding in his heart. Combined with Lilith's abnormal behavior before, the man couldn't help but burst out a swear word. This was the first time he lost his composure tonight. At this moment, Dandelion was no longer as relaxed as when facing those punishment knights, and hurriedly opened the magic circle. A moment later, the female magician heard a rustling sound coming from the darkness. Although Lilith had lost her vision, she still had her hearing. When the sound reached her ears, the female magician's face immediately changed, and she reminded Dandelion not far away, "Be careful, the little snake is back again." Before she finished her words, A black lightning had already shot out from the branch above Daedalian's head. The Shadow Evil was a very smart beast. The angle it chose for its sudden attack was very tricky, just in the blind spot of the former. However, the snake's target was not the two people below, but the head in Daedalian's hand. The monsters kept by the Inquisition were all poisoned with a strange holy poison that would wreak havoc in their bodies at regular intervals. The blood of the Punishment Knight could alleviate the attack of the holy poison, so Blitz's head was particularly attractive to Shadow's sin. However, the little snake was not stupid. After seeing the horror of Daedalian, it would not act rashly even if it longed for Blitz's flesh and blood in its heart. Therefore, Daedalian hurriedly carved the magic circle. This was a spiritual magic with a simple function, which was to strengthen the desires of nearby creatures, making the little snake unable to resist its inner desires. When it lost its mind and rushed to the head recklessly, what was waiting for it was the trap that Daedalian had prepared long ago. Chapter 308. Just when the little snake was about to bite the head, the air around it suddenly fluctuated violently, and a giant hand made of flame stretched out from the void. Shadow Evil seemed to have sensed the crisis, but it was too late. Its body had no time to change in midair, and was tightly clamped by two fingers. The black little snake struggled desperately, and spit out its tongue fiercely at the man, but this 6th-level magic was not something it could resist at the moment. The flames burned its skin, making a sizzling sound, and the little snake twisted its body wildly in pain. Daedalian ignored it. As a monster in the deepest part of the abyss, Shadowson would not die so easily. The man picked up an unwanted iron box from somewhere, and threw the dying Shadowson into it. He also carved a magic circle on it to ensure that the little snake could not slip out. Then he hurried back to Lilith's side. At this moment, the female magician's breath was very weak. "Hey, don't scare me. Cheer up." The man patted Lilith's cheek. The latter looked very sleepy, and seemed to be able to fall asleep at any time. However, as long as she closed her eyes, it would be difficult for her to wake up again. One of the main reasons why the poison of Shadowson has no cure is that it can adapt to the environment infinitely, and evolve continuously. Whether it is magic or divine power, it can only play a small role, and then it will be devoured by it, and turned into nutrients for its evolution. Daedalian wiped the sweat from his face, knowing that he was in trouble now. He had to take the female magician back to the laboratory of the branch. Only there could he deal with the poison in Lilith's body. However, the female magician's current physical condition could not bear the side effects of phase shift, and the poison had been entangled with the magic power in her body. Daedalian did not even dare to release any magic on her, and could only take the most primitive method. Lilith felt as if she was being carried on someone's back in a daze. Daedalian had begun to regret eating too much high-calorie junk food before. Looking at his slightly bulging belly, he no longer had the physical strength he had in school. He had been staying in the office for many years, and had not exercised much, so his physical fitness was naturally getting worse. He was also incredibly lazy. Normally, he was too tired to walk to the noodle stall, and wanted to order takeout every meal. Now that there was suddenly another person on his back, he felt that every step he took was extremely difficult. In fact, Daedalian started to breathe heavily after running out for only 2 steps, and his lungs seemed to be flattened. However, he did not stop this time. He gritted his teeth and stumbled out of the alley. Daedalian could feel the man on his back breathing weaker and weaker, as if he could stop at any time. "Don't die, if you can hear me, just hold on a little longer, just a little longer, it's not time to give up. You should have something you want to do but haven't been able to do. If I remember correctly, you haven't had a boyfriend until now. If you die like this, you will be laughed at for a long time." Daedalian roared, hung the iron box containing the little snake on his waist, and ran wildly, rushing to the place where the female magician and Blitz had their first fight. Although the carriage hired by Lilith had been destroyed, the 2 horses pulling the carriage were still there. One was seriously injured in the explosion, but fortunately, the other was only slightly injured on the buttocks. Daedalian was overjoyed and wanted to jump on the horse immediately, but he didn't expect that the horse was frightened by the previous explosion. Seeing someone approaching it, it flew up and kicked it. If it was kicked hard, Daedalian, who was a stay-at-home physique, would probably have to use crutches for the rest of his life. The man stepped back quickly to dodge, and although he staggered and dodged the kick, he lost his balance and fell into the sewage ditch with the female magician on his back. In the chaos, Lilith hit her head, and blood dripped down her neck onto Daedalian's face. The 2 of them were soaked in the sewage like 2 miserable dogs. If someone saw them like this, they probably would never associate them with the majestic magicians. "Damn it!" the man cursed. What kind of bad luck was this tonight? It was as if the heavens were against them. He tore off the only piece of clean clothes on his chest, wrapped the bleeding wound of the female magician, climbed out of the sewage, fumbled to fish out the staff, and released a meditation spell on the frightened horse, which made the latter get out of the panic state. After that, he picked up Lilith and put her on the horse's back. Dandelion climbed up himself. What the man didn't expect was that after such a fall, Lilith, who had already fallen into a coma, woke up again. The female magician could feel that she was being held in someone's arms. Dandelion fixed her on the horse's back with his left hand and pulled the reins with his right hand. In order to prevent her from rolling down, he directly fixed her underneath with his body. Although Lilith was now blind, the poison did not damage her other senses. Dandelion felt very embarrassed. As a magician, a typical otaku, he had never ridden a horse before, not to mention that he had to take someone with him. Apart from this method, he had almost no other way to prevent the two from falling off the horse. The female magician was unexpectedly quiet, and did not struggle in his arms. After a moment, she suddenly said, "Before, the group promised me that as long as I promised them not to pursue this matter, they would find a way to make me the president of the branch." Dardarian found that he couldn't keep up with Lilith's jumping thoughts. He didn't know why the female magician suddenly brought up this, but he also hoped to help Lilith stay awake through chatting, so he followed the female magician's words and asked carefully, "What do you think?" "They are not the first people to tell me this. Many people think that I have been unhappy these years, because I have an unreliable boss, who is idle, and does nothing every day. He relies on his background to do whatever he wants. He obviously has not contributed a single cent to the association, but in the end, he has to take most of the credit." The man was sweating. "Although what you said is true, you should at least change to a slightly more euphemistic way of expression, and take proper care of my emotions. So in the eyes of most people, I should be the kind of person who is obviously very capable, but has always been unlucky, depressed, and full of resentment in my heart." The female magician paused. "But the truth is not like this. Before you came to Gudry's, I had received a transfer order. The headquarters sent me to Jinwan Port to be the president of the Magician Association there, or, if I didn't want to leave here, I could directly work for Ab Super Mage as a special envoy stationed in Gudry's by the headquarters. Including in recent years, there have actually been transfer orders from other places, but I have rejected them all." Dardarian was really a little surprised this time. "Hey, why don't you leave? I have been messing around all these years. Can't you see it? It is because of this, senior, that people are more worried." Lilith murmured and closed her eyes. Chapter 309. Bantam Town, located 200 miles southwest of Gudry City, is particularly lively during this time of year. Freshman Competition, a comprehensive competition aimed at encouraging freshmen to train hard, form healthy competition among each other, and cultivate practical experience and team awareness has begun. This competition is usually held by each school separately. Some colleges choose to hold it jointly, from March to the end of each year, and the venue is in the underground city next to the town of Bantam. Although Siamus Comprehensive Academy is not well known, its financial situation has always been among the best among all magic academies. This is also something that confuses many people. Like most emerging academies, Siamus has been following the civilian route in recent years. However, the cheap tuition fees collected are obviously far from enough to maintain the funds needed to operate such a large school. At most, it can only maintain the minimum daily operation. Therefore, in order to achieve a balance between income and expenditure, new sources of funds are needed. There have been rumors in Gudry's that the original founder of Siamus Comprehensive School held shares in Haifa Chamber of Commerce, one of the richest organizations in the Don continent, and could enjoy a large dividend every year. He had no offspring, so he left the dividend to the school after his death. However, this statement was not recognized by Haifa Chamber of Commerce, and Siamus has remained silent on this issue. However, one thing is certain, the school's successive principals have almost never worried about money. For this freshman competition, Siamus also invested a lot of money and booked a small competition field on the third floor that can accommodate 500 people. Moreover, unlike other colleges' 10-day freshman competitions, the freshman competition planned by Siamus is expected to last for a month, which also makes many small colleges that choose to pool money to jointly host it jealous. When Rob and his team arrived at Bantam Town, they just happened to catch up with the Silver Tower's freshman competition. As a well-known old school in Siamus, the Silver Tower Magic Academy also has a lot of talented freshmen this year. There are 4 third-level magicians enrolled, and there are an astonishing 7 people with A-level qualifications. Obviously, their enrollment work last year went smoothly. In comparison, Siamus is much inferior. There is only one person with A-level qualifications, Caesar, and there are also very few people with B-level qualifications. The rest are basically C-level and D-level qualifications. It is destined to be difficult to achieve any great achievements in the future. The number of people seems to be quite large, especially with several other departments mixed together. It is also very impressive, but no matter how you look at it, it gives people the feeling of a ragtag army. Most of the students of the Silver Tower look down on the students of Siamis. Some of Siamis' students came over to them to collect some information about the competition, but unless they were cute girls, they mostly ignored them. When they met on the street, they basically looked down on them, as if they had written "I don't know you" on their faces. Rob had some impression of this magic academy. The Silver Tower had a grudge with the Royal Magic Academy of DIST because of something 10 years ago. So when Rob became famous in the north, this magic academy was the first to question him, suspecting that Steins exaggerated his talent and even sent people to challenge him from afar. As expected, their ace who had just entered the 5th level was beaten to a pulp by Rob, who was still at the 3rd level, and had no power to fight back from beginning to end. Although the Royal Magic Academy of Teast was very kind, and did not publicize this incident afterwards, many people still saw the miserable state of the challenger. This incident was talked about for a long time, and then the Silver Tower completely calmed down. Because of this incident, they could not recruit outstanding newcomers for 3 or 4 consecutive years, and their ranking in the South once fell out of the top 10. It was not until the past 2 years that they recovered. Unexpectedly, they met them here again. The 4-member team did not join in the fun. Rob was not short of money now. He had basically collected all the intelligence from Lois. He had practiced together. What he had to do next was to wait for the competition to begin. Since the competition venue had just been used by the Silver Tower, it would take 2 days to maintain the venue before it could be opened again. Therefore, except for the student union who was rushing to prepare, ordinary students had nothing to do during these 2 days. So, at someone's suggestion, everyone decided to take a walk around the town of Bandom. Similar to Ryan's development trajectory, before the nearby dungeon appeared, Bandom Town did not have any special products to show off. It was just an ordinary town with a population of less than 2,000. However, with the continuous influx of adventurers and merchants, Bandom Town now has a permanent population of nearly 17,000. At its peak, this number had exceeded 20,000. As the first few levels were opened up one after another, the number of low-level adventurers with the largest base decreased, and the population also fell to a certain extent. Now, the underground city of Bandom Town only has the last floor left to be completely conquered. At this point, there is no place for ordinary adventurers. Fortunately, the infrastructure built in the early stage is still there, and there is also a sufficient population reserve. It is impossible to decline back to the past. However, it is not easy to continue to prosper, so in recent years, Bandom Town has been working hard to transform into a tourist and functional town. In this regard, the town has a unique advantage. In addition to the underground city, the scenery near Bandom is also very good. It is backed by a small mountain range. There are almost no beasts in the mountain, but there are many rare wild animals and plants. In addition, there are several hot springs. It is a good place for vacation. In fact, every summer, many nearby nobles come here to go outing and escape the heat. If time permits, Rob doesn't mind staying here for a few more days. Unfortunately, 2 days passed quickly, and the day of the competition arrived in the blink of an eye. There were a total of 126 teams registered for the competition in Siamis this time, and the maximum number of people in each team was 5. Of course, if you are confident enough in your ability, you can choose 1 person per team. If you can make it into the top 10, you can enjoy all the final rewards. In addition, there will be a referee committee composed of more than 70 teachers and student union masters, who have entered the competition field half a day in advance. Their main task is to ensure the fairness of the competition, prevent people from cheating in the competition by unethical means, and also to protect the personal safety of the contestants. Of course, compared to the vast dungeon, this small group of referees is undoubtedly not enough to deal with all situations, so the captain of each team also carries a magic device. If they encounter danger or run out of supplies, they can send an emergency signal for help to the nearby. Of course, once you do this, it means that your team has given up the game. Chapter 310. This underground city in Bandom Town has an entrance in a mine. Like several other underground cities on the Dawn continent, the underground city in Bandom Town was originally discovered by chance. The mine was bought by a small nobleman. In fact, he has been troubled every day since the transaction was completed. The small nobleman felt that he was deceived by the original owner because the mine was always attacked and harassed by ghouls inexplicably. He didn't know where these ghouls came from, but their existence had seriously affected the personal safety and work efficiency of the miners, so he could only issue a D-level commission to clean up the mine in the Adventurers Guild. However, the result was not ideal. It was as if the gods were teasing him on purpose. These ghouls in the mine cave were springing up like mushrooms after rain. As soon as one batch was cleared, a new batch would appear. It seemed that they could never be killed. After doing this several times, the little nobleman was a little frustrated. He changed the commission to permanently solve the problem of ghouls wreaking havoc in the mine cave, greatly increased the reward, and at the same time, the commission level was changed from D to C. In fact, the price he paid for the mine cave was very low, so it was not rational to put up a high commission to clean up the mine cave. It was more like an obsession. The little nobleman was obviously in a state of, "Hey, I just don't believe this today." The little nobleman was in a state of madness, and was willing to pay a greater price to eliminate the annoying zombies in the mine. Unfortunately, there were no particularly powerful adventurers in a small place like Bantam, so after more than 40 years, his commission was still hanging on the wall of the Adventurers Guild. Until the little nobleman died, no one could complete the commission. This matter almost became a heartache for him in the end, and he was still thinking about it before he died. Until the little nobleman's cousin, a 5th-level knight, returned to his hometown to attend his brother's funeral. He heard his nephew talk about what happened in the small mine, and felt that something was wrong. So he wrote a letter to the local lord and borrowed 2 teams from the garrison to explore the mine from beginning to end, and then discover the underground city below. The son of the young nobleman sold the mine to the Adventurers Guild at an extremely shocking price, and it was soon transformed into a large camp and reception center, with various service areas set up to receive adventurers from all directions as their last supply point before entering the dungeon. Later, as the adventurers continued to go deeper, more levels were opened up, and the Magicians Association also set up a special teleportation array here to facilitate subsequent adventurers to reach their respective destinations faster and save time along the way. Early in the morning of the day of the competition, all the teams participating in the freshman competition of Siamus this year gathered here. Although the professors in the college had warned them before, 2 unlucky guys still missed the time. In order to relieve the tension before the competition, they agreed to go drinking together in the middle of the night. As a result, they drank too much without paying attention and are now sleeping soundly in the pub. They are destined to miss the next game. Principal Foreman gave a pre-match mobilization speech as usual. The content was similar to previous years, mainly encouraging. He hoped that all participants could enjoy this freshman competition and learn and gain useful things from it. Then Jefferson, the president of the student union, introduced the rules of this freshman competition. Of these, the most concerned thing was naturally the winning conditions. The ranking of the competition was ultimately determined by the points obtained by each team. After the competition officially started, the team could obtain points by hunting monsters and collecting key parts of monsters. Usually, the points obtained were proportional to the danger level of the monsters. Alternatively, they could choose to kill other teams and directly plunder other people's points. However, unlike in the past, this freshman competition had a third way to obtain points, which was to collect the holy artifacts left in the competition field. Each holy artifact could provide a large number of points to the holder, and at the same time, 5 holy artifacts could be collected together to get a special reward. Rob smelled a familiar smell from the last newly added rule. This way of playing is very similar to the 2 rounds of games at the lake that night. There is indeed a shadow of that guy in it. It seems that he still wants to continue the game that was accidentally interrupted that night in today's freshman competition. The rules of the competition did not further explain the holy weapon mentioned at the end. No matter its size, shape, or function, it seems that each team has to explore it on their own during the competition. As expected, the participating teams were all excited when the new rule was announced, and many people began to discuss it in a low voice. Caesar was also surprised. The young master of the Andre family got the competition rules 2 days in advance, and it was the final version. However, the competition rules in his hand did not include the last rule. Caesar frowned. What was going on? Did Jefferson set him up? Unlike Leo, the president of the student union usually gave him face, but after all, he was not working for the Andre family, and would not completely obey his orders. The other party did not stop him from doing things among the students during this period, but he did not participate too much. This is not difficult to understand. Jefferson's 3-year term will soon be up, and he does not want to cause trouble. He just wants to spend the next 6 months quietly. So this time Caesar asked to preview the competition rules in advance, and the other party hesitated before agreeing. Did he regret it later? Sent him an incomplete version of the rules? But then the young master of the Andre family thought about it, and felt that this situation was unlikely. If Jefferson really didn't want to give him the rules in advance, he could just refuse directly. Playing such a trick would only further deteriorate the relationship between the two parties, and would not benefit either side. And judging from Jefferson's expression just now, he was obviously a little surprised when he read out the rules, and it is very likely that he didn't know about this newly added rule. Looking at Principal Foreman's calm face, Caesar was thoughtful. In addition to the monsters, and those inexplicable holy weapons, there are also treasure chests and traps in the arena. What can be opened in the treasure chest is completely random, which also greatly increases the suspense of the game. If you are lucky enough to find a powerful equipment from the treasure chest, even the Salted Fish team has a great chance to turn things around. In addition, the most important point, which has been repeatedly emphasized before the start of the game, is that all freshmen participating in the game should take any action that does not cause death or disability as the principal, including all combat and non-combat behaviors that occur during the game. Once this bottom line is crossed, not only will the final score be cancelled by the referee committee, but depending on the severity of the situation, they may also be investigated by the guards after returning to Gudry's. Chapter 311. As Jefferson finished speaking, the freshman competition officially began. Each team stood on the magic circle in the order of the draw, and the complex patterns around it lit up. Then the 4 people on the magic circle were teleported into the small competition field on the 3rd floor. Although it was a small competition field, it was actually 2/3 the size of the 1st floor of the endless sea of trees. However, the freshman competition was very different from the ordinary dungeon exploration. There would be a special supply point in the competition field, so even if the activity area was relatively large, the contestants did not need to hire followers. At the beginning of the competition, most people only carried 3 to 5 days of rations. The first thing Rob did after entering the dungeon was to take out his goggles and scarf. The other 3 did almost the same thing. Yes, the dungeon of Bantam is mostly desert. Looking around, there are yellow sand all over the sky, rolling sand dunes, and the scorching sun burning everything overhead. God knows why there is such a strange desert dungeon in Bantam, which is located in the south near the coastline. The environment here is obviously much worse than the dungeon in the endless sea of trees. Unlike when they were forced to enter the dungeon, when they first met Luo, the freshman competition was essentially just a game used by the school to train freshmen. Although this was once the 3rd floor of the dungeon, most of the threats had been cleared away, and the danger was far less than the dungeon in the endless forest they had entered. The only thing they needed to be careful of was the Golem Master. Rob knew the importance of this freshman competition to Lolo, so he didn't hesitate. After entering the competition, he took over the command of the team directly, spread out the map of the 3rd floor that he bought from Lois at a high price, and then took out the ruler and compass he carried with him, squatted on the sand and wrote and drew. Half a minute later, he put those things back into his backpack in front of Ginny and Gage's stunned expressions. Lucky, we are only a day and a half away from the inner city. According to the information I collected before, there are very few supply points and treasure chests in the outer city area where we are now, so the key to the initial competition is to see who can enter the inner city earlier, because theoretically speaking, the earlier you enter the inner city, the more props and supplies you can get, and the later the team enters the inner city, the higher the risk of being eliminated. But this is not absolute. Rob paused. The inner city has been renovated and some of its functions have been restored. It is the only place in the entire underground city with water and vegetation. The truly powerful monsters are active in the inner city, so the earlier you enter the inner city, the greater the possibility of being attacked. In general, risks and benefits coexist. In order to prevent everyone from being teleported to the same starting point, and the strong team directly clearing the weak team, the teleportation method used to enter the competition venue is completely random, which means that the location of the teleportation point is uncertain, and the team may appear anywhere on the 3rd floor. Rob is not sure whether there is a team that has teleported directly into the inner city, so they'd better hurry up and act. Luo acted very calm. She had been shocked by someone's performance countless times in the endless forest, so she was a little numb now. She would not make a fuss like Ginny and Gage. Anyway, it was right to listen to this guy, so she asked directly, "Which way are you going?" "This way." Rob pointed in a direction and reminded, "Be careful of the environment here. You may encounter some desert monsters along the way. Most of the first-level desert monsters are not very dangerous, but you still have to be careful of some of them, especially the Takuta sand scorpion. This little thing will bury its body completely under the sand when hunting, which is difficult to be discovered. Moreover, their tail stings are poisonous. Although it is not fatal, a sting will paralyze at least half a magic hour. I have antidote in my bag, but I need to use it sparingly. There may be more troublesome guys behind. If you are poisoned by the Takuta sand scorpion, rest on the spot and wait for the poison to wear off. Luo was the strongest among the group, so she walked at the front of the team. She could react to any danger immediately. With her skills, she should be able to dodge quickly. Rob followed closely behind. On the one hand, he could support the former in time, and on the other hand, it was convenient for him to observe the environment and give orders at any time. Then came Ginny, who had almost no ability to protect herself, and finally Gage. The quasi-magician always knew that the fat man had a good family background, but he didn't expect it to be so good. He was wearing a standard paladin armor, and the defense effect seemed to be better than the genuine one. It was definitely not comparable to the standard goods on the street. The sword hanging on his waist was not an ordinary item, but it looked quite old. It was more like an antique than a weapon. Fortunately, it was well maintained. Although it had been baptized by the years, the sword was still sharp enough. From this point of view, the quality of this antique sword was far superior to many newly forged swords. In addition, Gage was carrying a magic device with a second-level defensive magic in his arms. He was now fully armed. At least no one in this class of freshman swordsmen could be more fantastic than him. And all these equipment were suddenly received by him the night before the competition. Gage's mother heard that her son was going to participate in the freshman competition of Siamus. In order to help him get a good result in this competition, she secretly packed a set of her family collection and sent someone to deliver it. Rob and others could only sigh at the greatness of maternal love. With this set of equipment, Fatty's strength has improved a lot, from being a hindrance to being above the passing line. Although his attack power is still very poor, he can even deal with the main attackers of other teams with his super high defense. Of course, the premise is that the opponent is willing to keep an eye on him. However, his luxurious equipment is a bit disappointing in the current environment. The sun shines on the golden armor, and the temperature is so high in less than 5 minutes that it can burn your hand, not to mention the fat man inside. At this moment, Gage is like a prawn stuffed into a steamer. In a short while, his face is covered with sweat, and his eyes are full of stars. Rob is afraid that he will be cooked directly after taking 2 more steps, so he suggests to the latter, "Why don't you take off the equipment first and put it on when there is a battle?" Gage shook his head. "You don't know, this armor is very troublesome to put on and take off. The first time I put it on, it took me half a magic hour. If I take it off, it will be too late when there is real danger." Rob didn't expect the fat man to be so dedicated, and gave him a thumbs up. "You don't have to take it off, but at least you have to cover it with something to block the sun, otherwise you will be dehydrated in a short time." That makes sense. Gage actually felt that he was about to collapse, but he didn't know how to solve it. He was embarrassed to tell others for fear of causing trouble to the team. It was not until Rob spoke that he suddenly realized it, and quickly took out a few clothes from his backpack and tied them outside the armor. This way he felt much better. After that, the team continued on their way. However, in just half a day, almost everyone realized how lucky it was to have a guy like him in the team. They traveled through the desert for a whole morning, but they were safe and sound. They relied on the terrifying knowledge reserve and extremely calm brain of the future super magician. This guy seemed to know everything about the habits and characteristics of all monsters, and he could always avoid danger one step ahead. In comparison, they met several other teams along the way, and they all encountered some battles to a greater or lesser extent. At the beginning of the game, most teams were cautious because they didn't have many points, and didn't have water and food pressure. So unless they had an overwhelming advantage, they wouldn't make a move. Everyone knew that the real competition would come after entering the inner city. It was meaningless to start a war now, and it was likely that other teams nearby would take advantage of them. However, in the afternoon, Rob and his team still encountered trouble. Luo had the best eyesight, so he was the first one in the team to notice something unusual. He pointed to the yellow line moving towards them on the horizon and asked Rob behind him, "What is that?" Chapter 312. The future super magician narrowed his eyes. "We seem to have encountered a sandstorm." "What is a sandstorm? Is it dangerous?" Gage had wiped the sweat off his forehead for the nth time. He grew up in the south, and this was his first time seeing a desert. He felt fresh before, but after walking for so long, the freshness had long gone. Now he just felt extremely hot, and there were sand grains in his mouth and clothes. He just wanted to find a cooler place to take a shower and have a good sleep. Sandstorms are storms that blow in the desert. It's hard to say how dangerous they are. Generally, sandstorms are not very fast and are relatively safe. Although they block your vision, they will soon pass, so you just need to wait where you are. However, there are also strong sandstorms, with wind speeds of up to 700 to 800 miles per hour. Even small rocks can be blown up wherever they pass, and it's hard to say if you get swept in. Rob glanced at the horizon again. The sandstorm we encountered. Preliminary estimates show that the wind speed should be 200 to 300 miles per hour, and it is expected to arrive here in half an hour. The fat man was startled. What should we do? Run away? You can't run away. This sandstorm is very large. We can't get out in this short time. The future super magician looked around, but we can't stay here. It's too open here. There's no place to hide. The sandstorm will blow us away. I remember seeing a big rock wall on the way before. It should be in time to rush over now. Use the rock wall to block the sand and dust. And remember to keep your body fixed. What are we waiting for? Let's go there quickly. Gage said anxiously. Well, you go first. I follow you later. Rob hesitated for a moment but spoke. The three of them trusted him all the way and didn't ask any more questions. After telling you to be careful, he turned around and ran back with Ginny and Gage. The future super magician stood there, temporarily putting the upcoming sandstorm behind him, and closed his eyes. Half a minute later, when he opened his eyes again, he had indeed confirmed the direction from which the magic wave came, which was under a cactus less than half a mile away from him. To be honest, Rob didn't expect to find a treasure chest at this time. Of course, the main reason was that the treasure chest contained a magic device. When Luo noticed the sandstorm, he also noticed the faint magic fluctuations. However, the metal treasure chest shielded the fluctuations to a large extent. In addition, it was buried deep underground. Even the future super magician would have to spend some time to locate it. After that, the question was how to dig it out. The distance of half a mile may not seem far, but considering that we still have to dig for the treasure chest and return to the stone wall after getting the magic device, time becomes very tight, and the sandstorm will blow here in less than half an hour, so the safest way now is to wait until the sandstorm passes before getting the treasure chest. But Rob knew that this would not work. With the destructive power of this sandstorm, if it really blows here, the only cactus that can be used as a mark in the vast yellow sand will probably disappear. At that time, the future super magician will have to search for the location of the treasure chest again, and the terrain around here will change greatly after the sandstorm. If the treasure chest is buried deeper by more yellow sand, it will become more difficult to perceive, and the difficulty of excavation will also increase. So Rob thought about it, and decided to give it a try. He could roughly estimate the time he had left. Once he found that it was impossible to do anything, he would immediately give up digging for the treasure chest and move towards the stone wall. Therefore, the danger was not as great as it seemed. He asked Ginny and Gage, who were the slowest, to leave first. If Lolo was left behind, the digging speed would be increased, but Ginny and Gage were both newcomers with little experience and combat effectiveness. Rob was worried that they would encounter some accidents during this period, so he finally chose to act alone. He ran very fast, sliding down the sand dune, and it took him less than 4 minutes to reach the cactus. Then Rob saw half of the shovel buried in the sand. This was a very obvious hint. The treasure chest set up in the freshman competition had to be hidden enough, but not so hidden that no one could find them. According to the normal process, most people would first see the lonely cactus, then walk up to it, and find the shovel half buried in the sand, and finally successfully associate the shovel with the treasure chest. However, Rob used the perception of a 6th level mage to find the magic device in the treasure chest first, and then found the cactus. There was no way, because the person who designed the freshman competition could never have imagined that a high-level magician would sneak into the contestants. Rob used a shovel to quickly dig out the treasure chest below, and after opening it, he saw a crystal ball inside. As far as he knew, many magicians like to make magic devices look like crystal balls, so it was hard to tell what the magic device actually did from the appearance. The easiest way was of course to activate it and try it out, but Rob could tell at a glance that this was a second-class magic device, which could only be used twice in total. It would be a pity to waste one time for an experiment. For a low-level magic device with no technical content like this, the future super magician could directly deduce its purpose from the structure. But he obviously didn't have time to do this now. The sandstorm was approaching here, and he had to leave. Rob wrapped the crystal ball around his waist, and then ran up the small sand dune again with the posture of a 100-meter sprint. Looking back, he found that the sandstorm behind him was very close to him. He could already see the dust and sand that covered the sky and the sun, and there were dead branches and small rocks mixed in it. If he was caught in it, he would definitely suffer. At the same time, Luo behind the rock wall also saw the sandstorm approaching rapidly, but she had not seen anyone yet. The girl's face became more and more solemn, and she told the two people beside her, "No matter what happens, don't leave from under this rock wall." After that, she pulled down her goggles again, staring at the sandstorm, ready to rush in to save people at any time. Fortunately, she saw the familiar figure on the top of the sand dune not long after. The guy looked a little embarrassed at the moment, as if he had rolled in the sand, but his expression was as calm as ever, as if he didn't notice the yellow sand behind him that was almost swallowing him. "What are you looking at? Are the ropes ready? This time the sandstorm is quite big. It's better to tie the four of us together so that we won't be separated," Rob said as he dodged behind the rock wall, and at the same time pressed back Lolo's head that was stretched out to look. "What did you run to do just now?" "Oh, I found a place that looked like a treasure chest was buried, so I went to take a look," the future super magician said truthfully, but concealed away he found the treasure chest. Treasure chest? The other three people were immediately interested. They had learned about the existence of treasure chests from the rules before the game started, but they had never encountered one along the way. Rob had just said that the location of treasure chests should be in the inner city. They didn't expect that they were so lucky to pick one up in the outer city. "Quick, take it out and show us what's inside," Gage said impatiently. "Wait until the sandstorm is over." Rob also tied himself up with a rope, and soon after he tied the rope, the sandstorm finally blew here. The overwhelming yellow sand completely blocked everyone's sight. The other side of the stone wall kept coming with the sound of gravel and rock wall hitting each other, which made the fat man tremble with fear. He looked up and found that the sky and the earth had already turned dim, and even his companions who were close at hand could not be seen clearly. The sandstorm lasted for an hour and a half before it slowly weakened. It was not until the whistling wind completely disappeared from the ears that the people behind the stone wall realized that their lower bodies had been buried by the yellow sand. This was why Rob had to take out the things in the treasure chest before the sandstorm came. After the sandstorm, the terrain and environment would change greatly, and it would be very difficult to find the original location. Everyone climbed out of the sand pit, tidied their clothes, and poured out the sand that had been poured into their boots. Taking advantage of this time, Rob also checked the magic device he had taken before. The magic stored in this crystal ball was a sand and dust spell, which was a low-level magic of the restricted type. It was mainly used to block the line of sight. It was very useful in both retreat and combat. Moreover, in the current desert environment, the effect of this magic would be increased. In short, it was a pretty good prop. However, when the future super magician turned around, a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Where is Ginny?" Chapter 313. Ginny disappeared just as everyone was sorting out their clothes. After the sandstorm, everyone was covered in sand, and walking was uncomfortable. Ginny wanted to take off her clothes and pants to shake them off, so she ran to the small sand dune next to her. At first, no one had any ideas, until Rob picked her up and found that she had not been back for a long time. So Lolo ran to the sand dune, but did not find Ginny. She walked around the sand dune and only found a shoe on the ground, but Ginny was gone. To confirm this, everyone searched several nearby sand dunes, but found nothing. She wasn't eaten by some monster. Gage was shocked by his own speculation, and his hand involuntarily grasped the antique sword at his waist. This kind of thing is not impossible. Although the schools that hold freshman competitions will make every effort to ensure the safety of participating students, accidents still happen every year. After all, most monsters are not easy to deal with. If you treat them as points, they will naturally not be polite to you. Moreover, the competition field is too large. The referee committee's manpower is obviously not enough to meet the vast dungeon. If there is a real danger, they can't always arrive in time. It shouldn't be a monster. Rob checked the place where his shoes fell. There were only Ginny's footprints under the sand dunes, and there were no footprints of other creatures nearby. In addition, with the powerful perception of a quasi-magician, it was almost impossible for a monster to sneak close to this place without telling him. Could it be that it came out from underground? Lolo guessed that this inference was the most reasonable at present. Rob did not comment. Even if there were first and second level monsters that could move underground, they would not leave any traces, let alone drag a living person away. Looking closely at the footprints, you can see that they are made up of two parts. The first part is Ginny's footprints after she walked from the stone wall to the sand dunes. In addition, there is another set of footprints. Compared with the previous set of footprints, the second part of the footprints is obviously more messy. There are even some strange situations where the toes are facing each other or completely side by side. However, judging from the shape and size, they are undoubtedly Ginny's footprints. This part of the footprints is scattered everywhere, and it is impossible to distinguish an obvious trajectory of movement. Of course, there is another possibility. These footprints have been processed by someone. Unlike low-level monsters, if it is a human, they can destroy their own footprints as long as they want to. But why did Ginny do this? During this period, the three did not hear the former's cry for help. Was she mentally controlled by someone? Where was she taken after that? Try to contact the people of the Judgment Committee. The future super magician said that Rob did not have a good way for the time being. He could not judge what happened to Ginny. He could only organize people to expand the search range to see if there were any other clues. Okay. Lolo took out the second-class magic device issued by the school, which was a conch. According to the previous agreement, the team could use this conch to contact the referee committee, or use it to ask for help from nearby people in danger. The difference lies in the length of the sound of the conch. Lolo first blew a melodious horn, but after half a magic hour, no one from the referee committee appeared. The three members of the team looked at each other, and realized that something was unusual. So the rookie warrior blew a series of rapid and sharp horn sounds, which meant that the team was in danger and urgently needed help from the outside world, but half an hour passed, and there was still no one. Something is not right. Rob frowned, then looked up at the sky. They had been delayed for a long time by the sandstorm, and had waited for nearly an hour. Now the sky was getting dark. It's getting late. Let's find a place to spend the night. The temperature in the desert will be very low at night. We should try to choose a higher place. Gage, remember to leave marks along the way. If Ginny comes back, she should be able to find us by following those marks. The fat man nodded. A living person disappeared under everyone's eyes. After that, the members of the referee committee, who should have appeared immediately after hearing the horn, were nowhere to be seen. Seeing that the sun in the dungeon was about to sink into the sky, he couldn't help shivering. Fortunately, the silver armor on his body and the defensive magic device in his arms made him feel more at ease. But as night fell, Gage's uneasiness became stronger. From now on, we should try to avoid acting alone, Lolo warned, and then the team walked about a mile. Because they were worried that Ginny would not be able to find them when she came back, they did not move forward. They found a relatively high sand dune and set up a tent on it. Gage was responsible for making a fire and cooking, while Lolo sprinkled a small bottle of magic potion he brought with him around, mainly to repel poisonous snakes and mosquitoes. Because Ginny disappeared mysteriously, everyone had no appetite. After a quick dinner, they determined the time for each person to take turns to watch the night. After that, the remaining two people laid down and took the time to rest and replenish their energy. Rob volunteered to be the first shift tonight. After Lolo and Gage fell asleep, he walked over and picked up the girl's staff. He first released a 6th-level defensive magic to cover the two of them, and then released a levitation spell for himself. Endless starlight and the vast desert were reflected in Rob's pupils. He floated in the air, like a king looking down at his territory. At this moment, he no longer had any reservations and expanded his terrifying perception to the limit. No magical beasts on the ground or underground could escape his eyes within a radius of dozens of miles. Unfortunately, he did not find any unusual magical creatures. Ginny herself was also a magician. Although she was not even a magic apprentice, she also had magic in her body. If she was nearby, Rob should be able to sense it. However, the fact was that she seemed to have really disappeared out of thin air, leaving nothing behind except the shoe. However, he did find something else after that. Just 5 miles away from them, there was a nest of giant wolf spiders. One male wolf spider, and a nest of little wolf spiders seemed very impatient. It had been a while since the female wolf spider went out to hunt, but it had not returned to the nest. Rob found the body of the female wolf spider in the southwest of the spider nest. It looked like it had been dead for quite some time. All its organs were intact, but the skin on the surface was gone. Not far from it, the future super magician saw footprints that looked like Ginny's. Chapter 314. It was midnight when Lolo opened her eyes. Rob was sitting by the fire reading a book. In his hand was a novel called Knights and Witches. He bought it when he was strolling in the bookstore in Bandom Town 2 days ago, and brought it into the dungeon to kill time. The girl rubbed her eyes. Is it time? Why didn't you call me? You should sleep a little longer. You always walk in the front to explore the way. Lack of sleep will make it difficult to stay focused when encountering danger, which is very dangerous. The future super magician closed the novel in his hand. His eyes looked bright in the night. Every time Lolo saw those eyes, he would feel at ease. It was as if he didn't have to worry about any dangers. The tension caused by Ginny's disappearance and the accidental loss of contact with the Judiciary Committee was also reduced. As the two were talking, Lolo suddenly noticed something moving in the darkness in the distance. Who? The girl drew the elven sword from her waist and shouted in that direction. As a result, the shadow did not answer. After hearing Luo's question, it moved faster and moved towards this side. At this time, Gage was also awakened. The fat man was always uneasy. He did not take off his armor when he slept. Although his waist and back were sore, it worked now. He got up from the ground with a grunt, and he was still fully armed. As the shadow approached, the three people could already see its general outline. It seemed to be a humanoid creature, which made Luo a little relieved, but the three people did not completely relax their vigilance. The girl seemed to have thought of something, and her expression was happy. Ginny, is that you? However, the figure who walked to the fire was a freshman in the thief department, who seemed to be called Deadman or Davis. Rob had seen this guy on the way to Bantam before. Although the two sides had never spoken, the future super magician did know that there was such a person who came to participate in this freshman competition. Is there water? The guy looked very tired, his goggles were full of cracks, and his scarf was gone. There was blood on his head, his lips were chapped, and his voice was very weak. This was probably why he didn't answer when Lolo asked the question for the first time. The poor guy now looked a complete mess. Gage took a water bag from his backpack and gave it to him. He almost couldn't wait to grab it and pour it down his throat. He even choked because he drank too much. What's wrong with you? Why are you traveling alone so late at night, and you don't even bring a torch? Where are your teammates and supplies? After the other party drank the water, Luo finally asked the doubts in his heart. The guy named Deadman or Davis took the blanket and put it on himself. He came to the fire and felt like he was alive again. He smiled bitterly and said, "My team encountered a terrible sandstorm not long ago. We couldn't get out, and we were separated in the sandstorm. I was hit on the head by a rock. When I woke up, I couldn't find my teammates. My supplies were blown away. The magic device for help was in the captain's hand. I kept calling their names, but unfortunately no one answered. At night, I realized that they might not come back, so I just found a direction and tried my luck to see if I could run into other people. Thank God, when I saw your campfire, I knew I was finally saved." This statement seems to be reasonable. Luo and his team also encountered that sandstorm, but because of Rob's timely reminder, they found a place to hide, otherwise the team's fate would probably be similar to that of the other team. By the way, did anything unusual happen in your team before the sandstorm? Unusual things? The guy named Deadman or Davis was stunned. What do you mean? Did anyone in your team suddenly disappear, or saw something else that was out of the ordinary? Oh, by the way, on the way here, did you see a girl with short blonde hair, glasses, and who looked a little nervous and awkward? Lolo tried his best to describe Ginny's image. The guy whose name was unknown, Deadman or Davis, shook his head. I didn't see the person you mentioned. In fact, I didn't see anyone along the way. As for the unusual things, I just found out at noon that the guy named Lawrence in the team was actually gay. Does that count? When I was teleporting, someone secretly touched my butt. Now it seems that it was probably the guy who did it. What are your plans for the next step? Lolo asked. Who among you three is the captain? You should be carrying the magic device issued by the school. Can you do me a favor? Contact the referee committee to send me out as soon as possible. I don't have any equipment or teammates now. There is no point in holding on. I'd better take a hot bath and rest early. My freshman competition this time is basically over. Although it's a bit embarrassing to withdraw on the first day, I just want to leave this damn place now. The thief shrugged and refused the bread that Gage handed over. Although he hadn't eaten dinner, he wasn't too hungry at the moment. He felt much better after drinking water, and was thinking about where to go for a big meal after withdrawing from the competition. Luo looked a little strange. I'm the captain, but I may not be able to help you contact the referee committee now. Why? The thief felt a little confused and widened his eyes. Hey, don't be so heartless. Although I can't help you, we are all freshmen in the same class. Isn't this a piece of cake for you? We are actually looking for the people from the referee committee, but something seems to be wrong over there. We blew the horn before but no one responded to us, and one of our team members disappeared right before our eyes not long ago. No way. Oh, no wonder you asked me if I saw the blonde girl with glasses before. She must be your teammate. The guy named Deadman or Davis seemed to understand something and asked curiously, Did you also get separated because of the sandstorm? No, we are here for something else. Gage shuddered and looked around nervously, as if there was some kind of man-eating monster hiding in the darkness. This made the thief a little nervous. Lolo didn't explain too much. Anyway, I suggest you act with us before contacting the referee committee. It seems that I don't have any other choice now except to follow you. The thief spread his hands. After a sandstorm, he was completely alone. If he left Lolo and the others, it would mean no food or water. He couldn't last long in this vast desert, so he didn't hesitate and quickly stretched out his hand. Hello, my name is Davis. Please give me more advice in the future. Lolo. The girl introduced herself, shook hands with Davis, and pointed to the two people not far away. Rob, Gage, welcome to join our team temporarily. The fat man was very happy, because one more person means more strength. After what happened to Ginny, he only hated that there were too few people around him. Now that Davis joined, he felt safer. Rob nodded to the thief and said nothing. He seemed very quiet since Davis showed up. Chapter 315. Nothing happened overnight. After sunrise, Lolo blew the horn again, but the referee committee still did not show up. So after breakfast, everyone gathered together to discuss what to do next. It had been more than half a day since Ginny disappeared, and everyone had to accept a cruel reality. No matter what the reason for her disappearance, she would probably never come back. Now there are two choices before everyone, whether to continue to expand the search range with limited manpower, or to find a way to get in touch with the referee committee first, and then the referee committee will organize more people to conduct a more comprehensive search. Davis was a new member of the team, so he did not intend to speak on this issue, and the remaining Gage was also used to letting the other members of the team make decisions. Lolo was still a little hesitant, so he looked at Rob, the future super magician, and said directly, the situation is unclear now. I suggest we go to the inner city first. Last night, he had used his perception to search the surrounding area for 10 miles, but did not find any trace of Ginny. Therefore, he knew that there would be no gain if he continued to search. Moreover, they had already wasted a day, and now Davis had joined temporarily. With one more person, they had to start considering the issue of supplies. Now all the teams were rushing to the inner city, and there must be people from the referee committee there. The future super magician had a hunch that Ginny's disappearance was not simple. Luo naturally understood this truth, but when she thought about the fact that the longer Ginny was missing, the more likely she would be in danger, she still hoped to find the girl as soon as possible. It would probably take 4 or 5 days to gather people from the inner city and return here. From the perspective of supplies alone, Ginny might not be able to hold on until then. However, she also knew that Rob's proposal was the most sensible. So she sighed and said, let's look for another half a day. If we still can't find her after half a day, we will set off to the inner city. Everyone had no objection to this, although it meant that they could not reach the inner city before dark and had to spend another night outside. Davis suggested that they form a team of 2, which would also improve the efficiency of the search. The initial decision was that Rob and Gage would form one team, and Lolo and Davis would form another team, but then the future super mage applied to exchange teammates with the girl, and the reason hurt the fat man, because Gage's combat power was the weakest among the 4, so he formed a team with Lolo, the strongest member of the team, so that the strength of the 2 teams could be more balanced. After the division, everyone picked a direction to search and agreed to meet here before noon. Dude, you don't seem to like me very much. The thief walked in front, holding a dead branch he picked up on the road, poking at his feet. The future super magician said, why do you think so? Well, I don't know if it's my illusion, but I always feel that you seem to be very wary of me. Davis looked innocent, but I just came last night and didn't do anything. He used the dead branch to fork a small snake and threw it aside. The future super magician did not comment. Anyone who saw Davis for the first time would find him suspicious, especially considering that their team was most likely the closest people nearby when Ginny disappeared, and his sudden appearance alone last night also made people feel very coincidental. However, from his later performance, it didn't seem like there was any problem. Rob asked Davis, how many people are there in your team? 5. Ron is our captain, and the only first-level professional in the team. To be honest, we all had some ideas about the rewards for the top 10, but after seeing that sandstorm, I just want to go back to the town and have a drink to calm down. Davis sighed. The wound on his head had scabbed over, but it still hurt to touch. There was no better way to deal with it in the desert, so he could only wash it with clean water and bandage it first. You said you were hit by a stone. How long were you unconscious after that? Why didn't your companions come to find you during this period? I don't know. We encountered a sandstorm in the afternoon. The color of the sky changed at that time. In the sandstorm, you can't feel how much time has passed. I was hit on the head by a flying stone. When I opened my eyes, everyone was gone. I don't know why they didn't come to find me. Maybe it's because I joined the team halfway before the game started, and I'm not familiar with the others. The thief didn't look depressed when talking about this kind of thing. Instead, he said excitedly, "How could you lose a teammate if it wasn't for the sandstorm? Was it the monster or another team that did it? This matter has nothing to do with you. We will go our separate ways when we get to the inner city and find the referee committee or your team," Rob said lightly, clearly not intending to continue chatting with the thief. Davis was also very tactful and didn't ask any more questions. The morning passed quickly. Neither Rob's team nor Luo's team found anything. They returned to the agreed place one after another, found a relatively cool place nearby to make a fire and cook, recover their strength, and waited for the hottest time of the noon sun to pass before setting off again. This time, the team went straight to the inner city. If everything had gone according to the original plan, Lolo and his team should have reached the inner city by now. However, they did not expect a lot of unexpected changes to happen in the middle, which cast a shadow over the hearts of the team members. Fortunately, nothing else happened along the way. They also met 4 other teams along the way, but those teams obviously did not realize that the referee committee had lost contact with them, and were still gearing up for a big fight. It was not until Lolo reminded them that they realized that the magic devices in their hands were no longer useful. Is this an emergency, or is it part of the freshman competition test? When the teams first heard about this, they were a little skeptical. Some teams were more cautious because theoretically they were still competitors, and they couldn't help but wonder if this was a conspiracy of the other side. However, in the end, 2 teams chose to go into the inner city with Luo, and the others to find the referee committee first. If anyone was in danger, they would also be willing to provide assistance. Luo and his team arrived at the entrance of the inner city the next morning. Like the underground city in the endless sea of trees, the underground city in Bandam Town also had an extremely luxurious mithril wall, but the height was slightly lower than the former, and there was an entrance on the wall. At the entrance of the wall, Luo and his team finally met someone from the referee committee. He was a swordsman named Patton, who had a baby face, but at this moment, his expression on his baby face looked very serious, explaining the current situation to the team that had just arrived in the inner city. There was a problem with the dungeon's teleportation array. The original plan was for the referee committee to enter the dungeon in 2 batches. Our first batch came in a day before the game, so it was not affected. However, the second batch, including Principal Foreman, was unable to come in. But don't worry, Mr. Xavier is also in the dungeon. He is now doing his best to repair the damaged magic array. It is estimated that he will be able to restore contact with the outside world soon. Chapter 316. After Barton's explanation, the teams gradually calmed down. Teleportation array failures are not very common, but they do happen occasionally because the teleportation array is a relatively sophisticated and complex magic array. Any small problem may affect normal operation. Before this, they had heard of teleportation array failures due to aging of the array pattern or unstable magic crystals, so they did not feel too panicked. Of course, the main reason was that Teacher Xavier was also in the dungeon, which was why most people felt at ease. Xavier is a 7th level magician, and his strength is even higher than that of Principal Foreman. He is recognized as the best master by all the teachers and students of Siamus. He is absolutely invincible in the dungeon for freshmen to compete. As long as he is there, nothing dangerous will happen. However, due to this sudden incident, the freshman competition can only be temporarily suspended. The referee committee opened several supply points in the inner city and distributed the food and water to each team, and then let everyone rest near the entrance. Davis found his lost teammates in the crowd and said goodbye to the 3 of them. Lolo told Barton about Ginny's disappearance. The latter really took it seriously and said that the referee committee would do its best to ensure the safety of every student. He promised the 3 that he would report the matter as soon as possible and organize people to search for Ginny's whereabouts at the scene. We may be in trouble this time. Rob looked at Barton's back thoughtfully. Huh? Why do you say that? The situation should be more serious than he revealed. Remember his words? There was a problem with the underground city's teleportation array. The first batch of referees have entered, and Teacher Xavier is doing his best to repair it. Is there something wrong with this? Is he lying? Lolo asked doubtfully. He's not lying, but there are a lot of ambiguities in his statements. There are actually many possibilities for the teleportation array to have problems. Accidental damage and man-made damage are 2 completely different situations. Rob paused. If the teleportation array is really just due to aging or slight wear and tear, It is relatively simple to repair. Teacher Xavier had already entered the dungeon before the game started, and he is an expert in formations. But it has been more than 2 days since the magic array had problems. But I just asked a few teams that arrived earlier, and they haven't seen Teacher Xavier until now. This means that the repair work of the teleportation array is not going smoothly, and the teleportation array is likely to have been damaged by humans. Also, I don't know if you have noticed that the referee committee is quite short-handed. So far, apart from Senior Patton, who is responsible for explaining the current situation to the new teams, there are only 2 staff members responsible for distributing supplies. So I guess there are 2 possibilities. Either the first batch of referees entering the competition field is smaller than we expected, and most of the referee committee members have not had time to teleport, or all the referee committee staff are busy helping Teacher Xavier collect materials for repairing the magic circle. Personally, I sincerely hope it is the first case. Why? Gage couldn't help asking, is there anything worse than a short-handed referee committee? Yes, if it's the second case, it proves that my previous guess that the magic circle was destroyed by humans is correct. Most people still don't really realize what the broken teleportation array means. The underground city of Bantam Town has only the last floor left to be conquered, so except for the 9th floor and the 2 floors that were transformed into competition venues, the teleportation arrays to other places were dismantled a long time ago. In other words, if the teleportation array on our floor is broken, the fastest way for people outside to come in is to go down from the 4th floor. If the teleportation array on the 4th floor is also broken, then they can only cross the 1st and 2nd floors, which will take at least 2 months. The future super magician said calmly. Gage took a breath. 2 months? Yes, in these 2 months, we are like staying on an isolated island. The good news is that the supplies in the inner city should be sufficient to support us for 2 months. At worst, we can hunt monsters. As long as we are willing to find a way, we can always wait until the people outside come in. But the bad news is that no matter who destroyed the magic circle, he will obviously not let us spend these 2 months in peace. I think this is why Teacher Xavier is so anxious to repair the teleportation array. He may have realized something. Luo quickly thought of another question. You mean that no matter what happens, the referee committee will not send people to search for Ginny's whereabouts as they promised? I'm afraid that's the case. What Barton did was more like to calm everyone's emotions and prevent the spread of panic. This is actually the most correct approach, but unfortunately, he is unable to fulfill his promise. Then we will go find it ourselves. Didn't 2 teams agree to help before? Besides, there are so many people here, there must be someone willing to join us. Luo glanced at the distance. Most people looked relaxed and didn't realize what was happening here. The girl looked at the other 2 members of the team. Rob was still as calm as ever. This guy was really a magical existence. He had analyzed that the situation was not optimistic not long ago, but he himself didn't seem to be nervous. When he saw her looking at him, he just said, I go wherever you go. The future super magician really didn't care. If the situation really developed to the point where he couldn't control it, at worst, he would just take one of them and run away with Luo and the fat man using phase shift. Gage hesitated. Ginny had just joined the team, and they were not familiar with each other. According to Rob's previous statement, their current situation was not safe. The best choice was to stay with the main group, which would give them the highest safety factor. But Fatty thought about it from another perspective. If it was him who was missing, Ginny would definitely come with Rob to look for him. So Gage finally gritted his teeth and said, count me in. Not long ago, he was complaining that Davis's team was too ruthless. Just because they were not familiar with each other, and had known each other for a short time, they left their teammates alone in the desert. This kind of thing sounded more like an excuse for their own cruelty. Gage did not want to become the kind of person he hated. Chapter 317. Lolo found the 2 teams that he had been with before, and the captains of both teams agreed very readily. Anyway, the freshman competition has been interrupted due to an accident, and everyone is free, so they might as well help find someone. However, when the rookie warrior went to find other teams for help, Barton happened to come back. The latter looked a little surprised. What are you going to do? Lolo said truthfully, we are going to search for the missing classmates. Barton frowned. Didn't we say that this matter will be handed over to our referee committee? Senior, can you tell us the truth? How many people from your referee committee entered the competition venue? Lolo did not believe the other party's words this time. Barton hesitated. There are more than 30 referees in the first batch entering the dungeon. Where are they now? Why can't we see them? They are helping Teacher Xavier repair the teleportation array. Barton said seriously, so you better not leave without permission, because this is a special period. If you encounter danger outside, the referee committee may not be able to arrive in the first time. Rob also spoke up at this time, so we are acting together to avoid danger to the greatest extent possible. Barton's expression was a little tangled when he heard this. It can be seen that he did not want Luo and his group to leave the temporary camp at the entrance, but he had no suitable reason to stop them. Most of those who dared to participate in the freshman competition were confident in their skills, and boys of this age were in their youth and blood. When they heard that a female classmate was missing, many people volunteered to go out with them to look for her. Just when he felt that he was in a dilemma, a voice came from behind him. "Okay, it's okay, I will go with them to find someone, and I will protect their safety along the way." Teacher Harvey. Lolo was very surprised to see the person coming. She really didn't expect to meet him here. Teacher Harvey also taught senior courses this year, and had classes in a few days. He didn't plan to be a referee in this year's freshman competition, so he shouldn't have appeared in the dungeon. He looked a little tired, as if he hadn't slept for several nights, but he still forced himself to cheer up. "Is there a member of your team missing? Let's talk while we walk." Barton seemed to want to say something, but after looking at Teacher Harvey, he didn't say it. With Teacher Harvey accompanying them, many people felt more confident, so more and more teams were willing to join the search and rescue operation. However, in the end, Teacher Harvey only selected 4 teams with relatively strong strength, plus the 3 teams of Luo and his team, a total of 29 people. This number of people is still pitifully small for the vast desert outside the city, but Teacher Harvey does not seem to have any intention of adding more people. Everyone replenished their supplies, and stepped back into the yellow sand of the outer city, under Barton's complicated gaze. Only when they were far away from the majestic mithril city wall behind them did Luo walk to the 3rd-level magician. "Teacher Harvey, can you tell me what happened here?" Teacher Harvey nodded. "I don't know what Teacher Xavier thinks, but this matter can't be concealed for long. Barton didn't lie to you. There were indeed more than 30 referees in our first batch who entered the dungeon, but what he didn't tell you is that there are less than 10 of us left now." As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. Less than 10 people, why? Why? Gage looked confused. Teacher Harvey sighed. In fact, there were signs before, but no one paid attention to it. After the freshman competition of the Silver Tower, there were 2 days to maintain the venue. The referee committee set up treasure chests and traps on the first day and replenished the monsters. As a result, they found that a few monsters were missing when they counted the next morning. It happened that I was in Bandom Town to do some private business, so I was entrusted by Principal Foreman to come here to investigate this matter. At that time, no one, including me, realized the seriousness of the problem, because the monsters would fight each other for territory and food, so we were optimistic that we could complete this investigation before the freshman competition began. However, we did not expect that the situation this time was completely different. After a night of searching, I found the bodies of some previously missing monsters. I found that all parts of these bodies were well preserved, but without exception, the skin was gone. Oh! Hearing this, the future super mage recalled the female wolf spider he had seen not long ago. It seemed that this situation was not the first time. It was already early in the morning of the next day when I found those bodies. My location was not very good. It was still nearly a day's journey to the teleportation array, so I used the magic device to contact the referee nearby to send this message back as soon as possible, but I don't know why I didn't receive a reply. When I got there, the game had already started. It was then that I learned that the teleportation array had been destroyed. We are now trapped here. Then something worse happened. We lost contact with most of the referees. Almost all the staff of the referee committee of this freshman competition are above the 2nd level. Logically, there is nothing that can threaten them in the competition field, but now many of them are missing. We have reason to suspect that something else that shouldn't be here has sneaked in. This is why Barton didn't want you to come out before. Teacher Harvey paused and continued, but Teacher Xavier and I have different opinions on this point. I think we should take the initiative, because I always have a bad feeling in my heart. The longer it drags on, the more likely it is that the situation will be unfavorable to us. What's more, there are still many teams in the outer city, and they are now in danger. So now there are 2 choices in front of you. Either continue to look for Ginny with me, but doing so may encounter danger, or you can turn back now, while we haven't walked too far. It doesn't matter. No matter what choice you make, I won't blame you, but I hope that those who go back can keep what I said now confidential. Whether it's Teacher Xavier or me, both of us are trying to solve the current troubles, but the methods we use are different. Teacher Harvey chose to share the information he had with everyone, but as expected, some people quickly backed out after learning the truth, and some teams also had disagreements. Finally, One team chose to turn back halfway, and the 3 teams were reorganized. A total of 19 people were left, which was a much better number than Lolo had expected. After all, the participants in the freshman competition were all rookies, and most of them had never experienced any danger. They still had the dream of becoming a hero and saving the world. In their eyes, this incident was also a great opportunity. If they successfully solved this trouble, they could brag in front of their beloved girls for a whole year after returning to school. Chapter 318. This operation was led by Mr. Harvey, with the goal of rescuing Ginny and the referees, who had disappeared before, and at the same time finding a way to kill the thing hiding in the competition field, or at least to find out what it was, and what its weaknesses were. However, Luo soon noticed that the team's direction seemed to have deviated from the route they had taken to the inner city. After walking half a mile, the girl finally couldn't help but remind the latter, "Mr. Harvey, our direction seems to be wrong." The third-level magician shook his head. "Whatever that thing is, it is very mobile, has a wide hunting range, and will not stay in one place for too long after hunting. Remember the corpses of the monsters I mentioned before? They are scattered almost everywhere in the outer city." Teacher Harvey took out a map from his body while speaking. There were 7 red crosses on it. He pointed at the red crosses and said, "These are the places where monsters died." Then he drew a circle with the 7 red crosses as the boundary, and he marked a question mark in the center of the circle. "But thank God, so far I have only found the corpses of monsters, so I tend to think that the staff of the Judgment Committee and Ginny are not in danger for the time being. Although I don't know why the thing chose to kill monsters and leave human lives, this is good news for us. Because this also means that this guy's behavior pattern is not completely hunting, but should have a nest. Those missing people are likely to be hidden in its nest. So as long as we find its nest, we can rescue Ginny and others, and if we can sneak in without being discovered by it, it could also greatly increase the chance of killing it. This is why I don't want to bring too many people. Do you think the thing's lair is in this area? But this area looks very large. Can we search it with such a small number of people?" Lolo raised another question. "Don't worry, I have been tracking it before. In fact, I have ruled out some places around it. There are also some areas with low possibility, which can be put aside. So if everything goes well this time, maybe it won't take 2 days for us to find the thing's lair, and then we can rescue all the missing people." Teacher Harvey's words also brought a lot of confidence to everyone and eliminated the tense atmosphere in the team. Especially when they heard that the thing only attacked monsters and spared human lives, the fear in everyone's heart was also reduced a lot. Everyone ran to the area marked with a question mark on the map. There were not many customers in the bakery in the afternoon. Claire, as usual, was concentrating on preparing the ingredients needed for baking bread. She was wearing an old-fashioned woolen waistcoat, sitting on her favorite soft chair, peeling a pot of pineapples just bought from the market. However, just when she was halfway through cutting, she suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis in her heart. The old woman did not hesitate and reached out her hand at the first moment. Her staff was hidden under the counter less than half a step away from her. Her fingers were just a little bit away from the staff, but the next moment she was already in a white space. "Is it you?" When Claire saw the face of the man opposite her, a hint of surprise flashed in her usually calm eyes. "Which force are you from?" The man shook his head. "I'm not from any faction, but if you mean a partnership, my partner is the Inquisition." "So you are the most mysterious Arclight in the Inquisition. No wonder we can't find you." Claire suddenly realized, "We had a preconceived notion that Arclight was an outsider like the group of people killed behind the museum, but we didn't expect that you had entered Siamus 3 years ago. So your encounter with Foreman 18 years ago was not accidental." "No, until I heard that story, I was actually just an ordinary magician in Gudry's city," the man said slowly. "What story?" The old man raised his eyebrows. However, this time the man did not rush to speak, and looked at Claire sitting on the soft chair opposite with a meaningful look. "It's still early now. I know you have a lot of things to ask me, and I also happen to have something I want to verify with you, so I don't mind chatting with you, but the premise is that both of us can be honest." "Oh, how do you tell me?" "For example, throw away the knife hidden under the mat first," the man said calmly. "It turns out that a great magician is also afraid of a fruit knife." Claire sneered, but her heart sank completely. This knife was her last resort. When she realized that she was trapped, the last thing she could do was to put the knife under her mat. Magicians are the most powerful professions on the Dawn Road, but at the same time, magicians are also the weakest. They are so weak that even a knife can hurt them. If the opponent gets carried away and thinks he has control over everything, then Claire can use this knife to teach him a good lesson. But now it seems that the other party does not intend to give her this opportunity. The Thunder Shield Senior is famous, so I naturally dare not take it lightly. Hearing the 4 words Thunder Shield, the old man was obviously stunned, and his eyes also revealed a bit of nostalgia. After so many years, there are still people who remember this name. It's a pity that I am no longer a great magician, otherwise I would not fall into your trap. If you, the senior, had not experienced that serious injury and were still in your prime, I would naturally not dare to show off my skills in front of you. The man bowed politely. You don't have to be too modest. Foreman said that your attainments in formations amazed him. There are no more than 2 hands of people in the world who can surpass you in formations. This is also the first time I have seen this kind of trap-like teleportation array, and I still don't know when this teleportation array was set up. The bread in your store is delicious. After learning about your identity, I will also go to have afternoon tea when I am free. This formation is very complicated, and it must be hidden from your attention. Fortunately, I have more time, so I carved it for 2 months. The man did not hide it, and then added, of course, they chose to do it when you were not around. I see. This is indeed a great thing. Claire nodded, but I still don't understand why you want to join the Inquisition. With your current identity and status, what can they give you? I did not join the Inquisition. The man emphasized this point again. I only have a cooperative relationship with those lunatics. In fact, I have also found those nobles in the South before, but unfortunately they lack the minimum sincerity and cooperation, and we also have some differences on the means that may be needed in the future, so I finally found the Inquisition. But strictly speaking, my goals and the Inquisition are different, but fortunately there is no conflict, and we can respect and understand each other, which is also the basis for our cooperation. Let's go back to that story. To be honest, when I first heard that story, my reaction was similar to that of most people. I thought that such a thing was completely nonsense, because every magician knows that there is no magic related to life in this world. This field is still a blank. The mystery of life is an extremely clear dividing line between gods and mortals. Although magic is praised as the most powerful force in the Dawn continent, it is ultimately created by mortals. How can it be possible to cross that barrier? What's more, according to that story, Roland, the greatest magician in human history and the founder of the magic system, was actually just an apprentice, a thief, who shamelessly stole something that originally belonged to another person, and that person was the origin of everything. Chapter 319. This story does sound absurd, the old man said calmly. Sometimes the truth is far more absurd than the story. The man said meaningfully, but fortunately, no one in this world can stop a magician from pursuing the truth. If I remember correctly, this sentence seems to be said by Roland. Don't you think it's a bit ironic? The man shook his head. I have no intention and no qualifications to comment on the merits and demerits of my predecessors. In comparison, I am more concerned about how a person can deceive the god of time and gain eternal life with a mortal body. At this point, his calm face could not help but show a hint of enthusiasm. No one can resist the temptation of eternal life. Even the bravest people will be afraid of the death that is destined to come, and the cold nothingness. This is the fate that all creatures on the Dawn continent cannot escape. Death is the most equal thing in the world. It chases everyone, from kings to beggars. When that day comes, no one can escape. Until that person appeared, he quietly erased his name from the gears of fate. I finally understood why the 2 people parted ways at the end of the story, because Roland had been thinking about how to help humans win that war, while the other person was only concerned about how to gain immortality. From the beginning, they were not on the same path. Even though they had walked side by side for a short time, they were just taking what they needed. The other person led Roland into the door, and used the latter's intelligence to help him overcome the difficulties in magic. Roland also used this rare opportunity to touch the door of magic. This is why the St. Laurent Brothers Magic School never participated in the 2 magic wars. Compared with immortality, race and emotion are too insignificant. But you also said that this is just a story after all. Claire looked up after a long silence. Yes, but this story did arouse my interest. Although it sounds so crazy, I still can't help thinking about it, because the possibilities contained in it are too exciting for me. So I did a lot of research, and the more I investigated, the more frightened I became. All signs show that there is indeed a ghost hovering over Gudries. In fact, it is not just here, but the entire South, the human world, and even the Dawn continent are full of traces of him. He hides in the shadow of history, as if he has never existed, but he is everywhere. But you don't have any substantial evidence to prove that person really exists, so all this is probably just a fantasy in your mind. The old man said mercilessly, in the final analysis, It's all because you are too afraid of death. In my opinion, all this is just a coward's self-hypnosis. This time it was the man's turn to fall silent. Unexpectedly, he did not refute Claire, but nodded. You were right. In fact, since this idea appeared in my mind, I have been wondering whether I have gone crazy all the time. Even though the Inquisition later told me that my guess was not wrong, somewhere deep in my heart, I still couldn't stop questioning all this. I even began to wonder if all this was a trick of the Inquisition, so that I could cooperate with them to catch the person they wanted to catch. Knowing this, you still choose to cooperate with them? Because I have no other choice. The man sighed. I have been looking for an answer for so many years, and now it is almost time to reveal the mystery. What are you going to do? Until this moment, Claire's expression was still very calm, which made the man involuntarily feel a little admiration. The man snapped his fingers, and the white space gradually became transparent. Claire could see the strong wind and yellow sand outside the space. The square area they were in was suspended above a small sand dune. Less than 50 meters away from them, there were several low-level magicians, who were repairing a broken magic circle with all their strength. They seemed to turn a blind eye to the transparent hut that suddenly appeared. Spatial concealment? Visual interference? Have you become so good at magic arrays? These little tricks are just trifles compared to magic that can touch the essence of life. The man said modestly, and then introduced the current situation to Claire. We are now in the freshman competition field of Bandom Town. The third and fourth layers of the teleportation array have been destroyed by me. As you can see, although the magicians below are trying to repair the teleportation array, I can assure you that with me here, the teleportation array cannot be repaired anyway, so we have about 2 months, but for safety reasons I shorten this time to 15 days. Whether I can get what I want within 15 days, I will leave here, so strictly speaking, what happens after that will only affect your fate. I hope you can choose carefully. What to choose? It's very simple. After the communication just now, I believe you should have a preliminary understanding of the environment you are in. I believe that even in such a dangerous situation, you must have a way to get in touch with the outside world, so I hope you can help me pass a message to that person. If I still don't get what I want after 15 days, then I'm afraid I can only choose to kill you. I know what you are thinking, but unfortunately you have the wrong idea. Do you think you can coerce him if you catch me? As I said before, I have done a lot of homework over the years. I know you are his student, friend, follower, and former lover. Claire interrupted him directly. Have you ever raised a rabbit? Oh! What do you mean? If you have raised a rabbit, you will know that a rabbit's lifespan is only 7 to 12 years. Compared with humans, their life is too short. For a rabbit, it is very likely that it will only have one owner in its lifetime, so the owner is its whole world. However, for a rabbit owner, the rabbit in front of him is just one of the many rabbits he has raised. The man's eyes lit up when he heard that. So the story is true? Whether it's true or not, what's the difference? Have you ever thought about this question? If a person really exists, how much humanity can he have after such a long time? The whole world is just an oversized toy in his eyes. You don't really think that using my life can help you get the secret of eternal life? The man thought about it, then sighed. It seems impossible, but I really have no other choice, so it seems that we can only give it a try. Chapter 320. After nightfall, the team camped in the desert. Teacher Harvey set up some magic traps near the camp to prevent poisonous insects and monsters from approaching. In addition, if that thing appears around, these magic traps can also give an early warning. However, the possibility of this happening is relatively low. We have not yet entered the marked area, and there is still a distance from the place where the thing is active frequently, so for now, the team is still relatively safe. The weather is very clear tonight, and the starry sky above seems to be very close, as if it is within reach. The Milky Way is winding in the sky, and the stars are colorful. Such a magnificent and beautiful scene is rare even on the Dawn continent, let alone in the dark underground. One can't help but sigh at the powerful technology of the lost civilization before. However, such a once powerful civilization has quietly disappeared in the long river of history, leaving only these underground cities scattered around, silently telling of the former glory. What happened to them back then, and why did they build these magnificent underground cities all over the world? No one knows the answers to these questions now. Rob helped Gage set up the tent. The fat man was wearing a heavy armor, and had been traveling for a whole day. He was already exhausted. After the tent was set up, he fell down and fell asleep. The future super magician was not sleepy for the time being. After dinner, Rob didn't see Luo again, so he took a torch and walked around the camp. Finally, he found the girl sitting there in a daze with her knees hugged under a small sand dune. What are you thinking about? The future super magician stuck the torch into the sand at his feet, and then sat down next to Luo. There's no point worrying about Ginny now. You've done everything you can. If someone else were in your position, I'm afraid they wouldn't risk their lives to return to the outer city, so everyone in the team admires your courage now. Huh? Luo was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. I'm not thinking about Ginny, I just want to find a quiet place to finish my meditation today. Oh, did I disturb you? Rob was about to stand up, but the next moment his right hand was pulled. The girl turned her eyes to the other side and blushed and whispered, It's okay, can you stay with me for a while? So the future super magician sat back in his original position, but neither of them spoke for a while. The atmosphere became a little weird, especially Luo. When Rob sat down, she had planned to retract her hand, but she didn't expect that this time her hand was naturally held by someone. I need to meditate later. The girl didn't know whether she was trying to convince the other person or herself. She just felt her heart beating faster and faster. Although they were in a corner, someone could come over at any time. If other people saw them like this, they would probably think they were dating. Luo regretted it a little now. She didn't know why she said that at that moment. Maybe it was because the stars were so beautiful tonight, maybe it was because everyone in this endless desert needed a companion to rely on, or maybe it was because she was not as fearless as she appeared to be. The series of disappearances that happened before also cast a shadow on her heart, so at that moment she couldn't help but reach out her hand. The next moment, she saw the boy suddenly rushing towards her and pressing her under him without any explanation. Luo's brain was completely blacked out at this moment. She opened her eyes wide. Wait, what does this guy want to do in this place? At this time? This is too crazy. Luo was still thinking wildly in fear, but the next moment, she saw the 3 ice arrows shot out of the darkness were broken into the purest magic elements by someone's mithril gauntlet. Luo quickly realized what happened. Someone actually attacked them in the dark just now. Fortunately, Rob reacted in time to block this wave of attacks for her. The girl immediately turned over from the ground. Because she came here to meditate, she put the elf sword next to the tent. She was now completely unarmed, but this did not prevent her from entering the combat state in the shortest time. Moreover, she now had a staff at hand. The illumination technique that Luo had been practicing hard finally came into play this time. The girl immediately started to chant, but during this process, 2 more fireballs attacked her. Luo did not even twitch her eyelids, because she had enough trust in her companions. Sure enough, the 2 fireballs were stopped by Rob before they reached her. But the real killer move was still behind. A wind blade was hidden behind the 2 fireballs. This move was very insidious, because it was difficult to capture the wind blade with the naked eye in the dark, and with the 2 fireballs attracting people's attention, ordinary people could easily ignore the wind blade behind. However, for someone like Rob, who could directly sense the magic fluctuations, this little trick was obviously completely useless to him. The future super magician easily dispersed the wind blade again. The thing in the dark seemed to have sensed the danger after seeing that several attacks had no effect, and wanted to turn around and run away. But at this time Luo's lighting technique had also been completed, and a strong light shone directly on the opposite side. The creature was slightly dazed by the sudden beam of light, but it quickly recovered and jumped down from the top of the sand dune, rolling back into the darkness. However, in this brief moment, Rob and Lolo had already seen the face of the creature clearly. The girl exclaimed, Ginny? The pale face exposed to the light was exactly Ginny, who had disappeared not long ago, but her eyes looked very strange, as if she was a completely different person, cold and sinister, full of vigilance, without the usual timid feeling. Although it was only a short glance, Lolo still felt a chill to the bone. The girl chased the figure, and rushed up the sand dune without hesitation. The future super magician followed closely behind. However, when they arrived at the place where the thing that looked like Ginny was standing, there was no one nearby. Luo looked around, and there were only sand dunes one after another. The desert at night looked dangerous, like a giant beast with its mouth open. Rob squatted down, fumbled around for a while, and took out a broken array plate from under the yellow sand. He took a look and said, the magic trap set by Teacher Harvey was destroyed by her, so there was no warning before. The magic fluctuations of this small trap are very weak. At least a mid-level magician can sense the exact location. In addition, judging from the fight just now, she should be at least a 3rd-level magician. A 3rd-level magician? Luo was a little bit unbelievable. Was that really Ginny just now? How did she become so powerful? Why did she attack us? And why did she run away? The future super magician shook his head. I don't know. Rob was also surprised by what happened just now. When Ginny joined the team, he was sure that her strength was indeed less than the first level, but not long ago, when she attacked the two people, the level she showed was even stronger than that of an ordinary third-level magician, and her eyes looked particularly strange. Chapter 321. Did she look like she was under a mind control spell? Lolo looked at the darkness in the distance and said worriedly, "It's not a mind control spell. She looks very clear-headed, but she has become a completely different person. And I haven't heard of any mind magic that can turn a first-level magician into a third-level magician." Rob was still squatting on the ground checking the destroyed array plate, without looking up. The quiet desert at night also made Lolo shiver, muttering, "If the person on the sand dune just now was not Ginny, who else could it be?" The light from the top of the staff alarmed the other people in the camp, and soon someone rushed here. Less than 5 minutes later, Teacher Harvey also came. When he saw the destroyed array, his face changed immediately. The first thing he asked was, "No one was injured?" Lolo shook his head, and then told the others about their sneak attack, but concealed the part related to Ginny, saying that it was too dark to see the attacker's face clearly. Teacher Harvey looked serious and warned everyone again not to act separately, and to always pay attention to the movement in the dark. He also strengthened the security force of the camp, but did not plan to search the nearby area, because in addition to the attackers, there are many other dangers in the desert at night. It is undoubtedly unwise to disperse at this time, and it may also play into the opponent's hands. Because of this incident, the atmosphere that had been relaxed became tense again. In a short while, the details of Luo and his friends' attack had spread throughout the camp. Others did not have the mithril equipment to resist the sneak attack of ice arrows and fireballs, not to mention that there was a wind blade with murderous intent hidden behind the fireball. Everyone put themselves in the situation that the two were in at the time, and without exception, they failed to dodge the killing move. So everyone finally realized that this was no longer a competition organized by the school. The dangers around them were everywhere, and they might lose their lives if they were not careful. The girl waited until everyone left before speaking again, but she asked Rob, who was standing beside her, "Did you see anything?" After such a long time together, perhaps even Lolo herself did not realize that somewhere in her heart, she had developed an almost blind trust in someone. No matter how complicated the situation was, it seemed to become simple in his hands. If this guy went to work at the police station, it would not take long for all the guards in the city to lose their jobs. This time, Rob did not disappoint her. The prospective magician hummed, "I just checked the next destroyed magic circle." The other party's method of breaking the circle was very skillful, and directly cut off the connection between the magic crystal and the magic circle, but this method. Is it rare? No, on the contrary, this is the most standard method, included in the textbooks of many magic schools, but it is not actually the most effective means. Truly experienced magicians generally have better options, such as using another magic circle to interfere, or if they know enough about the magic circle, they can also choose to fine-tune the alarm circuit. These methods are more concealed and more efficient. Wait, you mean that the guy who attacked us just now is very powerful, but in fact he is a complete rookie? Luo was thoughtful, so you just hinted that I shouldn't tell anyone about Ginny. Well, I'm more inclined to think that the person on the sand dunes just now was indeed Ginny, but for some reason, she has changed a lot. If you tell others about what happened just now, the next time you meet her, everyone will probably regard her as a monster and attack her mercilessly. In more serious cases, they may even kill her directly. But if we conceal this matter, if everyone is not on guard against Ginny, there is a high possibility that she will attack us by surprise. Luo recalled everything that happened before, and was sure that Ginny was indeed thinking of killing them at that time. So we'd better find her before she hurts others again. Hey, do you have any way to find her? Luo was surprised. Rob certainly had a way to find Ginny. After the first attack failed, Ginny might be able to quickly escape from everyone's sight with the help of the night, but the magic fluctuations emanating from her body could not be hidden from anyone anyway. In fact, as long as she showed up once, she would never run away again, because Rob had locked her with his perception. This trick was difficult to use in the city, especially in the wizard city of Gudries. The city was full of magic fluctuations, which would cause considerable interference to perception, but in the desert, there was only endless yellow sand around, and Ginny's presence was unprecedentedly conspicuous, like a firefly in the dark night. However, the quasi-magician could not tell Luo the answer directly. Rob thought for a moment and said, "I got some tracking powder from the Thieves' Guild before and marked her body. As long as she is within a certain range, I can find her." "Great, but she must have run far away after such a long time." I can feel that she did not leave this area, but found a place to hide nearby. It seems that she has not given up. If nothing unexpected happens, there may be a second attack tonight, so we must hurry up. Luo was obviously very active, and nodded. Then I go back to get weapons, and we gather here later. If the other party is really a third-level magician, do we need to find some more helpers? No, the fewer people know about this the better. I'm more confident in dealing with magicians. Rob waved the mithril gauntlet in his hand. So 10 minutes later, the two of them left the camp quietly. The future super magician led the way, and stopped in front of a poplar forest about 2 miles away from the camp. Luo didn't feel anything when she passed by here during the day, but at night those strange-shaped poplar trees looked a little gloomy, like ghosts in the dark. Fortunately, there was another person beside her at this moment. The quasi-magician gestured to the girl, and Lolo extinguished the torch in his hand. He seemed to see the girl's anxiety. Rob then said, I go in and check the situation first. You wait outside. Lolo tried to overcome the fear in his heart. We can't be sure that the person is Ginny. Even if we need to explore the way, I should go. There may be magic traps set by her nearby. Can you avoid those traps? Rob did not insist, but asked back. So now is not the time to show off. I go. If I really run into trouble, I shout for help. This poplar forest is only half a mile in radius. You can still make it in time if you hear me shouting. Lolo thought about it, and it seemed that there was really no reason to stop the boy from exploring the way, so he took off the elf sword from his waist. Then you take this. Chapter 322. It had been about a quarter of an hour since Rob entered the poplar forest alone. During this time, there was no movement in the forest. Just when Lolo began to feel nervous, she finally heard footsteps in the forest again. The rookie warrior did not dare to be careless. Her elven sword had been lent to the boy, so she picked up a thicker branch from the crooked trees and held it in her hand, staring closely at the entrance. Fortunately, not long after, she saw Rob striding out from inside, with a person on his back. It was Ginny, who had been missing for several days. The girl was pale, her eyes were closed, and her face was covered with blood. She seemed to be in a coma. Luo was startled. You knocked her out? No, she was already like this when I found her. The future super magician spread his hands, indicating that this matter had nothing to do with him. The rookie warrior pointed at the blood on Ginny's forehead and the torn clothes on the boy. Then what happened? Oh, this. The road was too dark, and I accidentally fell just now. The missing Ginny was found again, and the process was safe. Except for a little skin injury caused by an accident during the journey, she didn't seem to be seriously injured. The news spread quickly throughout the camp, and everyone came to visit, but they were surprised to find that the girl seemed to have fallen into a strange coma, and could not be awakened. Ginny's breathing was very stable, and all physiological indicators were normal, but she did not respond to external stimuli. Everyone tried almost every way, but still could not wake up the sleeping girl. Even if they shouted in her ear, Ginny remained unmoved. Rob had noticed this problem a long time ago. When he fell in the grove, Ginny's forehead was broken, but the girl still showed no signs of waking up. Rob later took the time to use Ginny's staff to check the latter. The result proved that her current coma was not due to magic, and her magic level had also fallen back to the initial state of less than 1 level. If it weren't for the fact that the quasi-magician had locked onto her with his senses before, Rob would have suspected that the Ginny in front of him was not the same person as the Ginny on the sand dunes. This situation is quite rare. A person's magic source cannot be changed at will. For example, if you are a 4th-level magician, you can indeed suppress your magic power through some means if necessary and disguise yourself as a 1st-level magic apprentice, but your magic source will not change. The prospective magician said after a moment of silence. Ginny is now in a coma, and she is defenseless. Rob can easily detect the source of her magic. She can't hide this, and this is what surprised the future super magician the most, because the latter's magic level is not enough to support her to complete the previous sneak attack. Luo caught the key words in his words. Rare? That is to say, similar situations have occurred before. Well, there are some shadow creatures in the abyss that can parasitize their souls in the bodies of other creatures, so there are 2 souls in one body. So theoretically there can be 2 sources of magic, but... The future super magician paused. But what? But this situation only exists in theory. In fact, the body structure of the shadow creatures in the abyss is very different from that of humans. I have never heard of any abyss creature that can cultivate the source of magic, unless the other soul in Ginny's body is also human. Rob thought of another thing when he said this. Ginny's performance in the game by the lake that night had caught his attention. This girl looked ordinary in every aspect, but she managed to win 2 rounds by accident. However, at that time, Ginny gave people the impression of being an extremely lucky girl. However, now it seems that what happened to her can no longer be simply attributed to luck. Maybe she really has another soul in her body. Rob took out a blanket and pillow from his luggage. What are you doing? To sleep. It's late. You should go to bed early. It's useless to guess now. If you have any questions, just ask her directly after she wakes up. The future super magician yawned. He was a little tired after tossing and turning all night. Can she wake up? Lola was stunned. Of course, in fact, her current coma is just a self-protection mechanism of the body. She should be awake by tomorrow morning at the latest. But you better not hold too much hope. We may not be able to get much useful information from her. Unfortunately, the prediction of the future super magician came true again. The next morning, Ginny opened her eyes in a daze, which immediately caused quite a stir in the camp. Everyone, including Teacher Harvey, gathered around her. But later they were surprised to find that Ginny's memory only stayed at the moment when she went behind the sand dunes to change clothes. She had no impression of what happened afterwards. When she opened her eyes again, she was already in the camp. She didn't even realize that 3 days had passed in the meantime. Teacher Harvey looked disappointed. He originally thought that he could find out what the thing that sneaked into the competition venue was, or at least get some clues about it. But he didn't expect to get nothing. However, in the end, Teacher Harvey still comforted the girl and asked her to take good care of herself. If necessary, he could send someone to send her back to the inner city. But Ginny finally rejected this proposal, and said that she wanted to stay with her team. After the onlookers dispersed, the other 3 members of the team came back to the girl. Luo looked at Ginny, who was a little timid and seemed to have done something wrong. He could not connect her with the cold and ruthless figure on the sand dunes last night. Finally, it was Rob who spoke. Can you tell us what happened to you? Ginny looked very guilty. Sorry, I didn't lie. I really don't remember anything about the past few days. I'm not talking about the past few days. First of all, please forgive my impoliteness. I didn't intend to pry into your privacy, but after you joined the team, I collected some information about you out of caution. These information seem to be fine, but there is one thing that I always find strange. You were born in a noble family in the eastern part of the Free City. With your family background, you can definitely afford to go to a better magic school. As far as I know, there is a very good school not far from your family's territory. The principal and your father are also old friends, so why did you go all the way to Goodries to choose a second-rate magic school? Chapter 323. Ginny seemed a little nervous about this question, but she didn't hide it and chose to tell the truth. A friend told me that there is someone in this school who can solve my problem. Rob and Lolo looked at each other, and they both saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. The reason why Ginny came to Siamus to study was to find the owner of the golem. It seems that the guy really has many secrets. Physical problems? The rookie warrior was a little puzzled. From the contact during this period, Ginny's body was not strong, but should be relatively healthy. She didn't seem to have any problems. Well, to be precise, it's Pete's problem. He said he was tired of being with me, and wanted to find a way to separate us completely. Ginny said timidly. Pete? Who is that? Gage felt that his brain seemed to be a little insufficient. Who is this Pete, who came out of nowhere? And what did he have to do with Ginny's body? The future super magician suddenly interrupted. Isn't the Peter you mentioned a guy with great magical talent, probably a level 3 or 4 magician, but with a bad temper and a strong desire to attack? Hey, have you seen him before? Ginny's eyes widened, and then she seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly explained, Peter's nature is actually not bad. He is just more wary of strangers, and he protects me in critical moments. Is it really a twin soul? This time, even Rob showed a hint of surprise on his face. What is a twin soul? Lolo asked. Remember the shadow creatures that I told you about before that invaded the target's body and took over the nest? Twin souls are even rarer, that is, a person has 2 original souls in his body when he is born. Is this possible? The quasi-magician did not answer this question, but turned his head to Ginny. Is Peter your brother or sister? Pete is my younger brother, although he always says he is my older brother. The girl's eyes would involuntarily become gentle when she talked about her younger brother, but her tone became gloomy again. When I introduced Pete to others when I was a child, everyone's reactions were very strange. They always acted terrified and disgusted, insisting that Pete did not exist. Even my parents did not believe me, and they invited the bishop from the temple to baptize me a second time. Even if I gave my body to Pete to control and let him appear in front of everyone, they still stubbornly denied his existence, and even locked me in a room alone, threatening me not to play pranks again. But I'm not worried, because I still have Pete with me. But since then I've gradually realized that they don't intend to accept Pete. It doesn't matter. It's enough for us to have each other. I spent my childhood with Pete, but after I was 8 years old, I don't know why he suddenly became silent and appeared less and less. Rob sighed. He is doing this for your own good. Soul twins are very rare, because the existence of two souls in one body is very unstable. Even if they appear, they will basically not exceed 5 years, and one will end up being swallowed by the other. From your description, Pete's soul is obviously much stronger than yours. He reduced contact with you, because he was worried that he would accidentally swallow your soul one day. Ginny was stunned. So that's how it is? If I'm not mistaken, your brother and you should be twins, but something went wrong with your brother during his development. Maybe he was absorbed by you before he was fully formed. The soul that had left the body would also dissipate, but after your body absorbed the embryo, it can be regarded as his body in a sense, so the soul survived in this way. However, your problems have just begun. Your brother gave his body to you and was asleep most of the time, which allowed you to continue to coexist to the greatest extent. However, as time went by, your respective souls became stronger and stronger, so it became increasingly difficult for one body to accommodate both of you. Peter said he wanted to separate from you not because he was really tired of being with you. In fact, your current situation is already difficult to maintain. The future super magician said calmly. Can you help them? After hearing the girl's story, Gage felt it was incredible, but at the same time, he was full of sympathy for the latter. I have done very little research on souls and life, so I'm afraid I can't help you much, but there is someone in Siamus who can solve your problem. It just so happens that we are also looking for that person. I have something to ask him. If I can find him, I will tell him about your situation. Ginny said in surprise, thank you. I have been causing you trouble along the way, and I don't know how I can help you. She lowered her head again in embarrassment. You want to help? There is a chance now. Rob paused. As you can see, we have encountered some problems. Some strange things have mixed into the competition field. Now only you have really seen it, so we need to get some information about it from you. You disappeared that day and obviously encountered some danger, so Peter took over your body. Although you have no memory of the next 3 days, Peter, who has control of the body, obviously knows something. Is there any way you can contact him? Ginny smiled bitterly. Our connection was cut off after I was 8 years old. From then on, I could no longer call him. He would only control my body in critical moments, and we still had no contact after that. No, he should be able to pass information to you through other means at ordinary times. The future super magician thought of the second round of the game by the lake that night. Now it seems that Ginny's choice of the drawer with the boat ticket was obviously not accidental, but the girl did not seem to realize all this. In fact, it is impossible for two souls in the same body to completely cut off contact. Pete must have been silently paying attention to the situation outside at ordinary times. Otherwise, he would not be able to take over this body in time when danger came. Ginny tilted her head and thought for a while. Your inference is indeed reasonable, but if Peter is unwilling to come out to see people, I can't do anything unless I can return to a state where my life is threatened. The girl's eyes lit up, and her eyes moved to Lolo's sword. Her action scared the remaining 3 people. Rob hurriedly said, there is no need to go through so much trouble. You should still have some connection with Peter in your subconscious. You can tell him our purpose, and you don't need to give your body to him anymore. Let's just play a little game. What game? It's very simple. I ask you questions, and you answer them. There are only 2 choices, yes or no. When answering, you need to close your eyes and try to empty yourself. Just tell me the first answer that comes to your mind. Rob borrowed Lolo's scabbard, drew 2 circles on the ground, one with yes in the middle and the other with no, and then handed the scabbard to Ginny. When you are ready, we will start this game. Chapter 324. Ginny took a deep breath and nodded to Rob, indicating that she could start. Then she closed her eyes and held the scabbard in her hand. So the future super magician also threw out his first question. Rob chose not to get straight to the point, but first used a seemingly irrelevant question to ease the girl's nervousness. How do you feel now? Do you still feel uncomfortable? The girl shook her head and pointed the scabbard to the sand pit with the word no written on it. Very good, relax. We are just chatting casually. Rob also sat down on the sand opposite. Your father is Ivan Baird, and your mother is Kathy, the 3rd daughter of Viscount Hesse, right? Ginny moved the scabbard in her hand to the other side, the sand pit that represents yes. Your family is very famous in the East, But your father is a more traditional person. He doesn't seem to be the kind of guy who likes to keep communicating and become friends with his children. His main energy is to govern the territory, so usually your mother disciplines you. She loves you very much, but is also very strict. The education method of the Hess family has always been known for its high standards even among the nobles. Ginny closed her eyes, and the scabbard did not move. So the future super magician continued, "You are a very obedient child, but this does not mean that you do not have the desires of your peers in your heart. However, in the family castle, except for your father, who is always busy with government affairs, and your mother, who is like a teacher, other people respect you more. Those children from poor families, their parents who work in the castle repeatedly tell them not to play with you. And you also know that once your mother sees you playing with poor children, it will cause trouble for their parents. So most of the time you can only choose to be alone. People in the castle think you are lonely, but this is not the case. They don't know that Peter is with you. Although everyone denies his existence, you know that he is not just a ghost in your imagination. This is enough. Before the age of 8, you were inseparable. Your childhood may be very different from others, but you are not lonely." Ginny's eyebrows trembled, and the scabbard in her hand did not move, still staying in the original sand pit. "Although Peter and you grew up in the same environment, your personalities are completely different. Your personality is innocent and simple, while Peter's personality is, well, cold and suspicious. However, the strange thing is that the relationship between the two of you has always been very good. Is it complementary? Over the years, you have taken care of each other, and are willing to do anything for each other, especially you. In your eyes, your sister is too kind, and can easily be hurt in this cruel world, so you have been silently protecting her all these years." Lolo and Gage noticed that Rob had quietly changed the person he was talking to, but the girl didn't seem to realize it. The scabbard shook slightly twice, but didn't leave the sand pit with the word yes written on it. "You did that thing 3 years ago, didn't you?" The young master of the Billings family had been madly pursuing Ginny for the whole summer, and this time Ginny seemed a little moved. At least she didn't dislike him. "So you investigated the guy's background without telling her, but found out that the young master of the Billings family was an out-and-out bastard. Not long after that, the guy took a boat to a nearby river to play, but unfortunately drowned. Everyone thought it was just an unfortunate accident, and Ginny cried for 2 whole weeks. No one realized what role you played in it. No, to be more precise, just like before, no one realized your existence at all." The future super magician said lightly, and his words made Luo and Gucci couldn't help but take a breath. This guy named Pete was not cold at all, but cruel and ruthless. In order to protect Ginny from being deceived by the scumbag, he actually killed the other party directly. Ginny was obviously shocked when she heard this. The three of them could feel that her breathing became obviously rapid, and sweat oozed from her forehead, but the scabbard in her hand still did not leave the sand pit. "It seems that at least in protecting Ginny, our goals are the same. Not long ago, we just got the news that there was a problem with the teleportation array of the competition field. The first rescue team may not arrive until 2 months. During this time, we are completely isolated from the outside world. No matter what the thing that sneaked in is, it has seriously threatened our safety. At present, there are more than 20 known missing persons, including you, but in the end only you came back. It seems that you should have grasped some clues that we don't know. At this time, it is better for us to share intelligence. What do you think?" Ginny was silent for a moment, then she pointed at the sand pit that represented yes with her scabbard. "Very good." The future super magician changed his sitting position. "I'm glad that we have reached a preliminary consensus, so I won't beat around the bush. Are those footprints under the sand dunes all yours? I noticed that some of the footprints looked strange. Is it because you haven't controlled this body for so long that you are not used to it?" This time, the scabbard finally moved to another sand pit that represented no. That means some of the footprints were left by that thing. The future super magician thought thoughtfully, "There is one thing I can't figure out. Why didn't you ask us for help immediately when you were attacked? We were not far from you at that time, so we should have been able to get there in time." The scabbard didn't respond this time. This question obviously couldn't be answered with a yes or no. In fact, Rob didn't expect the other party to answer. He continued, "I thought there were 2 possibilities at the time. Either the attacker was too powerful, leaving you no chance to ask for help, or you felt that asking for help was useless. But in this case, it would be difficult for you to escape. Therefore, I prefer the other possibility, that you don't trust us. You suddenly attacked us on the dunes last night to prove our identities. I found it strange before. We got along well after entering the competition field, and we didn't do anything to hurt you. Why did you suddenly lose confidence in us? Well, unless something happened to stimulate you at that time, no, your distrust is not directed at us, but at everyone in the dungeon. The quasi-magician thought of a possibility and said in surprise, could it be that the attacker is from the referee committee? The scabbard pointed to the sand pit representing yes, but after a pause, it moved back to the sand pit with the word no. What does this mean? Both Lolo and Gage were confused by Ginny's inconsistent behavior. Only Rob guessed the meaning of the girl's behavior. Do you want to say that the staff of the referee committee is disguised as something? Chapter 325. So we are dealing with a monster that can disguise itself as someone else. Skinners are a type of monster recorded in the divine canon. They have no skin themselves, so they are jealous of all creatures with skin in this world. Their hobby is to collect the skin of their prey. In addition, they have a special skinning technique that can separate the skin and flesh of their prey intact, quickly and well, and can even ensure that the prey will not die immediately after the skin is peeled off. In addition, they can also put the peeled skin on themselves and change their bones and muscles to look like their prey. After hearing Rob's lighthearted explanation, Gage almost vomited his breakfast. Does that mean we encountered a Skinner in the freshman competition field? Lolo was more concerned about the next opponent. The future super magician shook his head. It's a bit strange. Skinners are not difficult to deal with. Although they are ferocious, they are not very smart. They usually live in the mountains and forests. Their targets are small beasts or animals. Even magic beasts rarely provoke them, and they will not attack humans so frequently. What's more, its targets include some third-level professionals, whose physical fitness is not very good. Do you remember the second part of the footprints? I just figured out why that part of the footprints looks so weird. The thing Ginny encountered behind the dunes had a much higher athletic ability than ordinary people, so the distance between the footprints was so ridiculous and scattered everywhere. As far as I know, the Skinners don't have such terrible athletic ability. Their physique is at most stronger than that of cheetahs, but not to this extent. In addition, there is another thing that bothers me. What is it? The purpose of that guy attacking Ginny. According to Pete, the thing attacked Ginny for the boots on her feet. So we met a Skinner who changed his habit, abandoned skinning, and started collecting boots instead? Rob sighed. Have you ever thought about this question? When we found Ginny, she had a boot on her foot, and there was another boot behind the sand dune before. Where did the second part of the footprints on the ground come from? Lolo was stunned when he heard this. Yes, if that thing didn't grab the boots, then where did the second part of the footprints come from? The quasi-magician has not yet told the girl about the other set of footprints found next to the spider's nest. That thing is obviously completely possessed. Ginny's footprints. Or there is another possibility. That thing is indeed going for the boots, but it doesn't need to get the boots. This means that as long as there is a reference, it can directly change the size and shape of the soles of the feet to simulate the appearance of the boots. Rob's expression also became unusually serious. As far as I know, among the currently known creatures, only the quint multi-segmented worm has the ability to change its body at will, but that kind of worm has no offensive power. Lolo was puzzled. Then what exactly are we going to deal with later? The future super magician seemed unable to answer this question. After a long silence, Rob suddenly said, unless this is a creature that has never existed in this world. A creature that has never existed in this world? Claire frowned. The man smiled. The Magician Association stopped a taboo experiment 500 years ago. In the experiment, magicians forced different types of magic beasts to mate, hoping to artificially create a more powerful magic beast. In the original idea, the new magic beast could inherit the spell slots of both males and females, which would make it more powerful. Unfortunately, most of the new magic beasts often failed to develop successfully and died in the womb. The few that survived by chance not only did not evolve, but also declined to varying degrees. They were not as strong as their parents in terms of physique or spell slots. Just when the magicians were planning to further find out the reason, the Magician Association stopped the experiment on the grounds that it was too inhumane to the magic beasts being experimented on. I seem to have heard of this. But you must not know that although the Magicians Association stopped this experiment, it aroused the interest of the Inquisition. There is a monster prison in the Inquisition, which holds many monsters that have become extinct in the outside world, so the materials they use for experiments are also particularly crazy. Compared with Warcraft, these monsters are stronger and grow in a harsher environment, so they are often more tolerant of extreme situations. The survival rate of the next generation bred by mating has been significantly improved. Unfortunately, most of them are still not as good as their parents. However, hard work pays off. As the sample size continues to expand, and the number of experiments increases, luck finally arrives. Some of them have completed evolution and metamorphosis as expected, and inherited the advantages of their parents, becoming stronger and more cunning. However, the Inquisition was not satisfied with this. They began to try to cultivate the third generation. Hearing this, the old man's face finally changed. What on earth do those guys want to do? Are they planning to create a devil in the world? The man sighed. Sometimes I can't figure out what those lunatics want, but it is undeniable that many of their methods are indeed very useful, and they seem to be more impatient than me. The monster sent to the freshman competition field is the fourth generation of their breeding. Once it grows up, even I can't resist it. By then, I'm afraid all these people in the freshman competition field will die. You are a teacher at Siamus Comprehensive Academy. Can you bear to watch these teachers of the academy die here? There should be some of your friends among them. Claire frowned. The man said indifferently, "This is not something I can control. The Inquisition and I are just cooperative. We help each other, but we can't stop each other's actions. You also said that if you can get the secret of eternal life, then the so-called friendship and family affection will not be worth mentioning in the face of a long time. Besides, Siamus is always that person Siamus. This crisis is also something he should consider. So if I were you, I would hurry up and ask him for help. If it's too late, I don't know how many people will die here." Claire looked into the man's eyes and sighed. Madness is a precursor to destruction. You don't understand the existence you are dealing with at all. You and your allies are doomed to fail. Chapter 326. The team officially entered the mark area at noon the next day. 20 people were divided into 4 groups to search, with a focus on several nearby oases. No matter what kind of creature it is very important to ensure water and food supplies if you want to survive in the desert. Most areas of the outer city are only yellow sand and long sand dunes. If you don't carry your own supplies like the contestants, you can only get food from the few remaining oases. Therefore, Teacher Harvey naturally pays special attention to these places. However, the search results were somewhat disappointing. Apart from some magical beasts and small animals, there were no signs of other creatures living in these oases. Teacher Harvey looked up at the sky. It was already afternoon. There were still 2 smaller oases that had not been searched. They were on the edge, a distance away from here, so he said, "Let's take a short break before going over." Because they had already entered the enemy's activity area, it meant that a fight could happen at any time, so Teacher Harvey became particularly cautious. Although he was anxious and wanted to rescue the missing staff as soon as possible, he would not rush on the road like yesterday. When taking action, he would also remind everyone to save their energy to avoid the team not being able to react quickly enough when encountering emergencies. After a short rest, everyone arrived at one of the oases before dusk, but they found nothing after a circle. Luo could clearly feel the change in Teacher Harvey. Although he remained calm in front of everyone, he became more and more anxious as one place after another was eliminated. If there was no harvest in the last oasis, it meant that his previous inference was probably wrong. This was undoubtedly very bad news, because it probably meant that the teachers and students of the referee committee had been killed. As for the reasons why the bodies were not found, there were many reasons. Maybe this thing was particularly cunning, leaving the bodies of monsters exposed in the wilderness, but burying the bodies of humans under the yellow sand. This also meant that its behavior pattern was completely hunting, so it would become extremely difficult to catch it. The team did not rest this time, and rushed to the last place before sunset. However, the result shocked everyone. The oasis marked on the map no longer existed. Where they were now, there were only some dead branches buried by sand and exposed rocks, and some traces of life could still be vaguely seen. Luo briefly checked the surroundings and shook his head. There should have been a spring here before, but it seems to have dried up. This oasis should have disappeared in the last 1 or 2 years, so the map has not been changed yet. The team members' hearts sank when they heard this, and they looked at Teacher Harvey involuntarily. They had been accustomed to relying on the latter's wisdom at critical moments along the way, but this time, they were destined to be disappointed, because Teacher Harvey's face was also full of confusion. The setting sun stretched the shadows of the team, and it looked particularly lonely in the empty desert. Teacher Harvey's forehead was sweating. He had turned the map over and over countless times. The main areas had been searched once, and the possibility of the remaining areas was very small. Moreover, it would take a lot of time to search all of them. At the same time, the probability of the missing people surviving was constantly decreasing with the passage of time. Everyone's mood became a little heavy. Rob suddenly said, "Actually, the nest does not have to be built on an oasis." Teacher Harvey was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously retorted, "How can we get food and water without an oasis? Other deserts may not work, But this desert is possible. Don't forget where we are now. If the biggest difference between this desert and other deserts is that it exists as a new competition field, it has been artificially transformed and many things that should not exist have been added, such as the scattered treasure chests and traps, and the inexplicable 5 holy artifacts, and the most important supply point. According to Rob's previous analysis, the number of supply points in the outer city is relatively small, but that doesn't mean they don't exist. Any supply point stores a considerable amount of food and water, which can completely replace the role of an oasis. As long as you can find one, you can basically solve all the consumption of a team until the end of the freshman competition. But the location of the supply point is set very secretly, and will not be easily discovered. There are often traps at the entrance, so it is not easy to enter. Teacher Harvey was almost convinced, but he still had some doubts. Rob's answer to this question was simple. The staff of the referee committee know the location of all the supply points in the competition field. Huh? Don't underestimate the cunning of that thing. It only needs to attack a staff of the referee committee and destroy the supplies they carry with them, and the latter will almost certainly move to the nearest supply point. This method can easily find and occupy a supply point. By the way, Mr. Harvey, do you know how many supply points there are in this area and where they are located? The latter shook his head. I am not a member of the referee committee. I am just investigating the disappearance of monsters here. I don't know the distribution of supply points in the competition field, but I can try to find them. After saying this, Mr. Harvey took out a small wooden snake from his pocket. This magic device can lead us to places with magic fluctuations within a radius of 10 miles. There must be magic circles around the supply points, and the monsters in this area are basically dead, so as long as there is magic fluctuation, it is either a treasure chest or a supply point. The little snake was thrown on the sand and swung its tail. Soon, it raised its head and swam in one direction. Everyone followed closely. After about half a magic hour, the little snake stopped in front of a sand dune. There was no supply point or treasure chest here, but then unexpectedly, half a staff was dug out from under the yellow sand. The broken part of the staff vaguely had a pattern of a giant bear engraved on it. Teacher Harvey's expression changed. It's the staff of the Andre family. He had a fierce battle with something here. The result doesn't look optimistic. Someone was injured. There was still some blood on the half-broken staff. I don't know if it was from Caesar or someone else. This was neither good nor bad news. Someone was attacked here, which meant they were getting closer and closer to that thing's lair. The little snake didn't stay here for too long, and continued to crawl towards the next place where magic fluctuations came from. This time it brought everyone to an abandoned tower. Chapter 327. From the outside, this tower looks like a sentry post for guarding, but for some unknown reason, half of it has collapsed. Now only a piece of broken wall remains, with wind blowing everywhere, standing alone in the desert, giving people an extremely desolate feeling. The wooden snake did not hesitate and crawled directly into the tower. It moved among the scattered bricks and stones until it came to the half-broken ladder. The little snake stopped, coiled up, and a pair of glass eyes began to flash wildly. Teacher Harvey showed a look of surprise on his face. He walked over and touched the lines on the stone stairs. There was a magic trap here, but it was removed by someone. Afterwards, he found another magic circle under the stone stairs. It seemed to be used to hide something, but this magic circle was also damaged. Everyone soon found a dark entrance among the rocks. Teacher Harvey said, "It seems that this should be a supply point, but I don't know if the nest of that thing is also below. I will go down to investigate the situation later. I think we should just prepare for the battle." Lolo used his long sword to pick up something from the ruins. It looked wrinkled and stuck in the cracks of the rocks. No one noticed it before. It was not until it was lifted into the air by Lolo that everyone realized that it was a human face. Someone had already recognized that this face belonged to a freshman in the thief department named Jimmy. Even the terrified expression on his face at that moment was perfectly preserved. Now someone finally couldn't help but vomit. Teacher Harvey's expression also changed. Without his reminder, everyone had already drawn their weapons and prepared for battle. They had obviously found the real culprit this time. Teacher Harvey's face was serious. He released 6 buff spells in one breath, then took a breath, and released a group invisibility spell. At the same time, he released magic shields for the 2 thieves who were leading the charge. After doing these things, he took out a bottle of precious mana recovery potion from his bag and poured it into his mouth without hesitation to replenish the consumed mana. Then he took a deep breath and said to the team members, "Come on, no matter what is down there, let's end this nightmare together." Davis has been feeling a bit bored recently. 2 days have passed since he came to the inner city. During these 2 days, Many teams have arrived here. However, after the freshman competition was interrupted, everyone had nothing to do. Patton did not allow everyone to leave the camp too far. A team proposed to walk around the inner city, but was stopped without hesitation. So all they can do now is to get together and play cards or something. However, the tragedy is that there are only a few decks of cards in the camp. The freshman competition is not a spring outing or an outdoor party, but a formal competition held by the college. It also includes a part of the purpose of observing newcomers. Most people will still take it seriously. Instead of putting a useless entertainment item in the bag, it is better to bring an extra piece of bread. Maybe it can save your life at a critical moment. So more people were like Davis, doing nothing, wandering around the camp from morning till night. Since he had found his former teammates, the thief also tried to chat with the rest of the team, but those people were very cold to him. No matter what he said, they just snorted and treated him like a stranger. Davis thought he had a good temper, but now, he was also very angry. Although he joined the team halfway, he had gradually become familiar with the other people in the team after a period of training and getting along. As a result, when they encountered a sandstorm before, these 4 guys did not hesitate to leave him alone in the desert. Davis was not as calm as he appeared, but there was no point in digging deeper. He did not expect others to show much guilt after seeing him, but at least they should not be colder than before. Was it his own fault that he was left in the desert? Davis sneered. After this incident, he saw the true colors of his teammates. He swore in his heart that he would never have any contact with these guys again after the freshman competition. The thief was too lazy to pretend with them. When he slept at night, he moved his bed to the side of the city wall and stayed away from them completely. Davis was awakened by footsteps in the middle of the night. He vaguely saw 2 figures walking deep into the inner city. One of them looked like Captain Ron. The thief was a little curious. Why did they leave the camp so late instead of sleeping well? Did they find something good and want to take it secretly while everyone was asleep? However, the possibility of this happening is relatively small. Things found in the freshman competition field cannot be taken out. Magic devices and props can only be used in the competition. Once the competition is over, they will be taken back by the academy. Now that the competition has been interrupted, it is useless to find those things. Unless the 2 of them are having an affair, Davis immediately became interested when he thought of this possibility. He carefully recalled the figure next to Ron. It was indeed a girl. Could it be the girl named Lucy in the team? It seems that the 2 of them had flirted with each other during the previous training. I didn't expect that it had developed to this point in just a few days. TSK, it seems that there might be a good show tonight. If it were usual, Davis might still hesitate. After all, if the other party found out that everyone was in the same team, it would be very embarrassing. But now that he is a stranger to the other people in the team, he naturally has no such concerns. The thief was still pretending to be asleep, and only got up from the ground after the 2 people passed by, and quietly followed behind. Davis didn't dare to get too close. Although he was very confident in his stealth, Ron was a first-level archer after all, and his hearing was very sharp, so 30 to 40 meters was a relatively safe distance. Fortunately, the buildings in the inner city were not too complicated, and the thief didn't have to worry about losing them. Ron and the girl who looked like Lucy didn't seem to have a clear direction. They just seemed to want to stay away from the camp, which seemed to prove Davis's previous conjecture from a certain aspect. Seeing the 2 people slip into an alley, the thief hesitated for a moment. The distance was a little close, and if he followed them, he might be discovered by the other party. However, his curiosity finally overwhelmed his reason. Davis approached the alley quietly and stuck his head out. He saw a scene that he would never forget in the moonlight. Ron and the girl hugged each other, their limbs were strangely bent, their mouths seemed to be completely dislocated, stretched to an incredible size, occupying half of their faces, their eyeballs seemed to be about to burst out of their eye sockets, and their throats made a gurgling sound, as if something was about to drill out from under their bodies. Chapter 328. Soon after entering the entrance, everyone realized that the sneak attack plan that Teacher Harvey had made before could not be implemented here. The ground was covered with strange mucus, and the boots made a sizzling sound when they stepped on it. This feeling was like entering the stomach of a monster, and there was no way to hide their bodies. So everyone simply lit the torches in their hands, and the scene in front of them shocked everyone. The mucus they stepped on before was actually layers of rotten skin, which contained not only human skin, but also the fur of monsters and other desert creatures. It was as if they were in an alternative slaughterhouse. However, everyone's eyes did not stay on this hair-raising carpet of skin for too long. At this moment, everyone's attention was completely attracted by the other 20 or so white giant eggs scattered everywhere. What the hell are these? Gage's eyes widened. Those white giant eggs seemed to have life, and they kept twitching. The inside of the giant eggs seemed to be filled with milky white liquid, which wrapped a group of black shadows. These black shadows kept different postures, and drifted aimlessly in the giant eggs. A black shadow happened to float in front of the film, revealing its true face. As a result, a boy from the Archer department next to him was so scared that he sat down in the slime under his feet and screamed in fear, "Xavier! Xavier is in there!" Xavier was also one of the contestants in this freshman competition. He was a little boy with freckles on his face. When he was 10 years old, he was detected to have a talent for magic, so his parents sent him to school in Siamos. He also had a friend named Joey, who he had played with since childhood. He entered the thief department and happened to be in the team. He was also one of the 2 people who had just taken the lead. He was a very courageous boy. When he heard this, his face suddenly changed. He drew the dagger at his waist and stabbed the white giant egg without hesitation. Rob wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The white egg looked very fragile and had no means of self-protection. After being punctured, the milky white liquid inside quickly seeped out from the gap. Joey was overjoyed and opened a few more holes on it to speed up the outflow of the unknown liquid. When the things inside had almost flowed out, he finally found his little friend Xavier, who looked very weak, but his vital signs were stable. He lay in Joey's arms and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. Joey put his ear close to him, and the next moment, Xavier suddenly started to cough violently without any warning. His face looked extremely painful, and his limbs began to twitch. Joey was startled, and hurriedly poured the primary antidote in the backpack into his friend's mouth, but more than half of it was coughed out by Xavier. However, after swallowing the other half of the potion, Xavier's face looked a little better, and his coughing was not so severe. Just when everyone thought that the danger was finally over, and they could breathe a sigh of relief, Xavier suddenly opened his eyes and roared, and then his skin began to fall off strangely in large pieces. The future super mage warned again, "Be careful, stay away from him." However, Joey couldn't bear to abandon his friend. He knew that the current situation was extremely abnormal, but he didn't listen to Rob's warning at the first time. In the moment he hesitated, Xavier's chest suddenly split open, and an ugly-looking insect jumped out of it, rushing towards Joey, who was closest to him at lightning speed, and the latter was completely unprepared at this moment. The bug went straight to his throat, frightening Joey to death. Fortunately, at this critical moment, the magic shield that Teacher Harvey had released on him before played a role, resisting the fatal attack of the ugly bug, buying time for the people around him to react. Everyone drew their weapons. Seeing that the situation was not good, the bug decisively gave up the attack plan and wanted to jump into another white giant egg, but it was too late. Soon after the fight, everyone found that this bug seemed to have no other skills except for its terrifying appearance and extremely fast attack. Its own movement speed was also very ordinary, only a little faster than ordinary people. Soon, it had no way to escape under the siege of everyone. It struggled for a few times, and was hacked to death by random knives. Its bluffing appearance was in vain. However, after seeing the scene, Rob's face was not good. He sighed and said, "Trouble? What's the problem? This bug doesn't look that powerful," Luo said. Indeed, with the agility and attack power of this bug, they are destined to only launch sneak attacks. As long as professionals are prepared in advance, it is almost impossible for them to succeed. At present, the danger they can bring is also limited. That's because you destroyed its host before it was fully developed, so it can only make a last-ditch effort. If the thing you just dealt with was placed in human age, it would probably be a baby who has just turned 1 month old. The future super magician shook his head. He ignored the rotten skin at his feet, and squatted down beside the body of the bug that was almost chopped into meat paste. Rob checked very carefully, took out a dagger from his bag, poked the body, and worked for a quarter of an hour before getting up. Then he said to everyone, "If you don't want the tragedy just now to happen again, you'd better not touch the giant egg again." Xavier on the ground had already stopped breathing. His final death was so miserable that no one dared to approach there, for fear that another bug would jump out of the body. Finally, the prospective magician said to Ivan, "What are you waiting for? Do you want to leave your friend's body here?" The scene just now also had a huge impact on the latter. Ivan was stunned for a moment after hearing the words, and then he calmed down and walked over to collect the body of his friend. Looking at the unrecognizable body of Xavier, Ivan became sad again. He took off his coat and wrapped the body with all the grief in his heart. At this moment, Teacher Harvey suddenly raised his staff and said in a deep voice to one of the white giant eggs, "Who is it? If you don't come out, Don't blame me for being rude." Everyone was shocked. Could it be that the monster was also here? After a while, a figure stumbled out from behind the giant white egg. Don't do it, Mr. Harvey, it's me." The young master of the Andre family looked extremely embarrassed now. His staff had been destroyed in the previous battle. The wizard robe on his body was originally a magical device that could help him save his life in a critical moment, but now it has become riddled with holes and has long lost its function. He was barefoot, and his hair was disheveled. How could he look like a nobleman? Especially when they saw the mucus on his body, everyone involuntarily stepped back half a step, fearing that he would suddenly fall to the ground like Chabel before, and a bug would jump out of his chest. Chapter 329. Master Caesar, why are you here? A girl from the magic department named Shirley was the first to recognize the person hiding behind the giant egg. Like most girls on campus, she had always been secretly in love with a handsome and sunny aristocratic boy. Unfortunately, her appearance and family background were relatively ordinary, and she had no special talents. She knew that she had no chance to win the other party's favor, but this could not stop the girl's admiration. Shirley had imagined countless times in her heart the scene when she first chatted with her Prince Charming, but she probably could not have imagined this situation. At this moment, Caesar no longer had the elegance of the past. He looked completely panicked, like a frightened wild cat in a garbage dump. The young master of the Andre family smiled bitterly. How else can I be here? Of course I was caught by that thing. His answer was reasonable. Everyone remembered the broken staff they found in the sand not long ago, which had the mark of the Andre family on it. But everyone did not completely give up their vigilance. Except for Sherry, everyone else pointed their weapons at Caesar, signaling him not to move forward. Then Teacher Harvey asked, "Why didn't you show up as soon as we came down just now?" "Because I can't be sure whether the you in front of me are still you." Caesar's answer sounded awkward, but everyone quickly understood what he meant, because the carpet made of skin under their feet was the best proof. "Are you saying that thing can disguise itself as someone else?" Caesar nodded, and the fear in his expression was obviously not fake. Not only that, it can now split itself, and can shed any organ from its body and parasitize these organs in the bodies of other creatures. It won't take long for it to breed its offspring, and it can grow a brand new organ in less than a day. I have never seen such a terrifying creature. We must quickly destroy these giant white eggs, otherwise it will be too late when the things inside hatch. Luo turned his head and asked the quasi-magician, "Does the Skinner you mentioned before still have this ability?" "If the Skinner has this ability, they may not be so easy to extinct." Rob sighed lightly. Split parasitism is a reproduction method that is rare even in insects or plankton, and it is almost impossible in higher animals, because the higher the level of the animal, the higher the degree of differentiation of the tissues and organs. This process is irreversible. Even if you can solve the problem of organ survival after separation, it is difficult to make it transform back into an embryo. At present, the deep-sea creature called parasitic electric eel can barely do this. As for the worm just now, its situation is even more complicated. It looks like a simplified offspring of that monster. Simplified offspring? Yes, it seems that it only inherited some of its mother's abilities, and sacrificed a considerable amount of wisdom, so that this reverse secondary evolution can be realized. So what we are dealing with now is a brand new monster that combines the abilities of the Skinner, Quint's multi-segmented worm, and the enhanced parasitic electric eel, and can also continuously heal itself? Lolo took a breath. Not only that, I just checked the incompletely developed larvae. Judging from its body structure, it should have some other abilities when it grows up. As for its mother, I'm afraid it will be even more difficult to deal with. This was the first time that the future super magician gave such an evaluation to a creature, which meant that even Rob found this monster a bit tricky. The prospective magician frowned. Other things are easy to deal with. There are always ways to deal with them. What I am most worried about is actually this guy's learning ability. Learning ability? Rob pointed to Caesar not far away. His strength is the best among the freshmen this year. He is at the level of a third-level magician, enough to sweep most of the teams here, but he is no match for that monster at all. In the end, in order to survive, he even betrayed his teammates and became a servant of that thing in exchange for a chance to survive. But before that thing only attacked people who were alone. Don't you think it's strange? The future super magician's words were like dropping a bomb on the field, causing everyone to be shocked. Caesar's face changed drastically. You are slandering me. This is pure slander. Don't believe him. You can just find someone from the student union to know the grudge between him and me, but using this method to retaliate against me is a bit too despicable, isn't it? Rob was speechless. You are not still thinking that you can get away with it. Are you the only one in the basement who is not wrapped in the white giant egg? Is it because you have a good relationship with that monster? Caesar forced himself to stay calm. I was just caught late, and it didn't have time to attack me. You'd better wipe off the mucus on your body before saying such things. Protecting offspring is the instinct of all creatures. Even that monster is no exception, so this should be the reason why the guy accepted you as a servant. You can continue to take care of these white giant eggs for him when it leaves the nest. The young master of the Andre family was shocked, and cold sweat had already seeped out of his forehead, but he said, "Are you crazy? Who would be a servant to a monster?" Rob was too lazy to talk nonsense with this guy, and said directly, "I don't care about your hobbies, nor do I care what you did to survive. I just want to know how much information you revealed to that thing. You'd better not lie about this question, because it means how much earlier the monster's hunting plan will be." "What do you mean?" Lolo asked puzzledly. From its previous actions, it should be a complete novice. It is obviously very powerful, but it only attacks those who are alone. I guess it grew up in an extremely small space. It has rarely come into contact with other creatures since it was a child. Suddenly entering a new environment, it is still unsure of its position in the food chain, so it behaves extremely cautiously, including the sneak attack on Ginny to snatch her shoes. In fact, it was just for one thing to learn. The things it did that seemed incredible to us were all to get to know this new world as soon as possible. The length of this period depends on how long it takes for it to realize that there are almost no creatures in the new competition field that can threaten it. So, Rob sighed and looked at Caesar. "You better tell the truth. How much help did you provide to it?" Caesar's forehead was sweating. He wanted to open his mouth to refute, but he couldn't say a word. Chapter 330. Caesar's behavior at this moment actually explained a lot of things. It seems that he did hide something before. Then he was pinned to the ground by two swordsman boys, and his hands were tied. Although Caesar was a third-level magician, he was no different from an ordinary person without a staff. However, this guy had obviously decided to stick to the end. When he was pinned down, he still insisted that he was wronged. But in fact, no one believed his lies except Sherry. However, with his prominent family background, there was not enough evidence, and it was estimated that he could not be defeated in the end. Of course, the premise was that everyone could walk out of the dungeon alive. Teacher Harvey actually has some connections with the Andre family, but he has no time to worry about Caesar's current situation. The third-level magician is more concerned about another thing. He looked at the noble boy and said, "When will the monster come back?" Caesar shook his head and said, "I don't know." The people around him almost couldn't help but beat this guy up. At this time, he was still pretending to be stupid. In order to maintain his ridiculous reputation, he even ignored the lives of others. Teacher Harvey frowned. "I can guarantee that what happened here today will not be spread. You should have been here for a while. No matter why the monster let you go, you should have a certain understanding of it. At least you can tell us how long it usually takes to come back after going out, how long it has been since it last left the nest, what its strength is, and whether it has any weaknesses." Of course. Caesar at least seemed very positive on the surface. He also knew that his current situation was not optimistic. Don't be fooled by that guy's lies. I am willing to share the information I have with you. Our goals are the same. We all want to get rid of that monster as soon as possible. But there are some things I really don't know. I was captured not long ago. I know a little about its habits. I only know that its current abilities include shape-shifting and parasitism. These skin tissues underground are torn from its body every time it changes shape. It last left its nest a day ago. I don't know when it will come back. Teacher Harvey was a little disappointed after hearing this. Although Caesar was very cooperative, the information he could get from him was very limited. He only knew that the monster seemed to be able to transform into other people, but the most important thing about the guy's strength level was still unknown. He glanced at Rob and found that the latter did not care about the conversation between him and Caesar, and was using this time to check the remaining white giant eggs. After this period of time, Teacher Harvey has become more and more impressed with this originally unremarkable swordsman freshman. This guy's observation ability and knowledge reserve are superior. He even felt a little regretful before. If such a guy has a magic talent, even the lowest level, his future achievements will probably be limitless. But now is not the time to lament about such things. The unknown monster that sneaked into the freshman competition field is like a sharp blade, hanging on everyone's heart. Teacher Harvey couldn't help asking, "Did you find anything?" Rob hummed. He was still very polite to Teacher Harvey. He pointed to the white giant eggs and said, "The people inside should still have self-awareness." "Hey, do you mean they can still be saved?" Teacher Harvey was surprised and happy to hear this. This was the first good news he had heard since entering this place. Most of the people who disappeared before were in these giant white eggs. From Caesar's previous description, these people, without exception, all became containers for breeding monsters, and they were helpless. Ivan had tried to rescue his good friend Xavier from the giant white egg before, but it resulted in his death. In addition, the worm came out of Xavier's chest. When they checked the body of the latter, they also noticed that Xavier's internal organs had disappeared. It was natural to infer that Xavier could not be saved. The reason why he still had his last breath was because of the milky white liquid, so once he left the giant egg, he would die soon. That's not the case. The milky liquid is indeed something like nutrients, but the monster's organs after shedding do not contain a digestive system. They cannot directly extract the nutrients they need from the milky liquid, so the monster came up with a way to use the digestive systems of other creatures to extract nutrients, which are then absorbed by its offspring. This is why it chooses parasitism to reproduce. And it seems that the monster intends to recycle the people in the giant egg. Teacher Harvey was stunned, but Xavier's internal organs have disappeared. That's because someone destroyed the giant white egg, which alarmed the worm in Xavier's body. It sensed the danger outside and forced itself to evolve to the point where it could move freely away from the host in a short period of time. Therefore, it also needed a huge amount of nutrition, so it directly ate the host's internal organs. Rob explained. But if this is the case, how can we save them? Teacher Harvey is also very troubled now. If the giant white egg is not broken, there is no way to save people, but if the giant white egg is broken, the people will die immediately. Or should we wait for those bugs to leave after they have completed their development? After these bugs have completed their development, they will have at least the strength of level 3 or 4. It is not easy to deal with so many of them together. Moreover, we don't know if they can also reproduce by splitting and parasitism. If they crawl out of the host's body and still have another part of their organs to continue to develop, then we will be trapped in a dead loop. The future super magician shook his head. I don't have any good solution. Rob was not lying. In order to kill the bugs parasitizing these people without destroying the giant egg, either a bishop-level priest would have to help, or several high-level magic potions would have to be used. Either method was unlikely to be realized in this competition field that had been cut off from the outside world. Teacher Harvey also looked very serious. We have to tell Teacher Xavier what happened here as soon as possible. The latter was the most powerful person in West Hammers College. A 7th-level magician was an absolute powerhouse, even on the Dawn continent. When he was in danger, he naturally became the backbone of everyone. In fact, even after realizing the severity of the problem, most people still believe that Teacher Xavier would always have a solution. Chapter 331. After some discussion, everyone agreed to return to the inner city first and tell the current information to Master Xavier as soon as possible, but Teacher Harvey was worried about the teachers and students in the white giant egg, so he finally chose to stay alone. This move is undoubtedly very dangerous, because the monster may return to the nest at any time. Caesar has proved that he is no match for that thing before. If Teacher Harvey, who is also a 3rd-level magician, encounters the monster, he is likely to be in danger. Therefore, after learning of Mr. Harvey's decision, everyone persuaded him to leave. If Rob's speculation was correct, the people in the white giant egg were the safest at present, but Mr. Harvey seemed to have made up his mind. He wanted to stay and protect these people. His plan was to find a place to hide nearby and use detection magic to observe the monster's actions, hoping to find its weakness. It was completely dark, and everyone obviously didn't want to spend the night in this gloomy and strange place, so everyone, including Mr. Harvey, returned to the ground. Compared with when they came, there was one more person in the team. However, because of what happened before, no one will take the initiative to talk to the young master of the Andre family. Everyone now just treats him as if he doesn't exist. Because of his identity, no one dares to be violent to him. But once he gets in touch with the outside world, such a big thing here will definitely not be concealed. When Caesar returns outside, trouble will follow. Not only will the school and the guards investigate him, but the Andre family will also want to know what happened in the competition arena. His future days may not be easy, but at least for now, he looks calm and no longer shouts. Walking in the desert at night would undoubtedly add a lot of danger, but in comparison, everyone would rather stay away from the monster's lair. In fact, most people would get goosebumps just thinking about the scene underground. The team stopped 4 miles away from the tower and started to make a fire and cook. Shirley gave a piece of bread she brought to the young master of the Andre family. He thanked her politely, then ran away with a red face, trying to pretend that she didn't care, but after walking to the side, she couldn't help but sneak a glance at Caesar from time to time. Hypocrisy? Luo commented while cooking noodles. Did you see that? His thanks just now were not sincere at all. It was just out of the hypocritical etiquette of the nobles. He was taught to say so since childhood, but he didn't feel any gratitude in his heart. He hasn't even asked the girl's name yet. Hey, I didn't know you were so cynical. Rob was holding an empty bowl with Gage waiting to eat noodles. He was a little surprised to hear this. It's always good to be well educated. Whether the nobles are hypocritical or not is another matter, but it is undeniable that they have received much better education than ordinary people since childhood, and most people are more polite. Yeah, that's right. Gage echoed. When I was little, all the kids around me called me a fat pig, laughed at me, and threw stones at me. Only one little brother named Hill was willing to play with me, and would fight with those who bullied me. His father was a knight, and he always admired his father, and said that he would become a knight in the future, and protecting the weak is the knight's duty. Ginny had already cut the sausages, and the future super magician took out a bag of pickled salted fish and a handful of coriander from his bag, intending to add them to the noodles later. Lola was too tired to complain. This guy's bag was full of novels and snacks, and he didn't look like he was serious about the competition. People wanted to criticize him seriously, but if you think about it carefully, it seems that this guy has contributed the most since entering the freshman competition. Hey, which side are you guys on? The girl turned to someone and said dissatisfiedly, didn't you say before that he betrayed his teammates? This is not contradictory, right? Upbringing is upbringing, character is character. Caesar's politeness to outsiders is different from his abandoning his teammates in a critical moment, and considering his life more important than anything else. Rob held his chin and said leisurely, then asked Fatty and Ginny, does any one of you want some cilantro? No, I never eat cilantro. Gage saw that Coriander had an expression on her face, that she was afraid of snakes and scorpions. Ginny also shook her head. She had actually been most stimulated in the past 2 days. In the question and answer game that the prospective magician played with her, she also learned for the first time that her brother Peter had killed many people to protect her. This made the kind-hearted Ginny a little difficult to accept, especially when the noble boy she had secretly loved was one of them. She originally thought that what happened to him was just a terrible disaster. The girl was sad for a long time because of it. Unexpectedly, the accident was not an accident at all, and it was actually related to her. Because of her, the other party's death was indirectly caused. This was also the most difficult thing for Ginny to accept. After that, Ginny had been eager to contact Peter to ask about the incident, but the latter did not communicate with her at all, as if he had completely disappeared. Ginny was not the only one who had insomnia tonight. Most of the team members spent the night in anxiety, but when the sun came out the next day, nothing happened. The monster seemed to have been away for a particularly long time this time, and it has not returned to the nest until now. The team said goodbye to Teacher Harvey and left enough supplies for the latter. Even if they went back and forth smoothly, it would take at least 4 or 5 days. The sooner they returned, the more they could ensure the safety of the former. The next morning, everyone did not delay and set off early. The future super mage had no plans to steal the spotlight for the time being. Since Xavier was also in the dungeon, it would be natural for him to deal with this monster. It was not easy for anyone to become a 7th level magician, especially his attainments and formations, which even the 9th level super mage admired. When the future super mage was learning about magic formations, he had referred to several papers written by Xavier. He was indeed a talented person. His choice to come to Siamos to teach surprised many people. But no matter what, with him in the dungeon, even if he can't defeat the monster, he should be able to ensure the safety of most people. When the teleportation array is repaired and contact is established with the outside world, the monster's luck will end. However, Rob felt that things would not be so simple. What happened in the competition field in this life was obviously not accidental. From the monster being smuggled in, to the destruction of the teleportation array, and a group of masters including Principal Foreman being blocked outside, the other party almost took everything into account. It made no sense that they would miss Xavier, the top master of West Hammers College. Chapter 332. You don't look very well. When the man came back, Claire was making tea in the white space, looking very relaxed. Although she was a prisoner, she was treated very well. Not only did the other party not torture her, but they also emptied a supply point for her, prepared daily necessities, and even some things that should not appear in the desert, such as the pearwood tea table in front of Claire, and the full set of tea sets on the table. In order to ensure that the old man would not be bored these days, the man even got a chessboard. As long as Claire wanted to play chess, he would play with her. Sometimes, to take care of the old man's mood, he would deliberately lose a few games. But he didn't seem to be in the mood to play chess tonight, and he didn't say a word after returning to the white space. It seems that the situation outside is not good? The old man raised his eyebrows, took out another cup, and slowly poured a cup of tea. The man nodded and thanked him, took a sip of the tea, and suddenly laughed out loud. Is it necessary for you to be so childish? What's the point of doing this except to disgust me? You should be glad that there is not enough material here, otherwise what you drank just now would not be dust but poison, Claire said calmly. The man shook his head, not angry, silently poured out the remaining tea in the cup, and boiled another pot. How could I make such a low-level mistake against you, senior? Really? But you've been making a mistake since you caught me here. We've discussed this issue many times. The man sighed. Whether it's the Inquisition, the Magician Association, or these nobles in the South, they have tried almost all methods over the past few hundred years, but without exception, they have been fooled by that person every time. So I can only try my own way. You are the closest person to him in the world now. I think even the most heartless person can't watch the person closest to him die. You talk a lot. It seems that you have encountered some troubles today. The old man's reaction was as calm as ever. Xavier did not hide anything and said frankly, things are a little beyond my control. The monster is growing at an alarming rate. What's more terrible is that someone told it all the information from us, which greatly shortened the time it took to learn and adapt to this new world. This was something I didn't expect. I didn't notice it earlier, and it had sneaked into the inner city quietly. Fortunately, it was discovered by a student, otherwise those people at the city gate would be in danger tonight. Don't you care about their life or death? Claire said sarcastically. I don't care about their life or death, but I don't want them to die so quickly. It's in my best interest to have everyone here die one by one. They are my bargaining chips just like you. Although they are not as valuable as you, I don't want to squander them like this, the man explained patiently, paused and said, and this is not good news for you either. It means that the time you have left is much less than expected. I don't want to hurt you. As long as you get what I want, I will ensure that you leave here unscathed, the man said sincerely. You overestimate me. In this situation, how do you think I can get in touch with the outside world? The old man looked around the white space. It was like an isolated little world. Even the wind and sand outside could not blow in, so it was impossible to get any news to the outside world. I never underestimate anyone, especially the greatest magician in human history. Even if you can't contact him, I believe he will definitely find a way to contact you. It won't be long before he finds out that you disappeared from the bakery. Ordinary people may not be able to find your whereabouts, but he will definitely be able to. He will find a way to contact you. Please be sure to convey my request to him then, the man said firmly. Claire sighed, and there was no fear in her eyes, but a fleeting compassion flashed across her eyes. The old man looked like he was looking at a lost kid. Have you ever thought about this question? Since the Inquisition knows about my existence, and some people in the Magicians Association also know about my existence, then why are they unwilling to try your method for so many years, when they know that there is no way out? The man was stunned. Are you threatening me? I'm not trying to intimidate you. I just want to give you a suggestion. When you decide to sit down at the card table, make sure you are the smartest one at the card table. Hey, what do you think the 5 holy artifacts are? The team headed towards the inner city. The atmosphere was a bit depressing along the way. Gage suddenly asked. A lot of sand got into his clothes when he slept last night. As a result, he got up late in the morning and didn't have time to clean it. He hurriedly put on the armor. As a result, when he walked now, the sand rubbed his skin and it itched, but his hands couldn't reach into the armor. When Principal Foreman announced the rules of the competition, he said there were 5 holy artifacts in the freshman competition. Aren't you curious? The fat man tried all kinds of postures, but couldn't get the itch. In the end, he had no choice but to give up and divert his attention by chatting. The rules of this year's freshman competition have indeed changed a lot compared to previous years, especially the appearance of the 5 holy artifacts that can bring a lot of points. Obviously, there was no such thing in the previous freshman competition. But except for the names, no one could get any other information about them, which made the 5 holy artifacts more mysterious. At the beginning of the game, everyone's attention was focused on them. However, the teleportation array malfunctioned, the referee committee disappeared, and the monsters appeared, which made everyone focus on what was happening in the dungeon. Naturally, they forgot about the so-called holy artifacts until Gage mentioned them again. Anyway, they were free, so Rob said. The term holy artifacts first came from the church. When they preached, they claimed that the holy artifacts were weapons left by the gods to deter evil in the world. But in fact, the holy artifacts were cast by high-level priests at the level of archbishops in the early temples. Their nature is a bit similar to the enchanted weapons made by magicians. However, the holy artifacts are indeed very effective in dealing with monsters, especially monsters from the abyss. The most famous 9 holy artifacts have killed countless evil creatures. Then do you think the 5 holy artifacts in the dungeon will also have such power? The fat man was immediately interested when he heard this. If we can find one, can we deal with the monster? Lolo thought for a while, and said, how could it be such a coincidence that a monster appeared here, and a holy artifact that can deal with the monster happened to appear in this freshman competition? Doesn't this mean that the person who organized this freshman competition knew about the existence of this monster in advance? Chapter 333. Strange, where did Grandma Claire go? I haven't seen her these past few days. Lois pushed the door open and walked into the bakery. She looked behind the counter. It used to belong to the old lady, but now it was occupied by a fox-masked man. The latter tapped his feet on the counter and ate the potato chips he had just bought from the next street, looking relaxed and contented. Claire is on vacation and won't be back for a while. Lois seemed a little confused when she heard this. Vacation? But she made an appointment with me last week, and today she was going to teach me how to make lemon cake. The fox-masked man shrugged. You may have to do it another day. She left in a hurry. It seemed she was going to meet an old friend or something, and she won't be back for half a month. Really? The female archer was skeptical, and put the bag of fresh lemons on the table. Then she moved her eyes to the chair under someone's buttocks, and her face changed. It's over, you're in big trouble. How come you replaced Grandma Claire's favorite chair? She can't stand others touching her chair. The fox-masked man was stunned. Really? That guy is old and still has fetish problems. If I say she took the chair away when she went to see her old friend, would you believe it? Lois looked at her teacher silently with eyes that cared for a fool. The fox-masked man scratched his head and muttered, you said she liked the chair very much. If that's the case, it's normal for her to take it wherever she goes. The female archer frowned. Where is Grandma Claire? She values this bakery very much. It doesn't make sense for her to leave for so many days. She didn't even lock the door when she left. She is not such a careless person. Also, you have been looking forward to the freshman competition. Why didn't you go there? And you haven't explained to me why you suddenly put that set of holy vessels in 2 days before the competition. Do you know how rare the combined holy vessels are? If the church finds out that there is a set of combined holy vessels left outside, how much trouble will it cause? Well, she is indeed visiting someone else's home now. The fox-masked man was evasive. He was obviously overwhelmed by the female apprentice's rapid-fire questions. He stammered, as for the holy artifact, I just found it by chance. I felt it would be a shame to leave it in the corner and collect dust. I might as well take it out and have fun together. Lois would never believe such a clumsy lie. After being with this guy for a long time, she already understood that there were not so many accidents and coincidences in the world. This guy was indeed a very inexplicable person. Sometimes he would make some very childish actions, but it was often proved afterwards that his seemingly inexplicable actions were hidden with deep meanings. He seemed to be born with this ability, always hiding behind the scenes and silently overlooking everything. But then the fox-masked man probably felt that the lie could not be covered up, and finally admitted, well, I did go a little too far this time. Claire was kidnapped right under my nose, but don't worry, I'm actively researching how to rescue her. The female archer widened her eyes. Grandma Claire was kidnapped? You still have the mood to shake your legs and eat potato chips here. Well, she's not in any danger for the time being anyway. The other party wants to threaten me through her. He will find a way to take care of Claire before achieving his goal. Claire has always been thinking about the lizard men in the Dagmar Desert. Maybe this is a good opportunity to reminisce about those passionate years. The fox-masked man was still talking nonsense. Desert? Wait, is Grandma Claire also in the freshman competition field? Lois caught the key point in someone's sentence. Oh my god, you can't be so bad. You already knew in advance that Grandma Claire would be kidnapped, so you put those holy artifacts in the dungeon. Nonsense. How could I deliberately take the risk of Claire's life? Those holy artifacts are obviously used to deal with that monster. The fox-masked man argued, and then realized that he seemed to have let the cat out of the bag, so he could only say angrily, well, but I did know something would happen in the freshman competition field, so I put some small things in advance, but I guarantee that what happened to Claire was completely an accident. It was an emergency, and after the accident, I have been actively organizing rescue day and night. And finally made a breakthrough just now. Now I almost know who did it, he said seriously, while moving the bag of potato chips on the counter to the bottom. Then tell me honestly what happened in the freshman competition field. Ha, The people from the Inquisition secretly sent a monster in without telling anyone else. They thought they were doing a good job of concealing it, keeping everyone, including me, in the dark, but in fact, it once again proved that the brain is really a very important thing. They had already done something weird by the lake before, and even the secret base was taken down by someone I hired. This time, they used the same trick again, without any creativity. If I can still be fooled, I can just find a plate of noodles and kill myself. The fox-masked man curled his lips, and said disdainfully. Lois took a breath. Did the Inquisition hide another killer in the city of Gudries? No, it's not a killer. This thing is much more interesting than a killer. It seems to have no name yet. It is a brand new monster created by the crazy people in the Inquisition at a huge cost. It combines the advantages of several monsters. They seem to call it the fourth-generation species internally. It is the most important result of a monster experiment plan that was implemented more than 200 years ago. The fox-masked man said excitedly, "This is also the first time I've seen this new thing. Judging from its performance in the past few days, it really lives up to everyone's expectations. TSK, this guy's learning and evolution ability is simply challenging the laws of nature. So you let such a terrifying monster be with a group of freshmen?" The female archer's face was full of disbelief. "But you had the ability to stop all this from happening. Well, or you can put it another way. Someone secretly sent the monster into the freshman competition field, and I left them a glimmer of hope inside. Isn't it more positive to think this way?" The fox-masked man shrugged. "In short, the most urgent thing now is to find a way to get Claire out. But you have the ability to stop all this." Lois repeated this sentence again. The fox-masked man finally became a little impatient. "There are so many things I can stop. If I stop everything, I won't even have time to eat a bag of potato chips. I don't know what you are thinking, you, the Inquisition, and that idiot codenamed Arclight. You all seem to think that I should care about the lives of the freshmen in Siamus. Yes, I have always followed my own principles. Basically, I will not do anything that harms these students in the school, but I am not their nanny. As long as they don't cause me trouble, their lives have nothing to do with me." Chapter 334. Before the team entered the inner city, they already felt that the atmosphere here was a bit strange. The city gate was closed, and there were all kinds of magic traps outside the gate. There were also poplar branches stuck in the sand, with the sharpened ends facing the outside of the city. Gage was surprised. "We have only been out for 3 or 4 days. How come this place has become like this?" Lola frowned. "I think something happened in the city." They were half a mile away from the city gate when the first alarm was triggered, and almost at the same time, Davis's vigilant voice came from behind the door. "Who? Don't go any further, or we will attack you." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Is this guy crazy? A few days ago, we were eating together, talking and laughing. What does he want to do with his hostile attitude now? Many people in the team were dissatisfied. They risked their lives to search for the missing teachers and students outside, found the monster's lair, and obtained extremely important information, while the cowards in the inner city just huddled on the other side of the door, and unexpectedly greeted them, the heroes, in this way. Soon someone in the team shouted, "Open the door, open the door, we have something important to do with Teacher Xavier." "Where is Senior Patton?" "You can ask him to come out first." "Senior Patton will not see you." Davis shook his head, and his words immediately angered more people. However, before the people outside the door could get angry, they heard another voice from the other end of the door. "Senior was seriously injured and has been in a coma for 2 days." Senior Patton was injured? Everyone outside the city was stunned when they heard this. When they thought of the people in the inner city, who were facing a great enemy, they thought of a possibility, and couldn't help but take a breath. Damn, could it be that the reason why the monster didn't return to its nest for so long was because it ran to the inner city? Davis said coldly on the other side of the wall. "Now, each of you speak up. I need to confirm your identity." Although everyone was very unhappy after hearing this, they still followed Davis's somewhat strange request after realizing that something might have happened in the city. After a while, the city gate finally opened slowly. "Sorry, I have to do this. Only in this way can I confirm whether you are controlled. 2 nights ago, we were attacked by a group of strange insects. The kind of insects can parasitize in the human body and control the host. The other 4 people in the team I joined before were parasitized by this kind of insects. Only I was hit by a stone in the sandstorm and escaped. As a result, the night before last, I followed the Captain Ron and Lucy, and saw insects crawling out of their bodies." Davis couldn't help shuddering when he said this, as if he recalled the horrifying scene again. I covered my mouth, and didn't dare to make a sound. I stumbled towards the camp, wanting to warn others. I was about to return to my sleeping place, but I saw two other people from our team at the end of the road. They looked at me coldly in the moonlight. You don't know how creepy that look is. It's not a human look at all. I felt so scared when I was looked at that time that I could only turn around and run back, shouting for help while running away. Fortunately, I was very close to the camp at this time. Many people, including Senior Barton, were awakened by my cry for help, so the two things only chased me for 2 steps and stopped, standing still. When Senior Barton led people to approach them, their bodies suddenly exploded from the middle, and 2 more bugs jumped out. This scene was not unfamiliar to the people who came back from outside the city. The bug in Charles' body also jumped out in this way, and almost took Joey's life. Davis continued, fortunately, Senior Barton reacted quickly and smashed a bug with his sword, but the others were not as skilled as him. Those bugs seemed to be very smart. They had been in the camp for a long time and knew everyone's strength, so they had divided the work before they started. One of them held Senior Barton back, and the other took the opportunity to attack a girl named Angela behind Senior Barton. Angela was a magician, and her throat was bitten before she could even start chanting. After that, the bug didn't stop and attacked another magician. Senior Barton turned around to rescue her, but the cunning bug suddenly turned around and attacked Senior Barton with its companions. Senior Barton was caught off guard and his sternum was broken. He was seriously injured on the spot, and then the 2 bugs were ready to chase the rest of the people on the ground. I wanted to run back to help, but at this moment something even more terrible happened. I saw Ron and Lucy staggering over at the other end of the street. Just when I thought I was going to die this time, Teacher Xavier miraculously appeared in the camp. He burned the bugs to death with just one move, and then he put away his staff and walked towards me. I guess he wanted to ask me about the origins of the bugs, but he just took 2 steps and his face changed. He released an ice shield for himself at lightning speed. The next moment, a freshman named Brado, who was a thief beside him, suddenly jumped up and rushed towards Teacher Xavier. The thick ice shield in front of Teacher Xavier only lasted for less than half a second before being torn apart by Brado. It was hard to imagine that a human body could have such violent power. He sneaked up on Teacher Xavier in a despicable way, but Teacher Xavier was also very decisive. He immediately summoned an extremely terrifying lightning to swallow them both together. When the lightning dissipated, Brado was gone, leaving only a charred monster lying on the ground. Teacher Xavier didn't look very good either. His lower abdomen was bleeding. Although the magic device he carried helped him block most of the damage from the lightning, the monster still hurt him after all. We all thought that this nightmare could finally end, but our joy only stayed on our faces for less than half a minute. Then we saw the monster's toes twitched, and then its body twitched. It quickly struggled to get up from the ground and rushed into the night before others surrounded it. Teacher Xavier stopped everyone from chasing it, saying that we were no match for it. Then he left a magic circle and said he was going to treat his injuries, and then left in a hurry. He hasn't come back yet, and everyone in the camp is very worried now. Davis's words revealed a lot of information. Everyone was shocked to hear that Teacher Xavier had fought with the monster and was injured. They had already looked up to the monster, but they didn't expect it to be even more terrifying than they thought. Now that Teacher Xavier, the strongest in the freshman competition, has been injured, who can stop the monster when it comes back? No wonder the students in the inner city are facing a great enemy. Lolo was concerned about the problem of the bugs. She asked Rob, who was standing beside her, "Didn't you say that its organs don't have a digestive system and need to consume a lot of nutrients during growth, and can't be separated from the nutrient solution? What about Davis's team?" Well, Davis's team was attacked after the sandstorm, which was also our first day in the freshman competition. At that time, the monster should still be exploring efficient reproduction methods. These 4 bugs are probably the first batch of test subjects it has come up with. They have fully developed, so they no longer need nutrient solution. Their strength is between the 2nd and 3rd levels. They are not as strong as the larvae we encountered underground after they mature, and it seems that they still need to be in pairs. But they are not without advantages. Compared with the bug we encountered, the 4 bugs that attacked them this time have a very short development period. They should be able to mature in 1 to 2 days, but it is still unknown whether they can leave the host for a long time. Chapter 335. The current person in charge of the camp is a 4th-level old magician named Harris, who usually teaches spiritual magic in the academy. Although the old man has a head full of silver hair, he is a very childlike person. He also likes to joke with students during class breaks. He originally planned to leave Gudry's after teaching this class of students. His son-in-law is a small lord and has been writing letters to invite him to live in the territory. However, the old man was used to staying in the university town and did not leave until the beginning of this year. He had already submitted his resignation to the school, and was just waiting for the school to deal with the things here. Then he set off to the small valley full of flowers where his daughter and son-in-law lived. But he didn't expect to encounter such a thing before leaving. Harris's expression was very serious. The old man knew that their situation was very bad. The magic traps outside the city were set by him. Although these traps might be useful against the insects before, the monster that appeared last that night was extremely powerful and obviously could not be stopped by a few low-level magic traps. On the other hand, after being injured, Teacher Xavier left a magic circle and left in a hurry. Until now, he has not been contacted. No one knows whether the monster will come back or when it will come back. Everyone in the camp has spent the past 2 days in panic. Harris has been helping Xavier to repair the damaged teleportation array these days. In addition to him, there are several magic teachers. The situation in front of everyone feels a little tricky. The other party did not use simple physical means to violently destroy the teleportation array, but carved another magic array on the teleportation array to encrypt the original teleportation array. This method is very advanced and requires a sufficient understanding of magic arrays, but everyone did not take it seriously at first, because they have the array master Xavier here. Although this encrypted magic array is powerful, it should not be difficult for him. However, this time things didn't seem to go as smoothly as expected. According to Xavier, the means used in this encryption magic array were very ancient. Although he could find a way to crack it, it would take some time, so several teachers from the magic department stayed to help, and the inner city was handed over to Patton. Fortunately, there were enough supplies in the freshman competition field, and everyone was not too panicked. The repair work of the teleportation array was proceeding in an orderly manner. Until the incident 2 days ago, everything was completely changed. Xavier's injuries were more serious than most people imagined. He returned to the teleportation array and briefly explained what happened, asked Harris to take care of the students in the inner city, and then left to recover. According to Xavier, the monster was injured much more seriously than him that night, but the opponent's recovery ability is far superior to that of humans. Once it recovers most of its strength, the first thing it will do is to hunt him down, because Xavier is the only one in the entire competition field who can threaten it. So in order to avoid implicate everyone, the 7th level magician chose to stay away from others, and find a secret place alone to start treating his injuries. He did not tell anyone where he was going. Only in this way could he guarantee the safety of others to the greatest extent. However, as time went on, Harris became more and more worried. Xavier was still missing. Without him as the backbone, the speed of cracking the magic circle was obviously slowed down. At the current speed, it would probably take at least a month to repair the teleportation array, and such a long time was enough for the monster to kill the freshmen in the inner city 4 or 5 times. The panic in the inner city soon infected the people who returned. At the same time, those who returned later also shared the scenes they saw under the tower with those who stayed in the inner city, including the human-shaped containers wrapped in white giant eggs and the human skin carpets on the ground, so the atmosphere in the camp became even more depressing. Some teams have already started to pack up and prepare to leave here and continue to go deeper into the inner city. In this situation, hundreds of people gather together, and the target is too big. Anyway, they can't beat them. It's better to just flee to the inner city. Maybe they can use the complex terrain in the inner city to deal with the monster and hold on until the rescuers arrive in a month. There were many people who had this idea. Although Mr. Harris repeatedly reiterated that the situation was still under control and advised everyone to stay calm and not run around, the longer Mr. Xavier lost contact, the more people thought about leaving. This is not a solution. It won't be long before everyone in the camp runs away. They had a good idea, but unfortunately they ignored the monster's mobility and, most importantly, its reproductive ability. Most of these freshmen were of average strength. When they gathered together, they might be able to resist the bugs a little. Once they were scattered, they would become lambs to be slaughtered. Moreover, as more and more people were caught, it would provide it with more hosts for breeding the bugs. They wouldn't last more than a month. Rob shook his head. What should we do? Why don't we gather the captains of each team and ask Mr. Harris to explain the situation to them? Gage suggested. It's useless. The referee committee chose to keep everyone in the dark. The advantage of doing so is that it can guarantee the stability of the camp to the greatest extent, but once something goes wrong, no one will believe them anymore. In fact, the most serious problem now is not this. If we don't control the panic and despair in the camp, the situation will only continue to deteriorate. Do you have any ideas? Lolo looked at someone. If there was still someone who could do something at this time, it must be this guy in front of her. And Rob did not disappoint her. He nodded. There are ways. In fact, I personally do not agree that everyone should stay in the camp. This is too passive. Look around you. Even if you can persuade them to stay down today, they will only want to escape more tomorrow. The key issue is to let them have a goal and feel hope. But how can we give them hope now? Even Lolo had to admit that the current situation couldn't be any worse. The only hope, Teacher Xavier, was also in danger. The entire freshman competition field was now full of dangers, and pessimism was everywhere. Only Rob's face was still as unhurried as usual. The future super magician snapped his fingers. Remember the 5 holy artifacts that Gage mentioned before? Maybe we can do something about it. Chapter 336. In the afternoon, the camp finally got some news that cheered them up a little. The 5 holy artifacts mentioned by Principal Foreman before the game started were verified to be from the church. They were genuine weapons with divine power that could resist evil. So as long as they found the 5 holy artifacts, they might be able to fight the monster. Is that all? Just releasing such a simple piece of news, and there are many ambiguous parts in it. Will anyone believe it? Luo asked in confusion. Survival is the instinct of all living things. When drowning, people will desperately grab every straw at hand. At this time, everyone will only believe what they want to believe. Of course, we still need to make some other preparations on top of this. Rob held up 2 fingers. First, we need Mr. Harris's cooperation. He is a member of the referee committee and a teacher in the school, so someone will definitely ask him for confirmation later. But didn't you say that after the previous incident, no one would trust the referee committee anymore? Ginny was also listening quietly, and for the time being she could not care about him and Peter. What was happening in the freshman competition field was related to everyone. Yes. The future super magician smiled. So we need Mr. Harris to help us deny this news, but at the same time we need to show a panic expression on our faces after the secret was discovered, so that these people in the camp can further believe this news, but only disproof is not enough, and we need another person to help us later. Who? This person must have a certain weight, have enough prestige among the freshmen, and not belong to the referee committee, and at the same time have the ability to get information that others cannot get, so it is reasonable for him to be the source of information. Is there such a person among us? Gage was stunned. Wait, you don't mean that guy? On the other side, Luo had already thought of something. His face suddenly changed, and he turned his head to look at a figure in the corner. The young master of the Andre family was sitting there quietly at this moment. Compared with the past, when he was surrounded by people, he was now a little deserted. After arriving at the camp, there were so many people, and everyone was not worried that he would escape again, so no special personnel were assigned to watch over him. He also looked very honest, turning a blind eye to the undercurrents in the camp. Only Sherry was with him. They each held a small branch in their hands, and played a small game called 4 in a row on the ground. Sherry's face was filled with unconcealed happiness and joy, and Caesar's mouth was also slightly smiling, and he seemed to be very involved, but his eyes were always secretly watching what was happening around him. Huh? Have you forgotten what he did before? Didn't you see the way he looked at you along the way? Don't you think it's a bit too late to reconcile with him now? If we go to him for help now, he will only mock us, and even if he is willing to help us, based on what he did under the tower, no one will be willing to believe him. You don't need to believe in his character, you just need to believe that he has the ability to get some information that others can't. His identity, as the Andre family, is quite useful. As for whether he is willing to help us, I think this should not be a problem. Rob said, and walked straight to the corner. Caesar's face changed. He would not forget the performance of someone fighting 2 people alone at the welcome party, which was like a god descending from heaven. Although his hands were untied at this moment, he was completely an ordinary person without the staff. What's worse is that his current situation is very embarrassing. Even if the people in the camp saw Rob attacking him, they would probably not care. The young master of the Andre family judged others by himself. If the other party chose to retaliate against him at this time, it would undoubtedly be the best time. So when Rob walked towards him, his body trembled obviously. It is said that girls in love are the most sensitive. This little movement of Caesar's body did not escape Shirley's eyes. The girl stood up and looked at the newcomers vigilantly. Don't go too far. Master Caesar is also innocent. He is a victim like us. Rob nodded at her, and wisely did not dwell on this issue too much. He just said politely, "Can you give us some time alone?" "Don't worry, I won't do anything to him." Shirley looked at Caesar in the corner. The latter hesitated. To be honest, the young master of the Andre family didn't want to be alone with someone now, but if the other party really wanted to harm him, adding Shirley didn't seem to be of any use, so Caesar nodded and said readily, "Okay." Before leaving, Sherry reminded the prospective magician, I won't go too far, I just watch you from the side. If you dare to attack him, I will. I will. The girl thought for a long time, and couldn't think of what she could do if the other party attacked her. She only had a light body skill that could enhance her power. Rob smiled at her. We all feel the same when we like someone and want to protect him. Don't talk nonsense. I don't like anyone. Shirley ran away with a red face, but just as she said before, the girl did not run too far, standing aside and watching the situation here silently. She saw that Rob seemed to have said something to Caesar. Caesar's face was a little surprised, and he shook his head. After that, the two chatted for a while. Caesar shook his head again, and seemed to refuse the other party's request again, so Rob grabbed his collar, and the two began to quarrel fiercely. Shirley ran back and stood in front of Caesar without hesitation. Rob looked deeply at the young master of the Andre family. Why didn't you tell us such an important thing before? You all think I'm a traitor. Would you believe what I said at that time? Caesar said calmly. The quasi-magician snorted coldly, and walked back to Luo and Gage without looking back. It was the first time for Luo to see someone get humiliated. This feeling was quite novel. When someone came back, he shook his head and said, Look at what I said. That guy will definitely not cooperate with us. Who said that? The quasi-mage put away his indignant look as soon as he left and said lazily, Aristocrats are actually the easiest group of creatures to deal with. Most of the nobles have been educated since childhood so that they can abandon their own feelings and preferences when facing problems, and simply start from interests. I told Caesar that no matter what grievances we have, we can only have a chance to slowly settle them if we survive first. He didn't guard the monster's lair before, so he knew that once the monster came back, he would not be able to escape death. I told him that only by finding the 5 holy artifacts could we kill the monster. He agreed without much consideration. Later, we were both acting because we had to find a suitable way for him to accidentally reveal the information he had. The quasi-mage explained. Chapter 337. A golem cautiously poked its head out from under the sand, looking around furtively. Half a mile away from it, there were 5 or 6 humans busy around a teleportation array. Some were calculating the magic amplitude on the sand, and some were carefully trying to modify it with a carving knife. However, the golem's focus was not here. It only took a glance and turned its head away. Finally, its eyes stopped on the small sand dune less than 50 meters away from the teleportation array. There was obviously nothing there, but the golem seemed to be staring at it intently. A pair of small eyes kept turning around, and after looking for a while, it scratched its head, looking very embarrassed. It looked at the small sand dune with a hint of fear, but in the end, it clenched its fists to encourage itself and began to move towards that place. Then a sneaky little bulge appeared on the sand. The little bulge quietly went behind the 5 or 6 humans, and sneaked into the tent behind them, while they were concentrating on discussing how to repair the teleportation array. The golem came out from under the sand. It looked a bit funny. Its head was particularly large, occupying almost 1/3 of the entire body. The remaining limbs together were about the same size as its head. The proportions were extremely inconsistent, and the colors of the parts were different, as if it was temporarily pieced together. The golem itself seemed to be dissatisfied with this body, and a sigh-like expression appeared on its face. However, it then focused its attention on the pile of things in the tent, and began to rummage around in the tent like an old man who went to the market early in the morning. It first stole a magic carving knife, which was also its main target. Then it took 2 blank array plates and tucked them under its arms. After walking around, it saw a backpack full of magic crystals, and its eyes suddenly lit up. The golem rushed forward and picked up the backpack, and put it on its back without hesitation, but then it thought that it was not a good idea to do so. How could people repair the magic array after taking all the magic crystals? The 5 humans outside would surely be so angry that they would jump to their feet, so it could only put down its backpack and reluctantly took out a handful of magic crystals from it. After thinking about it, it put half of it back. Finally, the golem put the remaining half of the magic crystals on the ground, then happily put on its backpack again and went back into the sand. Before leaving, it did not forget to take another bread stick from the table. After it went out, it looked in the direction of the teleportation array. The 5 magicians obviously knew nothing about what had just happened in the tent. They were still nervously trying to crack the magic array. The corners of the golem's mouth curled up, and its 2 mouths opened and closed, as if laughing at each other, but when its sight fell back to the small sand dune, the smile on its face quickly disappeared, and it turned back to its sad face. It circled the small sand dune, and felt it was a bit tricky. There seemed to be a very powerful magic circle under the sand dune. It might be able to break the magic circle, but the noise would be very loud, and it would be almost impossible to hide it from the people in the magic circle. The golem was still very wary of the guy inside. No, to be exact, it should be afraid. Once that person found out what it was doing below, it would definitely not be able to escape. What's more, there were several other people dozens of meters away. It didn't have any good solution for the time being, and could only watch from the side. After a while, when the sun was about to set, it saw a magician climb to the top of the sand dune, and set up a magic circle on it to collect and reflect moonlight. The function of this magic circle was to provide a stable light source at night, making it easier for them to continue the repair work at night. The golem's eyes started to turn again, and after the magician left, it touched the sand dune again, raised its foot, and wanted to climb to the top of the dune, but for some reason it felt weird in its heart, so it retracted its foot, took out the breadstick from its backpack, held one end of it, and reached the other end towards the sand dune as far as possible. As a result, the breadstick was safe and sound. Then the golem took out a desert lizard from its backpack. This was a temporary companion it had requisitioned with half a bag of dried crickets. The golem even gave it a name, Einstein. Now it was time for Einstein to be put to use. So go, Einstein. The golem threw the 2 dried crickets in its hand towards the sand dunes. Einstein smelled the tempting aroma of the dried crickets, and a gleam flashed in the big eyes protruding on both sides of his head. He kicked his legs hard, and his whole body rushed out like a sharp arrow. His muscles stretched in the air, and he did not forget to show off his handsome figure. Then, he disappeared. It wasn't the kind of disappearance that suddenly hid itself, nor was it the kind of disappearance that was transferred to another space, but the kind of disappearance that completely disappeared from the world. After Einstein entered the range of the sand dunes, his body turned into sand and dust, and was blown away by the wind. The golem was also shocked. It finally understood where the strange feeling came from before. It couldn't feel any living creatures in the range of the sand dune, because a magician had set up a magic circle not long ago, which also misled it to a certain extent. The golem mistakenly believed that the magic circle under the sand dunes only served to block the line of sight and construct space, and would not attack living creatures. As a result, the righteous friend Einstein died heroically. Now it seems that several humans here have been given similar rights to pass freely, so they can move around in the sand dunes without being affected. The structure of the golem itself is quite special. Its body is made of magic materials. Strictly speaking, it is not a pure creature. However, it does not dare to gamble whether it can safely pass through the magic circle under the sand dune. After all, it only has one life. It is here to save people, not to die. Especially after witnessing the tragedy that happened to Einstein, it has always been timid and decided to take a long-term view. The golem saw that the magicians had already started to prepare dinner. It was estimated that it would not take long for them to find that something was missing in the tent, so it decided to hide from the limelight for a while. It quietly left the small sand dune and ran 10 miles in one breath. Only then did it slow down its pace and feel a little safer. The golem looked at the green gem on its chest. Although the guy had assured it that the gem could completely block the magic fluctuations on its body, and no one could sense its existence through magic fluctuations, it still felt nervous near the small sand dune, because this time it had to deal with a real 7th-level magician, and the opponent's attainments in magic arrays were praised by even the 9th-level super magician Albus. And it was a completely wildborn. When a guy was happy, he would teach it a few tricks, and when he was unhappy, he would throw a few books to it and let it play by itself. As a result, the guy talked to it 2 days ago and swore that it was not inferior to the opponent with its talent in magic arrays, and it could go boldly. The golem responded with a middle finger. It had been friends with that guy for more than 200 years and knew him very well. Anyway, as long as the person who rushed to die was not himself, he dared to talk nonsense irresponsibly. Chapter 338. The golem happily counted its spoils. It poured out all the magic crystals in its backpack, wiped and caressed them one by one, and its eyes narrowed into slits of happiness. Not long ago, it was caught by a scary guy. Although it managed to escape in the end, it had to abandon the body it had used for many years. Now this body was temporarily built by the fox-masked man. Although it can be used, it is definitely not comparable to the previous one. So as an ambitious golem, it is now saving money, and trying to save money to buy itself a new body. Before going out, the fox-masked man promised it that as long as it collected more interesting pictures in this freshman competition, and sent them back, it would get a pair of legs made of the elf tree. Later, something unexpected happened in the competition and Claire was captured. So the fox-masked man promised it that as long as it could rescue Claire, he would give it another piece of aquamarine as a pectoral muscle. However, the golem has been thinking about making another butt, and no one knows who instilled this inexplicable idea in it. The most important part of a golem's body is its butt. As the saying goes, the butt determines its taste, so the golem plans to sell this bag of magic crystals after going out, and use the money to customize a new butt. The golem was in a good mood at the moment, but then it seemed to notice something. It seemed that something was staring at it from behind. The golem's body tensed up, and it turned its head slowly behind it. As a result, it saw a giant wolf spider 100 meters away, which was looking at it curiously. The golem breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. Although this place was far away from the small sand dune, this distance was nothing for a 7th-level magician. If the phase shift was activated, it would only take a blink of an eye, so strictly speaking, it was not completely out of danger. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. After seeing the wolf spider, the golem couldn't help but think of his righteous partner Einstein, so he took out the bread stick from his backpack, broke off a small half, and threw it in front of the giant wolf spider, but the latter sniffed it, and didn't seem to be very interested in the bread on the ground. The golem shrugged, indicating that he had no food on him, and then turned around and ignored the wolf spider. Although the wolf spider's brain was not very useful, it should be able to figure out that he was not on its menu. The golem put the magic crystals back into the backpack after counting them, and the wolf spider watched it quietly not far away. Then the golem took out the magic carving knife and array plate, put the backpack under its buttocks, and began to think about how to solve the magic array under the sand dune. It used the knife to gesture on the sand for a long time, but could not find a suitable solution. Until the afterglow of the setting sun fell on the blade, it accidentally saw the reflection behind itself. The wolf spider stared at it, and a curious look flashed in its red eyes, as if it had encountered an interesting toy. It even scratched its head with one of its legs. The golem felt a chill suddenly rushing up from the soles of its feet to the top of its head. An ordinary giant wolf spider was just an ordinary first-level magical beast, and it was never known for its intelligence in the big family of magical beasts. In fact, most reptiles had this problem. They were limited by their own physiological structure and lagged behind mammals in terms of intelligence. However, the wolf spider behind it at this moment was obviously no longer smart. The expression on its face was even richer than that of humans. The golem then thought of a possibility, and couldn't help but take a breath. He couldn't be so unlucky. Could it be that he had encountered that thing? The golem secretly looked at the blade again and found that because of his sudden pause just now, the wolf spider had a puzzled expression on its face, which frightened it again. It was certain that it had encountered the real thing this time. The golem now even wanted to cry. Is it really so miserable? The freshman competition field is so big, and you can still encounter it like this. If it can get out alive this time, it will definitely donate half of the money it gets from selling the magic crystal to the temple. Oh no, the thing that is going to attack it now seems to be made by the temple. It's over. It's useless to ask the gods for help now. The golem is still thinking about it, but its hands have resumed their movements. It seems that the pause just now was just because it was hit by inspiration. It took out the array plate, and began to carve the magic array on it frantically. So the wolf spider's face showed the same expression of interest as before, and it even crawled forward a few steps to see what the golem carved on the array plate. As a result, these 2 steps made the golem startle again. It almost couldn't help but want to escape directly, but it also knew that it was definitely not as fast as the monster. Not to mention the temporary body now. Even the perfect body before was not the opponent of that thing. Its only advantage now is that it saw through the opponent's disguise earlier, which gave it a certain advantage. In addition, it has 2 array plates in its arms, which is also the key to whether it can escape from the trap next. The golem is now frantically carving a life-saving magic array, while the spider is quietly watching on the side. The golem is now very panicked. It stands to reason that the monster has no magic power in its body, and has not systematically learned knowledge related to magic, so it is impossible to see what the magic array it is carving is used for. But the guy seems to be watching with relish. Fortunately, until it finished carving the first magic array, the wolf spider did not make any additional moves, and at this time, the sky was completely dark. Fortunately, one of them was a golem and the other was a monster, and neither of them was affected by the weather. So the golem picked up the second array. After carving the first array, the golem felt relieved. From the monster's reaction, it seemed that it did not see the effect of the magic array, so a bold idea popped out of its mind. The golem spent another magic hour carving the second magic array. The monster was watching intently, and in order to see it more clearly, it moved closer to it. It was almost in front of it. It would be a lie to say that it was not afraid. Fortunately, the golem was made of parts, and it would not have as many physiological reactions as humans when encountering danger. From the appearance, it did not seem to be abnormal. Until the monster came within 10 meters of it, the golem's hand holding the carving knife could not help but tremble. The monster seemed to have noticed something, and a hint of surprise appeared in its red eyes. The golem did not hesitate and directly opened the first magic circle, and then drilled into the ground desperately. However, the monster's movements were obviously much faster than its. Although the golem moved first, the monster was the first to arrive. It was about to pounce on it. At this critical moment, the arrayed plate in the golem's hand burst into a dazzling white light. The next moment, its body accelerated violently, and drilled into the yellow sand underground before the monster pounced on it. Chapter 339. After the news that the holy artifact can be used to fight monsters was confirmed, the originally pessimistic, desperate, and lifeless camp finally regained some vitality. Everyone began to pack their luggage and headed deep into the inner city, and agreed to meet at the central square of the inner city in 7 days. Luo and his friends also followed the others on the journey to collect holy artifacts. In fact, when most people chose to take action, no one was willing to stay in the camp. After what happened that night, everyone knew that this place had been targeted by the monster. Originally, relying on the large number of people, they could bring a sense of security to each other. Now even this only advantage of numbers does not exist. Staying here really becomes waiting for death. Teacher Harris sighed. He didn't know whether his decision was right or wrong. If Teacher Xavier could recover from his injuries before the monster, then it would be a wiser choice for everyone to stay in the camp. But if the monster recovered first, then everyone could disperse and enter the inner city to buy more time. However, it was not until those students came to him that the old man realized that he had no choice. Faced with the panic spreading in the camp, Luo's proposal was almost the only chance for everyone to unite again. So after we collect the 5 holy artifacts, we will have a chance to deal with the monster? The girl, carrying a backpack full of food and water, still walked at the front of the team. I don't know. Rob's answer made the other 3 people in the team stagger and almost fall to the ground. Huh? Didn't I make it very clear before? This statement is just to stabilize emotions and bring hope to everyone. As for whether the 5 holy artifacts are really from the hands of the church, no one can be sure before seeing them. The future super magician said calmly. Well, have you ever thought about a question? If everyone finds that the holy artifact is useless after finding it? Gage reminded carefully. Oh, that will happen in 7 days. At least everyone has cheered up in these 7 days. The prospective magician said calmly, and now everyone knows that the source of the news came from Caesar. I knew it. The fat man smiled bitterly. In fact, you don't have to be too pessimistic. The appearance of monsters in the freshman competition field is a complete emergency. The school cannot predict it in advance, but it doesn't mean that no one else knows. Rob paused. I just had a brief conversation with Caesar, and he admitted that he had used some tricks to get a copy of the rules for the freshman competition before the competition started. He remembered very clearly that there was no content about the 5 holy artifacts on it at the time, which means that the rules were temporarily modified the night before the competition started, so the 5 holy artifacts were probably temporarily added to the competition. If this is the case, then there is at least an 80% chance that the appearance of these 5 holy artifacts is aimed at the monster in the freshman competition field. Gage was extremely surprised when he heard this. Is there such a powerful person in our school who can change the rules of the game without anyone noticing the night before the game, and can also send 5 holy artifacts into the dungeon? Wait, what's with your expression? Am I the only one who doesn't know that there is such a guy in the school? The fat man found that among the remaining 3 people, except himself, Luo and Ginny did not seem to show much surprise when they heard this. Gage said with a resentful look, Are you kidding me? You didn't tell me anything? Are we all friends? Because we are friends, we choose not to tell you some things that may bring danger. Of course, if you are sure you want to hear it, I can now share with you all the information we have. Rob said leisurely. Forget it, I think the current situation is good. Gage patted someone on the shoulder. If there is anything else I can help with, please feel free to ask. The 4 of them kept going deeper into the inner city for the whole morning, until there was no trace of other teams around them. Rob still didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Ginny finally held back and said weakly that, Aren't we here to search for the holy artifact? But it seems that we haven't searched any place along the way. Is this really okay? Oh, you mean this? Isn't there a group of people behind us? They will search most of the buildings in the inner city. Rob replied. Hey, what is the purpose of our coming here this time? Our purpose is to search for some places that are easily overlooked. Rob took out the map and took a look. The map in his hand now is very different from the one when he first entered the dungeon. The traps, treasure chests, and the range and information of the monsters are all marked on it. This is because Mr. Harris contributed the referee map in his hand. The map was originally strictly forbidden to be shown to the contestants, but now the situation is special, and no one cares about such trivial matters. We are less than half a mile away from the first suspicious location. Everyone better prepare for battle. Gage came over and said, "Is there anything strange about this place?" "I don't see it. The map shows a place similar to a warehouse, but it has been empty for a long time. It is now occupied by a black-humped camel. Unlike ordinary camels, black-humped camels are relatively aggressive among the first-level monsters. They will attack any creature that enters their territory without any explanation." The fat man looked around for a long time, but didn't find anything suspicious about this place. In fact, there was no need to enter the warehouse. As long as he chose a high point outside, he could see the scene inside at a glance. There was nothing suspicious of holy artifacts. I didn't want to see this warehouse, but the black-humped camel in the warehouse. Black-humped camels are a kind of magical beast. In addition to mastering a first-level fire magic, they are also famous for their very diverse diet. They basically eat everything, so their digestive system is very strong, and they have a stomach that can be called cast iron. Often, black-humped camels are dissected after death, and stones, boots and other inexplicable things are found in their stomachs. Do you suspect that the holy artifact may have been swallowed by this big guy? Gage was very skeptical. This is too ridiculous. Would anyone hide the holy artifact in the stomach of a black-humped camel? If it was that guy, it's quite possible. Lolo thought of the philosopher's stone sewn into the rabbit puppet. It was obvious that the owner of the golem had a considerable degree of bad taste. If he really put the 5 holy artifacts in the freshman competition field, then it was possible that they were placed in some weird place. Chapter 340. The first-level magic beast black-humped camel was obviously no match for the 4 members of the team. Although it was very brave and fearless and rushed forward without hesitation when facing the intruder, the subsequent battle lasted less than 10 minutes. With a handsome downward slash from Lolo, the black-humped camel ended its resistance, and its huge body fell to the ground. However, when Gage laboriously cut open the stomach of the black-humped camel, he did not find any trace of the holy weapon in it as he wished. So after a short break, the team set out again, heading towards the next target location. After several consecutive misses, everyone including Luo began to doubt someone's judgment. It was not until the 5th time that they found a small round stick of unknown material. Unlike the holy weapon emitting golden light that Gage imagined, the small round stick in his hand now looked inconspicuous. Except for the fact that it was quite comfortable to hold, he could not feel any difference at all. "Is this the holy weapon? Are you mistaken?" Lolo asked from the side. "The eyes can deceive a person, but the sacred power on it cannot be faked." Gage said speechlessly, "This is too shameless. I think hiding the holy weapon in the stomach of a black-humped camel is already a foul enough. Disguised as a chandelier hanging on the ceiling? This is not an exaggeration." The rookie hero was concerned about another question. Is this thing really useful? Well, it's usually impossible to directly judge the strength of a holy weapon from its appearance. There's no evil around us now, so it's just an inconspicuous little stick. Rob took the holy weapon from the fat man and checked it from front to back. This should be a very old holy weapon. It may be older than the earliest of the 9 holy weapons, the Longinus cross spear, so the outside world has never heard of its name. I suspect that the church may not know that there is such a holy weapon floating around. In addition, from the perspective of structure, this may be a very rare combination holy weapon. What is a combined holy weapon? The other 3 heard this word for the first time. A combined holy weapon refers to a set of holy weapons that can be freely separated and combined together. Usually, a single combined holy weapon is slightly weaker than an ordinary holy weapon, but once combined, it can often exert a power far exceeding that of an ordinary holy weapon. Rob explained, if the 5 holy weapons in the freshman competition field are really a set of combined holy weapons, then if the remaining 4 are also collected, it may really be able to deal with the monster. Gage was overjoyed when he heard that. What are we waiting for? Let's find them all. However, it didn't take long for the fat man to find that he had obviously underestimated the difficulty of collecting all 5 holy artifacts. After 6 days, the team only got another piece of what looked like a piece of metal. This slender metal object was hidden in a statue on the roadside, and was discovered only after the statue was smashed. Lolo, and the other two now admired the guy who hid these things in such a weird place. How bored must a person be to put the 5 holy artifacts in such a weird place? Of course, they admired someone who could still find them. Seeing that there was only one day left before the meeting time, the team did not continue to wander around and rush to the central square of the inner city. They were the last to arrive. More teams had arrived at the square in the morning and waited there early. Unfortunately, they did not get much. Only one team actually found the holy artifact. The rest either came back empty-handed or found the wrong thing. Until Teacher Harris, Caesar and Sherry showed up, this strange combination of teams that were not favored by others unexpectedly brought the second holy artifact. Then Luo's team came on stage with 2 holy artifacts, which surprised everyone. In this way, together with the previous 2 pieces, everyone has collected 4 of the 5 holy artifacts. In addition to the small round stick and metal fragments found by Rob and his team, there is another long strip of unknown meaning, which is made of the same material as the small round stick, and another piece of almost identical thin and long metal fragments. It was not until these strange things were assembled by the quasi-magician that everyone realized that it was actually a long sword. The small round stick was the hilt, the long object was the hand guard, and the remaining 2 pieces of metal fragments were put together to form the sword body. The only part missing was the last part, including the tip of the sword, making the long sword look incomplete. Oh, it's actually a holy sword. Rob picked up the assembled holy weapon, and his expression was also a little surprised. Generally, holy weapons in the form of swords are relatively rare among holy weapons, but their attack power is among the best among all holy weapons. Among the 9 holy weapons, there are the most legends about the Sword of Blessing of the Wind Chaser, which has killed the most monsters, and has the most stories circulating among the people. Of course, everything has its advantages and disadvantages. The holy weapon in the form of swords has a super strong attack power, while sacrificing a considerable part of its defensibility. So the death rate of the holders of the holy weapon in the form of swords is also notoriously high. The Blessing of the Wind Chaser has changed 6 owners in just 1 year, but at this time, they really need a powerful holy weapon. When the future super magician combined the 4 holy weapons in his hand, it immediately gave people a completely different feeling. Now even people without faith can clearly feel the majestic sacred power contained in this holy sword, and the sword also glowed with a faint golden light. The appearance of this holy sword brought people hope to deal with the monster. This is good news, which means that everyone has rekindled their fighting spirit. However, the distribution of the holy weapons later caused controversy again. At this time, everyone wanted to hold the holy weapons in their own hands to maximize their own safety. Normally, this kind of thing belongs to whoever finds it, but the original 4 holy artifacts are now combined into one, so the ownership of the holy sword has become vague, and it seems that anyone can get it. Finally, it was Teacher Harris who suggested that no matter who holds the holy sword, they need to shoulder the responsibility of killing the monster. As a result, the teams that were originally fighting fiercely were silent in an instant. Originally, everyone wanted to hold the holy artifact to maximize their own safety, but if the person who got the holy artifact was also responsible for dealing with a terrifying monster, then the danger would become the highest. So the people who had been fighting for the holy weapon before were now silent, but the silence did not last long. "Let me deal with that monster." The voice said so. The girl did not seem to hesitate too much. Under the gaze of everyone, she walked forward and took the incomplete holy sword from Teacher Harris. At this moment, her petite body looked taller than anyone else. The head of the Breton family stood in the crowd, like a lonely and arrogant king, making everyone who looked at her feel ashamed. Chapter 341. The golem did not relax its vigilance. Even though it had already opened the first magic circle and successfully escaped under the yellow sand, the sense of crisis in its heart did not disappear. It could feel that thing still following behind it, about 3 or 4 miles away. It had already increased its speed to the extreme, but still could not shake off the little tail. The golem felt a tingling sensation on its scalp. At this point, it seemed that it had no way out. It could only carry out the extremely risky plan. It gritted its teeth and decisively changed the direction of its escape, turning towards the small sand dune. At the moment when it corrected its direction, the monster closed the distance between it and it by half a mile. The golem had no time to catch its breath, and fled for its life, running all the way until it reached the small sand dune before slowing down. Because of what it had done before, the area was now on alert by the magicians. Normally, it would not take such low-level magic arrays seriously, and the golem could easily break it with one hand, and then it would inevitably laugh at the person who set up the magic array. But now it had no time to break the magic array. It could already feel that the thing behind it was getting closer and closer, so the golem acted like a rough and timid young man, and plunged into the alert circle. The piercing alarm pierced the silence of the night. The golem did not stop. Although Einstein's miserable condition was still before its eyes, it could only bite the bullet and get as close to the small sand dune as possible, because this was related to whether its next plan could be realized. It ran to the place where its lizard partner turned into gravel and stopped. If it walked further, it would enter the range of the magic circle under the sand dune. Then the golem chose the most comfortable posture, curled itself up, and reached out to dig out the magic crystal in its body. Then its eyes lost their expression, became empty and dull, and its limbs became stiff. It lay motionless in the yellow sand, like a stone buried in the sand. After it finished doing these things, the monster finally rushed over. If the golem could still see the outside at this time, it would be surprised to find that the thing had abandoned the previous giant wolf spider form and turned into a weird appearance. It had the body of a sand snake, but the limbs of a lizard grew on both sides of its body, and there were also a pair of bat-like wings on its back. This is the physiological structure that it picked out from the biological library it collected during this period to help it move in the desert. These physiological structures are not entirely from Warcraft, but also from some ordinary animals. It has been strengthened and transformed to a certain extent, which is why it can always hang tightly behind the cheating little golem. Thanks to the little golem, the alarm of the camp had been triggered, so the magician soon discovered its arrival. It noticed the 5 humans in front of it, and found that after seeing it, they all showed nervousness on their faces. These humans had obviously heard of its deeds. However, it had no time to pay attention to these weak and pitiful humans. It was busy looking for the little thing that had just slipped away from its hands. It had encountered various creatures in the freshman competition field during this period, but this was the first time it saw such an interesting guy. There was no breath of any creature on his body, but it seemed to have a high level of wisdom that was not inferior to humans. The monster ignored the wind blades and fireballs shot at it. A week ago, it might have been a little afraid of these strange energy attacks, but now, this level of magic could not hurt it at all. It spread its wings and rushed in front of the 5 humans. Before the horror on their faces had completely solidified, it knocked them out one by one with its tail. It did not kill them not because it was kind, but because it needed to hatch more offspring, and these guys could be used as containers. Ignoring the fainted humans, it walked to the small sand dune, where the breath of the interesting little creature finally disappeared. The monster could sense that it did not escape from this area, but was hiding somewhere to cover up its breath. In its opinion, this was a very stupid approach, because as long as it spent a little effort to search this small area, it would definitely find the hiding place of the guy, so this approach was simply courting death. The monster felt a little strange. With the intelligence shown by that guy when he carved those strange patterns before, he shouldn't be so stupid. Could it be that he used all his intelligence to study those strange patterns, so that he was an idiot in other things? It couldn't help but think of another human who had fought with it not long ago. The other party had a chance to kill it at that time, but in the end, he chose to let it go and pretended to be seriously injured in front of his own kind. This was actually what had been confusing it these days. It seemed that the smarter the creatures, the more difficult it was to figure out their behavior patterns. As a monster, it felt that it couldn't understand. However, after seeing the man's power, it did not approach the wall again. Fortunately, it did not gain nothing. In the brief fight before, it found that the guy's attack method was very magical. It seemed to be able to mobilize the magic elements contained in the air and rearrange them. It had seen other humans use this method, but none of them could reach this level. Until it encountered the little golem, its intuition told it that the strange pattern that the little golem mastered might be the key to its research on that strange energy, so it was so eager to catch the little thing again. One of its legs had already stepped onto the sand dune, but the next moment something strange happened. A huge force suddenly pressed towards it. That force was not just a simple spatial pressure, but also had a life-depriving quality. It smelled an extremely dangerous breath from it, but it was too late to get out of it. It had already vaguely realized that it had been tricked by the little golem, but now was obviously not the time to worry about such things. Since there was no way out, it had to create a way out for itself. A fierce light flashed in its pupils, and it dug its claws into its chest, actually digging out its heart. At the same time, a powerful vitality suddenly filled the space around it, resisting the dead air that deprived it of life. Its originally shriveled skin was like a sponge soaked in water, and it became full again. Then the monster took this opportunity to find the place where the energy came from. It rushed there without hesitation and slammed its body into the magic circle. Chapter 342. Under the threat of death, The monster burst out with amazing strength. It had no reservations in this collision, just like a meteorite falling from the sky. When its body came into contact with the magic circle, the huge force generated actually flattened the small sand dune directly, and at the same time a small sandstorm was stirred up, turning the surroundings into a dim yellow. At the same time, a small crack appeared on the magic circle. This crack was not noticeable at first, but after a moment, it began to spread around at an astonishing speed. The entire magic circle was full of dense spiderweb-like cracks, which looked like it would collapse at any time. A hint of joy flashed in the monster's eyes. It knew that if it was hit again, the magic circle would be completely scrapped. But its current condition is not much better. The collision just now turned half of its left side into meat paste, which splattered on the array disc, like a weird bloody graffiti. In addition, it dug out its heart not long ago to resist the death energy. Even with its amazing vitality and terrifying recovery ability, it is still seriously injured. But this also aroused its inherent ferocity. It first stuffed the still beating heart in its hand back into its chest, and then prepared to use its other side to hit the magic array again. However, at this moment, a familiar sense of crisis suddenly surged from its heart. The monster looked up, and found that a strange white space suddenly appeared in the sky above its head. Then it heard a slightly surprised voice coming from there. Is this the monster created by the Inquisition? It is as crazy as those guys. But it's a pity that its head doesn't seem to be working well. Doesn't it hurt to hit it like this? Ouch, it seems to have seen us. What should we do next? Claire looked at the man in front of her, unable to hide the gloating on her face. The man sighed. I thought we could reach a consensus on this matter. If this magic circle is really destroyed by it, then you won't be able to be so leisurely in the future. You can only eat sand with us outside. Haven't you heard that old people always like to bask in the sun? The man's smile was a little helpless. It seems that it is really not easy to hear you say thank you. He stood up and picked up the staff beside him. Forget it. Let's solve the current problem first. We have to spend time to repair the magic circle later. Whether you really like to bask in the sun or not, I don't want to stay outside in the scorching sun all the time. If that happens, my patience will disappear quickly. The monster shook its head. It had been badly injured in the previous collision. The left side of its skull had been cracked, which caused it to think a beat slower than usual. It was still wondering why the other voice sounded so familiar, until the conversation between the two ended. Then a piercing chill suddenly appeared on its back. Driven by instinct, it made an awkward roll. Almost at the same time, two long spears made of thunder brushed past its body and flew forward, hitting a small sand dune not far away. They left two vacuum paths as thick as arms, and ionized sand and gravel floated in the air along the way. The monster finally remembered where he had heard that voice. The owner of that voice was the human who had severely injured it not long ago. So this time, he didn't bother to look for that interesting little thing. He jumped up from the ground with his scarred body and fled forward with all his strength. You want to leave without leaving anything behind after destroying my magic circle? Isn't that a bit too rude? It seems that the lesson last time was not deep enough, the man said calmly, and the next moment his figure disappeared from the spot. And not long after the two figures chased and fled from the magic circle, a lifeless little golem under the sand moved its fingers, and then it opened its eyes. The first thing it did was to quickly put the magic crystal back into its body. For a golem, what it did before was undoubtedly very dangerous. In order to conceal his existence to the greatest extent, he had to take out the most important power source for the golem from its body. This would certainly prevent it from being detected by the enemy, but without the core that provides and stores magic power, it only has the last bit of energy left in its body to maintain its last ability to move, and even if it does nothing, this bit will be consumed within 10 minutes. In other words, if it cannot put the magic crystal back in within these 10 minutes, then it may lose power forever and be buried under the endless yellow sand. Maybe no one will find it for hundreds of years. But the little golem had no way out, because it not only had to deceive the monster, but more importantly, it had to deceive the 7th level magician on the sand dune. The latter's perception of magic fluctuations was definitely not comparable to that of a monster that had never seen anything in the market. It was extremely difficult to deceive the other party. Fortunately, it won the gamble after all. Now the two annoying guys have left here, so it's the turn of the little golem to appear. However, it didn't have much time left. After installing the magic crystal to restore power, it quickly crawled out from under the sand. The position it is now in is 5 or 6 meters deeper than the place it chose when it escaped. It can be seen how amazing the power of the monster's collision was. But this was obviously not the time to lament about such things. The golem looked up at the white space suspended in the air. Even though the area had revealed its true appearance, it was still not easy to get in. Fortunately, the monster's attack just now had enough destructive power, and the cracks on the array disc also affected the stability of the white space, leaving a flaw in the originally perfect space. The golem itself was also a master of arrays, and it knew how to take advantage of this flaw. So half a minute later, Claire saw a crack suddenly appear on the wall to her right. The golem first stretched out one of its legs, then one arm, and finally it rubbed twice and squeezed its body in, leaving only one arm and head outside. It seemed that it could successfully sneak in, but then tragedy happened. It had just changed its body, and obviously had not yet adapted to the size of its head and body. It miscalculated the proportions, and in the end, its head was stuck outside. It tried several postures, but it couldn't get in anyway. The anxious little golem was sweating profusely. Claire felt angry and amused, and reminded, "I removed the back of your head. I remember that it was always empty there. I don't understand why you, a golem, must pursue the same appearance as humans." The golem suddenly realized what was going on, and hurriedly removed the back of its head. Sure enough, the remaining part could easily drill through the crack, but the first thing it did after entering the white space was to reattach its back of the head. Chapter 343. The golem was immediately delighted when it saw Claire. It rushed up to give the old man a big hug, then patted its head, and handed over the staff behind it. It had taken the staff from the 5 unlucky magicians, who were unconscious before it came in. However, Claire did not reach out to take the staff. The old man shook his head. "My magic source has been imprisoned. I have not been able to use magic for the past month." The golem was stunned when it heard this. It originally thought that after finding Claire and bringing the weapon to her, its mission in the freshman competition would come to an end. The latter would naturally have a way to take it away from here. The old man was able to confront the existence of a 9th level super magician head-on in his prime. Although he fell back to the 6th level after an accident, with her accumulated experience and understanding of magic, even if she could not beat the guy, she could at least take him away with her. But now it seems that it is too early to be happy. The golem wanted to ask about the old man's current physical condition, but at this moment its face suddenly changed. It could feel a strong breath approaching. It seemed that the other party had dealt with the monster, and was on the way back to the sand dunes. The golem did not hesitate, and took out the second array disc it had carved before. This was a one-time miniature random teleportation array. The teleportation range was any space within 200 miles nearby. Compared with the teleportation magic array used to enter the dungeon before, this miniature magic array could not be more crude. The former was a random teleportation point deliberately set, while the one in the golem's hand really could not control the direction and distance of the teleportation, and there might be a series of uncertain risks during the teleportation process. It was originally used as a last resort to save its life. In its original plan, if it was discovered by the monster or the bad guy in the white space while hiding under the yellow sand, and had no way to escape, it would use this teleportation array to try its luck. However, everything went unexpectedly smoothly afterwards. It used the monster to break the magic array under the sand dunes, and at the same time led away the guy in the white space that it was extremely afraid of. It could be said that it killed 2 birds with 1 stone, but it didn't expect that there would be a problem with Claire in the end. The little golem had no time to think about it. The guy was getting closer and closer. Staying here would only lead to death. Compared with Claire, it might not even be worth being a hostage in the eyes of the other party, which also meant that it had no chance to surrender. So the golem decisively opened the second magic circle, while the man on the other side had just taught the monster a lesson, cut off its 2 arms, and deliberately drove it towards the inner city. All this took him less than 10 minutes. On the way back, he suddenly felt a wave of magic, which happened to come from the magic circle. His face changed, and he immediately realized that something might have happened there. Half a minute later, when he returned to the white space, the old man was no longer there. The man's face was livid. He was already cautious enough. In order to avoid accidents to the greatest extent, he also tried to imprison Claire's magic source, and was always on guard against the other party's possible rescue. However, he did not expect that the monster from the Inquisition would actually join forces with the enemy. No, that's not right. Judging from the monster's reaction just now, it was obviously surprised by what happened later, which means that it was also used by someone this time. The man then noticed the array disc left on the ground. Although the array disc was damaged, the pattern on it still showed its function. After seeing the array disc, the man was slightly relieved. This was a hastily made and poorly made micro-teleportation array. The teleportation distance would not be too far, which meant that Claire had not been able to escape from the freshman competition field. As long as she was still in this desert, the man had the confidence to catch her back. What should we do next? Gage said nervously. Lolo shook his head and corrected. It's not us, but me. You also know how dangerous that monster is. Teacher Xavier was injured by its sneak attack. No one knows how effective the Holy Sword is against it. So this is just my own choice. It has nothing to do with you. You don't need to take risks with me. The fat man scratched his head after hearing this. In fact, it's not entirely because of friendship. How should I put it? I have always admired your courage. You and Brother Hill. No, I should say that your courage has surpassed Brother Hill, who wants to become a knight. In the situation just now, everyone would hesitate. Although everyone has fantasized about being a hero, most people still want to retreat involuntarily when facing danger. Only you stand up. I have always wanted to be someone like you. Gage patted the armor on his body. I used to be able to use my weakness as an excuse, but now I have no reason to escape anymore, so I take part in this operation. At least I can help you attract that guy's attention and buy you some time. Ginny nodded and said seriously, I was lost in the desert before, but you didn't give up on me. I always wanted to do something for you. I know I'm weak, but as long as I'm in danger, Peter won't sit idly by, so I should be able to help a little. Luo did not ask the last person in the team, because she knew that if there was still one person in this world who could stand behind her without any reason, it must be that guy. So she asked Rob another question. We have collected 4 of the 5 holy artifacts now. How much impact will it have if one is missing? If one part is missing, this set of holy artifacts can only exert half of its power in the end. Half of its power? Gage was stunned when he heard this. So few. No, that's not right. We have found 4 pieces. If we calculate it this way, we should be able to exert 80% of the power. The future super magician shook his head and said, it's not calculated that way. Each of the 5 parts has its own use. Only when all the parts are combined together can a qualitative change occur, and the true power of this set of combined holy artifacts be exerted. If any one of them is missing, it will have a great impact. This broken sword may be able to deal with ordinary monsters, but that guy. So what we have to do next is to find the last holy artifact. I'm afraid the other party will not give us this time. The prospective magician meant something. Chapter 344. The search range of each team was mainly concentrated in the west area, because according to the original agreed 7 days, it was impossible to reach the eastern city, so if nothing unexpected happened, the 5th holy weapon should be there. Luo was discussing the next action plan with Rob, and then the girl noticed that Mr. Harris was walking towards them. The wrinkles on the old man's forehead seemed to be deeper in just a few days. He brought some bad news. I just counted the number of people, and found that 4 teams did not gather in the central square as agreed. Could they have lost their way, or encountered some powerful monster? Gage was stunned. We can't rule out this possibility, but we have to prepare for the worst. Teacher Harris sighed. Judging from the time, the monster is likely to have recovered. Lolo nodded. We will investigate this matter later. No, you should set off immediately to the eastern city to find the last holy weapon, otherwise it will be too late when others realize what happened, and they will not let you leave with the holy sword. The old man shook his head and said, I know a little bit about the holy artifacts. The power of the complete and incomplete holy artifacts is very different. Now you and this holy sword are our only hope. If you lose, it means that we have completely lost our ability to resist. I don't need to say more about the outcome. There is not much we can do now. We can only try our best to create a more fair duel opportunity for you. What do you mean? I will call on everyone to continue searching for the whereabouts of the last holy artifact nearby. If the monster has really entered the inner city, with so many of us, we should be able to delay it for a while. You can use this time to find the last holy artifact. What Mr. Harris said next surprised the 4 of them. The old man's meaning was clear. He planned to deceive the other students in the freshman competition again, and use their lives to buy precious time for Luo and the others without their consent. Mr. Harris then looked at Rob on the other side. I heard before that you went to the monster's lair. According to your previous analysis, those who were parasitized did not lose their self-awareness, and those insects would not destroy the host's body unless they had no choice. So this means that even if they are parasitized, there is still a possibility of being rescued? The future super magician nodded. Theoretically, it's true, but... Teacher Harris waved his hand. It's enough for me to know that there is such a hope. In fact, I know it very well. The reason I asked this question is just to make my conscience feel better. The old man laughed at himself. The situation is urgent. You'd better hurry up and get on the road. The sooner you come back, the greater our hope of survival. Lolo shook his head and said, This is too dangerous. Let's deal with the monster. Maybe this set of holy weapons only needs to exert half of its power to deal with it. You and I both know how small this possibility is. We only have one chance. If we lose, we will completely lose hope of a comeback. Then everyone will really die. Old Harris saw it clearly. If you really want to protect everyone, then learn to make the right choice in the most difficult moments. The little golem felt like it was constantly bumping on the back of a giant dragon, and then the giant took turns to do 2 Thomas turns, and finally got kicked in the butt. It rolled a long distance on the ground, and finally stopped by the friction between its face and the ground. Fortunately, most golems have thick skin and flesh, so it didn't have any serious problems after falling down. But the little golem swore that it would never use this kind of simple magic circle to play with teleportation again. It got up and looked in the direction of Claire, and found that the old man was standing there safely, and he didn't even sprain his feet when he landed. The golem breathed a sigh of relief, and couldn't help scratching his head. What was going on? 2 people were teleported together. Why was it the only one who was so embarrassed? Could it be that its luck was really not good recently? The little golem was about to ask the old man if there was any way to change his luck, but he saw Claire stumble and then fall to the ground. The golem was startled and rushed over quickly. It was only then that it realized that the old man's long skirt was soaked with blood and his face was extremely pale. It was a spatial turbulence. I seemed to be hit by a spatial turbulence when I was teleporting, and it cut the artery in my thigh. Claire stretched out a hand to cover the wound. She looked very calm, and did not complain that the golem's teleportation array was too poorly carved. It seemed as if she was talking about something insignificant. However, at her current rate of blood loss, she would faint in 5 minutes at most, and her life would be in danger by then. Fortunately, the place they were teleported to was near a supply point. The little golem found a hemostatic potion, and a cotton cloth for bandaging wounds, and treated the old woman's wounds, at least controlling her injuries. However, the old woman could not walk on her own for the time being, so the golem dug out a small cart from the supply point, and let Claire lie on it. After finishing all this, the golem was exhausted and sat on a bag of flour, its eyes looking a little dazed. The freshman competition field may seem vast to ordinary people, but for a 7th level mage, there are not many secrets. Once the entrance to the outside world is blocked, it is almost impossible to survive this month by hiding. Moreover, they need to avoid not only a 7th level mage, but also the monster of the Inquisition. No matter which of the two they encounter, they have no resistance in their current state. Perhaps the only good news is that they were immediately teleported into the inner city this time. The environment here is more complicated than the desert in the outer city, and there are more places to hide than outside, but it is nothing more than delaying for a few more days. After all, they still can't escape. Claire closed her eyes and rested for a while, recovering a little. She noticed the depressed little golem beside her, reached out and touched its head, and said, "When I recover a little, we will go find the girl from the Breton family." The golem didn't understand what was the point of looking for a first-level little swordsman at this time. The old man was still struggling to speak now. Xavier has a good plan. He blocked Foreman and others outside by tampering with the teleportation array. After that, as long as he cuts off several channels between the competition field and the outside world, he can buy himself about 1.5 months. He will be the ruler here before the monster grows up. In general, there is nothing wrong with this plan, except for one thing. He is not the strongest person in this isolated new competition field. Chapter 345. Just when Rob and his friends were about to set off for the east of the city, another person stopped them, or more precisely, stopped Lolo. He was a boy with short black hair and brown pupils. He always seemed to have a faint smile on his lips, but this smile was not annoying, neither abrupt nor frivolous, but rather gave people a kind of friendly feeling. "Hi, girl with a holy sword, first of all, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Caspi, and I am a freshman in the magic department like you. In fact, we have met several times on campus, and I sat behind you during class, but judging from your expression now, you probably have no impression of me. Excuse me, what do you want to talk to me about?" Lolo was in a hurry, so he said directly, "It's like this." The guy who called himself Caspi shrugged. "I found one of the 4 holy weapons in your hand, but don't get me wrong, I'm not saying this to snatch this holy sword. In fact, I only have one request, that is to join your team and fight the monster with you." "You also want to fight that monster?" Lolo asked in confusion. "But why didn't you express your willingness in this regard when Mr. Harris asked you before?" Caspi smiled bitterly. "Not every magician has your skills. I am a magician, and I can't use the holy sword even if I get it. As for the other members of my team, they are not interested in defeating the monster, so I can only come to team up with you temporarily. Caspi's words were justified, and there was nothing wrong with them, but Lolo still rejected him. Sorry, we already have a magician in our team. The rookie hero was talking about Ginny on the side. Although the girl looked weak now, Rob and Lolo had seen her appearance when she switched souls and ran away. On the contrary, this guy named Caspi, who was also a freshman, was a completely passerby in the school. No one had heard of him before, and he had no sense of existence at all. It was hard to expect such a guy to be of any use in battle. There's no limit on the number of people fighting monsters, so having one more person is never a bad thing. Caspi didn't seem to be giving up, and was still trying to sell himself, patting his chest and saying, "Trust me, I'd definitely be useful at the critical moment." His smile was full of sunshine, but Lolo had already put on his backpack. Gage patted the latter's shoulder to express sympathy. To be honest, what you just said is the most unconvincing battle declaration I've ever heard. Caspi stood there with an awkward expression, but when Lolo passed by him, he leaned close to the girl's ear and said something in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Lolo's expression changed slightly, and after a moment of silence, she changed her mind and said to him, "You have 5 minutes to pack your luggage. After 5 minutes, we will set off regardless of whether you have packed or not." Caspi was overjoyed and said hurriedly, "No problem, no problem." After that, he ran to prepare dry food and supplies. So when everyone was on the road again, there was another guy who looked a little strange in the team. After half a magic hour, Luo and the others finally understood why his teammates looked relieved when this guy left his original team. Because this guy named Caspi was too long-winded, he was actually a chatterbox. Since joining the team, his mouth has never been idle. He has no restraint at all when he just integrated into the new environment. As long as someone talks to him, he can talk enthusiastically for a whole day. However, this guy has a wide range of knowledge. From astronomy and geography to history and literature, it seems that there is nothing he doesn't know. At the end, he even took the time to analyze the monster in the freshman competition field, and he was able to deduce a lot of useful information from the limited clues. However, the rest of the team didn't seem to react much to his erudition. Only Gage praised him twice, and it seemed that he was mostly polite. This was the first time that Caspi encountered such a situation. The reason why his original team agreed to let him join was because his extensive knowledge could help the team deal with various emergencies and make the most correct decisions at critical moments, so the rest of the team was willing to tolerate his chattering. And he also enjoyed the role of a dog-headed military strategist who could talk people to death just by talking. His chattering was not so serious that he would die if he didn't speak for a minute. The reason for doing this was actually to show his ability in this way and get a place in the team. But this time he found that he seemed a little confused. After seeing Rob's terrifying knowledge reserves, no one cared about what Caspi was talking about. Except for Ginny, who was still polite, everyone else had an expression like, "What, if this guy keeps talking, can I go up and stab him twice?" So Caspi found out that he seemed to have lost his role in this team. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. He wanted to find someone to ask, but everyone seemed to be annoyed by his harassment. In the end, the guy who had not spoken much in the team seemed to be the most talkative, so Caspi decided to get close to him, but the first sentence he said almost scared him to the ground. "What is your relationship with the Grady family of Parrot Point?" "What Parrot Point? What Grady family? How come I haven't heard of it?" Caspi jumped up from the ground like a rabbit whose tail was stepped on, and then realized that his performance seemed a bit too exaggerated, and said embarrassedly, How do you know the Grady family of Parrot Point?" The Grady family is not well known in the South now, but it was a famous family with a long history in the North. It just stood on the wrong side when the Leyhart family rose. When the Lionheart Empire was established, it had to give up the power it had operated in the North for hundreds of years, and fled all the way to the Free City. After losing the territory of Parrot Point, the Grady family has declined greatly in the past 200 years. Even many nobles in the South don't know their existence. But they were at the top of the human world after all. Even though they have been living off their past, they still have a few noteworthy guys. However, because the Leyhart family is on the rise, most of the Grady family are keeping a low profile. But this doesn't mean they have given up the dream of reviving the family. Even the greatest dynasties will eventually come to an end, so they curled up their claws in the South, quietly waiting for the empire to age, and believing that one day the Grady family will return to the stage of history. Oh, by the way. Rob paused. The reason why the Grady family fled to the South is because their appearance is too prominent. Both men and women have long dark blue hair. I just noticed that your hair seems to have been dyed, but it has faded a little. Normally, You probably wouldn't make such a low-level mistake, but something like this happened in the freshman competition. You probably don't have the mood to deal with these details recently. Damn it, this is also possible. Who are you? Caspi's eyes widened. Chapter 346. The guy who calls himself Caspi is actually named Simon. He is the most outstanding young man in the Grady family in the past 20 years. Unlike Caesar, who was born from a side branch and wanted to climb up, Simon's bloodline is pure. In addition, the Grady family has declined quite a lot in the past 100 years. He doesn't have many brothers and sisters, and lacks competitors among his peers. Therefore, this guy is the legitimate heir of the Grady family. In terms of magic talent, he is still above Caesar. He is 1 year younger than Caesar, but he has already stepped into the threshold of the 4th level. Moreover, he seems to be wearing some equipment that can hide his strength like Rob. Usually, he looks no different from an ordinary student. The reason why the quasi-magician can recognize his identity is not entirely because of small details such as hair color. In fact, the two had already had contact before. That night at the lake, Simon and Rob were both members of the masked men. When they were escaping, they were very unlucky to run into the killer at the bottom of the lake. At the critical moment, he and another girl named Jessica were saved by the quasi-magician. So to be precise, Rob also discovered his true identity at that time. There were indeed many interesting guys among the freshmen of Siamus Academy this year. Most of them came for the owner of the Black Golem. It's just that I don't know what the Grady family wants to get from that guy. Simon shrugged. Now that we know each other, I have to apologize to you first. I had to use some tricks to join your team. What tricks? Gage has always been curious about what Simon said to Lolo to make the girl change her mind. Well, I noticed that several teams didn't come back, and Mr. Harris once looked for you alone, so I guess there is a high possibility that the monster has entered the inner city. It seems that you chose to conceal this news. Don't get me wrong, I'm not blaming you. In fact, I'm very happy that you finally made the right decision. I was also in the camp that night, and saw the monster's power with my own eyes. With all due respect, you have no chance with this incomplete holy sword now, so the most urgent thing is to find the last part. In addition, you will also need my help. After Simon finished speaking, he silently looked at everyone's expressions. Some things sound simple, but it is not easy to actually do them. To notice that there are only 4 groups of people missing among so many freshmen, and to be able to infer the most likely situation from Mr. Harris's reaction, both observation and analysis are indispensable. However, the result disappointed him again. Ginny and Gage were more indifferent than he expected. Then he saw Rob say to Lolo, "If you are worried that he will tell the truth to others, we can first confiscate his staff, then take him away for a few days, and find a random place to dump him." Hey, don't be so vicious. I really want to help you. It was a scorching sun, but Simon's forehead was sweating coldly. His staff was confiscated, and he was thrown in a remote place. With his weak physique, he might not even be able to walk back to the central square. Not to mention encountering that monster, he might die even if he encountered a monster or a trap. Fortunately, the prospective magician changed the subject, but I personally prefer to keep him. At least in this environment, our goals are the same, and he shouldn't make trouble. A 3rd-level magician can still be useful. As he said before, it's never a bad thing to have more strength in the team. Gage was the first to express his opinion. I have no objection, as long as he can keep quiet on the road. Ginny nodded, so Lolo said to Simon, "Welcome to join the team. I hope you didn't decide to go to East City with us just to avoid that monster." Simon was overjoyed and patted his chest, which was still in shock. "Don't worry, I will prove my worth to you." Facts have proved that his confidence is not unreasonable. Compared with Ginny's combat form that can only be transformed in critical moments, Simon, a genuine 3rd-level magician, can do a lot of things, such as applying a light body spell to everyone. Just such a simple 1st-level spell greatly increases the team's movement speed. In addition, he also took out a wind magic circle, which is used to keep a breeze within 10 meters around the team to relieve the hot feeling of being burned by the scorching sun. This magic circle also received great praise from Gage, and the fat man now liked Simon more and more. Simon seemed to be full of energy after receiving the long-awaited praise, and then released a group speed spell for everyone. Compared with the light body spell, the 3rd-level magic group speed spell is much more powerful. It can last for half a day, increase the movement speed by at least twice, and reduce fatigue consumption. It is a signature spell of the 3rd-level wizard. However, Luo had to remind Simon, "You have to pay attention to your mana consumption. Although we are mainly on the road at this stage, we cannot rule out the possibility of encountering accidents. If you don't have mana at that time, you may be in danger. Simon smiled, showing 2 rows of white teeth. I know that controlling mana consumption is a compulsory course for every magician. Don't worry, endurance has always been my strong point. I have read the article 7 points on controlling mana consumption by His Majesty Edward Richard Hallstein. Simons glanced at someone at the side. Sorry, buddy, I don't mean to disrespect you, but the guy with the same name as you is really the most talented magician I have ever seen in my life. He is my idol. Wait, you said you have seen the future patron saint of the human race? Gage said in surprise. Well, strictly speaking, I haven't seen him in person, but I have read a lot of his papers and research. This is not the point. The point is that I have benefited a lot from it. At least now, I can reduce the consumption of magic by 7 to 9% compared with magicians of the same level. Simon said proudly, but the reaction of the crowd was still indifferent. In fact, even Lolo and Ginny, 2 students of the magic department, did not quite understand what reducing the consumption of mana by 7% meant. The current magic system is very stable. Every magic that has been passed down to this day has been optimized countless times and has almost reached a perfect form. The chanting spells and casting movements have been standardized. It is not easy to improve it again on this basis, even if it is only 1%. Rob raised his eyebrows. Then your talent is really good. If I remember correctly, it was just a research paper, and there was no specific method. It was written by him in the early days. You can find a way to save mana consumption according to that paper. For this reason alone, no college can refuse you. Chapter 347. Simon was excited to see a guy who knew what he was doing. Although he was still polite on the surface, no, I just did something insignificant. But in fact, his tone was full of pride that could not be concealed. But then Gage asked him again, why don't you go to St. Laurent or the Royal Magic Academy of Tees to study? Simon scratched his head. The Lehart gang is very difficult to deal with. After so many years, they have not given up hunting us down. These top magic academies have their spies. It's easy for them to find me if I go there to study. The nobles in the south are all saying that there is some secret buried in Siamus, so I came here to try my luck. The fat man was surprised and said, what kind of grudge did your Grady family have with the rulers of the Lionheart Empire, the Lehart family? It's been almost 200 years, and they still won't let you go. Well, it's just a little misunderstanding. The Lehart family is always so petty. Simon laughed and tried to get away with it. Rob said leisurely, when Lehart I revolted, his wife and sister happened to be guests at Parrot Point, so the Grady family kidnapped the 2 and sent them to Lehart I's mortal enemy overnight. Well, you'd better not know what happened to them. In short, in order to punish Lehart I, the emperor of the empire at that time chose a very cruel method to execute his wife and sister. And his sister was pregnant at that time, so you can probably understand why there were so many nobles who had offended Lehart I after the founding of the Lionheart Empire, but in the end only the Grady family chose to flee all the way south. Simon was embarrassed. In fact, the relationship between our 2 families was pretty good back then. It was beyond our expectations that things would develop to that point. At that time, the people in the family didn't want to see anyone from the Lehart family die, but later it was completely out of our control. Now that so many years have passed, any grudges have almost dissipated. The old guy Lehart I has been dead for so long, and his descendants still miss us. Isn't this a bit too much? King Lehart VII was quite generous to the Royal School of Magic of Theist. Principal Steins and Vice Principal Demand both had a good impression of the royal family. Rob himself had some personal relationship with the 3rd prince, so the future super magician did not comment on the feud between the 2 families. With Simon joining, the team arrived in the east of the city one day earlier than expected. Everyone started searching for the whereabouts of the last holy artifact without taking a rest. Their current situation was like a race against time. The sooner they gathered the holy artifacts, the more people they could save. In order to improve efficiency, the 5 people chose to act separately, each responsible for an area. After determining their respective areas, everyone quickly devoted themselves to the search in a race against time. Only Rob did not leave. When everyone had almost left, the quasi-magician looked at Luo opposite. Want to talk about what happened yesterday? What happened yesterday? The girl was also about to explore a bar not far away. Hearing this, she stopped and looked puzzled. Can you tell me the real reason why you picked up this sword? Rob pointed at the holy sword in the girl's hand. Because I want to protect everyone. Senior Patton is injured. Among the remaining people, my swordsmanship is the best, so I am the most suitable person to deal with that monster. Lolo's answer was not too hesitant. However, the prospective magician looked into her eyes. Is that all? Otherwise, why do you think I picked up this holy sword? Lolo frowned. For some reason, she didn't want to look at the boy at this moment, because seeing those bright eyes would make her feel a little irritated. The future super magician shook his head. Heartfilia, you always stand up in the most dangerous moments, shouldering everyone's expectations, and trying to save everything. At first, I thought it was because of your bravery, but later I found that sometimes what you do has surpassed bravery, and can even be called reckless. Just like now, you don't understand the holy sword in your hand at all, don't know how to use it, and don't know how powerful the thing you are going to deal with is, but you still take on the responsibility of defeating that monster without hesitation. And the time when we ran into the two-headed demon wolf in the endless forest, I could feel the fear in your heart was no different from that of ordinary people, but you still chose to stand in front of me without hesitation. Since then, I have been curious about what force drives you to make such unwise choices for ordinary people again and again. It was not until recently that I figured out the reason for all this. So is this the real me in your eyes? A fool who can't do anything right, is weak and pathetic, but overestimates his own abilities, and puts himself and the people around him in danger again and again because of stupidity and stubbornness. Lolo didn't know why she was so angry. She thought she was strong enough and would not care about other people's opinions. Maybe if someone else was here and said such words, she would just laugh it off, but that person was the only one who couldn't do it. You are indeed a fool, but not the kind of fool you said. You are a fool who is trapped in the reincarnation of the past, but tries again and again to find redemption in others. Rob sighed and walked in front of the girl. Heartfilia, you need to stop blaming yourself. Your father's death has nothing to do with you. You were not even a professional at that time. You couldn't do anything in the face of a behemoth like the temple. It's not your fault. You must forgive yourself at that time. Even if you save 10,000 more people now, it won't change what has happened. Luo bit her lips tightly, but tears still flowed out in the end. The girl choked and said, you don't know how it feels. I really hate this helpless moment. That night, I clearly had a premonition that I was going to lose him, but I was so scared that I didn't even dare to imagine the possibility. I could only run back to the room quickly, blow out the candles, and cover my head with the quilt. I am the most cowardly person in the world. Compared with the temple, I hate the weak self more. Rob didn't say anything else, but just reached out and hugged the girl tightly. At this moment, Luo in his arms seemed particularly weak and helpless. She buried her face in the boy's chest and cried loudly. The night 4 years ago was the corner of her memory that she was most reluctant to touch, but it was also a nightmare that she could never escape. If it wasn't pointed out by the quasi-magician, she might not even realize that all her courage and strength since then seemed to be declaring war on herself that night. However, she still couldn't forgive herself after all, couldn't forgive the helpless self covered in the quilt, so she would save people regardless of the danger, wanting to prove something. What Lolo feared most was that she would wake up and turn back into the weak little girl who could only cry alone in the middle of the night. Until she was held in the arms of that man, the boy whispered in her ear, okay, everything is over, don't blame yourself anymore. If it was me or anyone else in that situation, we couldn't do better than you. You are already very brave. Not only now, you were the same 4 years ago. Heartfilia, if your father can see you again, he will definitely be proud of you. The dark room in memory finally became bright. The little girl stopped crying, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, raised her head, and looked at herself 4 years later. It was the first time they looked at each other since that night. The little girl raised the corners of her mouth. Although no sound could be heard, Lolo still read the word thank you from her mouth. Chapter 348. Although I know it's not the right time, can I interrupt you for a moment, because we seem to have a guest. Simon returned not long after, and when he saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. He didn't expect that he had just left, and there was such an emotional drama here. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Rob next to him, but he didn't forget the business afterwards, and said with a serious face, I just found some traces of human activities. Luo didn't want to be seen in this state by others, so she struggled out of someone's arms. However, she found that her tears and snot were left on the other person's chest, which made her blush again. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. However, the girl was worthy of being the head of the Breton family. She quickly suppressed the messy thoughts in her mind and forced herself to focus on the matter at hand. Human? Isn't it normal to have traces of human activities? This is the freshman competition field. Even if no one has arrived in the east of the city before, it does not mean that no one from the previous batch of students from the Silver Tower has been here. No, those traces of activity were left in the last few days. Simon's tone was very certain, and his face looked a little strange, Maybe you should come and take a look yourself. 10 minutes later, the 5 members of the team, including Gage and Ginny, gathered in front of a stone tablet. This stone tablet was the tallest building in the East City. However, like other buildings in the underground city, there was no text left on it. However, when everyone went around to the back, they found a small note nailed there. Simon pointed at the note and said, "I saw your name on it, but I can't understand a word of the string behind it." Lolo was also a little surprised to see the note. This is Nox, a small language that was once circulated in the north, but the Nox people became extinct more than 600 years ago. Can you recognize the words on it? Lolo nodded. The Breton family has some Nox blood. Generally speaking, the longer the aristocracy has, the better it preserves traditions. The girl took Nox lessons when she was a child. Except for those old scholars who hide in the library to specialize in language research, perhaps only the Breton family in the world can recognize this endangered language. The message above is very simple, just saying that they want to invite me to talk about something, and the signature is an old friend, followed by a string of numbers. A string of numbers? Is it a date? Gage guessed. No, I prefer coordinates. Simon seemed particularly interested in this kind of puzzle-solving thing, and took out a map and asked Luo, "Can you tell me the string of numbers?" The girl glanced at Rob next to her, and the latter nodded to her. Since someone was willing to use his brain for him, the future super magician was naturally happy to be lazy, so Luo translated the last string of numbers to the other party. Because there is no order, there are many permutations and combinations of this string of numbers. However, since the other party left the note here, it must not be too far away, so Simon tried several combinations, and finally found a set of coordinates that are closest. It only takes about 20 minutes to go from here. How about it? Do you want to go and see? Simon said excitedly. Since the other party left a text that only Luo can understand, he must have some connection with the girl. Although the possibility of malicious intent cannot be ruled out, the probability of it being a trap is relatively small. Moreover, if that guy came to this area earlier than them, maybe there is news about the last holy artifact, which can greatly save everyone's subsequent search time. Luo and Rob looked at each other, and they both thought of one person. In fact, the reason why the girl stood up without hesitation in this crisis, in addition to the reason Rob had talked about before, was also because she was worried that the things in the freshman competition were related to her. After all, the owner of the Black Golem had a long history. Not long ago, he used the name of Mother Teresa to lead her to the secret base of the temple in Gudries. After that, the other party gave her the extremely precious Philosopher's Stone and invited her to participate in the next freshman competition. At that time, Luo suspected that this might be another trap set by the other party. As a result, this monster appeared in the freshman competition field not long after, which easily made people think that everything that happened afterwards was arranged by the other party. If the monster was coming for her, it meant that everyone else in the freshman competition field was in danger because of her. The future super magician shook his head. Although the guy has a very bad personality, judging from his previous behavior patterns, he should not do such a crazy thing. However, there is no doubt that he is not completely ignorant of what may happen in the competition field, otherwise it would be impossible to explain the sudden appearance of the 5 holy artifacts before the start of the competition. Now that he has come to you, it is very likely that what is happening here is out of his control, so he chose to take the risk to contact you, and use Nox language to prevent the content of the note from being seen by others. Well, in a sense, this is also a rare opportunity for us. A rare opportunity? Yes, because Siamus is the other party's territory. We have always been led by that guy, but this time the situation is different. The teleportation array was destroyed by humans, and the freshman competition field is completely isolated from the outside world. No outsiders can enter for at least the past month. If he is not desperate, that guy will not contact us on his own initiative. Hey, wait, it seems that you know who left the note? Simon said in surprise. Very good, at least I'm not the only one who knows nothing this time. Gage on the other side was relieved. Rob didn't explain too much. You have already found the place represented by the string of numbers. I believe we will have the answer when we get there. 20 minutes later, everyone arrived at the place represented by the string of coordinates. It looked like a workshop, but the door was closed. The window on the second floor was very high. There was a strange-looking little golem inside, looking down with its head. When it saw Lolo, it showed a hint of joy on its face, then threw a ball of paper down and retracted its head behind the window. Luo opened the small piece of paper with a strange look on his face. It says here that only I am allowed to enter. Simon sneered, "Huh? you think a stone door can stop us?" As he spoke, he drew out his staff, and a ring of fire hit the door of the workshop. The next moment, the ring of fire bounced towards him at a faster speed than before, scaring Simon to death. However, this guy's hand was very agile, and he actually released a shield before the ring of fire hit his face, so he was not killed by his own magic. A reflection magic circle? Rob pulled out the elven sword from Lolo's waist and stabbed it into the stone door. The sharpness of the elven sword was fully demonstrated at this moment. The quasi-magician cut a passage for people to pass through without much effort. At this time, the little golem also prepared the hemp rope for catching people, intending to hang it from the window for Lolo to climb up alone, but was completely dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Chapter 349. It's okay, Hekritos, let them in. I told you long ago that a primary magic array and a stone door alone can't stop them. The little golem named Hekritos ran downstairs with a few array plates under his arms. It seemed that he wanted to plug the hole in the door before Rob and his group came in, but after hearing Claire's words, he gave up the idea and ran back upstairs. The team members went in one by one through the small door cut by the elf sword. The workshop was very large. When the dungeon was first discovered, it was full of materials for making metal puppets, but it was not long before the first batch of adventurers moved them out to exchange for money. Now it was empty, with only some food, potions, and other supplies. In addition, there was an open treasure chest in the corner. It looked like a supply point in the east of the city. The old man's voice came from a small room on the second floor. Sorry, I'm not in a good condition to go down, so I have to trouble you to come up. Don't worry, I have asked Hekrito to remove all the magic traps here. Simon said, you are so polite. At the same time, he secretly released a detection magic, and then made an okay gesture to everyone, indicating that there were really no traps in this place. It was not until everyone went upstairs that Lolo stretched out his hand and pushed open the door of the small house. Hey, it's you, Grandma Claire? It was Gage who first recognized the old man, and the expression on the fat man's face was so wonderful. Simon and Lolo were also surprised. Do you know each other? Of course, I have been to all the food-selling places within a 5-mile radius around the school. Gage once again demonstrated the basic qualities of a foodie. Grandma Claire's bakery is located in a remote location, but the bread she makes has a unique taste. I don't know how you usually view food. I have always believed that the existence of food is not just to satisfy human appetite, but also to convey the emotions that the cook places when making this kind of food. Therefore, people who truly understand food are tasting a unique emotion when eating. At this point, Gage's expression also became extremely solemn. Well, so what did you taste from it? Admiration, longing, and the regret of being unable to be together even though they love each other. Gage thought for a while and answered. Even Claire was shocked. The old man sighed after half a minute. It seems that you are really knowledgeable about food. Simon asked curiously, then what emotions did you place on the food in the public canteen? Well, if I have to say it, it's probably something like damn, it's good to have something to eat, you little bastards dare to pick and choose, and just wash this dish casually, anyway, young people are healthy and won't die from eating it, and the thighs of the girl who just served food are really good, and so on. I guess so. Lolo ignored the two guys who were having fun and asked Claire, why are you here? Did you leave that note? The old man nodded and admitted without hiding anything, I left the note. There is nothing to hide. I was kidnapped here because I have some connection with Hekritos' master, the one you have been looking for. The other party wanted to threaten him through this means, and exchange something that does not exist from him. Oh, by the way, the monster in the freshman competition field is also used to deal with him. Claire's frankness was beyond everyone's expectations. Her simple words just now contained too much information, and everyone had to spend some time to slowly digest it. Then it was Simon who spoke first. So you mean that we are all just the chips used by the two sides in the freshman competition? No, strictly speaking, including me, we are just the chips that the other side thinks. But in fact, we don't have the function of chips. Claire said lightly, her eyes moved to the holy sword in the girl's hand. It seems that you have started to collect the 5 holy artifacts, so you must have thought about a question. Why did this holy sword suddenly appear here? Is it because of the little golem? Yes, Hekritos sneaked in here the night before the competition started, and he put these 5 holy artifacts in the freshman competition field to give you a glimmer of hope. Although they had been mentally prepared before this, after hearing Claire's personal admission, the faces of the other 4 people except Rob showed varying degrees of shock. Wait, you mean that the owner of this guy knew that a monster had sneaked into the freshman competition field but did not take any measures, but just threw a broken sword in, and let us fend for ourselves? Gage pointed at the little golem beside him in disbelief, and the latter seemed to realize something, and was secretly moving to the other side of the wall, away from the direction of the fat man's finger. It's a pity, but it seems to be like this. Well, if you can see that guy, you will know that he doesn't care about many things like ordinary people do. The old man thought about the wording. Excuse me, this is no longer a matter of caring or not caring. It can be called cold and ruthless, Gage said angrily. Indeed, many people have commented on that guy in this way. The old man did not refute. I have heard even more exaggerated descriptions. If that's the case, why did you find us? Wouldn't it be better if you just hid aside and watched us fight that monster? Why, isn't it not fun enough to watch from too far away? Simon raised his eyebrows. I have said before that I was caught here by someone. Before that, I didn't know what would happen here. And don't get me wrong, that guy is that guy, I am me, and we don't always agree with each other. No, to be more precise, most of the time we are arguing. Claire leaned against the wall, with 2 bags of flour behind her to make herself more comfortable. The old woman seemed to have thought of something when she said this, but she quickly collected her thoughts. In short, my situation is the same as yours. Or more precisely, my situation is worse than yours. Very good, then stop talking nonsense and hand over the last holy artifact quickly. Simon walked towards the little golem and looked at the latter with a bad look. Hee, what's your name, Hector? Or Hecleto? Since you hid the holy artifacts, you must remember the location of the last one. The little golem looked very nervous, looking around to see if there was a suitable escape route. The old man sighed. It's true that he placed the holy artifacts in the freshman competition field, but he went there later, and found that there was no trace of the last holy artifact. And even if you can gather all the holy artifacts, you can't change our disadvantage, because in addition to that monster, there are other enemies in this freshman competition field. Chapter 350. Other enemies? What do you mean? It's no accident that this monster appeared in the competition field. Xavier is the mastermind behind all this. You should be more worried about him than that monster, the old man said slowly. Wait, do you mean that the monster was put in by Teacher Xavier? Everyone took a breath of cold air when they heard this. A monster that can split and parasitize and evolve continuously is terrifying enough. If a 7th level magician is added, doesn't it mean that these people in the freshman competition field have no hope of survival? But didn't Teacher Xavier fight that monster not long ago? I heard from the people in the camp that both of them were seriously injured. Lualua was skeptical. To be exact, it was twice. Just a few days ago, when Hecrio rescued me, they fought again. That monster has improved a lot, but he is still no match for Xavier. The first fight was just a show for outsiders. In fact, I have been with him these days, and his injuries are much lighter than you think. Claire shook her head and said, You don't have much time left. During the time I spent with him, I found that he might still have some conscience in his heart. After all, he has been teaching at Siamus for such a long time, and he knows many of you, so he doesn't want to do it to you personally unless it is absolutely necessary. Xavier's original plan was to use that monster to hunt you, and he took advantage of this injury to stand by and watch, but now everything is different. My escape from there should make him very angry, so his next actions will probably become more radical. But you also said before that we are not even bargaining chips, so it would be useless even if he kills us all. Gage still had a glimmer of hope. Yes, but if he doesn't kill you all, there is no way to prove that this method doesn't work, and Xavier knows that I am different from that guy. I can't watch so many people die because of me, so he is forcing me to show up by doing this, Claire said calmly. Is this good news or bad news for us? Simon smiled bitterly. I feel like a dead man now, Gage also said in despair. Even though most of the team members were strong-minded, they felt a sense of helplessness after learning the bad news of Xavier's betrayal. The only one who remained calm was Rob. In fact, a few months ago, the future super magician had already doubted the only 7th level magician in Siamus. The killer who appeared at the end of the late game had a brief fight with him, and was beaten to a near-death state. Rob didn't have time to make up for it at that time, but the quasi-magician had already judged that it was almost impossible for the monster to escape from the bottom of the lake without help from outsiders. So when he heard the next day that Foreman and others did not find the monster in the lake, he was actually a little surprised. Rob did not have an omnipresent intelligence network like the fox-masked man in Gudry City, but after discovering that the killer came from the Inquisition, he was still keenly aware that there were hidden agents planted by the temple in Siamus. So Rob spent some time reconstructing the situation that night. From the time he left using the teleportation array at the bottom of the lake to the time when Principal Foreman and other teachers arrived, only one person had approached the lake. He was also the only one who had the ability, and time to take away the seriously injured killer. However, Xavier had been in Siamis for many years, and he was very well hidden. Without definite evidence, Rob was not completely sure that he could prove that he must be a member of the temple. Until this freshman competition, when Xavier cut off the connection between the competition venue and the outside world, he thought he had control of the situation, and finally could not help showing his sharp teeth and claws. So the hunter not far away also lazily raised his head from the snow, ready to start the long-awaited hunt. Even if what you said is true, how can we fight against a 7th-level magician with just the likes of us? Lolo frowned. No, not you, but you. The key to defeating Xavier lies in you. Claire looked into the girl's eyes. From now on, the lives of Hekritos, me, and others in the freshman competition will be decided by you. Isn't it a bit too late to give me some inspiration now? Simon couldn't help but interrupt. Luo was also stunned. Me? I really want to protect everyone, but with my strength, I can't defeat Teacher Xavier anyway. Don't jump to conclusions. Kid, you have a huge power hidden behind you that you can't even imagine. The old man said meaningfully, and then said to the others, Excuse me, can you give us some space to be alone? Simon shrugged and said to Luo, We wait for you downstairs. After that, he pushed the door and walked out of the hut, and then the others, including the little golem, came downstairs one after another. Rob was the last one to leave. When he walked down the stairs, he saw Simon standing in front of the split stone door. The sunset shining on the boy's side face made him look a little melancholy. The air of the Grady family sighed when he saw the prospective magician coming towards him, and raised the bottle in his hand. This was found by the little golem named Heck over there. It's probably the only bottle of red wine left in the entire freshman competition field. It was just given to me as an apology for almost killing me with a reflection magic circle before, so I guess we have probably reconciled. Do you want a glass? The quasi-magician shook his head. Simon shrugged. That's a pity. I heard that people on a small island in the west have a tradition of drinking before death. Oh, by the way, you are from the north, right? Have you been to Parrot Point? I heard that it has the most fertile land, and the most prosperous seaport in the entire Lionheart Empire. There is also a huge bronze statue more than 20 meters high on the coastline. That is my ancestor. Rob raised his eyebrows. I was hoping that your last words would be a little bit original. By the way, the bronze statue of your ancestor is no longer there. The bronze statue of Lehard II is now standing on the beach, and that bronze statue is more than 30 meters high. Damn it, man, do you have to be so honest? Anyway, everyone will die soon. Can't you comfort me with a white lie? Simon looked sad, unscrewed the cork, and raised the bottle. To myself, I am about to become the heir with the most pathetic death in the history of the Grady family. No, the most pathetic one seems to be one of my uncles. He was choked to death by a fish bone when eating fish. Poor man, so I can only rank second, like a small fish whose life was harvested by others. Damn it, when I was a child, I fantasized that I could make a career when I grew up, but I didn't expect to die here in obscurity. If I have a choice, I hope that Xavier will be the last one to do it, so that at least I can proudly tell him my identity before I die. For what? So that he can use your body to collect a reward from the Lionheart Empire? Oh my god, can we still have a pleasant conversation? Simon was speechless. He leaned against the wall weakly like a deflated ball. But what you said makes sense, so I'd better choose to die quietly like a weed. Rob said lightly, Is this the level of the heir of the Grady family? If I had known this, I would have let you be killed by that monster at the bottom of the lake that night. Chapter 351. Simon shuddered suddenly, and the drunkenness that had just risen disappeared completely at this moment. He said excitedly, Fuck, master, is it you? It turns out that you are also a freshman. You left in a hurry last time, and I didn't have time to ask you for an autograph. By the way, how did you recognize me? I remember that night I covered my face. Do you always talk so much? Even with Rob's usual calmness, he couldn't stand this guy's chattering. If there was no need for his cooperation later, the quasi-magician would not want to have any intersection with him. The future super mentor decided to cut to the chase. I can deal with Xavier, but it's inconvenient to reveal my identity, so I need you to buy me 2 days. Well, if everything goes well, a day and a half will be fine. Simon took a breath. Fuck, who are you? You're a bit too strong. Xavier is a well-known 7th-level magician, and a master of formations. You don't look much older than me. Wait, I seem to have heard rumors that the future patron saint of the human race left the Royal Magic Academy of Teast. Could it be that the rumors are true? Simon's expression was so wonderful at the moment. He pinched his arm hard. Oh, am I dreaming? I'm studying in the same school as you, my idol. My god, this world is crazy. But by the way, why did you come to Goodrees? Are you going to put down the arrogance of those guys in St. Laurent Magic Academy? It's a long story. I tell you when I have a chance. But now let's concentrate on solving the problem at hand. Rob was very troubled by this guy. Okay, I ask one last question. Simon rubbed his hands excitedly. Why me? Idle, aren't you hiding your identity? If you want to find someone to help, why don't you choose Gage and the others? You've been with them longer, right? Compared with the rest of the team, I'm just an outsider. So did you choose me in the end, because you saw some valuable qualities in me? Simon said expectantly. No, I just don't want to cause trouble to others. Gage and Ginny are just ordinary people. Knowing my identity is not a good thing for them. And I happen to know where your Grady family is hiding in the south now. Rob patted the latter's shoulder and said lightly. The quasi-magician was just stating a fact, without any threat, but Simon still heard a bone-chilling chill from this sentence, and smiled bitterly. Actually, Idle, you don't have to do this. Just because you saved my life, I will never betray you. Don't worry, I can swear on the honor of the Grady family that I will never reveal your identity to others at any time. Everyone downstairs now feels like they are waiting for the judgment of fate. Every minute and every second is particularly long. After about a quarter of an hour, Lolo finally walked out of the room. Gage, who had been waiting anxiously for a long time, suddenly cheered up. How is it? Do you have a way to deal with Xavier? Lolo's face looked a little strange. She didn't say anything, but just stared at Rob not far away. The quasi-magician seemed to realize something, and turned to look at Lolo. The two looked at each other. Rob's eyes looked very clear, which made the girl's originally determined heart waver again. But then Lolo thought of what Claire said to her in the cabin. Trust your intuition. Lolo has always had a crazy idea in her heart. What if the person who has been protecting her all the time is not the mysterious teacher? What if that person is right next to her? Otherwise there is no way to explain why the other person always appears in time every time she is in danger. Since meeting the boy in the small town, the two have been through a lot together. She was in danger several times, and the first person she saw when she opened her eyes was Rob. It seemed as if that guy had some special ability, and always appeared by her side when she needed him most. In fact, the more the girl recalled, the more suspicious points she could find on someone. His calmness and judgment beyond his age, his incredible knowledge reserves, his strong and incredible psychological quality. All of these showed that he was different. Such a guy didn't look like an unknown person at all. So the intuition in Luo's heart became stronger and stronger. She just didn't understand why the boy didn't want to tell her everything. The bond between the two had already surpassed ordinary friendship, but Rob never mentioned his secrets. This guy who seemed to have no desires, and just wanted to open a bakery somewhere to live a dull life seemed to be more complicated than she imagined. The girl took a deep breath. Claire just told me a piece of news. She said that there is a master hidden in the freshman competition field, and this master is likely related to me. Do you know any other masters? Gage was delighted to hear this. Great, let's find him, and ask him to deal with Xavier and the monster. The girl shook her head and said, I don't know, he always comes to me. I never look for him. Sometimes I also think maybe he is right next to me. Lolo kept staring at someone's eyes when she said this. However, the latter's reaction made her a little disappointed. Rob looked normal when he heard this, and just said oh. The girl wanted to say something else, but at this moment, Simon's excited voice suddenly came from outside the door. Ha ha ha, this time we are saved. What are you saved? Everyone's attention was quickly attracted by Simon, who came back from outside, and the little golem also showed a hint of curiosity on his face. The latter said to Luo, I just urinated outside and met a weirdo. With my strength, I didn't even know when he appeared behind me, but he told me that he was your friend and asked me to tell you not to worry about Xavier's problem. We just need to focus on dealing with that monster. What? You met someone else outside? Is he still there? Did you see his face clearly? Lolo was stunned for a moment, then asked anxiously. Sorry, that guy covered his face. I couldn't see his face, but he had a sword on his waist. He must be a high-level swordsman. He disappeared after talking to me for a few words. That kind of body movement might really be able to deal with Xavier. It must be the mysterious teacher. Lolo was also excited when she heard Simon's description, but then she looked at Rob beside her, and doubts appeared in her eyes again. The facts were right in front of her. Could it be that her intuition was really wrong this time? The person who secretly protected her has always been the mysterious teacher, and the guy in front of her was just an unknown little scholar before meeting her? Chapter 352. Now we should focus on finding the last holy artifact. The future super magician saw that the girl was still in a trance, and had to remind her. Oh, do you have any suggestions? When it comes to business, Luo can only suppress his doubts temporarily. I want to go to the place where you put the last holy artifact and take a look. Rob said this to the little golem in the corner. But the little golem seemed a little hesitant, and it seemed a little worried about leaving Claire here alone. At this moment, Simon suddenly said, I can stay and take care of her for you. Gage was very surprised to hear this. Huh? You were the most active person in the previous attack on the monster. Even if someone really has to stay, it should be me. After all, I am the weakest in the team. The fat man sighed. Simon pointed to the ground. But you can't use these magic circles. The little golem tilted its head and thought about it, and felt that Simon was the most suitable person compared to Gage. So it ran upstairs to say goodbye to the old man, and then stuffed all the magic circles it had made in the past 2 days into the former's arms. Because of the limited materials, most of them are low-level magic circles, and there are only 2 mid-level magic circles. One is the reflection magic circle that almost got Simon hit before, and the other is a 4th-level defense magic circle with very good effect. Simon was very surprised. Did you make all these in this environment? The little golem nodded, looking a little proud, but then seemed to remember something and immediately pretended to be confused. Luo was angry and amused, knowing that this guy was worried that he would be remembered by others. In fact, most people had already discovered the abnormality of this little golem during this time. Unlike its dull companions, this guy's emotions and expressions seemed to be particularly rich, and people could not help but wonder if it had its own life, and Simon seemed to be very interested in it now. The little golem did not dare to delay, and quickly took Rob and others away from the puppet workshop. Their goal was a theater 10 miles away. The little golem remembered clearly that it had placed the last holy artifact under the floor of the 7th row and 13th column from the left of the theater stage, but when it went there again, there was no trace of the holy artifact. After the team walked a distance, Rob suddenly asked to go to the bathroom. He found a building on the roadside and went in. 5 minutes later, he came out again. For some reason, Lolo felt that he had changed a little from before, but she couldn't tell what was different. In addition, everyone was in a hurry to get on the road, so this doubt only flashed in her mind. After a magic hour, everyone arrived at the theater. Gage lifted the floor again, and there was nothing underneath. Because they were not sure whether the golem would suffer from memory loss like humans, just in case, everyone worked together to lift the surrounding floors, but still found nothing. Then he had to expand the search area. Finally, Rob found several strange claw marks on the west wall. These claw marks should have been left not long ago, and there was a little blood on them. Is it a ghoul? Gage guessed. The quasi-magician shook his head and said, ghouls usually only move on the 1st and 2nd floors of the dungeon, and this dungeon in Bandom Town is almost completely developed. The ghouls inside have basically been cleared out by early adventurers. Who took the last holy artifact, Xavier or that monster? This time it was the little golem's turn to shake its head. It gestured for a long time. It seemed to mean that neither Xavier nor that monster had been here. Rob took out the map of the referee committee again, and found their current location on it. The closest monster to here is a petrified sawtooth crocodile, but it is about 2 miles away. And as far as I know, petrified sawtooth crocodiles rarely leave their nests, and they have no habit of collecting collections except for food. Who took the remaining holy artifact? The quasi-magician did not speak, but squatted down to re-examine the claw marks. After a moment, he looked up and said hesitantly, these scratches look a bit like those left by greyback jackals. Is there such a monster in the freshman competition? Greyback jackals, like black-humped camels, are both highly aggressive first-level monsters. Unlike black-humped camels that like to stay in one place, greyback jackals do not have a fixed base, like to roam around, and prefer to act in groups. Generally, the number of greyback jackals encountered in the wild is more than 2. They are very unfriendly to rookie adventurers, and were once known as rookie killers. Therefore, this kind of monster with a relatively high risk factor was not introduced in a freshman competition of Siamus this time. Ginny on the other side seemed to be hesitant to speak, and Rob saw the expression on her face and asked, do you have anything to add? Ginny hesitated and said, we met freshmen from the Silver Tower in the town of Bandham before, and I seem to have heard them mention hunting greyback jackals. As one of the top 10 magic schools in the South, the Silver Tower has much stronger combat power than the freshmen of Siamus, so ordinary magic beasts can only play a limited role in training them. The school may indeed use greyback jackals, a killer weapon for novices. But after the competition at Silver Tower Academy, someone will count and recover the monsters in the freshman competition field to ensure the number is accurate. How did this grayback jackal get into the next game? After each game, someone does count and recover the monsters, but the way they count the monsters is to subtract the number of monsters hunted in the game from the total number of each monster, and the remaining ones are the ones that are finally recovered. What if this grayback jackal is not among them? What if this is a grayback jackal that has been determined to be dead? Luo's eyes lit up. This also explains why the claw marks on the wall are mixed with blood. The grayback jackal was seriously injured, and it was probably fatal. It only had one breath left and could not survive, so it was included in the death sequence. Or the guy who hunted it thought it was dead, so no one came to retrieve it after the game. When Hekrito placed the last holy artifact, the seriously injured grayback jackal happened to be nearby. It saw the location of the holy artifact, and found that the sacred power on the holy artifact had a stabilizing effect on its injuries. So after Hercules left, it used the last bit of its strength to crawl here and stole the holy artifact. Gage was stunned. This is too amazing. Isn't it possible that a grayback jackal died here and left these bloody claw marks? What you said is indeed the most likely scenario, but since we don't have more clues at the moment, any possibility is worth trying now. Chapter 353. This is the third day since Xavier entered the inner city. He has searched half of the city, but still has not found Claire. However, the 7th level magician has not lost his patience. He is still carefully checking every corner of the city. Xavier checked very carefully, not leaving out every gap and every brick. He wanted to make sure that not even an ant would be missed in the places he searched. At the same time, he also left a large number of magic sentries in the searched areas, so that the opponent could not play any tricks and sneak back while he was searching other places. Xavier's eyes. It has spread over half of the city. However, for a 7th level magician, this is not an efficient search method. In fact, Xavier can come up with no less than 20 faster and more effective search plans, but he finally chose the dumbest one. Because the dumber the method, the fewer loopholes it has. Xavier has plenty of time. After experiencing the initial anger, he quickly calmed down again. Xavier never underestimates any opponent. Although the old woman can't use the source of magic now, her strength is no different from that of an ordinary person, and all signs indicate that she is likely to have been seriously injured in that teleportation, but as long as Claire's experience over the years is still there, she is not an easy character to deal with. In addition, the guy who rescued her seems to be a master of formations. Xavier would rather choose a more reliable search method, and try his best to reduce the variables. As long as he is given 3 more days, at most 3 days, Claire and the mysterious rescuer will have nowhere to hide. Xavier looked expressionlessly at a team passing by him. These people were only 2 steps away from him. At such a close distance, he could already see the fine hairs on the faces of the team members, their anxious expressions, and hear their tired breathing. However, the 4 people in this team seemed to be completely unaware of Xavier's existence and passed by him so close. Xavier silently watched them leave. The magic circle on his body was called the Mirror World, which was actually a miniature white space. He was clearly standing there, but he seemed to be isolated from this world, and the outside world could hardly sense his existence. These days, he kept the magic circle open almost every moment, and never appeared in front of other people. Claire's judgment of him was very accurate. Xavier always had concerns about killing people personally, so he drove the monster into the inner city again, but it was different from his previous plan. Maybe because of the fear of him in his heart, the monster did not dare to attack other people along the way, but fled deeper into the inner city, so now the new students in the west of the city escaped because of him. After the second fight between the 2 sides, Xavier became wary of the super monster created by the temple. Although that thing was still no match for him and both fights ended in defeat, its progress compared to the first time was undoubtedly amazing. In just a few days, the monster seemed to have been reborn, becoming smarter and more cunning. It also seemed to have begun to study the magician's chanting time and casting movements, trying to find the pattern from them. It was no longer like a few days ago, when it knew nothing about magic, and only knew how to use its body to withstand damage. This monster inherited many abilities, but the most terrifying of them was undoubtedly its learning ability. Xavier was not sure if he could suppress the opponent as effortlessly as he did this time in the third fight. The gap between the 2 sides was shrinking rapidly at an incredible speed, but this was not what he was most worried about at the moment. The 7th level magician had just finished searching the area and looked up at the sky. He found that it was already late at night. The starlight in the dungeon was so beautiful. Xavier had been an adventurer for a while, when he was young. He still remembered the shock he felt when he first saw the sky above his head. He knew it was fake, but he couldn't help but marvel at it. Yes, eternity is such a fascinating thing. No matter who created this underground city, he has disappeared with the ancient civilization. Only this starry sky has spanned the long river of time, and is still as beautiful as before. Xavier also longs to become such an immortal existence, transcending himself and even the fate of the entire human race, defeating death and the laws of nature. This is a temptation that no creature can resist. That's why he cooperated with the Inquisition and created an accidental encounter with Foreman with the help of the latter. After that, he naturally accepted the latter's invitation to enter Siamos. He has been hiding in the academy for so many years, keeping a low profile and keeping silent, just to wait for this day to come. Although there had been some minor problems before, in general, everything was still under his control. Until the monster grew up, he was the unique king of this new competition field. Logically, no creature here should be able to threaten him. However, just a quarter of an hour ago, Xavier suddenly felt a little uneasy. This was the first time he felt this uneasy feeling after he began to implement his long-planned plan to cut off the connection between the new competition field and the outside world. The more powerful the master, the more sensitive the nose of danger. The 7th-level magician did not hesitate and decisively mobilized the monitoring network that he had built by himself and covered half of the city. Hundreds of magic sentries lit up at the same time, covering every street and every corner in the city. However, to his surprise, Xavier did not find any suspicious guys among them. Strange, was the vague sense of danger just an illusion? The 7th-level magician frowned, but he felt relieved no matter what. He was about to leave here and find a place to rest, but at this moment, he heard footsteps coming from the corner of the street. The visitor was a young man, as if he had come from a very far place. He was covered in dust. Judging from his clothes, he should be a freshman in the first year of Siamus. However, unlike most of the nervous students in the freshman competition field, he looked very casual when holding the staff. Even though he had just experienced a long journey, his mental state was still very good. Xavier could still roughly recognize the freshman in the magic department this year, but he found that he had no impression of the boy in front of him. Then the 7th-level magician noticed something strange. The boy was clearly walking on this street, but the magic sentry behind him could not find his existence at all, as if the guy did not exist at all. Chapter 354. Wandering alone in the dungeon in the dead of night is undoubtedly a very dangerous thing, not to mention that a monster that everyone is afraid of is also mixed into the freshman competition field. Most teams are very careful and find a safe and hidden place to camp before the night falls, and spend this long night as quietly as possible. Because compared with humans, monsters and beasts can always adapt to the dark environment better. The 4 students that Xavier met before were targeted by a group of vampire bats because they did not choose a good camping place. They were tormented in the middle of the night, and had to leave that place to find a place to stay again. The boy in front of him obviously did not belong to this situation. His steps were very steady, his breathing was very steady, and his fingers holding the staff were also very steady. Although he was walking alone in the dark, he did not look nervous at all. Xavier did not rush to attack, but stood in the mirror world and looked at the other party quietly. So the boy also stopped and looked up at the empty alley on the other side of the street. The moonlight passed through Xavier's body, and fell on the blue stone slab under his feet. This scene seemed a little weird, so the boy raised his eyebrows. At this moment, the 7th-level magician finally confirmed that they were aware of each other's existence. After a moment, Xavier spoke first. "Are you the one who rescued Claire?" The boy shook his head. The 7th-level magician seemed a little surprised by this answer. "Then who are you and why are you here?" "As you can see, I'm just a student of Siamus. But I don't think I've seen you among the freshmen of the magic department." The 7th-level magician said lightly, "Why, Senior Claire finally realized that he has no way out, and wants to find a middleman to negotiate with me. Don't you think it's a bit late?" The young man shrugged. "It would be best if we could solve it through communication. After all, no one likes to fight all day long. I just met with Claire. She said that if you are willing to stop, she can find a way to make you live 100 or 200 years longer than others." Xavier said, "What is this? Sending away beggars? Compared with eternity, this amount of time is nothing. Even if I can live another 100 or 200 years, I am just a mortal trembling under the shadow of death. From my personal point of view, I suggest you accept this proposal," the young man said sincerely. Unexpectedly, Xavier actually thought about it seriously for a while this time, but he finally shook his head and said, "If it is other things, I will give you face, but I'm sorry that I can't do it for this matter." "Oh, it seems that you already know who I am." If there is a third person present at this moment, he will definitely be shocked, because Xavier, a 7th level magician, actually performed an ancient ritual of the highest respect in the magic world to this seemingly ordinary boy in front of him. Please forgive my previous rudeness. I should have thought of it earlier. Except for your majesty, who in this world can easily avoid the magic sentinels I set up and see through my mirror world at a glance. Rob sighed. This is why I don't want to take action. It's been less than 2 years since I came down from that tower. I don't know anyone outside, but each of you seems to be able to recognize me at the first sight. Isn't this a bit unfair? After all, there have only been 3 times in the entire human history that a person has been promoted to a 6th level magician before the age of 20, and you are the only one in the past 100 years. I think this is also the reason why Vice President Steins didn't let you leave the tower. This world is far more dangerous than you think. Like you? Xavier didn't comment. Since you gave me advice before, I will give you one now. There is a super long-distance teleportation array in this underground city. I left it for myself. I plan to use this teleportation array to leave Gudries directly after getting what I want. I will find a place to hide my identity, and not show up for the next 1 or 200 years. So I am not worried that you will tell others about what happened in the freshman competition. As for the agreement between me and the Inquisition, I can ignore it. Anyway, I don't have much affection for those guys. I can even guarantee that no one will die from now on. Oh, then what do I need to do? Leave Claire to me. If you want, I can use the teleportation array to send you away tonight. What happens here has nothing to do with you. Whether you want to go back to the Royal Magic Academy of Teast or continue to live an ordinary life, it's up to you. I can promise that I won't reveal your whereabouts to anyone else. Well, your suggestion is pretty good, but unfortunately I have something else to ask the guy. Do you also want to know the secret of eternal life? Xavier's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Sure enough, no one can resist this temptation. That's right, if you can get eternal life, perhaps in less than 200 years, the human race can unify the entire Dawn continent, and you can surpass Roland and become the undisputed #1 in the history of magic. You seem to have misunderstood something. I'm not interested in eternity. I just want to learn the truth of a piece of history from that guy. But it doesn't matter. It seems that we are not going to accept each other's advice, so the next battle seems inevitable. That's a pity. Even for you, it's not wise to choose to be my enemy at this moment. The 7th level magician said lightly, I have heard a lot of legends about you. Maybe I am not your opponent, but this new competition field is my territory. Do you think a formation master will be unprepared in his own territory? After saying this, Xavier disappeared from Rob's sight. At the same time, the whole world behind him disappeared with him. Those streets, buildings, and even the starry sky above his head disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only a series of messy lines intertwined between heaven and earth remained. Rob seemed to be suddenly pulled into a weird graffiti world. It seems that I really won the jackpot this time. It turned out to be the legendary Ekra Labyrinth. Ekra Labyrinth, a space magic without rank. The strength of the magic circle has nothing to do with magic power. It is completely determined by the formation level of the creator. The creator is unknown. It only appeared briefly in Roland's era. It is a magic circle that has been confirmed to be lost. The Magician Association can only find a small part of the remaining formation. It has been assessed by more than one 9th level super magician as impossible to repair forever, but now it seems that Xavier has successfully restored this magic circle. At this moment, the lines that converged and flowed around Rob were like a bunch of small locks, locking him in this strange space. At the same time, these lines were connected to each other, and finally formed a big lock. Simply destroying any small lock would be useless. Only by unlocking this big lock could you successfully break out of this strange space. The most powerful thing about this magic circle is that these small locks are basically constantly changing every moment. In a limited time, most people can only crack one or a few locks. When you finish cracking and are ready to start studying the small locks behind, the small locks that you have cracked before will start to change again, which means that all your initial work has been in vain. This is the most desperate thing. Although it was a magic circle whose rank could not be defined, the magicians at that time still came up with a set of standards to evaluate the strength of an Ekra Great Labyrinth. In terms of star rating, if there were more than 4 small locks, it would be 1 star, 8 would be 2 stars, 16 would be 3 stars, and so on. The Ekra Great Labyrinth created by Xavier reached an astonishing 12 stars. In other words, Rob had to unlock more than 8,000 small locks at the same time in a very short time to get out of here. Even with his computing ability, it was impossible to do this, so he had to find a pattern in it. And he only had 1.5 days. Chapter 355. Is there something wrong with our previous reasoning? Lolo wondered. It was already the afternoon of the second day. The team searched the surrounding area and still did not find a shadow of the greyback. There was no point in searching further, because with the greyback's injuries, it was impossible for it to escape so far with the last holy weapon. There was another thing that made the girl feel a little strange. Since coming to this place, Rob had rarely spoken except for the necessary investigation and analysis at the beginning. He just buried his head in searching for the injured greyback with everyone. He searched very seriously, but the more he did so, the more incredible it was for Lolo. From her understanding of this guy, the boy was a person who didn't like mechanical and repetitive work. Before, when everyone was looking for the holy weapon in the west of the city, he was not very enthusiastic, and was usually just responsible for talking on the side. And now the search is obviously not going smoothly. He doesn't seem to say anything, until Luo speaks up. He says, "Then why don't we look again? Maybe we missed something before." "Well, that's unlikely. We've checked very carefully." Even Gage disagrees with this proposal. Rob thought for a while, and said, "Then let's go to the lair of the petrified sawtooth crocodile, and take another look." "But didn't you say that the petrified sawtooth crocodile rarely leaves its territory, and doesn't have the habit of collecting things?" Ginny couldn't help but speak. "Really? Did I say that?" The quasi-mage was stunned for a moment, then said, "Oh, I remember. There is a group of Erdl flying squirrels 20 miles away from here. Those little creatures are very interested in metal products, and they can also move freely underground. The holy artifact under the floor is likely to be stolen by them." "Hey, you are just guessing." Among all people, Luo is the one who believes in Rob the most, because previous experience has proved countless times that sometimes this guy's seemingly inexplicable decisions often turn out to be extremely correct in the end. However, this time Luo couldn't help but start to doubt. "Do you have a plan?" "We don't have much time. Every second wasted now may kill someone at the hands of that monster. If this goes on, we will be too late even if we get the last holy artifact." The little golem nodded in agreement. In fact, it had wanted to go back a long time ago. Claire was still in the workshop. Although it was protected by the magic circle, it would not be able to hold out for long if it was really discovered by the monster. In its original plan, it was only to bring Lolo and the others here to see where it hid things, and then it had nothing to do. But later, Rob deduced the existence of the greyback, and everyone began to search the vicinity. In this race against time, one more person means one more strength, and the little golem was too embarrassed to mention the idea of running away. However, as time went by, the little golem had become more and more suspicious of the abilities of these guys. He felt that there was no future in hanging out with these 4 idiots, and it might even lower his IQ. Then he had the idea of you go back to your Gao Laozhuang, and I go back to my Lusha River. He had already packed his small backpack, and was waiting for these 4 guys to go find some Erdl flying squirrels, so that he could sneak away halfway. Rob looked a little embarrassed. We should still have time, don't worry. If we don't find the last holy artifact, we can't save those people even if we go back." The little golem sneered at this meaningless perfunctory answer. Luo also looked a little disappointed. He was about to say something else, but at this moment, a cicada chirped suddenly in everyone's ears. Everyone was stunned, and their first reaction was to wonder if they were hallucinating. Cicadas are naturally very common outside, but there are almost no plants in the dungeon, and there are no conditions for ordinary creatures to survive. In fact, even those monsters known for their tenacious vitality have staff to feed them food regularly, otherwise it would be difficult to survive in this harsh environment. However, about 5 seconds later, the strange cicada chirping sound was heard again. The little golem seemed to remember something. His face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly opened the lid on his chest and took out a small box from it. And the small box actually contained a golden little cicada. You have a lot of good stuff on you." Rob was surprised. "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the Guriani golden cicada. This kind of magic beast lives in the country of orcs. It is very rare and rarely seen on the human side. Its main function is to track targets. The Guriani golden cicada will lay a rice-sized transparent egg every 3 months. The survival period is about 1 month. It has strong adhesion and can stick to anything without being discovered by the other party. Once the Guriani golden cicada and its eggs get close, it will chirp." While the quasi-magician was talking, the Guriani cicada chirped several more times, and the intervals between chirping became shorter and shorter, until they finally became one, as rapid as a storm. At this time, others also began to feel that something was wrong. No matter who that guy was, his movement speed was a little too fast. So who did you put the eggs of this Guriani cicada on?" The horrified look on the little golem's face had already given everyone the answer. The next moment, a black shadow appeared at the other end of the street. The figure ran at an astonishing speed, and the way he moved was very strange, three-dimensional. He was running on the ground one moment, and he jumped onto the roof the next moment. When you blinked again, he had already run past the side of the stone wall. The terrifying speed allowed him to perform all kinds of incredible movements in the air. It was not until we saw this way of movement that we completely understood where those strange footprints under the sand dunes came from. At this moment, the hairs of all the team members stood up. The figure ran to the front of everyone in just a few moments, and it suddenly stopped when it was 50 meters away from the team. There was no buffering action between the movement and stillness, which fully demonstrated its strong muscle control. But when Lolo saw its face clearly, he couldn't help but cry out, "Teacher Harris!" The shadow was Teacher Harris, or he used to be Teacher Harris. Now the old magician's eyes made everyone feel very unfamiliar. His face no longer had the kindness and tenacity of the past, but was replaced by cunning and cruelty, and his eyes were spinning in his eye sockets. The little golem had already begun to retreat silently with its little package, using the figures of the 3 team members to block itself, especially Gage. The poor fat man had the best effect in blocking the line of sight, so the little golem even deliberately moved closer to him, but it saw Harris, turned his head and grinned at it, as if he had met an old friend again. The little golem also grinned, squeezing out a smile that was uglier than crying. Chapter 356. In addition to the little golem, Harris also waved to Ginny, but the latter didn't seem to remember it. The girl's face was very nervous, and her palms holding the staff were sweating a lot, but even so she didn't retreat. Luo was a little surprised that Ginny had a strong heart under her delicate appearance. On the other hand, Gage on the other side was much worse. The fat man's calves were already trembling, and he didn't know how many times he swallowed his saliva. Is this the monster? Harris. It seemed that he understood what Gage was saying, pointed at himself, and said in a strange voice that seemed to come out of his lungs, "Gee, Lily, Dogo." The fat man was so scared that he fell to the ground. "Fuck, you can talk. You can actually talk?" The monster nodded, but it seemed that he had just learned to talk not long ago, and he seemed not to be used to using human organs, so its self-introduction session ended here, and then it pointed at Gage again. The fat man was shocked. "No way, big brother, you fell in love with me when we just met for the first time. Isn't that too hasty?" But then he found the little golem hiding behind him and trembling. The monster who called himself Gregago was really targeting the little golem this time. He gestured the formation plate and then squeezed out 2 words from his mouth, "I want to learn." The little golem shook his head desperately without thinking, but it seemed to be afraid of making the monster angry. It gestured hurriedly, meaning that only humans can learn magic, and the other party is not a human, so it can't learn magic. After saying that, the little golem felt something was wrong, and quickly added that its own situation was special, and could not be counted. As a result, the monster shook its head and pointed at itself, saying, "Human. Now Luo and the others finally understood why the monster wanted to borrow Teacher Harris's body. It actually wanted to learn magic. After realizing its purpose, everyone present felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. With the monster's terrifying learning ability, if it really mastered magic, the consequences would be absolutely disastrous. To put it another way, even if it couldn't learn magic, the more it knew about magic, the less threat the magician would pose to it. The effect of the 2 disastrous defeats to Xavier was showing up, forcing the monster to begin to frantically absorb all knowledge related to magic. Among the people it met, except for Xavier, who it could not defeat, only the golem had the most profound understanding of magic. It had gained a lot from watching the latter carve magic circles by the sand dunes. Although it was later tricked by the golem and caught by Xavier and beaten up, Gregor didn't really take it seriously. Instead, he wanted to find that strange little thing. These days, it was avoiding Xavier in the inner city while tracking the whereabouts of the golem. Hard work pays off. The 2 finally met again. Gregor remembered the loss last time very clearly. This time, it didn't intend to give the latter any chance. The distance of 50 meters was just a blink of an eye for it. As long as the golem had any intention of taking out the array plate, it could subdue it before the other party made a move. However, it didn't force it for the time being, because imparting magic knowledge still requires the consent of the other party to achieve the best effect, so Gregor is now waiting for the little golem's answer. The little golem is very nervous. It also knows how much trouble it will cause once it tells the monster about magic. Not only in the freshman competition field, but if it escapes outside, it will be a disaster. Now the key to all this depends on it. Everyone's eyes are focused on it. The little golem feels that even breathing has become difficult. Generally speaking, it should be brave at this time, at least not lose to the two girls in the team, but as that guy often said, even if you want to be a hero, you have to save your life first. The little golem held out for 3 seconds, then its passion disappeared, and it began to think about whether to agree to the monster's request. However, just when it was about to give in, Lolo had already blocked it, and the girl pulled out the incomplete holy sword from her waist. As if sensing the evil aura of Gregorgo, the originally dull holy sword burst out with amazing momentum at this moment, and the light was shining brightly. A majestic sacred power gushed out from the sword, and Lolo was bathed in the ocean of God's grace, which strengthened her strength and willpower to varying degrees, and made her more agile. In contrast, the monster on the opposite side had a completely different feeling at the moment. It found that these strange white lights had a great impact on its actions, as if it was trapped in a quagmire. Its movement slowed down involuntarily, and even its thinking began to become a little fuzzy. It seemed that there was some force suppressing its reason. This is the power of the holy artifact. It usually does not show its true colors and remains dormant, but once there is an evil force nearby, the holy artifact will wake up and burst out with terrifying energy, because they were originally created to deal with evil creatures. However, Gregor was not an ordinary monster. As a fourth-generation creature created by the Inquisition that should not exist in the world, this monster inherited many abilities from its father and mother, and was also more resistant to the power of the Holy Spirit. Its skin was already sizzling under the holy light, but it did not suffer any substantial damage. It soon got rid of its confused state. Although its head was still groggy, it had at least recovered most of its sanity. It looked at Luo with a fierce look. The next moment, it had already pounced on the girl. However, under the effect of the holy light, Gregor was indeed greatly affected and could no longer have the terrifying speed as before, so it also gave others time to react. No one expected that the first person to stand up in this situation was Ginny. The girl did not break her promise. In order to repay Lolo for not giving up rescuing her after she disappeared, Ginny overcame her fear and took a step to block the monster's path. Gregor didn't care about that. At this moment, he planned to crush any creature that dared to block his way. At the critical moment of life and death, Ginny's temperament changed. Her innocence and kindness disappeared at this moment. Her eyes became cold and fierce. The fierce momentum was even not inferior to the monster in front of him. Peter, who had been missing for a long time, finally took over the body again. The staff in his hand shook, and the magic attack like a storm poured on the monster. Chapter 357. Gredogo's body was almost submerged by magic, but when the smoke cleared, there were not many wounds on his body. In fact, if it was not greatly weakened by the holy weapon, this low-level magic would not pose any threat to this monster even if there were more of it. Fact seemed to prove once again that the huge gap in strength cannot be made up by courage alone. Gredogo stretched out his hand and punched Ginny in the lower abdomen. The magic shield in front of Ginny was instantly broken, and was directly broken into the most basic magic elements by this punch. However, the girl still had no expression on her face. After Peter took over the body, he was as cold as a machine, and did not have the emotions of an ordinary person. At this moment, perhaps only he could remain calm. He used the last time to release another wall of frost for himself. This newly appeared wall of frost finally blocked Gregogo's attack a little, and slowed down his fist. However, the punch still hit the girl, so the next moment Ginny spat out a mouthful of blood, flew backwards like a sandbag, and fell into a nearby house, her life or death unknown. Gredogo had no intention of chasing, and its current target had shifted to Lolo holding the holy sword. It had an instinctive aversion to the long sword emitting white light, as if it had encountered a natural enemy, and was eager to destroy the other party. But before that, it had to deal with the annoying little bugs along the way. The little girl who could use magic had been killed by it, and even if she didn't die, she was seriously injured and unable to fight again. So now the person blocking it was replaced by a fat man armed to the teeth, and that guy seemed to be trembling, and Gregogo's eyes showed contempt. Such a small fry actually dared to attack him, which was simply an insult to him. Gregogo did not stop and rushed in front of Gage in the next second. The poor fat man obviously did not expect that the opponent's speed could be increased again. He was caught off guard, and could only subconsciously raise his sword to block. As a result, the seemingly sturdy antique sword in his hand only lasted for a moment, before it let out a mournful cry and turned into countless fragments. However, everything that happened afterwards was beyond everyone's expectations. After the antique sword was shattered, a thin sword was revealed from it. When the thin sword met Gregogo, it burst into a dazzling light just like the broken holy sword in Lolo's hand before. This rapier is also a holy weapon. Gage's mind was completely blank at the moment. The weapon was destroyed in one encounter. The fat man felt cold in his heart. Seeing the rapier was like a drowning man seeing a life-saving straw. He instinctively reached out to grab it, and then thrust it forward violently, so Gregago suffered. Because he was very confident in his attack, he didn't even think about stopping halfway. When he realized that he was not in time, it was too late. The rapier easily pierced Gregago's palm, causing Gage, who was holding the sword, to be a little surprised. The damage caused by this sword was far more serious than the wound left on the surface. The sacred power contained in the rapier quietly drilled into Gregago's body along the wound. It felt like it fell into magma, and its internal organs were burning. Gejo's hideous face frightened Gage so much that he shuddered and involuntarily let go of the rapier. The monster ignored the disgusting sacred aura on it and grasped the hilt with his other uninjured hand, forcing the pain to pull the rapier out of his hand. When he finished all this, the hand holding the sword was already charred. And it did not throw away the rapier at the first moment. Instead, it stretched out its injured palm and clamped the other end of the rapier again. Then, it exerted force with both arms, as if it wanted to destroy the weapon that stabbed it. The rapier seemed to be aware of the crisis at this moment, and the sword body shone brightly. Unfortunately, the holy sword was famous for its strong attack and weak defense among all the holy weapons. Moreover, this holy sword was still a little different from the incomplete holy sword in Luoluo's hand. It was a relatively weak one among the holy weapons, and it had been sealed in the antique sword for too long. The sacred power in the sword body had been exhausted over the long years, and it finally fell behind in this wrestling. The sword was bent at an increasingly larger angle, and finally there was a crisp sound. The holy sword was actually broken by the monster. Gregor threw the broken sword aside. At this moment, its body was steaming with heat, and it looked extremely ferocious. Its head did not move, but it turned its eyes to Gage in front of it. The fat man could not help but take a half step back, crying and saying, "Now. Is it too late to apologize now?" However, the monster did not give him a chance to continue, and swung his right hand to hit his chest. This horrible blow caused Gage's chest armor to deform directly and sink deeply. The fat man himself was beaten and rolled all the way, without a sound. However, because of the sudden accident, Gregor had several new wounds on his body, and because his previous movements were too violent, the old wounds left by Xavier were also affected. Although he had dealt with one holy sword at this moment, there was still another holy sword on the scene. However, even so, he still had strong confidence that he could deal with the next two people. Gregor glanced at Rob next to him. According to the previous script, this guy should be blocking him next, but the latter smiled bitterly, and didn't seem to have any intention of going forward. "Forget it, I don't have another soul to help me bear the pain, nor do I have the armor to share the damage. In addition, the weapon is not handy, so going up is just to die." Luoluo thought that someone's words about not having a weapon meant that he didn't have a holy sword, and she didn't think much about other aspects. In fact, even if Rob really got excited and wanted to rush forward, she would not agree. She knew this guy's skills very well. After this period of training, his strength has improved and he can deal with ordinary battles. But even if he goes up to an opponent of this level, he will only cause trouble. This is the final battle between her and the monster. Although she arrived earlier than planned, she didn't find the last part of this set of combined holy weapons. But the appearance of the second holy weapon was also unexpected, and it also caused the monster to be seriously injured. So the two sides should have tied in this round. Luoluo took off the elf sword and handed it to the boy, admonishing him, "I won't be able to take care of you if a fight breaks out, so protect yourself." However, before she could finish her words, she was blocked by the sudden yellow sand. Rob raised a crystal ball and yelled at her, "What the hell are you protecting? Why don't you run away at this time?" Chapter 358. The crystal ball in the boy's hand looked familiar to Luoluo. It was the magic device he got from the treasure chest when he first entered the freshman competition field. It could release a sand spell. Although the sand spell was a low-level auxiliary magic, it could work wonders in many cases, especially when the enemy was outnumbered. It could effectively avoid being besieged. However, now it was used by someone. Obviously, they had more people, but except Luoluo, no one could fight. Luobu had to use this trick to escape. The girl was still in a daze, but someone had already pulled her hand up. Luoluo looked down and found that it was a little golem with an anxious face. Here. There is a drainage well in front. We can leave from underground." Rob's voice came from the front, but it was mixed with the wind and sand, and it sounded intermittent. He didn't feel sorry for the magic device in his hand that could only be used twice, and soon released the second sand and dust spell. The crystal ball in his hand became dim, and the sky and the earth became completely dim. It was impossible to distinguish between day and night. There was a whistling wind everywhere in the ears, and people who were blown by the strong wind could hardly open their eyes. However, the little golem didn't seem to be affected at all. It quietly pointed in the direction of the monster behind it, and took Luo to that direction. Of course, when they passed the place where the monster was, they made a circle, and met the sneaky Rob, who also turned back. Luo then realized that the boy's shout before was actually for the monster to hear, and his real plan was to sneak away from behind Gregor. The monster would never have thought that the three of them would dare to play such a trick, and actually turned back at the risk of being hit by it. Fortunately, Rob seemed to have won the bet this time, and they passed through the most dangerous area without any danger. However, the girl walked a few steps and then stopped again. Wait, this may be an opportunity we can take advantage of now to get behind the monster. Oh my god, are you serious? Don't you see the strength and speed of that guy? We don't have any chance of winning now. Seeing that Luo was still trying to turn back, Rob seemed very crazy. What we should do now is to find a way to survive this day and a half. But why did it take a day and a half? The girl frowned. The boy seemed to realize that he had let something slip, and wiped his sweat. It's definitely not possible to force it. Well, our goal should still be to find the last part, because the current power of the holy sword can't kill the monster. But until now, we have no clues. If we continue to search, there is a high possibility that we will just continue to waste time. Sooner or later, this monster will find us again. It's better to fight it now, while it's injured. Maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. Luo seemed particularly calm. Rob had to admit that what the girl said made sense. And if we just run away, what will happen to Ginny and Gage? We can't just leave them here to die. That guy's target is you now. He probably doesn't care about the life and death of Ginny and Gage. In fact, as long as we leave here, he will track us all the way. Ginny and Gage will be safer. The boy paused, then hesitated, and said something that surprised Luo. And I know where the last holy artifact is. You know where the last holy artifact is? Wait, you are not lying to me. Are you asking us to look for the Erdl flying squirrel again? The girl was skeptical. No, the last holy artifact is in that theater, Rob said firmly. But we didn't find anything when we searched before. That's because we searched in the wrong direction. At that time, we focused our search on the first floor and only roughly checked the boxes on the second floor. You only noticed the bloodstains and claw marks on the wall, but didn't notice the bloodstains on the door of a box on the second floor. What do you mean? Your previous analysis was actually correct. The holy artifact was indeed stolen by a seriously injured greyback, and its injuries were really serious. It didn't have the strength to leave the theater, so after getting the holy artifact, it rested in a box on the second floor of the theater. In addition to recuperating from its injuries, the greyback also needed to find food. Every time before leaving, it would carefully hide the holy artifact. Unfortunately, not long after that, the freshman competition in Siamis also began, and new monsters were released into the competition field. The seriously injured greyback was targeted by a powerful monster on its way out, and never came back, leaving only the holy artifact in the theater. So if you don't believe it, you can go and check the floor of the box. Wait, your story sounds even more unbelievable than mine before. How can you guarantee that the holy artifact is definitely under the floor of the box? I can't guarantee it, but I have thought about it many times, and this is the most likely explanation. There is no doubt that Rob lied. After noticing the bloodstains on the door, he checked the box and found the holy artifact under the floor. Only then could he deduce the above things, and finally he chose to put the holy artifact back to its original place, and did not tell anyone else about it. Because he remembered clearly that what the man wanted him to do was to find a way to delay Luo for a day and a half, and try to keep the girls away from danger, rather than to find a way to kill the monster in a day and a half. In fact, after learning the identity of the man, he no longer worried about the monster. Since the other party was able to solve Xavier's troubles, there was no reason why he could not deal with the remaining monster. So these days, in addition to trying hard to play his new role, he was basically paddling, leading the other team members to circle around nearby, killing time, waiting for the real Rob on the other side to solve all the problems, and then prepare to welcome the idol, and shout a wave of 666 by the way. In his opinion, this job couldn't be easier. Of course, the premise of all this is that they did not suddenly encounter this monster. Now he couldn't care less. It was less than a day before the agreed time. Rob might not be able to finish dealing with Xavier's affairs. So their top priority was to obtain the last piece of the holy weapon and form a complete version of the holy sword, which would at least allow them to fight the monster. Fortunately, they were not too far from the theater at the moment. It was only less than half an hour away. If they rushed there now, they should still have time. Chapter 359. The two men and the golem were running as fast as they could, but this time it was Rob who stopped. The boy finally left the dusty area, but his face changed. No, I almost forgot the most important thing. We can't get to the theater at this rate. What important thing? Lolo asked in confusion. Rob pointed at the broken sword in the girl's hand. This holy sword can greatly weaken the monster's actions, but it also points it in our direction. It can judge the distance between us, and it by measuring the degree of suppression it is under, so it may have realized where we are running to now. Since we can't escape, let's go back and fight. Lolo was still brave. A hint of hesitation flashed across Rob's face. After a pause, the young man gritted his teeth and said, "No, give me the sword. I have a way to solve this problem." Lolo had no doubts. If there was still someone in this world that she could trust without reservation, it must be the young man in front of her. Rob took the holy sword, took a deep breath, and said to the girl, "The sand and dust spell will last about 45 minutes, but we have wasted a few minutes before. It will take at least 25 minutes from here to the theater, plus the time for searching, so next, you better hurry up." After saying this, the boy hugged the holy sword in his arms, rolled sideways, and rolled back into the yellow sand behind him. Lolo was shocked and reached out to grab the other party, but it was still a step too late. Rob's figure was swallowed by the yellow sand. Fortunately, there was a little golem next to the girl whose vision was not affected much. Lolo turned to the little golem and said anxiously, "Hurry, let's go find him." In the girl's opinion, even if someone really needed to hold the monster back, it should be her. She was better at fighting, so she could naturally hold on longer and had a greater chance of survival. On the other hand, Lolo doubted whether Rob could survive a round under Gregorgo's hands. So was that guy crazy? Now was not the time to show off. With his skills, even with the holy sword, he couldn't hold on until she came back. Of course, Rob knew that this was not the time to show off. If possible, he certainly didn't want to be the one who stayed behind. But at the same time, he also secretly calculated in his mind that although he would die if he stayed, he would be truly dead if he didn't stay. He didn't dare to imagine what the consequences would be if that person knew that he had left Luo alone here and ran away. Others might still consider his noble status, but with that person's identity and status in the human race, even if the person standing in front of him was the prince of the empire, he would be killed if he angered him. Not to mention that he was just a down-and-out nobleman on the blacklist of the Leyhart family. So even though he knew how dangerous his current actions were, and knew that it was much better for Luo to stay than for him to stay, he could only rush back with the holy sword in his arms. On the bright side, at least he could show his masculinity before he died. Maybe the other party would burn 2 more incense sticks on his grave every Qingming festival because he used his life to improve his favorability. With this thought, he naturally knew what choice he should make. After hearing what the girl said, the little golem deliberately dawdled for a while. It had only known this group of people for a few days, and they didn't have a deep relationship, so to be honest, it didn't care about the life and death of the guy named Rob. In the eyes of the little golem, since the guy wanted to die, let him die. It had finally escaped from the clutches of the monster, and it didn't want to go back. Luo's expression was also struggling. On the one hand, she was very worried about the boy's safety, but on the other hand, she also knew that the longer she delayed, the less hope Rob had for survival. Finally, after dawdling with the little golem for half a minute, the girl realized that she might not be able to find the boy in a short time, so she finally made up her mind and started running towards the theater. At the same time, she also prayed for someone in her heart to hold on until she came back. On the other hand, Rob did not intend to just sit there and wait for death. With the 2 sand spells, he was still optimistic about getting through the first 30 minutes, so the key was how to survive the remaining time. So Rob thought of the staff in Ginny's hand, and his heart began to stir. If he could get the staff, he would be able to regain control of the situation and take the initiative. Although low-level magic could not harm the monster, judging from its reaction, it seemed that it had no good way to deal with these auxiliary and restrictive magic, such as the 2 sand spells he had just released. So as long as he got the staff, he would be able to continue to fight with the monster. However, he did not dare to underestimate the intelligence of the monster. Until now, the guy had not made any movement, which was a bit too quiet, which made him feel a little uneasy. The more abnormal the monster's behavior was, the more it showed that there was a problem. Rob didn't dare to stay in one place for too long. He was still holding the holy sword in his arms. If his previous inference was correct, then this holy sword was now a hot potato. Although it could suppress the monster, it would also allow the monster to determine his position. So if he wanted to ensure his own safety, he had to move, and the route of movement had to be irregular, the more chaotic the better, so that people could not infer where he would go next. This requirement did not seem too difficult to Luo, or even the real Rob, but it was not so easy for a counterfeit who was a pure mage. In fact, he began to sweat all over and gasp for breath after running for less than 10 minutes. He felt that the holy sword in his arms was getting heavier and heavier. He had no choice but to slow down a little. At this moment, he did not care about his safety, because at the same speed he ran in the beginning, he would have exhausted himself in 40 minutes without the monster's help. After another 10 minutes of sneaky walking, the fake Rob took off his coat and tied the holy sword in his arms to his back. He felt that his lungs were about to explode, but the good news was that he was very close to the room where Ginny fell. He was indeed running around during this period, but not completely running around. While ensuring that the route could not be predicted, he was also quietly approaching Ginny. Until he finally stood outside the hut, the fake Rob did not hesitate and rushed in directly. After closing the stone door, he pulled down the scarf on his face and saw the girl who had fainted on the ground. He tried to feel her breath and found that although her breathing was weak, it had not disappeared. This also made the fake Rob feel relieved. However, when he began to search the house, he did not find the oak staff in the girl's hand. The fake Rob was a little strange. He remembered clearly that when Ginny was blasted into the house by the monster, she was still holding her staff in her hand, but now there was nothing in the house. So he stood there and looked around, trying to find some clues. However, the next moment, he felt something sticky falling on his shoulder. Chapter 360. The fake Rob smiled bitterly. No way, such a cliché plot. Having said that, he still couldn't control his neck. Just like the male protagonist in all horror stories, he raised his head little by little. Then he saw the thing lying on the ceiling. It was a female student. He still had some impression of this girl. Was her name Shirley or Sherry? She should have been following the guy named Caesar before, but looking at her now, it is clear that she has been controlled by that weird bug. The monster named Gregorgo was obviously more cunning than they thought. It had an overwhelming advantage, but still brought helpers. If the fake Rob was right, there must be a student under control in Gage's place. The other party really knew about humans, and knew that most people would not abandon their companions. That's why it was so quiet before, just like the most experienced old hunter in the forest, patiently waiting for the prey to step into the trap. However, the fake Rob calmed down after things came to this. In fact, according to the original plan, when Sherry hiding on the ceiling found the prey, she should have notified the monster outside as soon as possible. However, the offspring bred by the split parasite are completely independent individuals with the ability to think for themselves. The advantage is that they will be more intelligent and flexible in action and can adapt to changes. They are not just puppets controlled by the mother, but there are also disadvantages. Just like other creatures with self-thinking ability, they sometimes get excited and disobey the orders from above. For example, the bug that controlled Sherry, after a period of observation, was pleasantly surprised to find that the target was very weak. Apart from the threat posed by the holy sword behind it, there was nothing to fear from other aspects. In other words, it was fully capable of taking down the prey by its own strength. So, like all children spoiled by their mothers, a bold idea rose in the bug's mind. It wanted to take the prey all for itself, and its decision gave the fake Rob a glimmer of hope. Without any probing or preparation, the battle between a man and a monster broke out simply and directly. As a result, the fake Rob soon found that he seemed to be too optimistic before. Even if the person standing in front of him was Sherry herself, the chances of winning in a hand-to-hand fight between the two were only 50-50. Moreover, he was facing a parasitic version of the girl. With the same punch, the girl didn't feel any pain at all. Even if she was missing an arm or a leg, she could still jump around. On the other hand, someone else just lay on the ground holding his stomach. Fake Rob also knew that posing in such a provocative posture during a fight would simply make him vulnerable to others, but he couldn't be blamed. He was just a delicate magician. He suddenly got into a hand-to-hand fight with someone and was hit in the stomach. It was good that he didn't vomit on the spot. Fake Rob had to admit that he had no chance of winning if he continued to fight like this. Now the only thing he could rely on was the holy sword behind him. However, when he wanted to reach out and draw the holy sword, Sherry had already taken the lead and sat directly on his chest, pressing him to the ground. Fake Rob didn't expect the other party to be so enthusiastic, and the next moment he clamped his neck with his legs, like two iron gates. His breathing began to become difficult. What's worse is that he was pressed tightly now, and he couldn't draw the holy sword behind him in this posture. The fake Rob could only use his two hands to desperately pull Sherry's feet. The scene looked quite lively, but unfortunately the magician's fragile body had limited attack power. Although he scratched the girl's thighs with red and white marks with his nails, these minor injuries obviously had no effect on Sherry, whose mind was controlled. They were even less harmful than the white holy light. But from the current point of view, she could still hold on as long as she did not come into direct contact with the holy sword. On the other hand, the fake Rob's face had turned the color of liver. He felt that the strength in his body was disappearing rapidly, and his hands were moving less and less. In the end, he didn't even have the strength to scratch people with his nails, and his struggle was getting weaker and weaker. The fake Rob thought that he might die this time, but he didn't expect it to be this way. It would be fine if he died at the hands of a monster, but he was actually killed by someone's feet, and the way he died was so hard to explain, but there was good news. He was still using Rob's identity. Well, thinking about it this way, even if the death was a little tragic, it seemed that it was not unacceptable. The fake Rob could only comfort himself in this way. At the last moment, he had completely given up and began to have wild thoughts. His consciousness became more and more blurred. His eyes finally fixed on the girl's legs and gradually lost focus. At this critical moment, the door of the house was blasted open, and a figure rushed in. Shirley smelled a hint of danger from it, but then she made an extremely wrong decision. The girl clamped her legs even harder, wanting to kill her target before the figure could react, but she obviously misjudged the opponent's strength. Then the violent impact from her chest made her fly directly from the prey and hit the wall hard. It is conservatively estimated that at least 2 ribs were broken this time, but the girl seemed to feel no pain and quickly climbed up from the ground. Shirley's pupils flashed a cruel color, but the next moment, that cruel color turned into confusion. She stood there, no longer taking any action, as if she had lost her soul in an instant. The fake Rob had saved his life, and was now kneeling on the ground, greedily breathing in the fresh air. He had finally recovered some strength and said with a wry smile, "Idol, next time there is such a job, can you consider changing someone else?" As he spoke, he reached into his clothes and fumbled for a while before pulling out a brooch. If Lolo were here, he would definitely think that this brooch looked familiar, because it was the camouflage treasure they had seen when they were adventuring in the dungeon more than a year ago. Rob was very interested in this treasure at the time, and took it away after saving the person. After studying it for a while, he has now unlocked most of its functions. It was precisely because of the existence of this brooch that he had his previous plan. Using this brooch, Rob disguised Simon as himself, and through cooperation with the latter, successfully created the illusion that the mysterious teacher was someone else, eliminating Lolo's suspicion of him. At the same time, with Simon's cover, he could free up his hands to deal with Xavier. In fact, even if the little golem hadn't left someone to take care of Claire, Simon would have found another excuse to leave the group, in order to create an opportunity for Rob to act alone. Soon after Rob left the puppet workshop, he used the excuse of going to the toilet, and Simon also began to pretend to be Rob at that time. However, strictly speaking, this did not completely deceive Lolo. The boy was the girl's closest person in the world, so when Simon joined the team instead of Rob, although there was almost no difference between the two in appearance, the girl still instinctively noticed that something was wrong. But Lolo almost put all her energy on finding the last holy weapon, and she couldn't take care of other things for the time being, so Simon got through the day.